Hello. Last week in New York, African leaders took turns to speak at the United Nations General Assembly. Some remarkable speeches were those of Ghanaian President Nana Akufo-Addo and that of President Bola Tinubu of Nigeria. President Akufo-Addo called on the world to pay reparation to Africa for slavery. He said that the US and Europe built their wealth in slavery and owed Africa for the historical injustices caused by the transatlantic slave trade. In his speech, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu called for a Marshall Plan for Africa. Africa is not a problem to be avoided, he said, nor is it to be pitied. Africa is nothing less than the key to the world's future. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. It is 4:30 p.m. in Libreville, Gabon. It's 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. The University of Nigeria and Nsukka fired our guest in 1996 for his role in the ASU strike. Nigeria's loss is now America's gain. Professor Chika Okeke-Agulu is a Nigerian artist, art historian, art curator, director of the program in African Studies, director of Africa World Initiative, and at the Princeton University. He will join us to talk about Chinua Achebe's ever-expanding legacy, the state of universities in Nigeria, and the stolen African works. Professor Chika, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. And let me say that it's an honor to have you. It's been a while. I admire your work, and I feel very, very blessed, and I appreciate your time. Now, let me start. I know we start this program by talking about Africa and what's going on in Africa before we zero into the main reason why you came in here today. The first thing is I want to get your view on what happened, how you saw the speeches made by African leaders at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York last week.
Well, as far as speeches go, they did well. Apart from Akufo-Addo that you mentioned of Ghana, or the Nigerian Tinubu, or Ruto of Kenya, who talked about the fact that Africans are not beggars and all of that. So, great. I think their speeches, even Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, their speeches highlighted the problem, right, with the system of power and global international relations as they are manifested in the World Economic Forum, the UN, the Bretton Woods organizations, IMF, and all of that. The fact that Africa has not received its fair share in international global relations. But of course, that has a long history that go back to the age of slavery and later colonization, that the continent is still dealing with the aftermath of these two great catastrophes. So the speeches of the African heads of states in many different ways highlighted these problems. Now, from my side, I'm waiting on them to do their own part, their responsibilities as leaders of our African countries.
Now, I know that when they make these speeches, they go home. People like you in academia will have to deal with translating, transmitting, interpreting, and trying to shape up policies and teach people about Africa. What do you think about this reparation that has not stopped, because some leaders continue to press for that? What do you think about that? What is the nature of it if it should happen? And how does that conflict with people who were taken out, or descendants of people who were taken out of Africa as slaves? They are also demanding a reparation from Africa.
Yes, there were multiple injuries and multiple victims of slavery, industrial slavery. Let's be clear about that. That we're referring to the industrial slavery by Western European nations on the African continent. And so there's no either or here. When you think about the fact that millions of the prime population of Africa were taken, of course, sometimes in collaboration with the then kings and power players on the continent, but primarily driven often through force by these European stakeholders. And so the fact that the African continent for generations, centuries, was deprived of its prime population, that were then dehumanized. Many of them died in that transatlantic journey and ended up in the United States, where they remained at the very bottom, right, of the social scale, and have also suffered under the white hegemony of the Americans in Canada, in the United States, in Brazil, in Argentina, and elsewhere. So there are multiple victims, and there are different claims that we can think of, right, made when we think about restitution or reparation, which is to say, how do we repair the injustices of the past that is directly connected to the institution of industrial slavery? So the African Americans, the Black diaspora in Brazil, of course, as some of us might know, that the largest Black diaspora is in Brazil, though we tend not to hear much about the experiences there. So the African diaspora has an important claim to reparative justice that need to be done to, in a sense, repair the damages, the hurt, the pains, and the systemic devaluation of their lives and property over these centuries. The African continent, on the other hand, lost as a result of industrial slavery its prime population. And there's a direct connection between African underdevelopment and the devastation of its human population as a result of industrial slavery. So they do have their own claims to slavery, precisely because that very institution is what Europe and the United States relied on for their own development. We don't need to go back to Walter Rodney's important book on this subject, but we just need to look at many of the corporations, the multinationals, that some of which still exist today, have their ancestry to these institutions that were set up in Europe to carry out slavery in Africa and in the Caribbean and the Americas.
Thank you. For those who push back on this, they point to the fact that Africans have been on their own sending money back to the same Europe and America, money stolen out of Africa, that on their own, they are also sending their own people. Their own people are struggling to get back to these Western nations, basically to work for them. What do you say to that?
Well, the question is, which Africans are we referring to? Are they talking about people who have stolen from their communities, whether as private citizens or officials of African governments, who are sending illegally acquired money overseas. There will always be thieves in any society. So we cannot be talking about thieves and people who have absolutely no interest in their communities, in their societies and nations, what they do, as if that then is a good way to think about or even discuss what we're talking about. Nor do we have to deal with cartels that have preyed on impoverished Africans to, exploit them by sending them in masses to Europe, promising better lives, but which we know often end in tragedy. So we cannot, bring in these international criminal cartels and what they have done to the poor, not just in Africa, but elsewhere. If you look at Latin America and you see the migrations happening because their own societies, their leaders have not done well in cahoots with international organizations and European powers. And this is really the point, that we're not talking about the failures of African leadership, which of course we must talk about, but we must not forget that oftentimes they are working at the beck and call of international organizations and international powers who are fighting their own battles to protect their own national interests. So I think we have to be clear about the historical injustice of slavery and colonialism and the impact that they still have today on Africa, regardless of the nature of the leadership we have, whether we have military or democratic leadership in Africa. The impact of the historical industrial slavery and colonialism still affects every African country, regardless of their political leadership. And we must not forget that.
Thank you so much. Let me also zero in on what Bola Tinubu said, Nigeria's president. He recommended a Marshall Plan for Africa. In the same speech, he also talked about that Africa is not to be pitied, that it's not to be avoided. And so, how do you see that?
The question is, why should the United States or Britain carry out a Marshall Plan for Africa? What would be the argument for that? Why would they do that from their own end? So I think we are comparing two different historical circumstances. First and foremost, the United States government has not acknowledged, the crimes of slavery till today. I am not aware that the government of England has done that either. So why would they carry out a Marshall Plan where they have not acknowledged that their countries took part in something that was, deplorable, in fact, criminal, as far as human civilization is concerned? If you look at what happened with the Marshall Plan, and for those of us who might not be fully aware of the circumstances of that. So at the end of the Second World War, with the devastation of European states, which, by the way, made it possible for African decolonization to happen because they had become very weak and impoverished as a result of the devastation of the Second World War. So they could no longer hold on to their colonial territory. So, but that's by the way. These European nations were completely devastated, and the United States came with this idea of the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was not an act of American benevolence. It was a plan that was set up first to ensure America's supremacy, and two, to ensure that what was becoming, or what would become, the Cold War, that they would have a substantial influence over much of Europe as a result of the Marshall Plan. If you look at the key element of the Marshall Plan was the takeover by the dollar as the world's currency. This came out of the Marshall Plan. That Britain got the Marshall Plan was on the basis that they would give up the pound as international currency. Now, if you check how much the Marshall Plan was and what that switch did to America's power and economy till today, that the US can decide which country can have access to their reserves or not, or which country can do business with which other country, it's simply because of the dollar. The dollar was not a global international capital until the arrangement with Britain that made it possible for them to receive the Marshall Plan. So if you look at that history and context, you ask yourself, so why would the United States now carry out a Marshall Plan for Africa when they get anything they want, either by direct negotiation with African countries or by imposing their power over these countries to get any information they want, to access any of our resources as easily as they can. And they are not in any way concerned about controlling any African economy that they wish to control. So why would they then spend additional money, for the Marshall Plan? Nations are not emotional beings. Nations are not ethical beings. Nations act in their national interests. So what is the American national interest in a Marshall Plan? That's what I'll ask the Nigerian president. By the way, that's why I say that there were lots of good speeches that happened at the UN, feel good, and so forth, well written by whoever wrote their speeches. But the real issues are still going to have to be addressed by these individual leaders in their own countries, but also as a collective under the so-called, not really so-called, the reality of the African Union, which many of them have been dragging their feet in supporting a dream that Kwame Nkrumah devised in the 1960s when he was arguing that Africa will not be taken seriously in global affairs if it did not vie to become a nation. That's when you will have the capacity, human and otherwise, to act on the international stage. We're only gradually dragging our feet by changing, turning the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. And now, eventually now agreeing on a monetary, even trade, African trade relations and all of that. So we are only gradually getting to something that Kwame Nkrumah argued for in the 1960s, and countries like Nigeria rejected that, because they were not listening to the leftists among the African leaders at the time. They were abiding the interests or listening to the interests of the West at that point.
Interesting. Now, before we move on to Chinua Achebe symposium that you are organizing, let me ask you about what is the relationship between the French and the Francophone African countries. We've seen several military coups in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Gabon. What is going on?
Well, it's a time of reckoning. It was long in coming. It has been an incredible scandal. What stood for independence for Francophone African countries, especially West African Francophone countries, that they got their independence. Meanwhile, their leaders were, pretty much spending much of their time in France. Their leaders saw themselves as citizens of France, even though they are supposed to be heads of states, like Senegal and Senghor and so forth. That's part of the problem. They negotiated an independence that was only really on paper, because their economies were left intact for French control. And so if you don't control your economy, how are you independent? That's why we have had the French manage the economies of these Francophone countries. Of course, for the interest of France, not for the interest of these countries. The monetary union that they have, their central banks have to get permission from that of France in order to carry out any monetary policy. And this is still largely the case more than half a century after independence. And many of the citizens of these countries know this. But of course, their elites have more interest in biting to French interest than what is in the best interest of their citizens. And so the military coups that we're seeing are reactions, are symptoms of the problem. They are not a solution. Nobody, given especially Africa's history, believes that military coups resolve any of the endemic problems that these countries have. If you talk about the terrorism, which many of these coup plotters and military leaders now say is the reason they needed to take over and kick out the French, what have they replaced with that? Things have got much worse in Mali today than before. And I'm not making an argument or for why France should remain. But the problem is that, yes, they identify the problem. The question is, what is the solution? And I don't know how much they have actually tackled the systemic neo-colonial infrastructure that France left in the wake of independence in many of these countries. Until that is done, we'll probably have cycles, keep having cycles of coups while France is plotting to keep its powers over these African countries. Because we do know that France is now resting because its own national identity depends on its continued control of these countries. That was what one of their prime ministers said a few years ago. So it's not a hidden agenda on the part of France.
We're going to get back to discussion on politics and arts and other things. But first of all, I want you to tell us about what you do as the director of the Africa World Initiative, which is hosting a symposium on Chinua Achebe and the trouble with Nigeria. And this weekend, yeah.
Yes, on the 29th and 30th of September. Yes, yeah. The Africa World Initiative is a new center that was established in the last 2 years here at Princeton, which is quite unprecedented, frankly, simply because institutions like mine have not always paid close attention to Africa. And there are lots of reasons for that, one of which is America's nation actually has not really paid close attention to Africa, except once and if they see a threat from its competitors. It used to be the Soviet Union, now it's China. And that's why you see a kind of restiveness on the part of the US government and institutions to reinvest in Africa, however they are doing that. So what is going on at Princeton? We do have the program in African Studies, which I also direct. But we realized, my colleagues here at Princeton realized that the program in African Studies is no longer sufficient as a platform for dealing with Africa. And this is broadly speaking, because the African Studies as a field is primarily the humanities and the social sciences. And much of the challenges of our world today and of the African continent have to do with technology, entrepreneurship, innovation. And African Studies as a field doesn't quite capture those aspects of either knowledge production and exchange, but also the political economy. And so the Africa World Initiative is mandated to engage directly with African institutions and stakeholders in the area of science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, but also the arts and humanities. So it's a very broadly conceived platform that provides us the resources, broadly defined, to engage in high-level contact and partnership with, of course, the right kind of stakeholders on the African continent. And that's precisely what we're doing presently with people in the government, in civil society, in corporate business on the African continent, to reimagine really what the university as an institution designed as a space for knowledge production at a high level, how it can help reimagine African economies, knowledge production, and so forth. So that's what we are doing with the Africa World Initiative. Part of that, I did mention, it's not just that we're invested in science, technology, and innovation, but also the arts and the humanities. And part of the latter includes a conversation, a discussion that we had with the Achebe family and the Achebe Foundation to move the Achebe Colloquium, which was his legacy project, to Princeton as a long-term home for the Achebe Colloquium. And so to inaugurate this new relationship, this coming to Princeton, we are planning this international conference, the international symposium, and then the memorial celebration of the 10th anniversary of Achebe's death. It so happens that the coincidence of the 10th anniversary of Achebe's death and the 40th anniversary of the publication of Achebe's incredible, acerbic, biting critique of Nigerian political system, The Trouble with Nigeria, which was published in 1983, we happen to have both anniversaries this year. And so we decided to inaugurate our new relationship with the Achebe Foundation with a symposium organized around the trouble with Nigeria. And then the celebration of his 13th memorial anniversary the following day. So this is what we're planning, broadly speaking, for this coming weekend. And we do have really an incredible slate of speakers from all over the world. The symposium was conceived by some of the leading Achebe scholars and literary scholars working from South Africa, from England, and from the United States. So this is what we're going to have on the 29th with His Excellency Peter Obi giving the keynote at that symposium. And then the following day, for the memorial celebration, we have His Royal Majesty, the Igwe of Ogidi Kingdom. Of course, that's Achebe's hometown. He will be present for the memorial celebration alongside some of the more influential scholars working in African politics, history, and the arts, in addition to writers like Chika Onigwe and Patrice Nganang, who is probably one of the best-known Cameroonian Francophone African writers working today, and performances as well. So it's going to be 2 days of incredible intellectual exchange and discourse, and of cultural celebration of the life and work of the great icon, Chinua Achebe.
What will you say is the state of his legacy, Achebe's legacy today, 10 years after?
Well, that's what the symposium is about. So I hope that, your audience will log on. It will be live streamed and listen to the experts, right? Discussing these questions. What has become of Achebe's scholarly legacy? What has his voice then got to do with what has been happening in Nigeria and the rest of the continent in terms of leadership? Because we will remember that he singularly indicted the leadership class of Nigeria and Africa for Africa's woes, for Nigeria's endemic problems. That was 1983. But if you read that book again today, you will think that he was writing for the present administration, whatever that is, right? So what we hope to do on Saturday, and what we will hear and see on Saturday, are some of the really incredible authorities on Achebe studies deal with these questions. New scholarship that's been emerging from younger scholars who are advancing Achebe's ideas as a novelist, but also as a critic, as a socio-political critic, how that has reshaped or impacted trends and directions in African literatures and social critique. So this Friday will be an incredible day to answer some of these questions that you're asking. So I don't want to anticipate that, right?
All right. But I think you can weigh in on this. When you were talking about Achebe, I was just thinking about Wole Soyinka, and somehow we associate the two of them as the two leaders in African literature. Recently, Soyinka has been intervening in Nigerian situation, and you can't help but think of, if had he been that Achebe were to be alive, how will he intervene? What is your take on Soyinka's recent interventions, especially what he said recently in South Africa during an interview with Okendebe?
Well, Soyinka is an elder, and as an African, I do respect my elders. And in this case, he's an elder in the real sense in terms of his age. He's also an elder in terms of being a writer, right, and an artist. So I speak with caution, and having said that, I think it's really unfortunate the way that he made his selective interventions in what was unfolding in Nigeria in the past year. I think it's certainly clear that he had a partisan, position, an agenda. That nearly everything I've heard him say about the elections is a criticism of Peter Obi, Labour Party, the obedient so-called, and so forth. Not much of any concern with the very reason why both Atiku and his party and Obi and the Labour Party are in the courts today, whether it's in terms of the conduct of the elections, the questions being asked of the then candidate of the APC in terms of his backgrounds and so forth, which are still being prosecuted in the courts today in the United States, right? So for him to pay no attention to some of the concerns that produced the enthusiasm that we saw among the young people, looking to Obi because of his record and background in terms of what Achebe was complaining earlier about leadership in Nigeria, that they saw this individual, that's Peter Obi, as someone who comes close to the kind of leadership Achebe's critique anticipated. So for Soyinka to not recognize these aspects, but instead to keep either reminding these people or calling them names and so forth, I thought that as an elder, a highly respected elder, that he would have been, a bit more careful in how he addressed these questions, so that he does not appear to be partisan, except that, of course, he has not told her that he is, because if he declared his partisanship, then there won't be any problem. But seeming as if he is admonishing the young, admonishing the political class, but doing it so selectively, is something that I find personally very unfortunate. I doubt that the Chinua Achebe that I knew as a person, but also that I have encountered in my work, would have taken this, position that Soyinka. But of course, they are two different human beings. So I'm not saying he should be like Achebe, nor would I have advised Achebe in the day. Of course, if I was one of his advisors, to be like Soyinka. They are two different individuals, characters, personalities, and it shows in their utterances.
Okay, I know that your center is also, you have the new African World Literature lecture, and you are inviting Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie to come and speak. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Indeed, the Africa World Lectures is one of our signal programs, and it's designed to bring to Princeton for more than a day what we consider Africa's finest minds across fields, from the humanities to the sciences to policy making and so forth. And so Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is the inaugural lecturer for the Africa World Lectures. And so she will be in Princeton on the 25th and 26th of October. And the idea of the lectures is for the invited lecturer to speak from their perch, whatever their field is, but also from their personal experience, how they think about the Africa world. So that's what will happen in October. Next year, the second Africa World lecturer would be Abdulrazak Gurna, the Zanzibari writer, who is, of course, British and African. He will, and the last Nobel laureate from Africa in literature, he will be the second lecturer, and he will be in Princeton for 3 days, during which time he would have a lecture. There's a conversation and then meetings with Princeton stakeholders. The lecture, Chimamanda's program, would be a lecture that she will give, and then she and I would have a public conversation following the lecture, and then the following day she would meet with Princeton students and stakeholders and so forth.
All right. So, you said Chimamanda, also we know that she intervened during the election. She wrote to Joe Biden a public article. And I want you to talk about the reaction, how the public reacted to Chimamanda and also to Wole Soyinka. There have been several attacks on them, and essentially even to some extent dismissal of their work. What do you think about that?
It's always unfortunate when people build icons and also smash them, based on their own perception of that very icon. I think that's what has happened here. That Soyinka's utterances about Nigerian politics has now meant that those who say that they admired him as a writer are now thinking otherwise based on what interventions he's made on the political arena. I'm not sure about that. The connection between what you thought about his writing and then what he's saying on the political arena, how one can easily make that switch to, go from an admirer of his work to, the opposite now that he's come out to make these statements. And it's the same with Chimamanda, that those who did not like what position that she had taken with regard to Nigerian politics have now sort of started rethinking their assessment of her value, right, as a writer. We saw that happen to Oprah Winfrey in the United States when she declared her interest in Barack Obama, right? So these are things that that happen. I don't think they last, right? Because as with political discourse, they come and go. The question is what happens to the person's work. By the way, the same thing happened to Chinua Achebe when he intervened in 1983, when he published The Trouble with Nigeria. He was savaged by a segment of the public for daring to criticize in the very vociferous way that he did the Nigerian political class. We saw that also happen when he rejected the award from the Nigerian government, right? That is Chinua Achebe himself. So these things happen more frequently than not, that people move from their assessment or investment in the political realm and the way that they perceive their idols, who they came about because of their work as writers or as artists and so forth, that they often conflict the two. It's hard not to, but I think that it takes a certain level of sympathy and understanding of the nature of the artistic enterprise to not easily make that conflation. I don't think, and I cannot see how my view of Soyinka's work as a writer and a dramatist will change because of his critique and criticism of the obedience. But I can also understand why a lot of people can fall to that.
Mm. Let's briefly touch on writing and African writing, especially in Nigeria. What is your take? I know you are familiar with what's going on. What is your take on the state of writing in Nigeria, knowing that Afrobeat, for instance, is gone worldwide? Nollywood is doing well across continents. Is the writers, are they in the same are they at the same level? Are they doing well?
Frankly, Nigerian writing is doing relatively well. Of course, writing has never been in competition with music, or film, because they are much more popular in the sense that they are made for a popular class, right? The generality of the society. And so we cannot measure success in this, with the same indices, right? But I think that Nigerian writing is doing fairly well. When you think about the younger generation of writers and how much they have achieved through their work, whether they are living inside Nigeria or moving back and forth between Nigeria and elsewhere. And, there are so many names, Yobami Adebayo is doing incredible work. Of course, we have Chika Onigwe, we have Adobe Trisha Nwobani, we have Ned Okorafor, who is, frankly speaking, one of the leading writers today in the broad genre called science fiction. She's won most of the awards that are out to be won. So there are so many writers. Chigozie Obioma, is doing great. So I am not that concerned about the state of writing in Nigeria today. We have really a healthy population of writers working in Nigeria, based in Nigeria and based overseas today.
So let me put you on the spot. Who will be the next Nobel Prize winner out of Nigeria?
That, of course, Nobel is a hard thing to guess who wins it. Sometimes it's the most innocuous writer that gets the Nobel. So saying that a Teju Cole will win the Nobel just says what I think about his work. That I think that he belongs in the finest realm of writers. If that's the question, yes, we have really fantastic work coming out of Nigeria. And as I mentioned a few names of people that I consider at the very top of the table, right, when we are talking about contemporary literature, right? So that's the way I would think about it. There are many Nobel laureates that nobody remembers their names anymore. Achebe did not win one, but here we are celebrating the legacy, right, of his work. So frankly speaking, we have a healthy number of writers from Nigeria who are making significant work, and people who I respect their work, and that counts a lot.
You mentioned Nnedi Okorafor and what she's doing in science fiction, which is amazing. But there's somebody else that I want to get your take on that. That's Okeke-Agulu and her work. But more in particular, I want you to address she calls herself. She says God, and that let me use the proper pronoun. Them is Obanje. What is your take on that? Because I think in Igbo culture, Obanje, for those who are not Igbo, it's like Abiku in Yoruba. So what is your take on them taking over, saying?
I see you struggling with pronouns.
I'm struggling with pronouns.
And what I can say to that is I wished European languages learned from African languages so that we don't have these crises of, pronouns, because no African language that I know of has gendered pronouns, right? So maybe they really need to look to Africa so that we wouldn't have to be struggling over, pronouns and people's identities, which is very important. I mean, I think that struggle is a thing on its own. But the question you ask about Obanje, and I'll talk about Obanje just, so that what I would say would not be seen as a criticism of someone's position, an identity. I don't want to get into that. But the Obanje in Igbo, society is not a good thing. The Obanje, and it's only because not that the person who is Obanje is not valued. It's that the reason you have an Obanje is someone, and as with Abiku, who did not cut their ties properly when they transitioned into this realm, knowing fully well that the Igbo and many African societies, believe in a cyclical, in a cycle of life, that birth is not the beginning of life. It's only a transition point, just as death is not the end of life. It's another transition point. The Obanje is someone who, in making that transition, did not take this, what they needed to enter this realm. And so that's why they are always asking or trying to go back, because they did not have all the tools they needed in this realm. And that is why, the birth and rebirth and so forth, it's this cycle of attempts, but there's a break for that. And that is why the Obanje is not supposed to be a permanent status and state, because either the person dies and keeps returning, or that cycle is broken by the family, which is, of course, documented in Things Fall Apart, with Okonkwo's daughter, who was an Obanje, whose Iowa, that's a thing that is left on the other side, that the Obanje keeps wanting to go back and retrieve. That the Iowa has to be found and symbolically returned, and that's how you break the cycle of Obanje. So anyone who considers himself or herself as an Obanje, the question is there something being done about it, or is it sort of a half gesture identification with this important phenomenon in Igbo culture? Because if it is referring to the Obanje of Igbo culture, then the question any Igbo person who understands that culture would ask is, so what are you doing about that? What is your family doing about that to break that cycle, to go and retrieve your Iowa? That's how I will answer that question.
Now, when you speak to Chimamanda, I read in this book by Akweke that it was Chimamanda that actually told her that she is Obanje. So you can bring it.
Chimamanda is a diviner.
So maybe you can bring that up. Now, we have like 10 minutes before we bring in the audience. I don't know if we can cover all the other topics.
Sure.
But before we even move further, I want you to talk about this case at Chicago State University with Bola Tinubu. You're an administrator in a university in America. What is the process? What are we not getting? If this were to be Princeton University and your student became president somewhere and someone wanted to know, and there's this controversy, what is the process like at your university?
Well, I don't know the details of the court case, I must say. But what we have seen is that the Atiku lawyers petitioned the court to compel the Chicago State University to release Bola Tinubu's records so they can verify the claims that he made or the documents he submitted to the authorities in Nigeria. I think that's, and Chicago State University rightly says they can't just put these documents out there because, this is the United States. These are personal documents that are protected by law from someone just putting them out there. It's the same issue with Obama's birth certificate, right? You couldn't just get a hospital to say, put it out there. So they are in their right to say, we cannot just give this to you because, except if a court orders their release. And I think that's where they are now, whether the court will order the release or is delaying making the order and so forth. The other part to this question, of course, was the diploma that some are claiming could not have been released by the university. But I also understand that Chicago State University says they can't confirm the authenticity of that diploma. That's the part that I find a bit strange, because Princeton that I know of, or even the University of Nigeria that I knew of then, you knew what style of fonts, who signed what document at any given period, given who was the registrar, given who was the dean of academic affairs, and so forth. So I'm not quite sure if it is why the university says they cannot say whether that document is genuine or not. That I find a bit arcane, because, yeah.
All right, let's go to the other part of the work you do, which is helping to return stolen African artwork all over the world. Can you tell us a little bit of that? We know that last year, I believe, or sometime this year, that the Benin bronze were returned to Nigeria. Or I don't know if they've come back or they are planning.
Some have, yes.
Okay, so where are things on that?
There has been a lot of progress on this question. Already in the 1960s and 70s, the Nigerian government started petitioning for the return of expropriated, stolen, seized African art and cultural heritage that were residing and are still residing in Europe. Even Mobutu Sese Seko of the Congo was a leading advocate for repatriation of artworks and art objects and artifacts that were mostly in Belgium in the case of the Congo. The Nigerian government has been pressing, especially for the so-called Benin bronzes, which we may know are not really, they are not bronzes, and they are not all metal. They're actually brass works. But we use bronze as a catch-all for both wooden, ivory, metal works that the British Army took from the city of Benin in 1897, when they destroyed the city and removed Oba Ovoramwen from office and sent him into exile. We still do not know how many people died in Benin during that invasion. The important thing here is that Benin, or rather Britain, the soldiers and the Foreign Office properly documented what they stole, what they took from Benin. Even in some of the photographs, the folks who made those photographs in 1897 or soon after wrote loot on them, right? So they knew that what they were doing is really criminal. But it was important to seize those objects so that they could auction them off to pay for part of the invasion. This was an argument made to the palace in London in order to authorize the invasion, that the high cost of the invasion could be offset by selling off the treasures that they heard were in the palace of Benin. So this was not an accident, or they stumbled into these objects and so forth. So after the invasion, they were auctioned off and sold mostly to German and today's Austrian museums. And the African governments since independence have been asking for their return. Nobody paid attention to them by any much. Until recently, I think in part because there's a new generation of Europeans who are more sympathetic to these kinds of questions about the problems that arose as a result of colonization. You also have a new class of Africans who are well placed, mostly in Western institutions, to have significant voices that these institutions can no longer afford to ignore. And then there's also the added fact that African states and countries are all beginning to pay closer attention to these questions again. And that's what's caused the kind of increased level and higher level of conversation around these questions. And we have had some important results, including the decision by the German government to return more than 1,100 of these Benin bronzes to Nigeria, to return their ownership to Nigeria. That's already a done deal. They have returned some of the works. Other institutions have made similar gestures, private and state institutions in Europe, but the big boys, really, meaning the British Museum, has not done anything. The Met, none of the US museums, except the Smithsonian National Museum for African Art, none of the other US museums have really come up. And that's why we're still putting as much pressure on them to do the needful, be on the right side of history by restituting these objects.
Now, there are people who are concerned about what will happen when they get to Africa, get to Nigeria, or anywhere in Africa, whether some people will steal them, take them back to Europe or America. What are the things being done to make sure that that would not happen?
To tell you the truth, a lot of that is more myth than reality. Yes, objects had been that were in the National Museum in Lagos, for instance, they have lost objects in their collection. But that's partly because of low infrastructure that we have across Africa, not just museums, but schools, industries, and so forth, right? So our museums are not as well resourced as they should. Our museum staff are not as well trained as they should. Things used to be a lot better in the 60s and 70s, but the general decay you find in the system impacted museums as well. So that we have to acknowledge that. But we also know that museums in Europe do lose things. The latest one is the British Museum, the very museum that everybody looks to and says, this is why we need to keep the Benin bronzes in the British Museum, or the Parthenon marbles in the British Museum, because they are safe and they are well taken care of. Well, we just realized in the past month and a half that thousands of objects had been stolen from the British Museum, and even when they found that out, they tried to suppress the news. So it's not as if, and again, this is a one instance thing, but the point is that you cannot refuse to address the problem of colonial looting of Africa by saying, hey, your museums are not that great, or that someone might steal an object from the museums. That's why we won't address the historical question. In my interview, I think in 2018 with Deutsche Welle in Berlin, I did make the analogy of a robber, or rather a neighbor, something more benign, a neighbor stealing the neighbor's BMW. And I made that analogy because we're in the capital of BMW in Berlin at the time, stealing someone's BMW, the neighbor's BMW, and says, hey, I stole it. And by the way, I'm not going to return it because your garage sucks. Your garage, the locks are not that great, and you can't put a fancy BMW in that your decrepit garage. Well, that's what it sounds like, these arguments, that we have the fancy museums over here and we're not going to return the stuff that was stolen until you build great museums in your own countries. Now, the question really for me is that it is important to address first the question of restitution and then deal with repatriation after that. And so let me explain. Restitution is addressing past wrongs. Reparation or repatriation is returning things back to where they belong. We can address the first one because actually that's the more important question, which is the determination of ownership and returning ownership back to the original owners of these objects. So if we take, for instance, the Benin bronzes, if the British Museum agrees to return ownership of them, that means that the Nigerian stakeholders will now become, once again, the official owners of these objects that are sitting in the British Museum. Now, that has a lot of implications, meaning that the museum can no longer do whatever they want with those objects or lend them to anybody they want without permission of the owner. It also means that if there are economic benefits that are accrued to the British Museum by keeping them, that will have to go to the owner, perhaps shared with whoever is keeping the objects and maintaining them, until the owner is willing, is ready, and able to take custody of the objects themselves. And this can be next year if the Nigerians feel they have the capacity to keep these thousands of objects in their museums and keep them well for their people, well and good. They may determine that they are not yet ready to establish the right kind of institutional infrastructure to take custody of them, in which case they negotiate a long-term, loan to the British Museum. So they would then be keeping them as loan from the Nigerian stakeholders until the Nigerians say, oh yeah, we want them shipped back now. So it is important for me, and this has been my position. There are several other positions out there. My position is to settle question of ownership, and that can only happen if the other party, meaning the Europeans, agree that yes, these objects rightfully belong to Nigeria. And if they rightfully belong to Nigeria, then that settles a big portion of the question. Repatriation, we can then negotiate how many of them we want to send back next year, next 10 years, next 50 years, and so forth. And we'll decide if we want them to keep some of those objects as ambassadors, because we also want Nigerian art to be seen around the world among other excellent objects of cultural heritage that many of these museums have from all over the world. Mm-hmm. So where we are now is that in Nigeria, there's a Museum of West African Art, Edo, that is being established in Benin City. Part of its mandate, and I say part because that's not all it's going to be doing, but a big part of its mandate is to support these repatriation issues. In other words, they can help conserve, because they're building a lab. There's nothing like that in Nigeria today, a laboratory for artifacts. So it includes that so that we can actually take good care of our stuff. So this museum is going to come on stream. A part of it will be opened next year, and in subsequent years, other facilities in the museum will come on board. And that's a place to begin, by establishing institutions that can actually take care of our own cultural heritage, including the ones that are already in Nigeria today, not just the ones we expect will come back from overseas.
Thank you so much. I was reading up on some of the things you did in the past. I saw this story. You were talking about looted Biafran artifacts. Why is it that we don't know much about this? What is this about?
There are many reasons why we don't know about that, because one of which is the status of Biafra in the Nigerian imagination. Biafra is still a touchy subject in Nigeria. So I can imagine that part of the reason that discussions about the looted artifacts from Biafra, that issue has not, been taken as seriously as it should in Nigeria. The other part is that it's even a much more problematic question, precisely because the Biafran war was 1968 to 70. So we're not talking about 100 years ago. We're talking about something that happened in the lifetime of many people who are alive today. And the people who are involved in that looting, some of them are still alive. And so I suspect that the reason that this has not caught on is because some of the players in that sordid business are still around in the West. Some of them probably in Nigeria as well. The particular incident that you mentioned had to do with the auctioning of these two incredible artifacts from Eastern Nigeria. They are among the objects that were looted from Eastern Nigeria during the war. You had European dealers and merchants either on the Cameroonian side or inside Nigeria, sending people to go into the Igbo and Eastern Nigerian villages to loot many of these objects, ferry them across to Cameroon from where they were shipped to Europe. And many of the important museums in Europe and in the United States have these objects. And so when I took up this matter with the auction house, when they wanted to sell these two objects a few years ago, I called their attention to the fact that these objects were, because they had a provenance. Provenance means information about the object, how it came to their hands. They had indicated that they were collected in situ in Eastern Nigeria in 1968. So I call the attention to the fact about what was happening in Eastern Nigeria in 1968. In other words, that these two objects were collected in a war zone. And there's a UNESCO Convention of 1954 that prohibits the sale and transfer of cultural heritage from a place experiencing war or military crisis. So I called the attention to that and said, so what it means is you are selling objects that are prohibited from sale or transfer by a UNESCO convention. What did they do? They went back and removed that statement that it was collected in situ before selling the object. So it was my way of calling attention to the question about Biafran loots, which I had been thinking of and looking for a way to bring this to public attention. And the media that this attracted at the time pretty much set this on public record, that there's a problem about Biafran loots from Eastern Nigeria that will need to be addressed. And I made it clear, it might not be in my lifetime, but I've put it on public record. Maybe it will be my children or children's children that will take this up if they may in the future. But it's waiting for authorities in Nigeria and all the Eastern Nigerian governors and political leadership, because this came from their states. Except, of course, if they're indicating that they're not interested in their cultural heritage, then I would have done my part as a scholar and critic.
Now, people listening to this will be thinking, okay, we're trying to recover what was stolen, but right now, at home, people are destroying the heritage that we still have. Christians, different people who will decide that these things are not useful, that they are dangerous. What do you say to those people?
Well, ignorance is not virtue. That's all I have to say. They are acting out of utter ignorance. When you think about the fact that it's Europeans that brought the Bible to our people, and while they were doing that, while they were sending missionaries to Igbo land, to Yoruba land, to Zulu land, to the Congo, to all these places, what were the missionaries doing? They were collecting thousands and thousands of these objects and sending to their home. And they are the very objects that are in the museums today that we are talking about returning. The point here being that it was the same Christians, the same people who carried the Bible to the Africans that valued these things enough to pack them up and ship back home to their great museological institutions. Maybe because they thought that these were important examples of world heritage. So if your religion is one that you believe tells you that you should not value your cultural heritage, then you're a lost people in every sense of that word. Because as Achebe said, that a person who does not know where the rain began to beat him does not deserve a shelter. So if what we have learned from Christianity is to destroy our cultural heritage, what made us a people, a community, a society, a nation, then why the heck are we even thinking that we belong to any community? So let me repeat again. The fact that some people believe that what religion they follow tells them to not care about their heritage, the finest examples of the artistry of their ancestors. If that's what their religion teaches them, I'm sorry for them.
All right. We're going to let the audience in, but before then, one more question. You were fired at UNN in 1996.
Yes.
Since then, you were sailed in America, and there are many people like you all over the world in top universities in the world. When you look back at your time at the university in Nigeria, especially UNN, and look at what's going on there, what do you see? How do you feel?
Awful. I feel very awful, frankly. Because this happened at a formative time in my life. I was quite young. I was in my 20s when I was dismissed from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, along with 13 others. So it wasn't personal, right? Along with 13 others who had refused to sign a document that lecturers were asked to sign by some fellow who was brought in by Sani Abacha at the time, called Umaru Gumwok, as a sole administrator of the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. This fellow, who I have absolutely no respect for, insisted that all the lecturers sign this oath of undertaking and gave everyone 30 days to be of good behavior. Give everyone 30 days to sign that document or be dismissed. It's on record. It's only 13 people that refused to sign that document of whatever 1,000 lecturers at the UNN at the time. Some 8 out of the 13 had it worse, including Obiora Odechukwu, as some of us might know, that 8 of them were charged to a miscellaneous offenses tribunal in Enugu for arson and sedition. I wasn't one of them, so I was lucky. But the point is that that was how I left Nigeria. under those circumstances. That Nsukka was my alma mater. I was the university valedictorian, and so this is something that I was and I'm still very passionate about. But what has happened to that university, and frankly, universities across Nigeria, is unfortunate. We've seen how many of these universities hire lecturers. People show up in departments with appointment letters to teach in those departments. Having said that, I still know that there are individuals in our universities who are doing incredible work, but with little support. Those are the people that I try to reach through my various networks to still identify with them in spite of the system. And unfortunately, with new generations of scholars, of lecturers that have been brought into these places, they're not retiring anytime soon. So there's no quick fix to the rot that has happened in the universities. My role is to find alternative ways, and that's part of what Africa World Initiative is doing. Find alternative paths to connecting with people who are still doing important work within our universities, to support them in their work in spite of the system, because it's hard to deal with the system, as it were, because you have to sort out the political landscape in order to deal with what happens in our universities. So I am still, it's still not settled in my soul what happened to the University of Nigeria and Nsukka under Umaru Gumwalk. I hope wherever he is, that he is paying for what people like him did to the university system in Nigeria.
Is there any situation where you can go back and teach there? Considering that now I heard that some lecturers, before they start class, they have to make everybody kneel down and pray. I heard that you can't be vice chancellor of a university now unless you're from that area. They fight people who are not from there. There's so many things going on that was unimaginable for a few years ago. Do you think you can ever go back there to teach?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
There is absolutely no circumstance that will see me return to a system that functions in that way. What will be the purpose? Right? Is it to go and make enemies, or is it to go and commit suicide? The way I see where I am now, I'm not here in Princeton for Nigeria. There's a bigger landscape. There are very few of us from the African continent here. So that's my landscape now. And things are not the same around Africa. There are places where you have relatively sane academic institutions. And if it means leaning towards those, then that's what it would have to be. Until Nigeria and Nigerians realize how bad they have run the academic system, both the state and so-called private universities and institutions. Perhaps it will not happen in this lifetime, but I will not stop reminding them how bad things are, because if you don't, they probably will insist on plugging their eyes and ears against being reminded that things didn't used to be like this. And this is really the point, because I sometimes you hear things like, oh, you're comparing Nigeria to the United States. No, just travel around the rest of the continent and see that things are not as bad as they are in Nigeria, and especially given how much resources that we have. That's why Nigerians are sending their children to Ghana to go to school. And we know that those who can afford it. But what about those who can't afford it? What are we doing to their children? That is why sometimes I'm very upset about this, that you have our leaders who send their own children, beg to be admitted in institutions like mine, and yet they are running their countries into the ground, their education systems completely decrepit for the ordinary people, so that they can maintain their network of elite, political elites. They send their children overseas, they come back, they give them, the jobs and everything, so as to maintain their system. That's why I'm really very upset about this. And I must continue to say it until, and maybe whether they like it or not.
I asked that question because there are a lot of people I know, even doctors who leave the country, and now they look back and they see the impact of them not being there. With people like you out of the country, who is teaching the kids? And do we leave that way and say they are on their own? What happens? How do we?
It's a dilemma. There is absolutely no way, and this is my personal opinion, where individual gestures will be enough to get at the rot in the system. Now, I feel that I have more influence from where I am now. I can talk to anybody that is anybody in my home country and say to them in their face, this is wrong. And that has happened so many times. The political leadership. There is no chance that I can do that as a lecturer at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. So I cannot delude myself that going back to teach at the UNN will do anything other than completely losing the voice that I have today. That voice cannot happen from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. If I can call the leadership of top museums in the world today and say, look, there's a problem with your museum, what are you doing about it? And they act very quickly. It's because of where I'm speaking from. So I do not see how giving up, not just what I've worked for, because this has not come, out of someone's largesse or anything. It's something that I've worked for. But in terms of the impact that I can have on Nigeria, I do not see how I can do that from within Nigeria as a single person. So that is my position, that when I say that I don't see myself going back, it's one, that the context of life and work within the Nigerian system cannot sustain me for any length of time. Because I need to produce, I need to write books, I need to be among my peers. It's that. But it's also when you talk about the impact, I have far greater impact on Nigeria today than 10 of me doing the same kind of work at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka or ABU Zaria. That's my belief.
That's clear. But what about the fact that your works are not, for instance, students in Nigeria, they may not be able to access your work. Maybe they can't buy your book. They can't afford to, what about that? People.
I have I can address that. Some years ago, I made a gesture. So I'll have to be careful now so I don't call out my colleagues. I made a gesture to one of our universities to say that I could give my time to come to Nigeria every summer to give lectures free, to students, so as to get them to sort of get a sense of the kinds of questions art history is asking. and so forth. They had a hard time saying yes to that offer. I understood later that it had to do with making them look bad. That if I come and I start talking to students, giving these lectures, that students will not, would turn their anger and whatever onto them. Now, that's very unfortunate. But I wished that things like that are possible. That some of us can, and medical doctors are doing the same thing. They devote their time, they come into, Lagos or Aba and organize a 2-week, workshop to treat this or diagnose that, and then they go back. They know that they cannot function fully if they returned to Nigeria. But they come in once in a while with their resources and their knowledge and stuff and try to impact people as much as possible. Now, that I can understand, and I would be very much interested, and that's, again, part of the reason we set up the center, to have direct impact. It may not be permanent, in other words, relocating to Nigeria to do that. One is that that's not going to be possible to raise the kind of resources that you need to have that kind of impactful engagement. The other is that, as I said before, having a platform in, as some would say, one of the leading universities on the planet, makes it possible to also have a voice in what happens at the highest level of the American academy. And that also in itself is important for where I come from, because it's hard to say, oh, you cannot carry with you that baggage, that identity, that person that was formed in Nigeria or on the African continent in your dealings with everyone else out there.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to our audience. When I call you, please go straight to your question. One question for each person. If we have the time, we can go around again. Let me start with you, Mazi Olivier. You are next, first.
Rudolph, you want me to start with violence this morning, but I won't start with violence. How can you just say we should ask one question? You don't do. It's like you don't know what you are even the impact you are actually causing. Sincerely, Rudolph, from my heart, I appreciate this. I appreciate what you do. I mean, I said that because I consume podcasts a lot. I subscribe to some of the best podcasts you can think of in the world, and I'm getting more. Right? When I say more, because it speak volume, speak home. When you bring people who are not just local champion, but they understand how society and system works, but most importantly, they understand how the world goes around. You don't understand how impactful that is. I'm getting value that I don't get while I was in college. Seriously, if you continue like this within the next 3-4 more episodes, I can say I have a PhD, in what I'm getting here. I really, really appreciate that. And that being said, if anybody did there want to sponsor me, I want to go and do internship on that Rudolph, please. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. And
Okay.
to our guest, Professor, and I don't know where to start. This is my first time actually listening to you. I purposely not do any research or read about you. I said, let me just come and be a mumu and see how you put me together. And you've said a lot that I really want to have conversation around with. Not that I disagree with you, I agree with, but you have taught some of the core issue that I want to learn more. So I'm looking forward to come to your office one day and spend maybe the day just tap into your knowledge. And again, specifically, thank you for that brief snippet of my kingdom. I'm from the Orifa family, so I belong to the Benin Kingdom. That little, that's a piece of information that a lot of people don't know, even me. And I was like, oh, okay, there's a lot going on in that space that I thought more than I know. So thank you very much for that piece of information. Ponsat, if you are watching, you always ask me, say, I don't get clients, I don't come from anywhere. I just hope you you see what the Prof just said. Now to my question. At the beginning of the conversation, Rudolph was asking you about the speech and what is going on with our system and all that. You alluded to when you are responding to that, you talk about how, you know, to paraphrase about how Africa needs to have for us to need to have a voice, is for us to need to come together. And that takes me straight to what Marcus Garvey stands for, right? The ability for us to have one economy, one military, one government, and all that. Well, you also went straight to Kwame Nkrumah's speech of 1963 about how he's warning us about the incoming of the new colonialism. While that was going on, I was paying attention to the comment section where Two Niger 2 was also in his usual stand, was paranoid, but this time around, it actually captured exactly what you are saying. Two Niger said that for us, the decades ahead of opportunities for Nigerians and Africans to break out of the control of the Western powers. If we fail, there will be a reckoning for us all. And I think it captured everything, even what you are trying to say or exactly what you are doing. Go by the area of speaker that you are assembled to participate at the symposium. Says a lot about your Pan-African view. Now, my question is, again, to the question that Rudolph also asked you about the Francophone countries. You use Mali as an example, and you said, what next? Not that you're actually against what is going on there, but what is the plan? You pointed out the fact that they still very much the Francophone, the French infrastructure that are put in place, they're still very much there. And that can also be said to the English-speaking African countries, but in particular in Nigeria. We are all product of those infrastructure, those structures that the Western world actually put in place. And that's why we're actually communicating with we are communicating. And I like the fact that you also trying to round up with Chinua Achebe quote. Make a talk for PG. When you see anybody will know where rain started the beat from, deserve home. And that's my definition of Nigeria. We don't know where we are coming from. We don't know who we are. We don't know where we are going. We are a bunch of confused people. That is my own brief definition of Nigeria. And I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. So my question is, when are we going to be seeing collective action, not individual? Now, individual, because we see what happened to the life of Murtala Mohammed, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, Gaddafi. I can go on and go. So that fear is still there. So when are we going to be seeing collective action, not just rhetoric, like what we saw at the UN in New York? Action collectively, so that the threat of, if I go too much, I'll be taken out. So when are we going to see that? We're going to see in our lifetime. When I mean our lifetime, I know we are not age mates, but if we are both lucky, we see the next 50 years, right? We can't ask for more than that. So are we going to see that collective action for us to actually have that freedom as a people?
Okay, thank you.
People, so we know where we are headed. So thank you very much. That's my question.
So my response is individual responsibility to the self and to community. If we cannot make better as small community, as small circles, or contribute to the better development of our family, our kindred, our hometown, state, nation, continent, it builds out. I am not one who does much of fantasizing, about the present and the future. It's what can we do now, right? What are we doing now to push for more responsible leadership? As much as I will say, call the Oyibo, as they say, to order, if I see them misbehave, I'm also very quick to point to our own people and say, hey, what are you doing? over there. There's the proverb, in Igbo that the kite, it will first of all chase, or rather the hen will first of all chase the kite away and then call the chick and say, what were you doing outside? Right? So the problem with the European powers and the international economic and political system is there and must be addressed. But you cannot address it from a weak position. That is really the point. If you cannot keep your home in order, how are you even able to then ask your obnoxious neighbor, to behave? Right? So the task of collective action begins with individual action, because it's only with individuals that actually believe they have a goal and an objective that can actually have any collective action. Otherwise, what you have are fractious energies, everyone fighting, in different directions. Ultimately, you achieve nothing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Mr. James. Mr. James, you're next. Unmute yourself, James.
Yeah, I said good evening from the Gambia.
Good evening.
Thank you. You've spoken well. And you've touched on so many things. I would have loved to comment on what I call beautiful, useless speeches at the United Nations, but there are better things to talk about. Now, let me talk about the state of the Nigerian universities. Recently, I have the experience of a certain contract awarded to Nigerian professors in a certain African country I would not like to name, to review their curriculum, because the curriculum has been in use since 1999. The professors came and they left, and what they produce is despicable. I felt very ashamed, because when I was a student at the University of Lagos, in those good old days, I cannot imagine a professor like Professor Nuruddin Alao, who was a vice chancellor, to desecrate himself to that level. And this is what we saw during the general election, the last elections, where university professors are now becoming returning officers. In the Gambia here, where I live, the job of returning officers is meant for high school dropouts, not high school graduates. And I felt ashamed that the vice chancellor of the University of Lagos, a woman, was, I think, the coalition officer or returning officer. What is going on?
Yeah.
What is going on? So the problem is, personally, I'm living in the fear of bondage and the bondage of fear because of the way the country is being governed. Where do we go from here?
Well, I think you're pointing again to the rot in the university system. Professors are, well, deserving professors, self-respecting professors, and I think I know what that means, have no business, being returning officers in elections. This is part of the problem, that the university has so debased itself, and this started with generally during the regime of Ibrahim Babangida. That was when the problem started, when he started appointing professors, to political offices, and they saw money. And of course, money is like blood. When you smell blood, it's easy to kill again. That's what happened to the universities, that today we have professors being appointed commissioner. Are you kidding me? There was a time in Nigeria in the 1970s, and people have forgotten this. University professors, if I'm not mistaken, were second only to the Chief Justice of the Federation in terms of salary scale. university professors. So to imagine that today, someone in my position would be angling for bribing people to be made a commissioner in a state. That's why I don't talk to these people, because we don't believe we're in the same line of business. And I'm not afraid of telling them in their faces. They have if you call yourself a broken basket, your neighbor will use you to pack the rubbish. This is what has happened to our universities. So the people being appointed for curriculum, first of all, they would have bribed their way to be appointed to do these reviews. And then they turn in reviews that will not upset the people who appointed them.
Are you a prophet?
Sorry, no, I'm a professor.
Okay. It's as if you knew what happened. I mean, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let's go to Ihianyi. Ihianyi, is that? Am I getting it right? Yeah, Ihianyi. Next.
Yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. Doing a great job. Fantastic all the time. Just keep it up. Prof. Otegokwa.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. I just had to listen to you. I've known you for a long time.
Yeah.
Very close quarters. we know what we're talking about. So, you just touched on something, when you said the thing about the basket. I was about to go the same way when I was thinking about Nkilike, becomes the plaything of children. Mm-hmm. And yes, that was actually what I was going to talk about. Then you mentioned the basket, and I'm like, okay, how am I going to bring this up again? But it's the same thing. What is happening, especially at Nsukka. I was there 10 years ago. I was there, the last time I was there was 10 years ago. I haven't been able to go back because what I saw made me lose weight. The way people say I lose weight for one place, and I'm just, it's not even a question. I heard you talk about the efforts that you've made after the painful experience of everything, and I just wanted to encourage you. That's all. There's still some of us out here, Nigeria, who yearn for what we experienced, for the UNN that we attended, and in our little way, in as much as you've said, talked about the fact that operating in silos and all of, the fractious loss of energy and all of that, but in little ways we're looking for ways to liaise with others, to work with others as much as is possible to make whatever impact that can be made. Okay, so all I just wanted to say is I don't know how we can do that. I know you've mentioned some of the things that you're doing and all of that, and we are willing to add our little to just make that impact a little bit more, greater. That's all. Okay, so that's what I'm just.
Yeah. Thank you, Hanya, and it's great seeing you after many years. So that's wonderful. So just to clarify, what I meant is that if one is doing the needful, yeah, right, for oneself and for one's family and society and so forth, the task will be to identify others who are doing the same. In spite of the system, in spite of our boundaries, whether you're Igbo or Yoruba or Anambra State or Adamawa State, there are people working in every segment of the Nigerian political economy that are doing important work, that are doing useful work. We just have to forget these boundaries that we built around ourselves in, rhetorically, but also in real terms, and find people who are working in similar directions, and identify them and work with them and partner with them. This is the only way to save that country or even the African continent. When we think about Nigeria as a whole, it's a smorgasbord of, a variety of people, ideas, visions. You have to identify the ones that are close to yours and work with them, whether they are in the other university or in the other state or across the other religion, or whatever divides that we have, because that's where the future is. We have seen that ethnic, religious, regional alliances have almost always failed because the political class will invoke them when they need you and abandon them as quickly as you get them into office. So I just needed to clarify that whatever you're doing, find others, and it's easier these days than in the past. Find others who are doing similar important work as far as you're concerned, and try to work with them, to partner with them, to seek collective problems and questions that you can address yourself to, and try to find solutions to them. Perhaps it's the collective energies among these multiple collectives that Nigeria's future will depend on, rather than the big, umbrellas that we have that have not taken us anywhere. So thanks, Ihani.
Yeah, thanks, Prof.
Righteous man, you're next.
Yeah. Good evening, Rudolph. Good evening, Prof. Rudolph, your platform is very rich, and just pray that God will keep you and strengthen you. I've been very much blessed this evening, starting from the time you introduced Prof before you allowed us to enter the studio. Prof, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions or thereabout within a minute. And it's coming as a result. I want to take you from the side of religion and tradition. Could you consider Western and Arabic religions as a tool of conquering Africa and the rest of the world? That's my first question. My second question, is the Christian and Arabic religion a better replacement of African religion and traditions?
So you want to put me into trouble, eh?
No.
Okay. So let me answer this in a way that hopefully people won't feel insulted, because religion is a very sensitive thing. One thing we have to not forget is that that Christianity and Islam and Judaism came from the same place. It came from the same people. It came from the Abrahamic tradition, the 3 of them. And they are among the few religions that believe in what Soyinka once described as "I am right, you're dead." A lot of other religions, including most African religions, didn't believe in that. They were more accommodating of others, accommodating of difference. And that's what got us where we are today. That depending on whose hands the Bible is, it would have the same, it would behave with the same ideology of I'm right, you're dead. Not that you're wrong even, but I'm right, you're dead. So whether it's in the hands of the European missionaries or in the hands of African missionaries, it still operates with that ideology or rhetoric. Whether it's the Quran or the Bible, is the same thing. One is much more political, that is Islam, because they, as a religion, does not believe in abrogating responsibility or investment in the now. Christianity supposedly is in the hereafter. And so Islam right from time wanted to play a role in the unfolding of politics. Christianity was playing fast and loose with that. If you look at the history, what I do not engage in is seeing Christianity as something that is not a historical phenomenon, because it is. It began at some point, it began somewhere, it moved across the planet in a particular fashion, and arrived at our shores at a given point. We know when they did. So it's not as if it just happened because God, threw the Bible down and we received it. We know the process of its movement across the planet, and that's a historical fact. What people believe is their thing. I can't quarrel with what people believe. But when we are talking about history of what happened and when, we know how that was promulgated. We know what happened at Onitsha in 1878 or thereabouts, when the Christian missionaries were negotiating for Britain over ruling Onitsha, and the pushback by the Onitsha people. We know that this happened at the level of Bible and so forth. We know that the reason the Igbo language has suffered more than any other language of equal scale, 30-something million people, is because of religion. Well, it's not even religion, it's because of denomination, because of the struggle between the Catholics and the Anglicans. That's what undermined the development of Igbo language, because the Anglicans did not want to follow the Catholics in the Onitsha dialect. So they went for the Owerri dialect. And that's why you could not develop an Igbo language that was pan-Igbo. So we cannot forget what history has contributed to where we find ourselves. What people believe, again, is their thing, and I do not want to controvert that. Is this for the same reason that I cannot, not that I cannot understand, but I cannot sympathize with anyone who says, well, I have this thing that tells me now that the past, that my ancestors and what they achieved are worth nothing. I do not sympathize with anyone who takes that position because of what they believe, because life is more than any one of us. We're all going to die at some point, but cultures rise and fall. Some will die because their people did not hold on to their cultures or did not hold on and support their languages. That's how cultures and languages die. There's a reason, and I'm sorry I'm going on about this, there's a reason why the French, their colonial ideology was not to teach you French language. The English did. English would teach you only English language. The French would teach you French language and culture. So when you learn French in school, you're also learning that the baguette is the best thing to eat in the morning, or that the wine that you have to drink wine after your dinner. That's French culture being instructed to young Africans when they teach you French language. So is it a surprise today that in Francophone Africa, they think that Paris is their home capital, or that being French is what they are, rather than being Akan or being Benin or whatever. So the point is this, that what language and religion has done to our people, we have to recognize that, regardless of, in spite of what we believe, what our faith is. For someone like me, when I think of artistic heritages, nations that do not have an artistic heritage actually often have no basis for claiming nationhood. That is why, and I was talking to Rudolph about this earlier, that is why during the Nigerian Civil War, the Biafran people, because it wasn't just the government, the Biafran people produced an art exhibition called Art from Biafra that traveled many German cities during 1969 and 70 to prove to the world that they are not just fighting for survival, that they actually have a culture that makes them eligible as a nation. So if we now look back and see some people, because they suddenly have this faith in something, and they're destroying those very things that at a certain point we were using to argue for the rest of the world that we have a culture and therefore should aspire to be a nation, I can only have a sense of pity for those people who think that those are of no value.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Prince, Mazi Prince from California.
Good morning, Rudolph, and good morning, Professor Chika. Mine is not questions per se. However, first I want to know, for the program event coming up, how are we going to receive the login info? Are we gonna get it through Dr. Rudolph, or are you gonna, is it gonna be made, in a different form?
Yeah, he can send it as well. We have a social media poster that has the web address for the live streaming. So you definitely receive that. Okay.
So, and then I just want to commend you for the work you do. I commend you for your, I'm trying to look for a particular word that I can use without using too much vocabulary. However, I just want to know your view about, because there is no way you talk about Nigeria without talking about politics. And my thing is, what's your view about most of the professors we have in Nigeria who are engaged in electioneering, and when it gets to the point of counting, most of those professors don't even know 1 + 1. Some will tell you that 1 + 1 is 11. Some will tell you 1 + 1 is 1,000. So I just want to know, what's your view on that?
I said it all, previously, that anyone who considers himself or herself a self-respecting professor should have no business with how elections are counted in Nigeria. I've said it, I'll say it again. I'll say it in their faces. We do know, of course, what the issue is here. Even though I live far away, I do have my ears and eyes on the ground. We do know that it's all about money, that these people get paid, at least at some point, in US dollars to act as election officers. So make of that what you will.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to who's next? Tony tone equity.
Hi, greetings, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hi. Good evening from here, Dr. Rudolph and Prof. Agulu. Right. My question is very simple and direct. And what are we doing about new talents in the world of arts? Carvers, painters. I mean, they seem to be dying out, the classic ones. The likes of Ben Ewanwa. I've been privileged to meet him a couple of times in Onitsha, because I'm from Onitsha as well. And we've got great men like you, and Chinua Achebe. What are we doing to actually nurture new talents, to identify them and nurture them? I know you're away from Nigeria and you don't intend to go back there, which I can understand where you're coming from. Okay. And the second question is, if things change in Nigeria, will you consider reverting your decision of staying put in the United States?
Okay. All right. Thanks. So to the second question, well, keep me informed of the change, and I will talk, right? So yes, that's to say I'm open, but I don't want to hold my breath, about the nature of the change that will happen to make me change my mind. But to your other question, which I really appreciate, but you probably know that Abogidi, since you're from Onitsha, right?
I only visit there. I've
Oh,
always
okay.
been in
No, okay.
Lagos and
Sorry,
England.
I thought we
Yeah,
switched you
yeah,
on
yeah.
Onitsha. But, the point that I was trying to make is that the Abogidi, the Obi of Onitsha, is building a museum in Onitsha called the Chimedie Museum. And
Yeah, I
it's
know. I'm from the royal family. I know.
yeah, so and he is one of the more substantial collectors and patrons of Nigerian, West African, even some of contemporary African artists through his collecting practices. So the ones who deserve attention are getting attention, and the reason I say this is that it's not everyone who says, "Oh, I'm an artist," that deserves attention. The same way that it's not everyone who picks up a mic and goes to TikTok and gives a number that deserves to be paid attention as a musician, right? So the lots of young people are going into the arts, fine art, especially music, theater. There's Nollywood as a huge employer. So there's the avenues are there, but we also have to be careful about local and international arenas. That it's one thing to enter the local market and another to then go from there to the international arena. Very few make it in that second move to get our attention of museums and institutions overseas and so forth. Ben Nwangu, of course, did, and he was a singular personality in his time, right? There were very few artists of any worth from Nigeria during his time. But things have changed over the decades. You have many art schools producing students who study art. But of course, we've been talking about the failure of our academic institutions, and that also means the failure of these institutions to support the young people who are given to them to train. So in the same way that many of these universities train people in economics or in banking and finance, and they can't get jobs in banks, not because the jobs are not there. Of course, the jobs are not so much there.
Prof, can I just interject? During his own era, remember, there were no art school per se. It was something that was passed down. I mean, if I remember clearly, my dad told me that there are certain clans that were given to carving and painting.
Okay. So let me just correct the historical record. Ben Nwangu was 3 years old when his father died. That's the historical record. Although you will see in some writing scholarship that he learned carving from his father. But anyone who has had a child knows what a 3-year-old, can know or quote unquote learn from the father. Now, there's a tradition that's African. It's not just Onitsha or Igbo or Yoruba. Most of art training in our societies was done through workshops or individual training with masters. That's it. But one was not, he lived most of his young life outside of Onitsha. If we follow his history, in Ibadan, in Benin, in Umuahia, and so forth, he didn't really live in Onitsha for any serious length of time. And his father, who, yes, was a sculptor, but he died, too early for anyone to learn anything from his father. Much of what he learned was through art school. First, he trained with Kenneth Murray, the first British teacher to come to Nigeria to teach art. He studied with him, and then from there, he got a scholarship from Shell to go overseas to train at the Slade. So that's his trajectory. We do have a lot of art schools now training artists in the modern realm, but we still have our traditional artists who are working in the villages, who are still producing things for those who need them. I'm from Umoji, and Umoji people have their Uziyi festival, and these are huge masquerades. You can check them out on the internet.
Emoji ones, yeah.
Yeah, there are huge masquerades that are still commissioned from traditional artists who learned from, from their own masters and so forth. So those traditions are still happening. If you go to Western Nigeria, there are so many events and ceremonies that still involve masquerades and artistic objects and so forth. So that is still happening, of course, much reduced. Because culture,
like Osogbo, you have a lot of sculptors in Osogbo. I've been, there's this guy, great guy, Dejo Fakeye. He was my neighbor when.
Okay, Dejo Fakeye is the son of Bisi Fakeye. Yes.
Yeah, he's an amazing sculptor from Osogbo.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom. Let's go to Igbo Basics.
Professor Okeke-Agulu. Greetings to you, Dr. Damages. Greetings to you also that you have brought us yet another God-given or God gift. Let me just end it there. I haven't been around the block because I used to sell African products. By that, African arts. I used to conduct African products exhibition at the World Trade Center of New Orleans, Louisiana, up to 1989. That was the last time. They used to give me the World Trade Center, their whole lobby, and I would bring African products, particularly the arts, sculptures, crafts, and all whatnot. That time I brought rubber, Nigerian rubber, NSR10. That was the last exhibition that I placed there. But on today's issue, I'm just going to go straight to this Nsukka of a place. There must be something about Nsukka that made the Nigerian government to kill the chemical science department of that university after the war. Maybe afraid that they would produce another Obunigwe. And then just hearing from you that the military administration appointed somebody who came, I would say, essentially to kill the talents, of which you are one of the 13 who did not sign that pact. Thank God you didn't, because that is why you are where you are today, from my own opinion. Because if that had happened, you probably would have remained there and languished like the rest of the people who have languished there. In 1967, Chinua Achebe was appointed a senior research fellow at the Institute of African Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And he later became professor of English there. And he took an early retirement in 1983 and was made professor emeritus of English in 1985. At various times in the 70s and 80s, he was visiting professor of English in a number of American universities and colleges. So I see where you have similarities, you being at the Institute of African Studies over here. It was Chika, Prince and Dreams, that actually wrote the articles referring to Chinua Achebe, Ikejimba, a profile of CC Chike, by Chika, profile of Chinua Achebe. I was taking a leaf from there to address your similarities. I will just go straight to my experience just last week, traveling down to North Carolina. I drove past an exhibition by the roadside, and that exhibit was such that in my mind, I drove 5 miles down the street, but it left an impression in my mind that I went and made a U-turn and came back and pulled into the walk to take a look at that exhibition to see what was exhibited there. And what I saw there is, they called it Oakland Nelson County's Museum of Rural History. It was a new exhibit of music of Nelson. That's the name of the person. So you're talking about impressions that are left behind and the work you have done and touching up on the Biafran issue and our artifacts that we are taking. I haven't been around. I used to see some things at Astro Minerals in New York and other places. And I wondered how these things got here. How can we recover it? So I'm very grateful for the work you have done. But with that said, it put me into mind because my question is going to be very simple as far as the event that is coming up. You've already answered some portions of it. Is this a ticketed event? That's one of the things I wanted to find out.
Okay, so I can respond to that. It's open to the public, but everyone needs to be registered, and it's an online registration. It's free registration. The QR code on the poster that Rudolph posted on his page, you scan the QR code, you should be able to register.
Okay, that would be one of the things that personally I would find a way to make some time to get there to see for myself, because I'm trying to not just praise you for the work you're doing, but the experience I had that last week reminded me of another UNN person, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. That's his name is Lemi Ijoma. He had lived all his life in Makurdi, and he studied statistics at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. But he took up photography. You probably may have come across or may have not. He was a student leader during the Ali Mongo period of time. So to that effect, my good friend here, Dr. Mo, who was at Seton Hall University, and seeing the work you're doing, my question is this. As I always say, if you weave your basket well, you go carry out, take and collect water. For you, have you been able to sew a network of that basket, at least identify, first of all, giant minds like you? And let me just take it from the American universities before we say go abroad. to show that kind of a basket with which
Yeah,
we can answer some of the questions.
Okay.
Okay, we have to wrap because we are running out of time.
I'm done with that.
Okay.
I think he.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, I think there's a way that they say it. You know, like minds find each other. So the people that I work with in my various projects, they're out there. But I do not want to assume that that's the only possible networks for others who are also working. And this is what I said earlier, that people will find themselves who are interested in the same things. There are people who I know who are working in the United States, but it's not everyone that I will, you know, immediately gravitate to become a partner in a project for, you know, all kinds of reasons, institutional and so forth. As you very well know, in the US, there's a certain sort of network of scholarship and so forth that exists, and people must find their network. I do not identify with people, and I'm very open about this. I don't go about looking for Nigerians to work with or for Igbo people to work with. The Nigerians and the Igbo people that I work with will come my way, you know, in my work and in their own work. So I do have, you know, multiple networks of people, and some are Igbo, some are Nigerian, some are African. Most are Africans, let me put it that way.
All right. Thank you so much. Igbo Basics. We have less than we are supposed to end in 2 hours, but we are over the time. So please go straight to your question, just a question, and then we will.
Okay, I'll bow to the otherwise, since I'm going to be seeing the gentleman, I just wanted to appreciate the work he's done.
All right, thank you. Mazi Eddie, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Good evening, Professor Chika. Yeah, I joined late because I was drafting petition to drag Dr. Damages to the UN for his show yesterday. But listening to you, I've forgiven Dr. Damages now. So anyway, I just jumped into the part where you were saying, where you were analyzing how the arts, African arts, where they were smuggled through Cameroon and the Calabar route. So then it occurred to me that I was thinking, what if Igbo people sold this art to the collectors? Mm-hmm. And then you made mention of the role the Reverend Fathers and the priests they played. That's where that now solved that question. That now completely dealt with that question. And so following documentaries online and on Al Jazeera and the rest, I could see that most stolen artworks, most stolen cultural heritage, they are not in the museums like the British Museum or the Louvre in France. They are actually held by private collectors, which I've forgotten the name. They call this document that an organization issued to say these arts were not stolen. So basically, if you've got this art, maybe say you took one marks from Yoruba land and you take it to this place. If they issue you that certificate, you can take it to anywhere in the world and say this belongs to me. It's no longer stolen. So having those type of things,
I understand where you're going with this, and I appreciate that question. Again, there are corrupt systems everywhere. What you're referring to is what happens in many Nigerian national museums, because they are the ones authorized by government to certify artifacts that are being exported, to make sure that they are not protected objects. So, as with everything, in Nigeria, you will find someone who is willing to accept money to sign a document or to stamp something that is already prohibited from leaving Nigeria to say, oh, it's good to go. And then these people will take that document to go and show to say, you see, it's genuine. But anyone who is really serious about these things know that even when a document purports to have been signed in 1970, because that's really the year that the UNESCO convention, there's another UNESCO convention that covers anything that left Africa before 1970. They don't have a lot of problems. And so what you have a lot is that collectors go and find someone who is willing to testify either by signature or by verbal testimony that whatever this object is left Lagos in 1968, so that 1970 cutoff is avoided. The other is outright forgery. We're dealing with forgeries, case in Nigerian politics today, however it's decided. But, forging documents is a big thing in Europe, in America, and elsewhere. So anyone who wants to hide a stolen good will find a way to, if it means forging documents, they will do that. But that's still outside of the question of the things that we know where they are, the things that we know who took them, especially like the Benin bronzes. We know the date they were taken. We know who took them. We know where they were kept. We know who is still keeping them. There are other things that are gray areas that you don't actually have documentation about how they left Newi, let's say, and ended up in Berlin. That will require a lot more research. That's what they call provenance research. And most of the institutions or the collectors that have these things, they'll say, oh, we don't have provenance information and it's expensive to conduct provenance research. In other words, to prove that these things were actually stolen from this place, it's hard to document and it's expensive to document them. And so they're not willing to pay for documenting the fact that what they have were stolen, right? So it's a very complicated situation, but we cannot use the exception, which is that comes out of corrupt practices, to stop the debate and argument about the important cultural heritage that we know where they are. The Tervuren Museum, let me just give you an instance. This museum in this tiny country in Europe, that one museum has 180,000 artifacts from the African continent. And most of it is from the Congo. So the amounts, the numbers that we're talking about, the British Museum has perhaps 75,000. So it's we can talk, continue to discuss this in another forum.
All right, thank you, Mazedi. KJ, you're next.
Thank you, Prof. I've listened to you right from the onset of the program, and I so enjoyed listening to you. In fact, you speak as if you are singing, so it kind of very entertaining. I appreciate that. It doesn't come easily. It comes with a lot of work and all that. Thank you so much for your work. I was reading an article some time ago when they returned the famous Benin marks. And the lady writing said, they are returning these things to Africa when they no longer hear our languages. So how will the people now communicate with the marks? They don't understand Igbo any longer, don't understand Benin any longer. So if they returning, just return. If they have taken off the powers behind, and they're bringing us the Bali back. However, which buttresses what I'm trying to say. Now, I will go a little bit out of what you have asked so far. I want to say, coming from the East, we have been struggling here to understand. Growing up, we are told that elders do not abandon their young. But these days, we see that the elders of the East seem to be disconnected, especially those in political offices, from the young. we are all speaking these different languages and have different approach. What could be, is it development or what? What is it? They are more concerned that our elders would rather take the side of the aggressor against the young than to take the place. One my late father used to say that you don't give out your child. If your child has done something at the village square that is wrong, you first side with your child, and then when you bring your child back, you correct your child and say, this what you have done is wrong. But now in our present political setup, our elders go to the marketplace and say, go and get Rudolph. He's the one who has done this thing, and it is wrong. We condemn him, instead of defending Rudolph and bring. So my question would be, sir, why do you think that our elders are so quick to siding with, outside of the Igbo land, outside of Igbo youth, rather than siding with their own people?
I would address that question, differently. When I said earlier that it is a question of responsibility, when you actually look at the Nigerian population, it's called like all of Africa. They are young populations, meaning that a vast segment of their populations are in the youth category. So what does it mean? And this is a fundamental question. What does it mean for one to say that the youth have an idea about what is good or how they imagine their society, but it's the elderly politicians that are, standing as a roadblock to the community's aspirations? Is it because we allow them to continue in their ways? Or is it because the youths themselves are also already compromised? In other words, who are these youths? They are or were university students. How were they conducting themselves when they were university students? And from there, you can extrapolate when they become adults. So really the problem, the Igbo will say the problem is from the head stream, or maybe, and when you go to the head stream and dirty the river, the entire stream, get muddied and useless. So we're talking about a fundamental question about our societies, and it's not just Igbo, right? It's our societies in Nigeria and elsewhere on the continent. We have to take responsibility for where we are. I always say this to my friends, that when the civilian is pointing to the police and say, look at how corrupt the police is, look at how corrupt the political class is, check your hometown union or association or your neighborhood association and see who is mismanaging the funds of the neighborhood association. It's not the people in Abuja. It's not, the governor. It's your neighbor, it's your brother, it's your uncle. The police is your wife, is your husband, is your child, is your parent. So if they're acting in that way, who is supporting them? If not their friends and family that benefit from them. The problem that we have had in Nigeria and elsewhere is that we only complain when the other person is the one feeding off of our national heritage. That's only when we complain. If it's our brother, our cousin, our person that is there, we look the other way. We only find out that there's a problem when we perceive ourselves to be outside of the feeding tube. So it's not just enough to divide this into, youths and elders. What is the responsibility of the youth themselves to self-educate if they did not get good education? To self-educate. We find this as a big problem in Nigeria today, even with the youthful population, with a lot of ignorance about their own histories. And so they construct imaginaries about what was and what should be, and use that as a basis for defining a vision for the society. It goes nowhere. So as much as the elders have failed, and that is true, the political class have failed, and that is true, how is the non-elderly, non-political segments of the population insisting on doing the right thing? My sense is that they already also are not really talking about the right thing, but how to get in, or to have their own person get in. And that is a fundamental problem that we have today. And we have to take responsibility for that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. CM, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening. Good evening, Rudolph. Good evening, Prof. And welcome to our usual weekend roundtable. Yes, I'm speaking to you from UK. I just want to leave you with some food for thought. It might not be a direct question, but something for you to go and consider. And then some other people, seeming that are your friends or those you work with. Those of you involved in keeping alive the memory of Chinua Achebe, I thank you most sincerely for doing that. We know what Achebe means to the world of literature in Africa and the world. So keeping his memory alive in whatever way, shape, or form, I can always welcome it. And I think every other person. I want to say, have you people considered? Because here in the UK, there's a man called George Heriot. I think he's a scientist of what type of a scientist, and then James Watt, who is also a mechanical engineer, well noted. Both of them are Scottish. They ended up immortalizing them by opening Heriot Watt University. In our own case, two of our prominent artists, of course, you know Chinua Achebe and Pius, and then Christopher Okigbo. Those of you working with Achebe Foundation and anything, it's just for you to sit down and think. If it's not good, well, you can throw it away and still respect and say sort of accept me as one of your own. Like the Igbo say, "Tufu okwu mma welukwa mma ihe." Have you ever thought of give it a thought? It might be a long-time project. It will surely come to pass. Achebe Okigbo University Achebe deserve it. Achebe deserve it. Chris Okigbo deserve it. Those of you working, doesn't mean it might be a 4-faculty university, but Achebe Okigbo University. I've thought about it.
Yeah.
Chinua Achebe, I'm from Ezinifita. We gave Chinua Achebe sort of a home during the Civil War. He left Ogidi and ran to our place. He stayed in a very prominent place. That's where he stayed before he moved down to here. Like what I read in his biography by Ezenwa Oheto. So please, you people should think about it. If it's something worth doing, why not? So many universities are named after people that are less deserving than Achebe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think starting another university to be named after Achebe is, priority and should be anyone's priority. We have already existing universities, public and private. We should insist on, how to make them better institutions than starting another underfunded, under-resourced university. There should not be a 10-faculty university anywhere. There should not be a 50-person faculty university anywhere. If I understand what universities are supposed to be doing today. That's part of the problem that we have, that we have a plethora of, especially these private universities, that are just pretty much glorified secondary schools. I will hate to see Achebe's name associated with anything that is not deserving of his reputation. If someone was recommending changing the University of Nigeria's name to Chinua Achebe University, then that's fine. We can talk about that. Universities that are worth having the name of Achebe associated with them. The work of establishing a proper, well-resourced university is so enormous that often our people don't think about the long term. Let's just start it and see how it goes. That's not quite the way. So I would rather invest my time and resources on the kinds of institutions that can do the work of sustaining Achebe's legacy. Naming institutions is a political thing. A new governor or a new president might come and change the name, back to something else. But I think that there are more fundamental work that can be done to sustain Achebe's legacy. Let's take, for instance, starting an Achebe society in the way that you have a Shakespearean society. That's where you can talk about producing knowledge that will be of the same fundament and the same quality and status as the person that you're identifying with. So that would be my take. But if anyone wants to build and establish a university in Achebe's name, while I'm not a fan of those kinds of things because they have not quite lived up to expectation, I wish them good luck.
All right, CM, thank you so much. Let's go to John Abba. John Abba, you're next.
Once again, thank you so very much, Dr. Rudy, for having this young man. If my grandmother she's still alive, I'll give it to him to marry. He's a good guy. It's a man of wisdom. He's an ancient soul. I thank you for your job and thank you for being there. I listened on YouTube from the very beginning before I joined the program live, and most of my questions and you have answered it. But I want to ask you one question that you also have answered Rudolph, because it's vice versa. Rudolph asks you whether you are going back to make impact somebody else, and you say that you have been making you will make a better impact from where you are, and I think the same thing is doing, and maybe many of us are doing. So that is have the opportunity to speak in the bigger volume than where you think you can be marginalized or you think your life can be in danger because of your stand. But what do you think is the impact on our present situation, impact of religion, politics, and even education that you want to see, even if it's not in your lifetime, that you want to address for the future? And then as I round up, what is your next project for all Africa?
So let me take the last part. The Africa World Initiative is a new institution. It's a new center here at Princeton. We have been working with stakeholders to define, because we don't do things in a rush just to be seen. There's no important work that doesn't take time laying the grounds. During the last administration, we had, substantial conversation with the one person in that administration I actually admired, which was the vice president. We had substantial engagement and discussions with him about technology innovation, in the Nigerian system. And we are continuing with that conversation with a few people that remain, and new ones that will come in. I see, for instance, that this present government has hired actually a very appropriate person to helm the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, and one has to acknowledge that. So I will be quite open to working with the people in the current Nigerian administration that want to see Nigeria do well, beyond and across what political party you are or you're not. And so that conversation is ongoing with also our South African partners in the Ministry of Technology and Innovation as well. So we'll come out with our projects once they are ready to become public, because that's how we work. So the Africa world is just starting. We are planning to build artists and writers studios in Kenya for East African writers and artists. So that's the kind of work that we are very much invested in supporting knowledge production on the continent. And insofar as we can find reliable partners in Nigeria, we will, of course, do the necessary work, because it's hard to avoid Nigeria, given how much it occupies of the African space, in spite of ourselves as a nation. So the projects will come in due course. The Achebe Colloquium, is one. The Africa World Lecture Series. These are the easier ones to put in place. But when you're talking of institutional partnership, you're talking of things like establishing laboratories and research laboratories and so forth. That's a much more longer term and deliberate process. And so you would that information will be public as soon as each of these initiatives come on stream. I forget what the other question was, but
the first question was, what do you think is the impact?
Oh, the religion, politics, and so forth. I wish that in the way in the American system they say separation of church and state, even if rhetorically, right? I wish that people are also able to do that. You look at what happens in Nigeria today. Of course, in part, it's hardship, we know. But how it manifests, you go to universities in midday, and students and faculty are somewhere worshiping. In the university, you go to government offices when people are supposed to be working to be paid, even if their salaries are delayed. But we trust that they use this time to work for us. And they're spending it in their private affairs called their religions. How is that not condemnable? Even if the person was using it for something else, would it make a difference? If they were using it to attend town meeting? Or is it because they say they went to worship, whether in the mosque or in the church or in the chapel? Then we use the time that we should invest in the work that we do to pursue our private beliefs and faiths. This is one of the problems that I have with today's Nigeria. And it's almost like, yeah, but of course you should understand how many man hours does Nigeria lose as a result of the numbers of people who spend the time that they should be working. And this, I'm very clear about this, to do their private worship and prayerful meetings. That's one of the things I would like to see end. People can do their faiths and what they believe, but they should put the time that we expect them to invest in growing Nigeria, and pray later for the betterment of our society. That would still be great.
All right. Prof, thank you so much for all you've done, and the time you spent with us is over 48 minutes, more than the time we agreed to. But if you have a final word, I would like you to say that, but let me throw this question.
Good question now.
No, you did. You had a chance.
Yeah, but I'm here now, so I'm a lucky guy. So I have a short question, and then
okay, yeah, let it.
No lecture. Go ahead.
No lecture. Prof, I don't know during your days grew up in Nigeria, but during my time, heaven is the goal. And 1 Thessalonians 5:16 to 18 is a prayer without ceasing. So as the ends, we have to pray anyway. Heaven is the goal.
If that's fine, but let's then forget this place and head straight to heaven. That's what Peter taught. Said everyone wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die.
Right.
That's
So my question is based on identity politics. I mean, that's our reality today. I actually texted a friend of mine who is from Oko, Anambra State, about the show this morning. I said, "Are you watching the show today? A special day today?" And she responded that by saying, I expect her to brag, but the direction she went is not what I expect. She said, "Oh, we know they produce rubbish." She said, "Every league know they produce rubbish." I responded, I said, "No, I was expecting you to brag, but I was expecting to brag with Indigo, no, they produce rubbish, right?" So it's sarcastically. And she went ahead to say, yes, that's our strengths, and there's a need for the fact that the Nigerian are not seeing that is sad. I say, well, hence I always put for political power, right? And I think it also touched on what CM is trying to advocate for, university for Chinua Achebe, and you went ahead to say you should do it like this, SKP and all that. All these are made possible and easy when you have the political power. The political will is there, but we need the political to. And that brought me to today, in today's world, especially in our politics space, we are in information age, and you can testify to that. Why is the Indigos are still lacking behind in terms of investing in what most important thing today, the media space? You can't attain political power if you don't have the reasonable control of the media space. So why are we behind there?
Well, there are historical reasons for that. We probably don't have the time, to get into that. If you look at the history of the media in Nigeria, Lagos had the outsized influence because it was the capital and the most important city. And so the control of the media in that city also meant the control of the Nigerian media. And you go way back and front in terms of the Nigerian or non-Western Nigerian investment in Lagos. And you don't want to go back to what happened to Igbo investments, right, in that city before the war and what happened after. But I think the political class, and I'm not advocating for politicians to set up media, because what you're asking them to is to set up their own media political arms. And I'm not, that's their thing. We do know that Nigerian politicians, they almost always have some radio stations, some internet or TV stations that they sponsor to become a mass communication.
Sorry to interject. Even to listen to people like you, there's nowhere I will see your face on LTV channels, Arise, and all that.
Okay, so let me put
I'm not saying that is what a Rudolph represents, but
that's a different thing. The media that you're referring to in Nigeria today is mostly subservient to the political class.
Yes.
If you look at what happened with the media in this election cycle, the so-called Lagos media and where they were in all the debates and that were going on, you get a sense of their political leanings. That's to be expected. The problem is people like me, I'm not interested in appearing on any Nigerian TV. I have absolutely no interest in that. What would be the purpose? Is it because we believe that the right kind of people are listening to NTA, or that the Nigerian youths are listening to NTA? The reason I came to, Rudy's platform is precisely because he reaches a certain segment of African youth and audiences. That's why I saw it as, in fact, a duty to appear on this platform. And insofar as there are other platforms like this, I do not mind being involved, spending my time to reach a segment of Nigerian youthful population and youthful-minded elderly ones as well, right, who are thinking about the future of our country. So this day and age where you have multiple platforms, it is also their responsibility to find the right voices rather than the more popular ones, which is what you have in most of the online media. They are looking for who has the greatest TikTok followers so you can listen to what they have to say. That's fine too. But if that comes at the expense of information that would help sustain us, intellectually, politically, socially, and so forth, that's where there will be a problem. So we should call for more platforms like the one that we're on today.
All right, thank you, Obi. And finally, let me throw in this question about.
Somebody said I should not invite him. No, I decided I will come to you, sir. So I'll come to you.
I look forward to seeing you.
All right, thank you, Obi. So, Prof, someone like Professor Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, is someone who was a graduate of UNN, very smart. People had high hopes in what he would do in Anambra State, and I know you are from Anambra State. How do you assess his performance so far, and especially the way he interfered or intervened in the election that just passed?
Okay, I noticed that you used the past tense, that people had.
Oh, well, the assessment so far is if you go on the street and talk to people, the impression is that, and I tell them, no, yeah, the impression is that they lost hope. I don't think so, but
yeah. So I think there are two things here. His work as the governor of Anambra State, and his work as a political partisan, right? I think that as a political partisan, I personally did not appreciate how he engaged with pre-election debates and activities or utterances, in fact, from him with regard to Peter Obi. I did not appreciate that. There's no question that one should not have expected him to be campaigning for Peter Obi because they are in two different parties. But I think that at some point he, became more personal in terms of his criticism of Peter Obi. He did not have to do that. And I think there were other governors, whether in the East or elsewhere, who were also from different political parties, but who, maintained their lane, as they say in Nigeria, when it came to electioneering campaign. Now, as far as his work as the governor, we're still waiting. And I'm willing to give him a benefit of doubt that he still has time to do the things that Anambra people were expecting of him. And I say this just as you mentioned, he's an alumnus of, he's a lion, as we say, from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. And he's what they call a technocrat, right? That Nigerians are beginning to see the need to try the technocrats in our political system, especially at the governorship level. That's where we've seen that happen. And that's a new thing. So there's an extra burden on people like him to represent this group that now have the opportunity to govern, to run the affairs of their people, to show why it can be different, to show why technocratically minded politicians, and also based on his experience, can deliver the things that the people of Anambra State, expected of him when they voted him to power. And it's the same thing that looking to our neighbor Abia State with OT as the new governor of Abia State, people are waiting to see that the rot that was in that state for many years, the incredible kleptocratic dispensations that we had in Abia State, that's now a thing of the past. So, OT has a burden in the same way that Soludo does have the same burden in Anambra State. Anambra is a bit luckier in terms of the recent past with their governors compared to Abia State, or Imo State even. But in terms of security, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the well-being of the people of Anambra State, the state institutions, and their roles in the affairs of ordinary citizens, we're still waiting to see him begin to deliver on those, because that's when the state and citizens will say, yeah, I think we made the right choice by electing someone of his experience and intellectual caliber. If he fails in that, perhaps the saddest of people will be people like me, who also went to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, who see him as someone that belongs in the kind of circle that I often find myself, but who has failed us in this instance of giving and providing great political leadership. He still has time to do that. So I'm really hoping for him to succeed, because if he does, that's Anambra State that succeeds. So I hope he has the right people, that he doesn't get sucked into the malaise of the Nigerian political system. It's not too difficult to get into, to flow into that and forget, the very person that you were before you went into that office. So I'm really hoping for him, and I'll be cheering if he starts delivering on those promises.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Chika Okeke-Agulu, for joining us. It's been wonderful.
Thank you, Rudy. And
all right.
Have a pleasant day.
All right. Thank you. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we are going to get your feedback on what we just discussed. And of course, you all are encouraged, if you have, if you're anywhere around Princeton or somewhere in New York area, to go to the events that we've been talking about, the Chinua Achebe Symposium, which is taking place on Friday and Saturday of September. This Friday and Saturday, September the 29th, and that's it. So, and for you, the way to get to register is to click on it's on this flyer that is showing here. So we take a break, and when we come back, we assemble everybody again and have a conversation on some of the things that our guests discussed with us. Stand by, please.
Album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Sashek.
Arise from the sleep, rise from the sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been long, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who was the dream for New America. Oh, remember Martin Luther King, who was the dream for New America. They say you have the right, they say you are brown, they say you have the right, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. So long.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and it's nice to have you today. Before we left, I was talking about the conference. I think I muted myself and I was speaking. So for you, if you want to come to the conference, it's on the 26th. Sorry, on the 29th and 30th of September, and you can get all the information from this flyer. All right, so let's do a recap of feedback from the show from everybody. Please, can you mute yourself if you are not speaking? Go ahead.
So are we still touching on what we spoke earlier?
Yeah. What do you think about some of the things he spoke about?
I think he really touched on some very critical points, especially looking at our universities, how it's gone down, the government intervention, and how a lot of explains the brain drain that we've been seeing for over the years, which is really saddening, really. I mean, and that is why I think it goes back to leadership, having the right leadership with a vision and a purpose.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Igbo basics. Are you with us? Unmute yourself, please. Okay.
Well, the gentleman has done well, and like what I was saying at a point in time, there's a lot more to be done. There's a lot more to be done. I'm glad that you handled the program the way you did today, because the gentleman that came in yesterday, by the time he left this program, people were really very, very angry, because all he was doing was dancing around reality. He may be a lawyer, but the people didn't take it kindly. We've had people who come into this program, and at the end, I think it was a few weeks ago, we clapped for that person. That means the person really came across, and we appreciated their presentation. Because these things are very short for us. As much knowledge as we may have that we want to give out, we don't really have that luxury of time. I'm still learning how to simply come in, ask a question, and leave it there. If I want to have a one-on-one with anybody, then I'll find a way, wherever that person is, I'll get to the person, and then we can talk as much as we would like to talk. I see even on the comment section, thank God I didn't make anybody gloat, because somebody was already calling me Zebrodaya. That's okay too, because I was about to I had a conversation with Zebrodaya yesterday, and the question that I had asked Zebrodaya was about the Civil War. How do we want to have this represented in a particular part of the book that we're doing? It goes back to the history. The man was very blunt. I lived it. I can't pretend it. I was there. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened. And I'll put it out for the record. So for what Professor Chika Okeke-Agulu had done here today, it just reminds me of the same thing that the Nigerian government is holding particular sections on the ground, and we say the rope where you take tie a tortoise. Turtle gonna move, rope gonna move. None will rest. And that continues to be the situation in the Nigerian context. When I keep talking about, when I see Brother James, who of course has been around the block, some of us can come anywhere and lecture anybody, on practical terms because of what we have gone through. When I begin to pull certain things from some places, somebody say, did you do that? And yes, I did that. That's on record. So that some of us are still able to participate in these programs. We are actually saying, whatever you can take us off, take of us, take, go. The best things in life are free, gifted, but we tend to not recognize it. I saw a Schirmer has said, do you have African arts to say? Yes, we have African arts, but I've long come to realize that the best African arts, you can't buy it. They are not for sale. They are not for sale. You may be able to get a little piece of some of the things so you can keep it for your children to learn from. And I was talking on this program a couple of weeks ago, how I went to the stream in my village, and I saw a particular stone that I brought out of the stream. It was so unique. I haven't seen something like that before. I tried to take it away from that stream, and the children there said, no, you're not living here with that. They took it back from me. In spite of who I am, they threw it back into the river, and then they get the history behind it. So what am I trying to say, Dr. Damages, is that when I begin to say something about when I was traveling to North Carolina and I saw a small museum and I had to go make a U-turn and come back, I took pictures of it, and it reminded me of somebody who was now asking me what we can do about a particular person who just turned 80 years old. As a matter of fact, Lemi Ijoma. If you Google Lemi Ijoma, you see that a lot of our people have done work that some of us cannot even dare or touch. A bunch of them came out of the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. And that's a place where we shouldn't be joking with. We have to find a way to continue to, I'm not saying that there are not other places, so there are. When you touch Methodist College, you touch places like Government College, you touch places like DMGS, there are certain places that are institutions in the land that has so much, but we take it for granted. So, for Professor Chika Okeke-Agulu, who came here today, let us consider it that, like I said to him, a lot of people went to where they went as a result of that civil war. We are scattered all over the globe. And by the special grace of God, at one point, be it in our lifetime or not, at some point, those people will see to it that that nucleus called Eastern Nigeria. I always refer to it as Eastern Nigeria so that people understand. So that that nucleus will never be stamped out. It will never be stamped out. But the political leaders at home, we have to find a way to make sure we deal with them, to realize that I am where I am today for a reason. Rudolph is where he is today for a reason. CM, James, all of us. And we are, like, I just pray that by the time we come back, we don't be like the Russians who went to the moon in those days. And by the time they were coming back, they didn't find a place to land. I think some of us will remember what happened recently. I may be saying stuff because I'm in a program, but all the same, Dr. Damages, I'm glad. Please continue the work. I'll do the best I can. Princeton is down the street. I will make sure that I find my way to Princeton to be a part of what they're doing. I'll register.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. For next Sunday, just to announce that we are going to have, that's October 1, Nigeria's Independence Day. We're going to have 3 wonderful guests. We have Farouk Barogi, Moses Sochono, and Dr. Osmond Abo. They wrote a book called This Life, No Balance. It's coming out on October 1. So they will be here on this program on Sunday to talk about their work. Some of you may know Farouk Barogi. Of course, some of you may know Moses Sochono. OC Abo has always been part of this this conversation we have every now and then. So they will be here on Sunday next week. All right. Let's go to Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to ask this gentleman to seek his opinion on the what I would call beautiful, useless speeches at the United Nations. But unfortunately, there wasn't time for it. If you don't mind, Mr. Damages, kindly let me read a 10-line paragraph of what happened in the United States and the Japanese during the Second World War and how they resolved the issue. I think we can take a lead from that, if you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead.
Good. In 1942, after the bombing of Pearl, President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 1966 on February 9th, mandating the military to designate areas which certain people...
Mr. James, your line is not clear. We can't hear that very well.
Oh, I see. Anyway.
I think it's a connection. It's a connection. Your connection. Can you
hear me now? Is it clear now? Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We're getting an
I said
yes.
In 1940. Yeah, in 1942, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066 on February 9th, mandating the military to designate areas from which certain people were to be excluded. Consequently, 120,000 Americans of Japanese ancestry were incarcerated in camps.
Mr. James,
for 3 years. Yes, please.
Audio is bad. We can hear you very well.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can sign out and sign in back.
Yeah, come back in. Come back in. Yeah, let's see.
All right.
All right, let's go to CM. CM. All right, we'll skip CM.
Can I just go ahead? I wanted to make a comment before Igbo Basic goes off.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
All right. Igbo Basic, thank you so much for your contribution. And I want to thank you, Dr. Damages, especially because you bring in people who give us a lot of information for those who care to learn. And since I came to your program, I just discovered that I am now an ancestor. I didn't know I was that old till I came to your program. So, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing wrong with being an ancestor, and I appreciate that title that given to me by your people on the comment section. What I wanted to say is that, like what Igbo Beji just said, I know Lemi Joma very well. I know Lemi Joma is one of the renowned photographers in Benue, and he was a top photographer. And now when I discuss about Lemi Joma, some people probably think I'm out of his age. No, he was our family photographer. We used to go, comes to the house, take pictures. He's married to a former Catholic nun. He has about 3 children, if I remember properly. And he has a company called Music Messiah. This was when we were growing up, and he was very popular and was one of the top photographers, like I said. So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm trying to say that when we rub minds, we have a better understanding. But some people are just here and they reduce everything to Biafra and IPOB, which doesn't really make sense. One of the things I wanted to ask the professor, who has distinguished himself over the years, is the reason why Chinua Achebe passed, they refused to take the national honor. Was it that he didn't believe in Nigeria, or was it that he had something else, or the greater expectation of the system? That question will never, maybe the day Rudolph is able to bring Chima Amanda, she'll be able to expand on that for us. Yeah, fingers are crossed. Fingers are crossed. Okay,
we're working on that.
Yes, and so it was a great history. I started listening as soon as I got, you came on, and he explained a lot of things that I had to do. But now my question will be to Rudolph, since Prof is gone. What's the difference between Halloween and our masquerade dance, which we normally do? Because ours is evil and cultism. Theirs is Halloween. What's the difference? Maybe somebody can enlighten me. So I know, because since I didn't know that people can have a whole bunch of skeleton, coffins, a burial ground, all that displayed outside their house as a form of a decoration until I came here. Even the churches do it inside their churches, but they didn't want us to carry our traditional clothes or even our cap into the church. I have no problem with the church. I believe in God and I believe in the system that I worship, but I'm saying that it seems to me that there's some play here. Some things that they don't understand, they remove it. And the one they think we should follow, they follow. Just like the Prof said, the French didn't only teach you French. They went ahead to make sure that you denounce your Africanness, and become something different from being an African. That's what I will ask. And Rudolph maybe better, or even Igbo Basic may answer better for me. I don't know, but those are questions that
Can I respond, KJ?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, right. I'm not a traditionalist, but I think the little I know, and with my Christianity, I think talking about this, trying to deconstruct it, it's borders more on the spiritual realm. There are two realms that exist. Those that do not believe in God, that do not believe in anything, will say, well, when you die, you become matter. You degrade, so to say. I think the spiritual realm is another discourse. It's so wide. Like you said, I agree with you. Nobody has a right to tell you that what you're practicing or the way of life that you've been brought up is the wrong one and his is the right thing. So, but I still believe that the spiritual realm is such a big realm that, if you want to start talking about it, there are rules, there are things to talk about. That's the best I can comment about that, really. Yes, there are good spirits and there are bad spirits or powers, if you want to look at it that way. Some people call it powers, some people call it demons and all that, but those things, they do exist. It's not a figment of imagination. They do exist. I know. Thank you.
If I may, with what you just asked, KJ, because I'm a traditionalist. I'm a traditional person. I'm a cultural person. My mother, I don't recall her going into any church. Listen very carefully. But she was a purist. And I learned from her. Before, in the 50s, when we were still growing up, and the churchman will ring his bell, they will go from beginning. The only thing that wakes up before them is the bush fowl, okwa, that cries in the bush. And okwa would crow at about 4 a.m. before the home cock even crows. The next thing is the churchman who will ring a bell, waking you up, disturbing you at that time. Chiariano, Wanachibu, change, otherwise you, whatever. They keep doing those things. Some of us, we have come to know, okay, there is Jesus Christ, there is God. But before all that, here is what I believe. You can take that to the bank. They say Obasidinelu. That's what we call it, Obasidinelu. And everybody always looks towards heaven. That's the Almighty Being. Other people may call him whatever else they want to call the Almighty. That's what we truly believe in. And then in our own traditional way, and you see our people, particularly from my own part of the country, Igbo land, where we worship kola nut, we worship with it. We went to church today, as every other Sunday. They would do the sacrament, and then there would those who go to take communion and stuff like that. Our own is the traditional kola nut. When we break kola nut with you, that means we are okay. We shouldn't hurt each other. And then talking about what KJ just asked, which is about our masquerades and stuff like that. A mighty being, a mighty spirit, there is always something behind that myth, whatever you may call it. It may be KJ that is behind the masquerade. But that kept the land at peace, because everybody is not supposed to know who the masquerade is. My mother makes sure that Balihana Aku is housed in Olowo Mobasi. It's there. And we groom the Ojonku. I have always seen my mother do that, what we call Ojonku. And then you talk about the war dancers, who wherever I go, whatever I do, the war dancers either go before me or they go with me. Those are our masquerades. And we respected that. But for today, because we have so defecated the land, we have so defecated the land. Oh, not be catch away there behind that, come off a road. So we are losing something. And I see the one that the masquerade was, and some women were now going to dance and cheerleading. That was so annoying. So annoying. Even if you go to New Orleans, they have their own masquerades during Mardi Gras and all the rest of it. And I just saw one that was circulating in a foreign land where they celebrated. They were carrying all kinds of stuff and they were going around. They're proud of that. And KJ was talking about Halloween. If you try to put it on the other side, our own Halloween will be the Mangu period. All kinds of Mangu. That is what we really, to respect the land. We have really defecated the land so much that if we are not careful, I go to my community meeting. Oh yes, God help us, or God help what? We have to help ourselves.
All right.
So Dr. Damages, let us find a way. It's good for us to say prayers, but let us find a way to appeal to those who are destroying our homeland with religion. You go to church and you stay there from morning till the next day. How do you expect to eat? They better stop. They better stop so that we can live to see tomorrow. I'm sorry if I took a little time, but that's just the reality. That thing waiting for ground before we come, it go day, long after we are gone. And anybody who continues to say that our own is demonic, better actually look at the person very, very well. Ours is supreme.
All right.
And it is so.
I think, KJ, let me just weigh in a little bit. I think Africans, they have divided souls. Look at Igbo Basics now, just told us that he went to church and he's still a traditionalist. I think the challenge, this is now Sunday school. I think the challenge that we are facing is that we can't, everything, it appears that they are all interconnected. If we drop the church, especially, let's say, Christians and Muslims, if we drop them, I think there's a fear, what else? And we have been told that those things were bad, that we should discard them. But most of us are holding one foot in the church, one foot in the tradition. My fear really is that in another generation or two, we may not even be able to go back, even if we wanted to go back. So that's something that I think we are battling with. You can't be going to church and be saying that you want to revert back to tradition.
No. Dr. Damages, don't get me wrong. I think you're misrepresenting what I'm saying here.
Okay. What are you saying?
The church is like another social club. I'm sorry to use that word.
The what?
The church is like another social club. Where people go, it's an opium. When I say a traditionalist.
No, Igbo Beze, I think you maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying. Look, they came to us and said what we practice is voodoo, is evil, it's not good. We come here, we see the things we call, because you know that the spirit of the dead, we do not associate with the spirit of the dead in my community. Because we believe, the Igbos have a belief that there is two worlds, the world of the living and the world of the dead. That is, it's been there. And then we come now, we see you display the world of the dead in front of your houses, in your churches. Those things hang there, those skeletons hang there, all those nonsense images they put. And if you go into the stores these days, you see everything is turned to that. In fact, I almost got frightened from one I saw in a full life human skeleton looking so, hanging somewhere in Walmart. So what I'm saying is that why is that their own is good, it's a good one. It is meant to belong, to allow this, and then our own, which is even more potent. Okay, because I like I said, I read theater as my first degree, and in theater you are told that the Mongo masquerade, when you put on that costume, you now activate the spirit of the ancestors who had existed many years before now. Once the drum, I give an example. In my community, I was told a very frightening story. One of the biggest oath you can take is the oath that they do, the udu, the unkwa, unkwa, the drum. The drum is one of the worst kind of oath you can take because it has no remedy. So now, this young man had gone and done certain things that are against the tradition of the community. The community calls a meeting and say, who has done this thing? Okay, we want somebody. Oh, they said to this young man, we know, they said you are the one who did it. The young man said, no, if you think I'm not who did it, bring that unkwa and beat it on my behalf, so that if it's true, I will die. And they asked him many times, and they told him, you see, there's no reversal for this. I'm just giving a story so I can get to my point. And he refused to accept, and that drum was beaten. And within some certain days, the guy was history. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying that these things were potent. You are just like Basic said, they were able to guide the society. They were able to keep the culture and the tradition and bring people who are hitherto bigger than the community to be among, be brought to behave. Now, you guys came and said, this is not the tradition, this is not good, it's evil. But we come here now, we see you people practicing the same thing you call evil at a very, even a higher rate than we are practicing. So what is it called? That means there's a manipulative spirit somewhere. That what you have is not good, but my own is better than yours, even though my own may be worse than yours. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
All right, let's move on. I want other people to also get into this conversation. Sim, you can talk about the appearance of our guest or the new conversation we're having now, which is about this cultural differences and what we are losing as a result of our encounter with the West. Right, Sim. We can hear you, Sim.
Actually, I don't think I
okay, go ahead.
Sufficiently. Oh, sorry. Can you not hear me?
We can hear you.
Actually, I don't think I'm sufficiently informed to talk about encounter with the West. Rather, I will limit myself to what our guest said. I'm quite happy with the contrast he made and how he condemned the behavior of most professors in Nigerian universities. I'm quite happy with he said he did whatever he said. I take it as gospel truth because he's involved. That's his area of authority and that's his immediate community. However, I was also say that since he's involved in keeping alive the memory of Chinua Achebe, that's why I made the suggestion I made. But maybe he thought that not that he thought anyway. His reason is quite well. It's quite convincing. But then what is worth doing is worth doing well. Only that in this case, it should be taken as a big challenge to keep such a man's memory as an institution himself. It's done in so many countries. So many prominent universities are named after prominent individuals. So Achebe deserves one that it befits his name. Why I added Okibo to it is that Okibo, I'm not of the artistic world, but I've learned that as a poet, he's one of the respected, even while in dead, even while not alive. The people said about his poem, what is Heaven's Gate, and all those things. So they are quite, I've come across them. So Okibo deserve, and the Okibo and the Achebe being soulmates. So whatever is done, Okibo Achebe University, Okibo Achebe anything, will be good. They had it in Scotland. Heriot Watt, we are two Scottish scientists. They are well known, well respected, and then made some discoveries. So they named the university in Edinburgh after them, Heriot Watt University. So Achebe Okibo University, it was not a bad idea. Probably the logistics should be worked out on how it should be, but anything to keep the man's or maybe Enwonwu too. Maybe they find a way of putting Enwonwu the sculpture because he's quite a figure in terms of he may not be Michelangelo, but Enwonwu is also somebody to be considered. So that's why I brought that discussion.
It's
It's
not M1. It's M1. It's not pronounced that way. That's not how you pronounce his name.
Which name? Achebe? Is it Achebe?
No, the other name you just pronounced here. Is M1.
Okay, Okibo. Okay, Enwonwu. Yeah, sorry, think you're from Onisha. Sorry. Yeah, you are right. But I thought you say in my dialect, I mean in my own way I said Enwonwu, but Enwonwu. Enwonwu is Onisha. Well, now I have to.
So you are right. Just dodge a bullet. I was waiting for. I'm just kidding.
Okay, yeah, Enwonwu. Ben Enwonwu. So it's true because such men, is part of regenerating our culture. Is to give honor to these people, to keep their memory alive. We go to the West, you see everywhere. That's what you see. Just like you come to UK, so many things are named after prominent people. And when you read through it, you find out that the memory is kept alive. So for people like Achebe, Okibo, Enwonwu, there should something. I mean, we can't just leave them. They are the arts. If you're talking of art, I mean, these three people, you can't. What they bring to the artistic world, their brand of civilization, is still very relevant to them. And I think for all times. So that's why I made that suggestion. And I think maybe because of the logistics and what is involved, people might think that, but you cannot, because of the fact that different, every illiterate may have a university named after him. You can't just, I mean, you still have to have Achebe something named after Achebe, an institution whereby everybody will say, yes, I passed through Achebe University or Akibo or Enwon, all those type of things. So that's why I named it. In a way, his coming was quite good. I liked it. He shed more light and he spoke in the language. He has the type of idea I want. People who like to not to come here and pander, and maybe we can learn from you. Everything is politics. You want to be defensive. No. Sometimes you say things the way they are, because some of us asking this question, we've already known the answer. You just to know your perception. Even if you mislead or you think you are misleading us or you are answering, we know. Even if you want to paint everything, just like the chap who will come here and talk about the election and start to tell us whether beavers is not beavers, or you switch off, you don't switch off, or maybe two-thirds of Abuja is not relevant to us. We know all these things, but it's just for you to, we give you the benefit of the just talk. So let me leave it here for others to say something. Rudolph, once again, thank you for bringing quality people. This is one of them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mazi Prince.
Dr. Rudolph, good morning again. Well, it's afternoon now, and every other person. First, I want to align myself with what CM have just said. Pretty much, the guest was top notch, and whatever he did was way better than what Prince Adewole did yesterday. Please, Adewole should know that he's coming into a panel and there are different views. Gaslighting is a no-no, because in as much as I was not in that panel yesterday, I was kept out for about over 2 hours. I don't know who was managing the panel, and all that stuff. He kept mentioning people's name, a certain person's name, which is not right. Talk about yourself. And if you say you're not going to talk about them, then why are you so concerned about mentioning names? That aside, coming to Tone, you just said that traditionalists believe that when you die, you turn into an object. No, I disagree with you. They are even the ones that believe in spirituality more than the Christian.
No, I didn't say that. I said people that do not believe in anything.
Okay, correction taken. But I believe the traditionalists, because I knew my grandmother to be one, and what she does every morning is to make sure she mentions all her kids' name and bless them with cola and whatever it is, libation that she does. And she never offended anybody. She taught us to be upright and stay away from crime. KJ, thing is this: you believe what you want to believe. That is my own thing. That's my philosophy. When I say you believe what you want to believe, Halloween, yes, they celebrate Halloween. I don't, and I don't even participate in it. But it is what it is. It's left for them. Even in the Christianhood that we're talking about, I'm a Catholic, and I refuse to bow to any statue. The statue of Jesus or the statue of Mary, I refuse to do that. I refuse to pray with the chaplets. I refuse that, because to me, it's just simple. The Bible says, do not make anything in my image, or likewise anything. You understand? So mine is just to go there, worship God, pray, and go. Any other thing, I'm a no. That's not me. But basics, when you talk about traditionalists and all that, remember also that the masquerades have been drinking. We've seen them drinking alcohol in the open. As a matter of fact, we've seen them roping women. They rope women and they dance. Are those ones? Are they the gods that are doing that? Those ones too?
No. Those people who committed that heinous crime against tradition, in fact, they should be flogged.
But it's happening.
No, but if even the women who participated in that, then enough is enough. We have to take responsibility of what, of the land. It's not right.
Yeah, because I believe
you, the woman who is going to go and cheerlead on the masquerade, think about it. This is not movie. Those men who were doing that also, who were clapping and making that happen, like I said, they should be brought down to the village square and flogged so that they will know. Don't disrespect what the white man came and saw and said it was so bad. So that just to brainwash us, to make us think ours is so bad, they are the ones who are good. I don't know if you saw a picture, a recent short clip of where one man was carrying his Jesus Christ and coming, or Mary or something, and then the other guy was carrying his automobile and coming, and then they were all at the same time. So, but we have to find a way back to the villages to make sure that the villages that we found sacred when we were growing up, that we should have to at least respect them for what they are. Our guests today, at some point they were talking about Obanje and stuff like that. Rudolph, and I put up something on the private chat here about what I know. And I likened Obanje, in my view, that may be likened to the sacred python in those days at Amici in Anambra State, Nigeria, which can only, that python can only, you cease it it ceases to come back. When you lock that python, you go throw it away, and then you have to throw the bamboo or the stick with which you threw it away, you have to throw it in. Otherwise, that python is coming back. These are practical experience that has happened to people who are still alive to tell that story, how their grandmother told them to go and take away the python, because the grandmother will come and see the python and says, "Why are you here again? Why are you here again?" They were talking to one another. And then the grandmother told them to go take it away. And then they took it away and they came back with the stick. The python came back. So the grandmother said, "You didn't do it right. Next time when you go, throw the python into the bush and then throw that wood right into the bush." These are things that are happening today. They still happen. We should be able to be careful with what we do with how do I call it, with nature. They are natural things. If you talk to a snake will respect itself and go away. Whatever the so-called paradise is. But if you go after a snake will come after you.
Sure.
In
a nutshell, my own submission is this. In as much as I don't want to use the word "I don't care," but at the end of the day, what I mean is this. For me, whatever anyone believes in, if you're a Christian, if you're a traditionalist, if you're a Buddhist or whatever it is, it's just a way of trying to reach something, reach a supreme being, which is fine. But at the same time, I will also advise us, those old people we have in the villages, our old fathers, our old mothers, our grandmothers, and other stuff, none of them is trying to harm us. It's high time we reach out to them. Those people are suffering, they are in poverty. But you see people, say, oh, they will go to church and they will tell them, oh, that woman in your village is the one doing you don't, it's not fair. We should learn how to care for our elderly ones, for the old people and all that. That I can say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Righteous Man.
Yeah, Rudolph, your moderation today is fantastic. I appreciate. Yeah.
Because the layer that picked Gabi, okay. The layer that picked today, the pure Wala.
Igbo basic and the organ yellow clothes. I don't know. Is it
KJ?
Yeah. Okay, KJ. Yeah. You see, their age reflects on their submissions. The way they speak reflects the age they have attained to. And this is where we're having a big problem. Our children are westernized. They have lost touch of our tradition. And we're not passing anything to them. What they are learning is the tradition of the Western world. My father said when he was alive, Okwamba na-achị n'olu n'olu. The moment you lose your language, you have lost your culture. You have lost your tradition. And that was why I asked the Prof a question, but he couldn't finish it, maybe because of some reasons. Is the church, or let me put it this way, is the Western and Arabic religion a better replacement of African tradition and religion? Is it a better replacement? That's number one. Number two, the Western religion and Arabic religion, has it at least its purpose in Africa? Because you see today, to be honest with you, when you go to church in Africa, most of the things people call miracle are magic. These people visit the African shrines. Let me tell you a story. I was growing up in Ijesha, and suddenly my things began to just disappear. I became afraid. I said, one day maybe I will also get lost and nobody will give account of what happened to me.
Wait, you are thin? What thing?
You said what?
What did he say that you are thin got lost?
I didn't hear you.
No, what did he say you lost in Ijesha?
My items.
Okay.
I was living with my elder sister then, and I was going to school.
Okay.
Then, you know, those days, you go to school and you do small businesses. So each time I comes back home, I discovered that my personal belongings would just disappear.
Okay.
And I was afraid, both money and the room, I was not sharing it with anybody. I had my key. I always lock the door. But this thing
where you said Ijesha, right? Russia's man. Is it Ijesha in Surulere?
Yeah. I schooled in Ijesha Boys.
Ijesha Surulere, okay. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's like in Ijesha Tedo.
Yeah, exactly. Ijesha Tedo.
Because I lived in Ijesha Tedo before I came on this particular missionary journey.
Wow. Which area?
Number one Olubumi along Gate Street, Ijesha Tedo.
Okay, I was living at then I lived at number 8 Ogulano Street, opposite Ijesha Market.
Yep, the same area.
Yeah. So I shared it with one of my friends from Abia State, a young guy too. He said there's a native doctor that he was going to take me to at where we call I've forgotten that area now. So he took me to that native doctor, the winch, not native doctor. Native doctors are not bad. Winch doctor. So he took me to the winch doctor. We entered the shrine. And when we got into the shrine, something, shocked me. I saw somebody with a piece of Bible in his hand. And the chief priest of the shrine, offered us cola. He brought chicken pepper soup. They just prepared from, they cooked, So I refused to eat. So he asked me, he asked me, he was asking me, he said, young man, what is your problem? So I told him no. He said, I know you are the churchy type because I am from a Catholic family. So, I just tried to dodge the question. So he said, I thought you saw the man that left here now, the man that greeted all of you. You saw what he was holding. I said, yes. He said, what was it? I said, I assume it's Bible. He said, you are correct. He said, did you see the bell in his hand? I said, yes. He said, he has slept in the shrine for 3 days, ringing bell and making incantation, asking for supernatural power that will enable him to function well in the church. You see? So the thing that it was done on me that, come on, can this thing be real? I wave it aside. But as I am an adult now, and I know what is happening in the society, especially in Nigeria here, most of the miracles that have been performed in the Nigerian churches are gotten through supernatural powers from these African shrines. But just because we have lost our touch with what God gave to us, because I was asking Mr. James the other day if he believed in the concept of God. He said no. Fine. If the Bible, the Christian Bible, says that God is the head of principalities and powers, he is the head of principalities and powers. He did not disown the powers. He did not disown the principalities. But every power that works, is connected and subject to him. Then won't it be a mistake for one to come up to say that this power is demonic, the other one is not demonic? Because every one of them, gets the approval from whoever, the concept that is called the Almighty God. So don't you think that this acceptance of Western religion has completely destroyed the black man? And he has made our understanding, because no matter how you learn to be white, you can never be white. You can never be more Catholic than the Pope. Never. The foreign religions are foreign to us.
All right.
There is no way they will give us 100% of what we need. So my general question to the panel, to the house is this. Do we think that the Western religion has outlived its purpose or purposes in Africa?
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, can I come in? I've not said anything yet.
Just man, no, you cannot replace. You cannot replace.
No, I was trying to find out who was
came in.
Is this highness? Is this highness?
What's the Tales by Moonlight? I came on expecting the usual Tinubu abuse.
Hey, off your mic, off your mic.
Saying Tales by Moonlight is not polite, righteous man. Take it back, please.
One man, hold on. Okay.
You said what?
So
that guy telling me off my mic. Is what are you all right?
Off your mic, my friend.
I am not the one asking you. I didn't ask you to off your mic.
No,
just relax.
Acquaintance for us to
off your mic, my friend.
All right.
Not the fear face. If everybody face here, you must be for everybody.
If I the fear face now, your face I go fair.
Not my face. No, not my.
All right, calm down, guys. You guys are so excited whenever you see righteous man. One man. All right, forefathers, thank you so much for coming in to statement from me. Unfortunately, I have to go. We had a long day yesterday, and I had some other commitments today. So I really appreciate everybody that joined us, and I thank you all. I will be listening where I will be going to, but I thank you all for joining us. Next week we will do this again. I told you guys next week we have Farouk Barogi who is coming. We have Moses Ochano, Professor Ochano coming, and OC Osmond. They will be together. They wrote a book, and we are going to talk about the book on African. And of course, remember, for 29th and the 30th of September, Friday, Saturday, the conference will take place at Princeton University. So if you're around here, you can join us. And there are great writers who are going to be there. I will be there, and hopefully I will get a chance to interview some of these writers, and we'll bring them to you. All right, thank you, everybody. And forefathers, I'll hand it over to you. One man, behave. AY.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Behave. Yeah.
One man went to more. I'm here. I'm here. One man, we can have a conversation. I'm here.
I only came to mess around with Rudolph, so if he's leaving, then I'll leave too. I only came to.
No, you're not leaving. One man. One man. I'm here. Remember, here is the key.
Let's go
sequentially. But the guy with the beard, you need to caution your language.
No. See, look.
One man went to Mo. One man went to Mo.
Yeah, I know. Let's just
tired of what is happening. We won't know. If you can't,
I'm struggling to get this.
All morning until you came in. It's been
you have to be guarded in the way you speak in public.
Keep quiet and look at your face. Listen.
Can you mute this guy? Mute this guy.
Yeah, look, let's take it easier. Let's who's next? Who is next?
No.
Let's allow the person that is due to speak next.
He's not here. He literally came in. He snuck in.
The next person,
I asked a question.
Let's all calm down now. Okay, who is next?
I asked a question.
They said one man went to Mo. They say it's Mazi Eddie that is next.
All right. Tonight, I only really came to fool around with Rudolph. So he's
no,
Mazi. No. One man. And he has gone.
Okay. Why are you people just leave people about?
You should leave one man alone.
You just came in. I wanted to take over everything.
But leave him now. Let one man come in. Let him present his case. Let him judge his case. Listen to him when he finishes. Then you go uppercut.
Other people have been waiting impatiently. He can't just jump in.
No, it has to be his turn. He has to be his turn.
Exactly. We are done.
Some people say they say I thought they said it was. Some people are saying on the chat that one man was next. But Eddie, you can go ahead.
Next one. He just came in. How can it be his turn?
I don't know why. I don't know why some people are saying in the chat. Okay, that's fine. As long as everybody agrees that it's Eddie, please go ahead.
Anyways, thank you for the opportunity. So, from what the what's his name? The guy that spoke, the professor. When he said about going after Igbo arts, stolen Igbo arts and all that, I'm like, he used the phrase going after Biafran arts. So I'm like, the state to go after arts, the state will have to make it. How would I say it? To make it more effective. Why not Nigerian states go after these artifacts? Not in the name of. They could go with the name of Igbo arts as against Biafran art, because Nigerian state hasn't recognized the Biafran situation. You understand? So I think it would be easier. I wanted to ask him that question, but anyway. Then secondly, about religion, you can't be in two places at the same time. Me personally, I don't go to church. That doesn't mean I don't believe in God. I believe in God, but I don't feel, because I've looked into Islam. I grew up as a Christian, but the parallels, I've not found it. So Christianity has its own flaws, and going through history, the what they call it, the crusade and all that. Islam too has their own issues. So you can't at the same time be dealing, being a traditionalist, and at the same time you're a Christian. You need to choose one side. You can't advocate for traditional rights, and you're going to church, you're going to mass, you're praying to the rosary or whatever the lady on the cross. You know, you need to choose one side. That's my take. Thank you.
All right. Who is next after this? Now, should I just start doing it sequentially from the screen? Okay. James wants to interject.
Just a short interjection, and I'll go. Now, the truth of the matter is that any history written by man, whether it is written in favor or against, is prone to have flaws. Any story told by, that is oral tradition, handed down by the ancestors to us, will have flaws. So if you say, even the science that is so assured of, or we are sure, they say science don't make mistakes. In the beginning, they all had flaws, because we are told that there were 7 universes, but today we have multiple. I don't even call it, it's in fact multiple now, it's even uncountable. So everything, if we reduce our life to just because there's flaws here, there's flaws there, these stories are told by people. They are written by people. So as I am here now, if Forefather gives me a message to give to you or anybody on this platform, I'm not going to give it based on his own words. I mean, based on his own tone and understanding. I'm going to give it as I understand it. And since I've gone through a channel, it's going to come with my every idiosyncrasies, every of my mannerisms, every of my faults. Okay? The one I like, I will emphasize. The one I do not like, I probably not emphasize it. So why I'm saying that, I'm not now trying to make an appeal to you for you to be a Christian or not a Christian. I'm simply saying that if we are basing our life on the fact that certain things have contradictions, what we don't understand, or so-called contradiction at this time, and we take a decision, we'll probably just be wrong, so let's all go back and revisit. Now that is what I said. Why I brought in the Igbo religion is because at the time those things existed, it was used to be able to streamline the society. It was used to be able to streamline. Even till now in my community, there's a particular masquerade. The only use for that masquerade is, they call it oroho. That means he drinks pepper soup. So on that day of the masquerade, women in the community, and that's the one I used to tell them that I would like to dance. Women in the community have to prepare soup. Okay, the soup will have no fish. You don't have to bring any fish bone, and everything that is supposed to be used for soup is put inside. And when it dance gets to your house, you carry your own plate of cold soup and give to him. He open his masquerade and pour it inside and dance a little and move. Is that not a good thing? But you see, when I started studying, I realized that is just to let the people know that these masquerades are human beings also, because they eat, they drink, but they try to use it to control the society. Now, whether you decide to be a traditionalist or a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or whatever you choose, it's left to you and your God. It is left to you and your God. At the end of the day, you will discover. Some people even say there's no heaven. I work for a guy who say he does not believe in the concept of heaven and hell. And so it doesn't stop him from becoming rich. It doesn't stop him. He's a very wealthy man. So now what am I saying? It doesn't stop you. You are the one who decides. At the end of life, the person who is going is a personal work. It's not anybody. It's a personal work. And that's what I was talking. Forefather, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. James wants to say something. Please go ahead, James.
Yes, I want to thank the whole of you on this platform for, should I say, accommodating me for almost 2 years now. I've been appearing on this platform. But it has got to a point whereby I cannot share a space with somebody like one man went to know. I'm very sorry to let you know that I'm quitting the platform for good. Thank you all so much. I've been able to rub minds with a lot of young people with very brilliant ideas for the future. And thank you very much for giving me the chance.
Dear, what's happening now? I don't understand. You're putting the platform for good. What happened?
I cannot. You see, I cannot suffer. I cannot punish myself for his bad upbringing. I cannot share the same space with him. I'm very sorry.
Because of us. Be here because of us now.
Mr. James. Oga James. Oga James.
Yes. If I know that.
Oga James. You saying you're exiting for today, right?
For today, right?
Not for good. I don't want to. I can't share the same space with him. I'm sorry.
What about us?
My friend, hold on. My friend James. You are bigger than that. Friend, James. Listen, I respect you. You are bigger than that. If Autumn come, let him come to the center where I am. I'm not going to leave the kitchen because a madman has come into the arena. James,
you and Olumide wear the same dress.
You are an elder, James. James, you are an elder. I'm not saying so that you don't do what you want to do, but I'm saying, James, it's both an appeal to you. Come on now, James, you know better than that. You know better than that.
Thank you so
I expect to be seeing you back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I wish you all well.
I'll get you a private number and get to you. There's no going anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
James, can you put your private number on the chat, on the private chat for us, please?
Okay, at least.
Yes. Why not? I can do that.
Okay, so we'll talk about this. All right, sir.
Mr. James, let me add my voice to the request, please, Mr. James. I'm new to this platform, but you've really affected my life in your presentations. Please reconsider your action, and please stay. I'm begging you.
Thank you so much. That's my WhatsApp number. I'm always available during my office hours because that's why I use the internet to connect the world. So whenever you call me, if I miss your call, I promise I will call you back when I'm online. Thank you all so much indeed.
Okay, let me just say something. Your contributions, you have to look beyond an individual. Sometimes, at least that's what some people feel, you have to look beyond an individual because there are a lot of young people out there or even older people that will benefit from your experience and contribution that you are making. If one quits because of one man, I guess there are reasons for these things. I think maybe I have to respect your own decision because you might feel that for specific reasons that you can't be around certain characters. I will respect that, but I want you to consider what is being lost here, because there are so many platforms that many of us go to that we experience a lot of adverse views and sometimes downright repugnant insults, but we take it because we are looking at the greater good that we are going to do by sharing our own opinion. Otherwise, we'll leave it for the mad people. And I'm not calling one man a madman, but that is how we want to look at these things. Yeah, because
Mr. James, you need to be here yesterday. The way they were personal insults, and in fact, at the end of the show, which was early hours of this morning, we were laughing as forefathers. We ended the show together. We're just laughing. These people, that's cowards for you and bullies. Somebody insulted me and Loco P some few minutes ago for telling him told me to shut up. You see me? Ordinarily in life and all that, we are not even same. We don't roll together. We are not of the same class. You tell me to shut up because I was telling somebody to behave themselves because we are on the same platform. We're not even age mates. Well, Mr. James, please. Please.
Yeah, it's okay. I think he has his own reasons. I think we have to respect his reasoning.
But they were trying
he has had us.
They were trying to vote out forefathers. It was Pansat that came, Mr. James, as a fellow elder. I was watching the show. It was on Pansat came and said, if forefathers doesn't stop hosting the show, hell will break loose. He will not. Mr. James, as an elder to elder, there is nothing that we have not seen in the market square. Soldier come, soldier go. Barak go remain. In the church where I attend, so many kinds of priests have come with all kinds of garbage. They have all gone. The church is still there. We refuse to leave.
I tell you.
So please, as a fellow elder, take a pepper soup. Take a pepper soup, and then we'll be back for the younger ones. For the sake of the younger ones. We don't have to be here, but we're here.
Mr. James, I have a question for you at the Igbo Basic. So, Dogo, I have a question for you. Fafana, can I go ahead?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You didn't talk. I mean, you see me.
Hey, he's not. Mr. James, forgive them. You know they are curious now that you said that they want to ask us.
I will put you on backside, Lokopi. Let me. So I want to agree with what Maziedi said now, right? I believe you can serve two gods. KJ, I know you are a Christian, so when you supported this kind of stuff, the confusion is, I don't know if your religion allow you.
Thank you so much. I have to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Yeah, one man is coming.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. James. One man is in the background. He wants to come in and maybe he wants to say something.
Okay, let me throw the question to.
AY, can you hold on for a second?
Give me 1 microsecond. Where's that James chaps?
Yeah, he's gone out. He's gone out at the moment.
What was all that? What was the amateur dramatics all about?
Okay, he's gone. He's gone.
One man.
He don't.
Fathers, you see,
can we leave it? Hold on now. See,
no. What was it? I came to address it. What was all that drama all about?
Stop now. Moderate well. I don't want
what do you want me to do? Kick him out?
Yeah, I'll mute him if you not keep quiet.
But he's not insulting anyone.
No. Let's. At least I was supposed to put my tongue.
No. I came to address how I'm being addressed.
Let continue.
Okay. One man. Yeah, they don't want to give their turn to you to speak.
What do you mean they told you already in the comment section that it was my turn?
It's not your.
Yeah, but the people on the panel disagree. They don't think it's your turn.
Abba, why are you difficult?
Okay. So I'm here now. So
no,
if anybody has
not here now.
Just leave them. Let them.
One man, hold on.
Okay. Let's hold on, land. Let's hold on. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. One man. If you want to say something, what you can do is that let them finish talking. One man, hold on now. Hold on, one man. One man, hold on. See, if you want to talk, what you want to do is that allow them to finish talking, then you can go and come back. When they finish talking, you can come so that once you come, you can speak.
Contain this. I hate when I leave, then these people start to run their mouth.
Oh, this guy now, Agbero blogger.
Keep quiet. Let it get your tongue.
What is wrong with you now?
Hold on.
This guy now, Agbero blogger.
Don't take it seriously. It's not serious. It's not serious. Let's not take it seriously.
If you have an issue, I'm here now. Put it to me
frontally.
My issue is with you. Keep quiet. When you get to your turn, you can speak. That's my issue with you. Just keep quiet. When you get to your turn,
but that's not your remit, though. You don't own the platform. And you're not
I've already decided now. One man. Yeah. I'm trying to moderate now. Okay. One man, they've already decided.
Then you're a coward.
Okay.
Because I am here now.
One man, they've already decided.
Come on, man. One
man, you're making my job difficult today. What is this now? Come on, take it easy now. Let them finish talking. They can come back.
Afraid to mute him? Are you afraid to mute him?
I'm muting him now. I'm muting him. What do you think? I'm muting him. I've been muting him. You don't know. I mute him. You're muting himself. I'm muting him. You're muting himself. Okay. Now he's out. So who is next? I think AY was saying something. Yeah, you guys should take it easy, you know.
At least AY don't threaten me. That's to make it speak.
Please, AY, go on with your question.
Let me ask Igbo Basic. I think I wanted to throw it to Mr. James and Igbo Basic because they are the elders here. So now we add KJ. I think he should be able to say something. I actually need.
Yes, sorry, because today the people in the listing gave me the ancestral title, so I'm among.
Don't mind them. So you see, I just actually want an honest answer. When people are discussing all this, our African religion, Igbo religion, Yoruba religion, those kind of religion. which kind of God were they serving? Were they serving the true God of Abraham, we call it today? What is the connection between those religions and the God of Abraham? They will not serve the God of Abraham. What is the source of their message? Basically, I just want you, if you believe in it, I want you to authenticate it for us. Like, who were they talking to? Who were they serving? Who received it? Who said the message? Like the way you have prophets in other religions. What was the message? Who delivered the message? What is the source of? Do they have any book they follow? Like, can you clarify this for us?
Let us make one thing clear. When we say tradition is different from traditional religion. When we say I'm a traditionalist, understand what I mean by being a traditionalist. In other words, I practice the tradition of my people. It does not mean that I worship idol. Okay. It does not mean that I make otomokbo. It does not mean a whole bunch of all those things that anybody may ascribe to, whatever you may want to think. In this conversation, I said something earlier on. I said that my mother, who bore me, until her dying day, she never knew a native doctor's house. Her motto was simple: whatever you know will know you. Those people, they came in their own format. They were purists. Those people, they don't tell lies. Those people, they walk according to the rules of nature. And that still exists up to today. When I say I'm a traditionalist, understand me clearly. It means that when I go to my village or when I go anywhere in the world, I abide by the tenets of nature. Not just the land. If you no go defecate your own land, if you no go poo-poo for your land, there was a time when if we went to the stream, it happened to me. I was digging for fish, and then the machete I was using chopped right through my hand. But because I knew the land, what did I do? I turned around and took some leaves from that place and squeezed on it for the bleeding to stop. And I turned around and took some mud from there and slapped on it and tied it up. That is tradition. Things were pure. Go and try it today. You might start suffering from whatever else. I don't know what has contaminated the land. Try it. So when we say a traditionalist, let me put it this way to you, all of us on the panel. If you are somebody who keep yourself holy, whether you're married or you're not too, and you go into the mode of being natural, you know, see woman for 1 month or 2 months, and you are in a prayerful mode, go and check yourself when you come out on the other side of life. You will get back to what makes you to tick. And you can actually move and move accordingly. And if you respect the rules of the land, you wake up in the morning, like I was just talking about earlier on, that the bushfowl crows at 4 a.m. Even before the home fowl, the home cock will crow. Those people who wake up at dawn, they know where they're heading. They know so many things that they need to do. Even in wherever you are living now, if you get up in the morning and you go to the park, wherever you're living, the things that early morning dew that will fall on you. Walk around, come back and check yourself, and you see that you are in communion with nature. I'm not talking about religion, no. Okay?
So, Igbo, sorry to cut you. I completely agree with what you are saying. I understand what you are saying. Where the confusion is coming from, I think, thank you for the explanation anyway. People like forefather, usually they defend this traditional religion. Forefather, can you come out clean and explain to us the question I just asked? What Igbo Basic explained, I completely agree with it. I'm in line with it. I need somebody that is serving this juju to come and explain to us the connection between, I'm not trying to downgrade anybody here, the connection between those religions and the religion we have now, like the Abrahamic religion.
Can I speak?
No, I need, no, righteous man, you are a Christian. I need somebody that is actually worshiping this religion to explain this to us.
Who told you worshiping? Hold on. Righteous man, hold on. Let me add something to you.
He didn't ask any of you now. He was talking to me.
Hold on. Let me add something to you. They used to say the God of fire, the God of thunder, the God of this, the God of that. They knew the path where those things pass. And if you stand on that path, there is a place in my own town. They call it Kamalo. In that place, they went and built a Catholic church there. But that is the path of lightning. It happened in my stones
Can I just deal with the question, because he's asking a specific this is a question about where the beliefs came from. For your information, the very creationists believe that you are believing in Islam, it came from African traditions. And secondly, they don't need a prophet that you know today to tell them where they came from. They have their own gods. Just because you know your prophet that you have right now, you want to measure them with the same standard. When theirs goes back thousands upon thousands of years, you can call it whatever you like. They believe in ancestor worship. They believe in that the earth is alive. They believe that the universe came from nothing. A concept that even physics is even believing now. I think Islam also believes that. The reason why they believe that, Islam believes that the universe came from nothing. There was nothing. Yeah, it's from zero. So that is what they believe, and it came from Africa. This is something that has already been discovered. So
hold on.
I don't know why you're asking that. You say you don't want to denigrate, but that is the intention.
Hold on. We hope, yes, everything, of course, everything. Before even the building we live in, there was nothing. You start and build. But somebody built the universe, right? Who built the universe? If you don't believe that, hold on. I know you want to.
The original one didn't say that.
I know you want to talk about Big Bang theory. Don't even go there.
I'm not talking about Big Bang theory. I'm not talking about Big Bang theory. I'm talking about the oldest known creationist myth out there, beyond your Islam that you are liking. They are pretending as if that's not what you are promoting here. Beyond that, and I don't know why you see they're trying to promote something out there. No, because I don't know why you would do this.
Hold on. Look at it. No.
When you do that, you're going to walk into. Mark my word, this conversation will end with you regretting it. Go ahead.
Hold on, forefather. That was why when Righteous Man wanted to speak, I said, "Hold on, you are a Christian. I need to know. It's not fight. I need to know. I needed somebody to explain to me what you are doing. You believe in it."
Well, okay, hold on. Where did yours come from then? Because somebody told you. Where did your own religion come from? No, because because that's what you are doing. No, see what I mean? You don't like it when they ask you the same question, but you like to ask people. This is what they do. I've seen this our situation before. When they ask you the same question, you start becoming defensive.
Forefather.
Oh, come on. Let's not go there.
I asked Igbo Basic, not that I believe Igbo Basic worship idols, because it's an elder. I heard when he said something about the mother.
Now you're running away from the question you asked, isn't it?
Can't run away. You know me.
Go to the question you asked. Let's deal with it together. You will regret it.
Believe in what Igbo Basic is saying, but I want people, somebody that is practicing idol. They should be bold to come out and explain to us, this is what I'm doing. This is what I understand. Convince me to join you, right?
They are not hiding. They are all over the country. If you want to understand how they do it, you can go and find out.
Forefather is angry. I don't know.
You are not the one. You are not the one moderating. You are not the one moderating. See,
sorry to piss you off.
You can't ask a question. Hold on now. You can't ask a question.
Here. You join.
You can't ask a question.
Me will never sit up.
See, loco, hold on. Look, hold on. See, you can't just start talking. Hold on. Let me do this. I will right now, people are saying that I'm not motivating very well. I will start becoming a little bit more draconian because you guys like to behave anyhow you like. Okay? So my point now is, if you ask our people, where did they get this thing from? Whom are the people that they handed who is their prophet and all the rest? Didn't you hear about? Hold on now. See, he wants to. You know what he wants to do? He wants to insult other people's religion. Oh, forget that. You see what he wants to do? I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you do that. I will get back at you and I will answer the question directly. And Loco, if you are doing the same thing, you are going to go backstage. It's very simple. If you want to depart, you depart. See, what these people are doing here is that somebody came here, questioned our religion, and Igbo Basic answered it in such a way that, like, I'm apologizing for our traditional religions. No, why should you apologize for your traditional religions? That is what he's trying to do. Because Igbo Basic went and said, oh, it's about medicinal purposes. That, no, we have our own ancestral worship. We heard of Shango, we heard of Ogun, we heard of Oromila. We have so many mediums that is present, and he knows it. The reason why he's asking this question is to insult our own traditional beliefs. That's why he's saying, oh, let them come and open here and come and tell us what they are believing and all the rest of it. Why would you want me to show you what the stone that Muslims go and touch in the Mecca? You want me to show you that here? If you want to start going in that direction, you're going to regret it. I'm telling you, I've had this conversation with East Africans when they always, you know what they do? They come on the panel and tell us all these cannibals and bushmeat eaters and pagans and idol worshippers, and they start comparing us to all kinds of stuff. Like, but you people are worshipping one direction every day, 5 times a day for that matter. Why are you busy questioning our own religion? So this type of stuff that they do, you don't know. AY, I've seen your type. I've seen them before. So don't even go there with me. If you go there with me, you're going to regret it. And if you think I'm mistaken, then come and tell me the opposite. Tell me who told you that. I don't want to start insulting God, but I'll bring you back on. Then if you want to counter it, you counter it.
Papa, stop behaving like a child, to be honest. Why are you
now you're calling me like a child? Because you want to let me talk. You see, now you call me a child now. You see, now you're calling me a child. Now you're calling me a child. You are going to end up backstage. If you keep insulting me, you're going to end up backstage.
Let's calm down.
You shouldn't be insulting me. We are talking about a topic here. You shouldn't insult me. I'm dealing with the subject matter.
Papa, I'm not jobless. I have
I'm going with the subject matter. You can't come here and insult our own traditional religions and pretend as if you're not doing it.
See, this.
Let's calm down.
Igbo Basic
You are doing it.
When I asked that question.
No, because you are trying to intimidate me. See, this is what they do.
No. I asked Igbo Basic a very genuine question.
No, you were not. I've seen your type before. No, you are not.
Okay, it's okay. I will not too much.
Oh, like you don't know about the story of Ogun. You don't know how it happens. Does he not know about the story of Ogun?
Can I say something?
Can I speak?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
See,
yeah. AY.
Okay. They talk now. Since they don't want to talk, they talk.
No, somebody asked for permission to speak, so I said, "Go ahead."
Okay. Hello, guys.
Hold on, people. After you say you mess up, you're not try. Look, you say you're moderating, you're not moderating with this and that. You understand?
When they were
it was going sequential, right? It was going sequential. It was my turn. And okay,
please go ahead. If you want to talk, somebody wanted to interject. That's why. If you had said you want to use your turn, I would have given you your turn.
No, my own was like, at least I was expecting to like, oh no, maybe I just might hold on, or Logopi hold on, make it speak for just 2 seconds. You haven't spoken since. Because I'll be here shouting, even before the damage is left. You understand? It was God getting to my turn. Anyway, I came back, okay, well, no worries, my guy. Let him speak now. He goes, what is there with him?
Okay, please use your turn now. Use your turn.
You just happy after they block me up and down. You are so happy.
No, you were blocking me from responding. You knew that. You were blocking me from responding. So please, if you want to use your turn.
Meanwhile, well, let me hello everybody. Good evening, everybody, and the commenters. You know, you guys are awesome. You know, despite whatever. So for the tradition, whatever, right? See, first of all, I think most of us are speaking the way we are wired. When I mean wired, the way we saw life growing up, you understand? But in our old age, we were able to find that, even so before our old age, while we were growing up, even before our old age, we were able to find out that, hey, this thing they call religion is somehow just, okay, let me use the word religion. This type of ways of worship that we have right now, you're saying coming from the West and from the East, or maybe let me not say came from, or seems like it came from the West, or being practiced mainly by people from the West and people from the East, right? And I think
it's now telling on us that this are all scam. This are all brainwash. You understand? Because if you look at the spirituality of what we do, it's just because somebody came and told us and made us believe that it was evil, because some few persons use that power for evil gains or whatever, and we just believe, oh, this is evil. You understand? Then the word witch is an English word. They are also good witch and they're evil witch. You understand? If we, because the one that we report mostly are the evil witch, will not believe anything which is bad, then I think that would be maybe a big mistake on our part, because we also have people who have spiritual powers and they use it for good. They use it for better purpose. They use it for mankind enhancement and all that stuff. But we don't need to celebrate them because there are people like us. They have like our skin. We don't appreciate what they do. We just feel, even if we know, we just call them it's local champion, local breed. We always want to get this westernized way of doing things easy, smooth, clean, and all that stuff. You understand? Why us who is being practiced well, because it doesn't come from the West, it comes from people like us. We don't tend to respect what we do. You understand? Coming to the tradition or whatever, we use the word tradition, and we also want to say because tradition we say it's local. No, what they are practicing here is a tradition to them. What we are practicing in our place is a tradition to us. They embrace theirs, but we are refusing to embrace ours. You understand? Why I came into the show was I thought was what KJ said, like when he was comparing Halloween and masquerade, like our masquerade is evil or Halloween is something better. Why did you celebrate? I thought that was what I heard. That was why I came into the show. Then when Damages was here, so I wanted to ask KJ, like, did you, if I heard it correctly, that are you saying our masquerade are really evil or something? If that was what he said, that was why I came in. But maybe we'll answer that later on his
Look, can I digest?
No. I think I don't agree. No.
Okay.
So
okay.
You understand? So like so that way I came, like our tradition, our what's called masquerade. You understand? Is a way of celebrating spirituality. You understand? Just come dance, spiritual, just like you are in trance. You are like maybe Holy Spirit catch you. And you are dancing, praising, worshiping, this and that. You're just in the spiritual realm. You understand? There's nothing evil about it. You understand? Because it looks ugly to you. Because it's wearing a mask and it looks ugly to you. You want to say everything ugly is evil. You understand? And you want to be like, oh, anything masquerade because it's wearing tattered cloth or tattered raft is evil, is local. No, it is our way of connecting with our own God Almighty, as in the Creator. Because, like I said, if Black came first, if we Africans came first, then why, and is originality, why should everything that comes from us don't look original anymore? Because what came from other Western cultures looks original than us. Meanwhile, ours is original. If we Africans are the first occupants of this earth, that means everything that comes from us is original. You understand? It's real. It's direct from the Creator himself. You understand? So the one we are saying like, hey, spiritualism, doctor, this and that. Look, they can. You are everything in life is they come in pairs. You understand? Front, back, up, down, good, bad, left, right, positive, negative, yes or no. You understand? The way we have the witches or the spiritual evil ones that you're talking about that you see all the time, so we also have the ones that are doing the good. Okay, I'll tell you a story. There was a video I saw today. I think it came from Benin, whatever. There's once a guy that stole a one small Hausa boy. They said that he greeted him, Assalamu alaikum. You understand? And the guy responded, alaikum salam. Next thing, he said the fact that electric just went through him, just went through him after responding alaikum salam, and his manhood disappeared. You understand? And he's like, hey, they now hit the guy. Before harassing the guy, tortured the guy yes, he did it, and he's going to bring it back. You understand? Now, I was asking them, like, okay, wait, where is that power? Like, so somebody can have that power to just honoring words, I greet you, you respond, and your man will disappear. You understand? At that power, I don't know if the white people have that kind of power. And if they do, they will not tell you it's spiritual or whatever. They will use one terminology, one science, or one kinetic force or frequency or whatever, or the what's called the telepathy to tell you, hey, that was what they did, and your manhood telepathed, and if you this and that, they will explain it in a scientific way. But because ours cannot really be explained to our understanding, we say it's spiritual and it's evil. You understand? There are some things that happens in this life that is original, that even the white man don't have an answer for it.
Do we have any proof of manhood disappearing? Do we have any proof of manhood disappearing?
That exactly. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like, you see that several times. Somebody touches you and it disappears.
They used to say like, that.
It's not there anymore. Whatever.
I've never seen that before.
In Lagos,
no, you don't see that. No, you don't see. But it's like there's some things that happens that you don't. Okay, now I'll tell you something. That means you don't believe a man in the village can take a bow, take a candle, take shinap, and conjure for rain to come or rain to stop. How does it control the weather? It can put a bowl of basin and conjure, and this and that. Those are the divinity. People conjure. There are books in the Bible or the Torah or whatever that you read that you can say things and it comes to light. Those knowledge are hidden. Those knowledge are hidden from today us, because if we have that power, we will misuse it. But there are people who are being taught those things that they can conjure, they can say things and it happens. But just okay, let me tell you, the exorcists you do in Catholic Church, that you see fathers speaking Latin, speaking holy water, and witches and wizards or demonic focus with that. What is that? It's not spirituality, but you don't understand that. They will tell you it's Holy Ghost Spirit that is doing that. But in our own way, we tend to demonize our own. Remember that if you put your 2 feet on the ground, right, you will tend to see many things that you don't understand, that they've been lying to us, even right from the day we were born. You understand? We just look back to where we came from and ask many questions. The answers are there. But education, miseducation, and what we see in the media is pushing us from that fact. You understand? Everything that comes from us is original and is real. So people just choose to use that power to do evil. That's why we are condemning it. If you have that power, if you have the power to do right with it, you can. But nobody wants celebrity for doing that. That is just what I have to say.
Thank you. I think somebody wants to say something.
Yes, you mentioned me. Let me play.
KJ. Tone wanted to say something. Let's allow Tone to talk. AY, hold on now. It's turn by turn. Tone want. Don't worry, you are going to speak. Then AY will speak. But let Tone say.
KJ, my brother, have you spoken? Because I think he
has spoken. He has spoken.
Okay.
He spoke after the first person, Mazi. He spoke after Mazi.
However, Tone, you can go ahead. You see, I'm a gentleman.
Thank you very much. So I've learned one thing, you know, a riffraff is a riffraff any day. Yeah. We done, every one of us are adults. I don't know forefathers from, but he has come to earn my respect for the past moment, and everybody here on this panel. Every one of us has got our day jobs. Every one of us got our responsibility. Not because we come to panel and people will just take. I don't want to manipulate people emotionally and be causing mayhem. Forefathers, I just want to encourage you. You're doing good. You're doing great. Continue doing what you've got to do. If I step out of order, you warn me, you're very, very patient. Please ban me, kick me out. We cannot continue this. How can we since morning? It's been peaceful, it's been orderly. One person comes in, we told him politely, hey, nobody asked him not to speak and all that. Wait until it's your turn, then you speak. And one dim-witted person on the comment section is changing narrative that we are one-sided in our listing. Are you okay? I don't care whether I don't care who you are, what you are. Are you okay in your head? Because people keep quiet and all that. Are you okay? You better see, this is part of the problem that we have in Nigeria. We cannot this thing. You're talking to local. Is local your mate? Am I your mate?
Local.
Get yourself right. Yeah, fix up yourself.
Thank you. Listen, I appreciate that. One man is coming in, and it is his turn now. He hasn't had his say. You know, I said he has
No,
to stay
it's
back.
KJ's
So
turn.
that,
I need to throw a
no,
question.
KJ has already spoken.
It's really my turn, but I'll yield to one man. Let him come in.
You people, man, let him have the say. One man, let's be civil.
Bring
We
one
don't
man.
insult
man is coming, we should shake him.
Can
There's
I
something
speak to
about
him?
him, right?
Yeah. Can I
there's
speak to
something
him?
about him. We should be afraid, right?
Yeah.
We should be, jittering about and dancing.
No, not jittering. It's just that
Come on,
people
guys,
are
what are you
going.
saying?
But look at what you
You
are
bring
doing
one
now.
man,
Look
I'll
at what you are
fix him.
doing
He
now.
knows the language. You find him, I'll fix him. Fear
Look
is
at
the
what you are
key.
doing now. This
James
don't
and
let
the
him.
chase. Bring one
One
man.
man is most of the stuff he's taking. He's joking.
To that. You see,
You are
one
taking
man
things,
or
you are
whatever,
taking things too
whether one
seriously.
man or one or two men, whatever he is, he's not more than any other
KJ,
person in this platform. And if that's the way I'm going to behave, just like James, I will take my leave. Are you
KJ, what are you talking about? What are you talking
KJ is the
about?
one to speak, to be
why
honest.
No, he has already spoken. He spoke after Mazi.
I was not here.
He spoke after
No,
Mazi.
it's not right.
Mazi was the one that spoke first.
It's not
Then
right.
KJ spoke.
No. Loco particularly asked me a question. That's why he came into the platform. And I
After
said,
Mazi spoke, I said who was next, and you said you were next.
I've been raising my hand.
KJ would have
Everybody else has
finished his
spoken.
speech by now.
It was one man's turn to speak.
Yeah, but
Let's just allow him.
I just want to put it on record. He's not more special than anybody on this panel.
Of course
There's
not.
no need to keep a place for him to come in and speak. Are you speaking to children?
No, because when he's here, people keep having a go at him.
Why must his discussion be more important than anybody making it? Is he coming to a lecture?
No, he's not coming to lecture.
So why should he come in and drop his comment and move out?
Because of the reason, because of what you're doing now.
KJ, I beg, allow the man, the guy that Tinubu spokesperson.
People cannot just silence people like that. It's not right. You have to allow people to
I think you're getting it wrong. You are getting it wrong. Look, see, nobody owns this platform, even though the damages. Yeah, he owns it, but he doesn't own it because without us, he wouldn't have the platform. But
yes,
look,
period.
Come, right? Nobody is discriminating or disputing the fact that I cannot come. But I'll tell you something. If you're a moderator, there's some things or actions that you don't take that not to put people off. You understand? You can't come here and just ask a simple question. You met somebody. People are on the panel who haven't spoken. You use your common sense to respect them, at least, if not for anything. You just came and you started speaking. You understand? Your voice not very romantic. You not get nice voice before. You come, you speak. Then they try to urge you that it's not your turn yet. Then you are still ranting. Then you as a moderator for others, instead of you to like, hey, no. What you are doing is not fair. One man, it's not your turn yet. Hold on, you just came in. You are still flaring like, oh, is it your turn or not your turn? Who is to speak or not to speak?
Special message from
it wasn't his turn yet. Now you are telling us to come. If you want to come, you can come. Nobody cares.
You have spoken
if
now.
You come,
I don't understand how we can be like this.
When he gets to his turn, he will speak. Not before he gets to his turn. That is what
I don't understand how we can be like this. It's just words that he's going to use. But if he insults people, I'm not going to be happy with that.
No. If he gets to his turn, he will speak. Not before his turn. That is everybody.
Yeah, but it should be his turn now. I did say that he's going to be back at the back end because when he was on, everybody was going at him. Just like even before he comes on, people were going at him.
Going by that, Olamide supposed to
wanted to jump the queue.
Going by that.
It was his action.
Okay, but he doesn't want to jump the queue anymore now.
Olamide
Can we allow him?
Mazi, don't worry. Let him. Let him put him ahead of me. I'm okay.
See, one man, please don't insult anybody. Otherwise, I have to take it out.
Don't insult anybody. When have I ever insulted anybody? Can you ask that guy to mute? When have I ever
insulted the news from Agbado?
Olimide, hold on then.
This guy is such a.
You're insulting him now.
One man went to more.
Anybody insults him, I'll go. They'll go backstage, and if he insults anybody, he's going to go backstage too.
Just hold your horses tonight.
One man went to more.
No, I see you
now. Let's Righteous Man and KJ speak now. I beg, please, for
goodness sake, man.
I give him call and knock so that he go welcome.
Can you be quiet? Not you, Igbo Basic.
Allow Righteous Man AJ speak now, please. Is their turn yet?
Let me. You said it was my turn.
Loco, it's one man's turn. Please, I've decided
that. Before you speak, one man. Before I yield my own time to you.
Olimide, let him speak.
Before I yield my time, I want.
I'm not taking questions from you. Who are you?
Enough of this.
When are you going to go?
Can we?
Oh God.
Please go ahead.
Look, to Niger, I'm only popping in for a minute and then I'll leave again. So I'm not sure why you were leaving the impression that you kicked me off. I left. because it was getting out of hand. So I'm not
They
quite
were
sure
saying that I kicked you out. The people on the,
No,
on
no, I
the
left.
chat
But
saying I
they
kicked you
me
out.
out. So don't subsist that narrative. And all these things that me kept at the back, having a public debate if I should be put on. I mean, when did that start? You know, is it by lot who gets to come on? And do I have to adhere? And you must contain some of the languages. So I am here now. If anybody has any issues, I'm willing to take it on in civilized language or in the language of your choosing. I'll take it on now. But what I object to is as soon as I go, they pass the baton around each other in this hula baloo and whatever it is that they do. So what exactly is your issue?
Man,
okay, please go ahead and make your submission.
Yes.
Woman.
Yeah, what is your issue?
You know, I've been to your platform about twice. The last time I was on your platform, wait, listen to me carefully. The last time I was on your platform, you saw what one individual did. You did not object. You did not stop him just because I have a dissenting view. You did not stop him. You are even gracious enough. Wait. You are even gracious enough to show me that I was not on a block list and all that. I politely respected your views and I left. Did I insult anybody? No. When you came this
I think you gave him permission to have a say.
Okay, so I withdraw that now. You come on my platform.
Nobody stopped you from talking. All we were
you have
asking
given him.
you,
Let
even
him
if you
finish,
listen to
please.
me, so wait for your turn.
But I'm not interested in what he has to say. So can I?
Okay, go ahead.
Now, you come on my platform tonight. What is the one rule, if you can recall, that we have there?
No insults.
No foul language. That's just it. No foul.
Yeah.
And thank you for saying that. Any and everybody knows, if you come on my platform, the one thing, no foul language. And no acts of aggression either. So this guy turns up running off his mouth. That was his first time. So I had to tell him, we don't use that sort of language here. You know, you can push as hard as at anybody. The logic wins through. That's how we run it. The logic wins through. Your argument wins through. Somebody can say something as outlandish as they can be, but if you cannot supersede it in logic, then that wins through. So that's how that runs. But what I am objecting to, though, is as soon as I come in here, they seem to burn up in flames. And then as soon as I leave, they start to pass the baton around each other, using all manners of invectives and making up narratives. So I am here now. If anybody has any issues, let me hear it.
Your 1 minute is past. It's not over.
To be fair,
I'll leave now.
I don't want to give you the.
I'll leave now tonight. But if I leave now and you start to
they go now, I bet.
If I leave now and you start to run your mouth, then you're a coward because I am here.
You don't understand English. One man went to Mo. One man went to
then please say it to me in Yoruba if I don't understand English. But understand.
I have something to say. One man, I have something to say.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, you are not a topic and can never be a topic.
Right.
We had a topic we were discussing before you interrupted. So just sort yourself out and allow our conversation to continue. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. You can have your conversation, whatever it is, but don't let me be the conversation after I leave. That's just the thing. Because that's a cowardly stance. Do you understand?
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't leave yet. One man. I was in a meeting, but I'm going to suspend that meeting for a minute. We're all here for the good of the country where we come out from. When you come in here, one man, you see this? Na kola nut, right? I don't know whether you eat kola nut, but I do eat kola nut. And when somebody comes to me with clean heart, when I present you kola nut, my heart is clean. The issue I see here is this. The way I will say something or the way KJ will say something in a polished manner may not be the same way you will say something. I could tell you in so many ways for you to papulo instead of me coming out to tell you to shut up. Because of the nature of who we are, our voices will always go up. I don't recall coming in here insulting anybody. I'm always kind of like, you know what? Because I've been there. I have done that. I have seen all that. I don't want to take any Panadol. I don't take Panadol. I don't take Fensic. So what I'm saying, one man is this. One man, hold on. When I'm talking to you, one man, hold on. One man, when I'm talking to you, we speak in the same language. You find him, I'll fix him. Fear is the key that unlocks the wallets of the rich man, right? Okay, so when we go there, let's come back to the fact that we're just having a conversation. We can have a conversation. You can say everything you want to say, and I'll keep quiet. And when you present your case, you can actually score some points. No matter what you're saying, you can score. If you like, be a Obasanjo supporter or be whoever supporter. You can wait now. I'm talking to you, my brother.
I want to leave. Let me.
Why you want to leave? You don't need to be in a hurry.
I don't want to hold up your space.
No. You're not holding your space. We are making a conversation. I'm trying to hear from you.
Please, let me speak. Just hold on.
Okay, speak.
I don't want to hold up your space. I just came in to address matters because I was listening in the background, and they seem to be passing it around to each other, throwing all these invectives and subsisting in the narrative that was kicked off. I left because it was getting out of hand, and I didn't want to hold the place to hostage, which I still don't. So let me leave, unless somebody has any issues. So let me leave, and when I leave, just go back to your conversation. You know, don't be passing it around and all of this. Sorry to Niger. Back to you.
Thank you. All right, let's head off now. Who is next? I think KJ wanted to say something.
Your stage.
You see, they say we shouldn't do this. Let's move on from it.
No.
Who is next?
No, don't bring that.
KJ.
Nobody's a child. You can't come in here and give us instruction and go away. Look, some of us can be mad, though.
He didn't give us instruction. He didn't give us. So you want to make him a topic? KJ, you want to make him a topic? Is that what you want to do?
No, I'm just saying that he does not have any right to tell us not to continue. He doesn't have that right.
It turns out that what he said is also what we want. Nobody wants to talk about him. Let's move on.
That fake accent and all that you put there.
Can we move on?
Please.
Okay, so I take it that it was KJ that was supposed to speak, or is it a Righteous Man? KJ, I think you were the one that wanted to speak, but Righteous Man can go if you are not available at the moment. All right, Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Yeah. Concerning religion, I personally believe that religion is a creation of man, and that is why there is no religion you can point at and you say, quote, the superior being referred to as God choose to be the one that should be adopted. So what we have as religion is the creation of man, and whatever man created must have its flaws. That's just the truth. So there is no religion better than the other religion. I don't believe there is no religion superior to other religion. No. I don't believe that. I believe in the idea of it is between you and what you choose to worship. If you look at our ancestors, the way they lived more clean and purified life than this very generation. And they are the people we are calling idol worshippers. Idol is not an Igbo word. Idol is an English word. In Igbo land where I come from, we don't have idols. We have chi. When Englishmen took over our land, they renamed our chi as idols. And we now believe them and begin to condemn what we have used to relate to Chuku. Chuku is different from Chi. Chika Okeke is different from Chi. Igbo's answer, Chinasa, that's CHI. Then there is Chuku, Okeke. That Chika Okeke is the almighty creator. So the concept of this religion is superior to this is not acceptable to me. And that is why I respect everybody's thoughts and belief. If it works for you, fine. So coming to tell me that blacks are worshiping idols, I will not take that from anybody, because you can't prove who God is, and nobody have seen him. In as much as you have not seen God, in as much as nobody can describe the totality of God, God is a concept. God is an idea. But we're using it to make sure that, we have an organized society. That's what religion is offering us. It's not offering us perfection. No religion has offered perfection. If not, there won't be a quarrel among husband and wife that wedded in a church or in a mosque. Yet you see them quarrel and get themselves killed. But they believe in one concept, and that concept have not been able to save them. So let nobody look down on African tradition and cultures and what we believe. Thank you.
I think that was well said. That was well said.
Righteous man, lecture, what is chi? What is chi? Can you tell us? Can you explain to us?
You said what?
What is chi? You call chi. That's what you called it, right?
Yeah, chi.
It's the same thing.
C-H-I.
It's the same thing. Chuku, chi, oh, you're the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Don't worry. I will
Chi means your destiny.
Can we allow him to answer?
I will explain later.
Loco, please. Okay, please, righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah, C-H-I, chi. That is what the white man translated to idol. Chuku, C-H-U, is the concept of the creator, the greater God, that the chi is subject to. So that is the difference. The chi is what the white man calls idol. But Igbo man has not called chi idol, because everyone has his chi. In the Christian belief, in the Christian religion, they call it guardian angel. That is your personal angel that communicates to you, that try to fight on your behalf. Okay? So if the Africans are the original, if the originality of life is traceable to Africa, it means whatever we practice is the original. And whatever that is coming from the Western world and Asia, they copied it from us. And for us to lose the understanding of what our forefathers, practice, and there was peace among them, there was respect, there was honor. I mean, it will be very difficult for us to advance in the modern civilization we are talking about. Because look at the Chinese. They believe in their own culture and tradition. They did not allow the Western religion to influence them. Look at the North Koreans, their nuclear power today. Because the concept of this Western religion and Asian religion did not allow it to affect their society. So let the Africans value what we have and reactivate it so that there will be sanity in our society.
Thank you. I think you have spoken quite well. And because this thing that we do where let me just say this is that we do where we try to knock one faith and say you are less than us. By the time we open the whole books, you find that every faith is similar. It's really similar. You can use different concepts, say, oh, your God is not material thing, but it's still something you're worshiping that you don't see, you don't know. You can say that. That's why I like when he said that the idea of God is like a concept that we didn't create ourselves. There's a creator out there, and some people believe that the creator sent a prophet to come in, while most of our traditions believe that all the priests are considered mediators between them and the creator. They don't have any special priest. all of them are considered, anyone that is alive practicing are considered mediators. So that is not something, the concept is very different from that point of view, but the idea of the creation itself, and which is very interesting, because they've done the research and they found out that the originality came from this in Africa. And secondly, the Abrahamic religion, most of their beliefs and the stuff that came from there, it was from the Sumerian this thing and amalgamated with that of the Egyptian. There is proof out there. This is not made up stuff. So sometimes we overemphasize our own because we think ours is the best, which you are entitled to do.
Forefather, you would have explained it this way rather than getting angry, putting people on back, say no, this not fight. You gotta confront an argument with facts. People will believe you, listen to you. You don't have to fight. Look at the way you were getting angry, like they collect your wife.
See, I wasn't getting angry. I sent you backstage. You see now, you see that this is what you did. You were not letting me talk. You were the one that was actually more agitated. I had to move you out so that I can speak.
No, you know, I never get agitated with anybody.
You normally don't. But on this topic, you did.
It's KJ time.
You see what he's doing now? He's telling me what to do. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You got, and you say I'm the one that is getting to my feelings, but you are the one doing it. You don't see it, and you reiterate it again. You don't.
For KJ.
You see, he's still doing it. Move on. Please see. Okay. You have to understand when you are acting slightly unusual. You are acting slightly unusual because of this topic. Okay. Is it KJ's turn? Olumide hasn't said anything. Maska hasn't said anything. Olumide, please go ahead. The Maska can speak.
Can I weigh in?
Yeah, on, sorry about keeping you backstage.
No problem. I understand. Otherwise, it would have been rough between me and. Okay, can I weigh in on yesterday's contribution by Prince? Because when I eventually got to speak to Prince yesterday, I wanted to present some facts to back up my arguments about what he was saying. So I wanted to, and just for the purpose of educating all of us about, especially about our electoral laws, that these judges are using to cloud our faces. I just wanted to share some things about this electoral situation to us. So IREV, first, IREV is which stands for INEC Results Viewing Portal. It stands for INEC Results. One moment. INEC Results Viewing Portal is a platform which enables the people to view election results real time from various polling units across the country. The IREV was put to use in recent off-season elections, including Ekiti and Osun. Now, the beavers. Is explained. So the bimodal accreditation system, bimodal voter accreditation system.
Sorry, what are you trying to say, please? So that
I'm just trying to kind of buttress. I mean, I'm trying to punch hole in what he was telling us yesterday about the judgments. In the sense that Obi did not. No. He was saying that the judges were right.
We have to stick to the topic now, don't you think?
I just want to share this for the purpose of information with our guests. I will weigh in on the religious.
Okay, go ahead. I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the bimodal voter accreditation system is expected to help reduce the cases of manual manipulation of figures. However, the human element remains a major concern. How the beavers works. Wicked Vanguard presents detail of how beavers works and why voters should be vigilant. Example, time of voting between 8 and 2 p.m. Voting at the polling unit, step 1, join the queue. While there, an INEC official will check if you are the correct polling unit, if you are allowed to stay on that queue. If you are not at the correct polling unit, you'll be advised to go and locate your polling unit. Step 2, an INEC official will confirm if your PVC is genuine using the card reader. If it is not, you will be advised to exit the area. If your card is genuine, you'll be asked to place your finger on the card reader for verification and authentication. that the card in your possession indeed belongs to you. Step 3, an INEC official will also confirm that you are listed in the voter register. If you are, the process continues. If you are not on the register, you'll be advised to leave the area quietly without causing any commotion. That means you cannot vote at that polling unit. Upon confirmation that your name is on the register, your name will be ticked and your finger will be inked to confirm that you have voted. Step 4, the presiding officer will stamp, sign, and endorse your ballot paper. Make sure this is done correctly. Step 5, while it is in the cubicle, you will stain your finger with the ink and then mark the box for your preferred candidate's choice. Leave the voting cubicle and drop your ballot paper. Step 7, leave the polling unit or wait if you wish to in an orderly and peaceful manner to watch the process up to the declaration of the results. The results of each polling unit shall be pasted at the unit for everyone to see. What every Nigerian should know about beavers and transmission. The problem of overvoting has been with us for a long time, and it occurs when the total number of votes exceeds the total number of accredited voters. The beavers machine as manufactured and configured cannot be tampered with. Once the procedural identification is engaged, the machine captures and authenticates the bearer of the permanent voter's card, the PVC, and the registers the same instantly. Now, I was asking him about so there's a law in the Constitution that says evidence of a respondent in Electoral Act at the hearing of an election petition complaining of an undue return and claiming the seat or office for a petitioner. The respondent, which is INEC in this case, and APC, may, subject to provisions of the paragraph 12, give evidence to prove that the election of the petitioner was undue in the same manner as if he were the person presenting the election petition complaining of the election. So INEC was supposed to give every damn thing, including the beavers accreditation of voters, to Labour Party. They were supposed to. Maybe that is why Labour Party kind of relaxed in the scenario where the judge was saying you have to bring witness, you have to do this, you have to do that. Now, let me read the Supreme Court judgment. Court affirms Adeleke's election as Osun State Governor. The Supreme Court on Tuesday affirmed the election of Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State. A 5-member panel of the court led by John Okoro unanimously held the decision of the Court of Appeal in Abuja. The Supreme Court decision lays to rest the dispute. Okay, let me skip that. The court agreed with the Court of Appeal that Mr. Oyetola and his party, APC, failed to adduce relevant evidence to prove their case. Upholding the lower court's decision, the Supreme Court held that the Court of Appeal correctly found that the appellants failed to prove their case against Mr. Adeleke and his party, the PDP. Specifically, the Supreme Court held that it was imperative that the appellants, Oyetola and APC, produce the beavers machines or certify true copies of the beavers in evidence to show non-accreditation and overvoting, which APC claimed. Emmanuel Hajim, a member of the Supreme Court panel who read the lead judgment, noted, it is the record in the beavers machine that can prove the number of accredited voters in the polling unit and nothing else. The appellants had a primary burden to prove the facts asserted by them in their petition. It is obvious that the appellant's case collapsed. Ruling on Mr. Oyetola's allegation of forgery leveled against Mr. Adeleke.
Really?
No evidence was adduced to prove.
You're turning to petition judges now. You want people to lose their thing. See, I get what you are saying. You have to remember that the Adeleke case is based on overvoting. Yeah. That is not the case here.
Yeah,
so
that is why. No, I know. That is why. That is why. Let me just read. I think I'm going too much. So in their pleadings, one moment.
Olumide, what's the point really? What are you driving to?
So the Court of Appeal noted that Mr. Oyetola and APC did not tender the voters' registers by modal, the beavers machine, which captured data of eligible voters in the state. You understand? So what I'm trying to stress is that Obi went to, when Oyeleke and Oyetola went to court, Oyetola said the reason why Adeleke won was because there was overvoting. And they brought paper evidence to say, oh, there's overvoting. But Adeleke punctured that evidence by going to INEC. You understand? INEC gave him a copy of the Beavers machine, the accreditation. This is the number of voters that were accredited. And this is the number of people that voted for me. And these are the documents. And the court said, oh, Oyetola, you don't have any evidence. INEC has a copy of the Beavers machine that certified the accredited voters. It has this copy from INEC to back it up. But you don't have anything but just papers, which doesn't say anything. And that was why Oyetola lost. Now, Obi went to court. Fine, you could have said, you could have knocked out all the other grounds by saying 25% FTC, you knocked it out. That you knocked it out. But did we have a true and fair? Obi Sound said, I believe I won the election. I had the highest number of votes. Obi was relying on INEC being the custodian of the Beavers machine. Fine, there was a glitch, you understand, on that day. But you still have a record. That record, that Beavers machine cannot be altered. It can't be tampered with. Even if there was a glitch, how many people were accredited? Now, it challenged the state that it lost. How many people were accredited in that state to vote? INEC, you have the record. How many people actually voted? So did Tinubu receive the numbers that they claim to have received from those accredited voters? How much voted for Obi? How much voted for Atiku? This is the question INEC should have answered.
The problem with that is that the problem with that is that when the error occurred, when the problem occurred was when the IREV was shut down, because during that time everybody was at the this polling unit when they were supposed to upload it to IREV portal, but that wasn't done. So that meant that whatever that was uploaded could have been tampered with, and the documents could have been altered.
No.
The only way you can now verify it is by checking the actual ballots
the Beavers
themselves.
machine cannot be tampered with because the accredited voters.
I know, but what I'm talking about is the actual vote numbers that is being uploaded to this accredited voter. That one is already, that's not an argument in this election.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not an argument.
So the people that voted and thumb printed.
Yes.
You understand? We want to see that thumb print. Does it match the accreditation on the Beavers machine?
That is the problem, because that is not where the evidence went. I think that's the issue I have with the way.
I think Labour Party was relying on INEC to bring it.
But I think that's why they submitted 2 boxes or more of some documents. I was thinking that those contain ballots.
Do you guys get where I'm going now?
I don't. The way you are going is some of the mistakes a lot of people make. They are missing the fact that the issue is the fact that because IREV went down, by the time they took those records that they had at the polling units to the collation center, anything could have happened. They could have changed it, and which happened in Port Harcourt.
Yeah,
so
that's where the real issue is. Whatever could have happened is easy to figure out because of technology.
The only way you can figure it out is if you go to the ballots and compare the voting, the people that voted in the ballot, and see what happened based on. So that's what was uploaded to IREV and what was on the ballot. That's the only way you can
So this is what INEC should have done, or they should give it to an independent body. The judge can assign an independent body to say, okay, can you please help us figure this out? If INEC is having a tough time.
I think that's what the Obi campaign should have done. They should have said, okay, this is the IREV and this is the
I think if the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court,
Olumide, what Fofana just said is the right thing. The court cannot go investigate, bringing evidence to the court.
No, I'm not saying court investigate. I'm saying that
INEC
has
should
a
have done it.
burden of they have a burden. The law states that they have to tender evidence as much as the person petitioning. You understand? You can't just come
As
and
if they were
say,
the ones that were the
yeah,
petitioners.
exactly.
That's what
You
was
have
said
to
there.
puncture. You are saying that
So
you conducted the
no,
election.
hold on, Lumide. Let's be correct. Forefather, INEC on that they are not showing up as petitioner. They are showing up as respondents too. So I think they need to Labour Party would have requested for a tech court compare INEC to provide this evidence. Do you get it? So INEC will not on their own come with evidence.
They did, but INEC they subpoenaed the INEC chairman. He didn't show up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they subpoenaed him. He refused.
No, but the chairman can't bring it now. They could have said, like this guy said, this is AY
Well,
said,
the court was held
provided
in closed
evidence
doors.
of the ballots versus the
This is what the
IREV
Supreme Court should figure
data.
out. You understand? We need to know the actual numbers. We need to know whether things were cooked up in between or not. You understand?
And it
How
could have
many people
been.
were
It could have
accredited?
been.
How many people voted?
See, my problem is that why did this Labour not go in that direction where they said, you know what, I bring this thing, the ballots, bring the ballots, let's compare it. Hold on now, bring the ballots, let's compare it to what IREV is showing. If there is too much inconsistency, that's how you can make a case for fraudulent activities going on. But because the court itself, from what they are saying, that they don't regard IREV as any credible source of valid information data. That is also a problem.
IREV is just a display. It's just a display.
Not necessarily. That's not how it's stated. I think they said when they are collating, they can also use IREV as because when you lose some information, you can use IREV as a comparing data source, because you are uploading to the IREV. You can compare, okay, what value come from the IREV and what value is showing up maybe from the police report or from the party this results. So you can use that for
comparing. As a data bank, that's right. You understand?
So they should have done that, but they didn't.
No, but what I'm saying is that it will be negligent on the judges to say that, oh, Labour Party, go fish for your evidence. You understand? When INEC itself could have provided, they did it for Oyeleke. They said they gave him copies of the Beavers data and the IREV data.
I think they gave that to Labour too.
Huh?
They did give that to Labour. They gave that to Labour.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
because they are denying that they don't have that information.
No, Labour was petitioning and saying that they are delaying. They gave it. There was delays, but they gave it to Labour
because
Party.
If they have that Beavers information,
so you didn't know that.
That Beavers data will show us how many people was accredited.
See, that wasn't an issue. That's not an issue. The issue is whether the votes were tampered with.
Then you can reconcile it against how many people voted. Then
I think that was quite consistent. This is one of the lowest turnout. It's quite consistent with the number of votes.
And then the numbers that they say that each candidate got. Are we sure that those numbers were actually allocated properly to the right candidates? Or they just
that is a problem. That is what we are talking about. That's the one that they need to find out. They should have done a better job of fleshing that one out. But let's leave that now, because this was topic about
okay, then about the religion thing. I just
seriously
that,
now you want to start your religion.
No,
how many hours you want to take?
I won't wait too much.
Are you
not
serious?
Too much. I just want to say
I thought he was going to abandon it.
Everybody has a right to have their own orientation. You understand? That shouldn't change anything. It shouldn't change the fact that you should obey the country's laid down laws. I mean, and live your life. It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that you are a dullard. It doesn't change the fact that you are a brilliant person. You understand? So for instance, I live here in a society that is very inclusive. Canada, we have different peoples of different countries. We have Islamic, Hindu, different religions. But if you break the law is an ass. It will deal with you. Whether you're a Christian, whether you are, you understand, the traditional, the native indigenous people, they have their own laws too and their own tradition that even the country values a lot and helps them to promote. That they even reserve from sites for them. heritage sites. There are some rivers or water bodies that you can't fish in, you can't go anywhere, that they kept it for those indigenous people. And it doesn't stop whatever your orientation in life or whatever you believe in. I mean, I shouldn't use that I mean, I shouldn't, how do I put it now? I shouldn't hurt my fellow human being because of or determine how I react to them or relate with them. It doesn't change anything. We are all the same human beings. Everybody has the right to believe and follow what they want to follow. If you want to follow, if you want to worship the devil, worship the devil. Just don't let it affect your fellow human being or be a nuisance or a hindrance to your fellow human being. So that's what I believe. I mean, I would wish that everybody was a Christian like me, but I'm not going to force it on anybody. You believe in your traditional way of life, your traditional worship, they should be respected. Most importantly, we follow the law. We follow the law of the land.
I think this is echoing. Masca, thank you for coming in and thank you for your patience. Yeah, you came in. I suppose you came in for something. You want to address a certain point, so please go ahead.
No. Good evening, everybody, and good to see you all once again. It's just that I checked in and I saw it's the midnight crew, so I kind of feel I will be at home. There's really nothing I would want to add, but I feel kind of comfortable being at home, just even listening to you guys.
Masca, what is going on in Kano?
Honestly, I don't like talking about what I don't know. If I tell you I know what is happening, I will be lying to you. Okay. But what I can tell you, look, the two of them, both Gauna and Abba, they were commissioners under the same regime. So I know.
Oh, Gauna was also a commissioner under Konkoso?
Because he was commissioner, I think, first
I didn't even know that.
Local governments and you see, this is the thing with politics. We that are not in politics, or let's say people that are not in politics, don't tend to really appreciate the fact that these are like students of the same class. Yeah, you are not even in that university, and so for you to go and be racking your head, it's something else. So I don't know what really is happening. It's even deeper than that, because there was a point where I had to call one of the chairman of the NPP, I think, was it Katsina State? I called, yes, to confirm, because there was a rumor that they have expelled Konkoso from the party.
Yeah, that one is flying around. It's also there.
No, so I mean, you know, so the point I'm making is that with politics, the pieces are always moving around. If you are not really in politics, you are not even in that particular party, you may not understand what really is going on. So in my mind, I don't think the two events are unrelated, but I don't know. Honestly, yes, I'm from Kano, but I don't know what's happening. But like I said, for me, the way I see them, they're all birds of the same feather. There's really nothing to significantly choose from. So
yeah,
it's a bit concerning though.
So let me ask you one question. So I follow Kano politics as well. I believe Konkoso is the man to beat in Kano. I mean, in terms of no matter who is bringing as governor. But the thing is, the behavior of Abba Yusuf, right? Destroying properties. Do you think if they conduct a fresh election today, free and fair election, he can defeat Gauna again? It seems a lot of people, that did not affect how people, the supporters.
Okay, what I see, Kano is a very complicated state politically. Very, very complicated. People don't seem to understand that, you know, people there have their own mind in terms of who they want to vote. And you can do a very small thing. I remember there was a time when Buhari was the in thing in Kano. But the mere fact that the son of Abacha, Mohamed Abacha, was the contestant governorship candidate under CPC, and then I think about 3 or 4 days before the election, they collected the candidacy from him and gave a retired general. People voted against CPC, and that really was even the reason why Konkoso came back to be a governor. even though everybody in the state was a Buhari person at that time, but people voted against CPC and they went and voted for PDP. So I don't know if I will answer you directly. I think today, if the elections are conducted, people will still go and vote for Kwankwaso, because generally Nigerians, and I would say black people, we tend to create heroes. We don't have the capacity to do, how do I put it now? If you believe in somebody, you don't tend to criticize or see anything wrong with the person. So once you believe in somebody, you follow him most times blindly. So I think it's not Abba Gida Gida that people voted. People voted for.
I know.
I think he's still a political leader in Kano. So I still believe if they vote tomorrow, the people will still vote him. But I think it will be a bit closer, because you're right. Most of the elite are not too happy with some of the things that the new regime did. Even if what they are doing is right, people kind of felt there should have been some sort of due process. I don't go and start breaking down the property. You should take the person, maybe when there's a judgment, then you can come back and actually break it. You know, so I think the sentiment, I've not been to Kano after this. I don't think I've even spoken even to anybody. I don't think I've even spoken to
2027 is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Nigeria.
I think some of the things I've observed in the petitions that have been going on between states and different, in short, all the petitions going on in the country, I find that it is favoring this in APC. So, and I hope this is not a form of the judicial kind of handing
No, but
power.
is that what happened in Plateau
in
State?
one direction.
It looks like you follow Nigerian politics. I think Plateau State was the opposite direction.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes in the opposite, but by and large, the numbers that are tilting towards APC is quite large, and that is
what are the
issue.
numbers now?
I think somebody they played a video of it the other day. I'm not sure whether it was on this panel when they were playing, because they were trying to prove that Labour Party was losing a lot of support. There was a lot of fraud within the Labour ranks, that they were losing seats. So, but many of the ones that were listed favored APC. Yes,
but he's talking about the rep and the Senate, I think.
The rep, everything.
And how many reps does Labour have?
I know that they have about 13 senators. I think 12 or 13 senators. But House of Rep, I don't know that.
I think they have up to 20, 30 reps. So.
Yes, I think the senators is the one I know of.
For rep, Labour Party has 38.
Yeah, 38.
Then senatorial, they have 6. And governorship, they have 1.
Okay, no, they have 7 senators. No, it's 7 senators.
Is it 7?
Yeah, but they have lost 1. They have lost 1. So they
lost 1. Okay,
yeah,
maybe that's the issue. Okay, that's where this error came from, because I thought they had about.
The fear is that we should not move to one-party system. That would be disastrous.
Yeah. That is what PDP is seems to be angry about now. That they fear that because of these judges and judgments that are happening, that it might favor this in APC. So yeah, I'm sorry, my camera seems to be playing up. I think the poor camera is tired of long streams.
One thing I can see though, I think APC they have interest in Kano because they want to have Kano and Lagos, but I don't think they will survive in Kano. It's gonna be tough.
No, see, AY. Look, let me tell you my own. What would be the correct word? My own perspective as far as Kano is concerned. Okay. And this is one of the reasons why I feel people underrate Tinubu a lot. Tinubu, even way back to 2019, I was actually in Kano and I was very involved then in the election process. Not really in the election process, but just making sure that everything there was due process, people follow order, there was no too much violence. That's the part I was involved in. So I really knew a lot that was happening then. But as far as I could tell, I could see that Tinubu, even if he was just a normal person, a civilian, but he clearly was orchestrating things in Kano to make sure that Kano remains a state. Not just for the sake of the APC as a party, but because this is my own calculation. This is just perspective. There's no,
you are very right.
There's no fact. There's no. So if anybody push me back, I will run away and leave him. So this is just my conjecture. I was thinking by my calculation that Tinubu was very, very keen in Kano because he knows that if Kwankwaso has political domain over Kano, it means that he will have an added financial power. And he still sees Kwankwaso as a major, what do I call it now? As a major contestant when it comes to the northern votes. So I still believe that whatever is happening in Kano now, I won't take it far away from Tinubu.
So, Masker, let me tell you this. Not only Kano, you see, he did it in Kano, he did it in Imo State, he did it in Rivers State. Tinubu he dismantled Amechi in Rivers because he didn't want Amechi to install a governor in Rivers State.
Yes,
He will have financial power. So these guys he saw that they were roachers.
I will advise you, AY, as a brother. You know, when you are doing conjecture, you need to present it to the public clearly as a conjecture.
My personal opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. So the polity of Nigeria is I used to tell forefather this. Tinubu has been planning this thing long ago, like clearing the way for himself to get to power. So it's what you say, people think, oh, no, I'm not supporting any Tinubu.
but I would say that.
Hold on. I think you are overstating it again. I think sometimes we do this thing where we create a kind of a demigod or something of people. When they fail, you don't see it. But when they do well, suddenly they are gods. He dismantled somebody in this thing, but is it not PDP that was holding this River State? And while even Buhari was in office, a lot of PDP people joined APC. Was it all him that did all that? Some people will say it's him. But this same guy, see, I don't know why people always think that our leaders are powerful. They are not powerful.
Father, politics is deep.
He wants see.
So, but
the moment he believes something, he doesn't necessarily want to follow logic. Clearly, he fails in so many places and succeeds in other places.
It is okay to plan politically to capture a state, to capture that. But my own fear is that this is just craziness going too far. If people want development, for instance, I want a situation where AY or Masker can stand up tomorrow and say they want to be governor to do something for their state, and Tinubu can permutate all he wants, allow the people vote freely. The Beavers works, IRF works, you understand? Let people vote freely, because all this permutation.
I think we have brought this thing back to politics again. I think we're talking about
all this permutation is not going to help the common man.
Let's get out of politics, man. This is just fucking my head.
Politics.
My head is hurting.
About the same thing.
Let's go to something lighter, please.
Now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I wanted to bring up this topic, just to see how well our people consider these concepts. I hope Olumide, you can keep up with some of this sort of talk, because it's not constitutional matter. Is regarding consciousness itself. What did our traditional and religious beliefs say about consciousness? Because some scientists will argue that consciousness is all based on the memories we have. That's all we are is based on our memory. If, say, your memory is wiped out, are you the same person that had that memory or a totally different person? And some people argue that consciousness has to do with the universe becoming aware of itself, that everything we do is not, we think it's a personal experience, but it's based on transient packets of experience that carries on, and the universe is basically taking pictures of itself over time. And because one of the examples of this was when they did the split brain experiment. I don't know whether anybody has heard about it. It's a kind of procedure they carry out to treat epilepsy. So they split the brain in half. And what they did, because I think, I'm not sure which side does what, but one side is responsible for speech and the other side is responsible for a kind of analysis, a kind of stuff. So both sides of the brain were responding differently to the same subject matter. They can ask somebody now to pick up something with their hand, and the person will pick up that stuff. And when they ask the person what they picked up and why, they will describe totally something else. As you see, so it means that the one side of the brain is recognized doing something else, and the other side is doing totally something else. There are cases whereby both sides are fighting each other. So it means that the mind, you can have two minds in one sometimes from the way they look at it. So some people, because of that, argue that it means that all our brain is doing is observing the world around it. It's not the consciousness we feel is just an effect that comes from the brain coming together. So I guess I'm trying to put the question to people that believe, in terms of our consciousness as human beings having a soul and all the rest. From religious point of view, what does this say? What does our consciousness mean? I don't know if who wants to go first?
I think you are complicating the issue. So for this discussion to really move forward, I think you need to decide the platform. What I mean by the platform you want to have the discussion, are you
science or religion?
Is it science or is it what do they call this? Is it theology now? Is it science or theology?
It's open. It's basically open because everybody have their own interpretation. Otherwise,
it's not gonna move because let me tell you, even
Master, when you say theology, Master, when you say theology, it has to do with Christianity. So it's not about any religion, it's just spirituality.
Because it could be science. You can go through science too. Because the idea is that some people may not be into science. They will not be able to explain it based on science. They may be able to explain it based on other ideas, and maybe through religion or traditions. You understand what I'm trying to say? So the idea is that if, let's say, some people might believe that is the chi. I think the Chinese believe, or the Egyptians believe in something like, whether it's the chi they call it or something like that. There's something in our consciousness that represents who we are. And but then again, we know if you lose your memory, or sometimes you even have a traumatic accident that alters your brain chemistry, or even the size of a brain, that the person totally turns to someone else in terms of the way they perceive the world, completely change, their character changes. So how do we reconcile the actual person that we used to know before from the person that has changed? Are we just memories, in other words? That's a question I can put forward. Or what does religion say? What makes us what we are? That's consciousness, isn't it? Being conscious, like me now.
You have gone back again, forefather, because when you ask what does religion say, it means, like, personally, I would have two answers. Okay, if you ask me from a religious perspective, I will tell you what my religion says. Whether I completely agree with what my religion says in regards to consciousness is one thing, and what my understanding of science as far as consciousness is concerned is another. In fact, I may even complicate it further and tell you that what is now my personal experience. I don't know if you've ever fainted before, but I have fainted a couple of times. And I can tell you that if you faint, for the days I fainted, that period is blank. I cannot tell you what has happened.
That's interesting.
I remember who I was before then, and I know who I have been after that, but for that period, it's blank.
Completely gone.
It's not me. I was never around.
You see, that's the weird thing, isn't it?
It's not. When I have a good understanding, it's not complicated for me because I have a good understanding of how our body works. I know that as long as your heart is pumping, then there's life in you. But the brain, if for any reason it stops getting enough oxygen, it shuts down as an organ. It goes to sleep itself. And I think what you're saying is what I'm agreeing with, that everything we are is just simply what have been recorded in the brain. If you take your computer, for instance, now, it's almost the same thing. If there's no files, there's no system there, if it's completely wiped out, it's no longer your old computer. If you move it to a new computer, the old one is not, yes, the body of that computer, you used to use it. But if you're going to look for a file, you can't go there and start looking for that file. You can't say it's on my computer. It is on your new computer.
You see, what you are saying here is, in a way, maybe I wasn't expecting that, but it's quite an advanced way of looking at
maybe the question to ask, I'm sorry to bust it. Maybe the question to ask is, why do we have so many churches and mosques in Nigeria, and yet the country is just in a mess?
But that is not the question we are discussing. Stop trying to change topic. Are you another TA now that always comes to change the topic? See, yeah, please, Righteous Man. I think Righteous Man has thought about it.
I'm not surprised at the paradox now.
Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, to understand it, you have to look at the concept of soul, spirit, and the body.
Yeah.
You see, from the little research I did in the Christian theology, the God of the Bible, of the Jews, says, the soul that sinneth shall die. Not the body, not the spirit. So in the other way around, the real man is caged in this physical body, because that is the soul that dies, not this body. And when you connect your question to incarnation and reincarnation, then from what my brother in Kano or in Abuja said.
I'm not in Kano. You guys, I will never mention Kano.
You know, you need to put it at the bottom. I am in Abuja, just in case people should stop putting in Kano. Go ahead.
Yeah, the analysis he gave, he fainted. The question is this: how did he know that he fainted? If within that space of time,
you're asking me a question, I can
if
answer.
within that space of time, he could not realize or remember what happened. So how did you come to know that you fainted?
Okay, let me answer you. Okay. I was on a sick bed. This is the one that I think was the longest. I was on a sick bed in school. We were about to write exams. So I was in secondary school then. My aunt came to the school. So they told her, no, he's sick. He's in the hostel. And it was a mixed school. So she, being a female, cannot enter the hostel because it's a boys' hostel. So she stood outside. So I was held. Two of my friends held me. They walked me out from my sick bed. I was talking to her. I could feel me fainting when I was talking to her because she was chiding me. Why are you sick and you haven't gone home? I was trying to explain to her that no, we were about to write the exams. At a point, I started losing consciousness. I was telling her that I'm fainting, but because there was no energy in me, she couldn't even hear the words. So I could remember till that point when I was holding on to a pillar. So after that, wait. After that, this was like 9 a.m. in the morning. The only thing that I can remember of that day was me waking up around 11 o'clock in the night in a hospital, which is like 50 kilometers from the school, with my grandmother there, with my auntie there, and I think an uncle. So yes, that's the story. That's, of course, if by 9 a.m. you know what was happening to you, and the only time you wake up again, you wake up, you don't know how you got into the hospital at 11 in the night. So
yeah.
So invariably, you were conscious in your subconsciousness.
No.
You were.
No.
In your subconsciousness, within the environment you were. You were conscious.
No, but
Okay,
you
so
can't
let me
be.
tell you what my understanding of conscious means. Okay, anything that you cannot for any reason be able to pull it out from wherever it is, okay, it doesn't exist. It's only you deceiving yourself, because I mean, memories, we can forget, we can remember, okay, and there's, I know it has never happened. This was a very long time ago. No idea of anything in between. And it's not the first time, it wasn't the last time. So I've had another experience also. They were shorter, but I could clearly see that okay, once you faint,
Sorry,
for that
Mr. Max.
period you have fainted.
Sorry, let me ask you this question,
Righteous
please.
man, let me ask you a question before you ask. So
No,
what?
Anyway, I beg, let him land.
Okay, Righteous man, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because you were telling us that you were fainting. You were conscious that you were fainting.
That I was losing consciousness. I could feel it.
Oh, but you have not fainted at that material
At
time.
that point, I have not fainted.
Good. You have answered my question.
So
AY, I think, no, sorry, not AY, Righteous Man. This is a basic, a straightforward concept. I think you are trying to imply that while he fainted, he was somehow conscious. If you are to be conscious, you have to be aware.
No. At the moment he was fainting, he was conscious. But the moment he fainted, he was no longer conscious.
Yes.
So at that moment he fainted.
Okay, so
at that moment he fainted.
Masker, let's make a distinction, because sometimes we use word very loosely within the African context, especially when we're using English. Okay, sometimes English is very limited. Do you agree with me that when we say we faint, it actually means that we are losing consciousness of our physical environment?
Process of fainting.
Yeah, we lose consciousness.
You're absolutely correct, John.
Okay, now I'll put it to you. The person that is dying, is he losing consciousness?
Okay, so
dying is actually a process.
Yes, okay.
There's a
let me
clinical
answer
death.
you.
Okay.
That is where I started. I started by, in my mind, there are two significant organs of the body. Okay.
Yes.
As long as your heart is beating,
yes,
every other organ can stop and take a rest.
That's right.
You're still alive. Okay. You may not be conscious of your life because maybe some of the organs, the recording organs, maybe your eye, your skin, your ears, your nose, they're all taking a rest. They are not working. They are not at work.
Yeah,
on
like
that
someone
time,
in the
at
coma.
that
Yeah,
time.
like someone in the coma does not know.
So as long as your heart is beating, in my mind, you're still alive. The brain, I've come to see that the brain is not as significant as the heart. The brain, which is the repertoire of our consciousness, sometimes go to sleep at various levels. Very, I can tell you like 10 levels. Even when you're sleeping, there are various levels of sleep. You could be asleep, fully asleep, but you could hear some sounds in that your sleep. And when you wake up, you now still hear the same sound and you're, I thought I was dreaming. I don't know whether you people have had that experience, but I do have it. It's a level of consciousness. Even when I'm waking up, there's a point where you are in between, you are in some sort of slumber, but there's a point where you now come to full consciousness. It's like your brain is now up and running. So I believe that the brain has a resting mechanism. This is the way I see it. And there are points where it completely closes shop. So once it closes shop, I don't see how you would have any consciousness, because what is consciousness? Conscious is number one, you are recording your physical environment. What are the organs of recording the environment? Probably your eye, your nose, maybe you're smelling something, maybe you're tasting something, you're hearing something, you're perceiving something, and then there's this thing they call a sense of appropriation, where you are standing. Where are you? Where am I in the world? But once the brain shuts down, all these senses, they stop working. So you can't be conscious. This is my conviction. So if you ask me,
Okay,
whether
but
the
then
person
when it,
is lying, I would say
okay,
that what you are saying, I can explain it to you that what you're saying is that the brain has shut down, and as long as maybe the heart is about to stop, as long as it stops, then everything is gone.
but do you know that there's been an account where people had either through trauma or very serious illness, they saw themselves actually leaving their body, and they will see people trying to revive them, and they're just watching, they're just confused, and that's a process of death.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I've never experienced that, but as a
Oh, you don't experience that one.
can
no,
I
I
add
don't.
something?
I've not experienced that one. My own is total shutdown. All I know is that the brain shuts down.
Don't experience it. It's not good.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Let me just say something in 30 seconds, and you go ahead. From what I understand, there are this in near-death experience that people have, and there are some people that believe that it's a kind of spiritual experience where their body leaves, their spirit leaves their body, and they were able to describe things outside their body. There's a lot of testimonies to this. While the scientists, their own opinion is that some of these experiences a chemical reaction going on within a body that is suffering trauma, that is about to die. And because the brain's about to die, is going through all this spasm and is creating all these kind of illusions. So that is their own this is submission, and there is no clear answer to that, at least from what I've seen so far. Anyway, AY, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So what Masca is saying, right? Yeah, I think everybody is making a lot of sense, right? So for me, that cautiousness we're talking about is it's just like sleep. I think is the best description. Sometimes you just like you are in that deep sleep, you don't even know what is happening. I think at that time I would think there is no cautiousness. You see, it's a process, right? You start sleeping, somebody is talking, you talk, maybe somebody called you, you talking back, you will not get the full detail of the conversation. You can see people, yeah, she called me, or he called me, oh, I said this, oh, but you will not get the full detail. So it's just like a process that will get you to that deep state. And that state is like you are dead. Now, no consciousness. That's one part of it. And the other thing, like Masca said, if you want to discuss consciousness, you have to define, because it's very broad, to be honest. It's still evolving, it's very broad. Are you going to discuss it on religious platform? Are you going to discuss it on science platform? So the understanding will be different. Like in religion, in Islam, for example, it's more like you can call it self-reflection. That's even in science, still self-reflection, but it depends on the state. I have a professor that was a DECA member. This is all they did with. So he's gonna put himself. We usually have discussion. Put himself in that state of consciousness. That is all they seek. Be in like that meta state. Even scientists, you read history of like Isaac Newton. All these are big scientists. All they were doing, they put themselves in state of consciousness, stay away, like isolated themselves from the public.
All this grammar don't too much from you because I don't know how this one will I don't know how this one will fix Nigeria. This one will give Obi mandate.
So,
come on, man. Let me calm down, man. With your politics. This is Sunday school, though.
I don't understand all this consciousness. No consciousness.
You say you're a medical practitioner.
Everything is not. Everything is
you don't go.
So they put themselves in that state. They are able to do stuff. They are able to avoid distractions. So the important thing, like I'm a deep thinker. I used to think a lot about this kind of stuff, right? In my secondary school, I used to have a friend. He's a deeper light. He's in deeper light, like strong one. I have a strong friend that is Jehovah Witness. Both of them, they were so brilliant. So I actually, like, me and my friend, we usually have this kind of discussion, right? What actually differentiates them from this it gives you that mind to be serious. You avoid distractions, like avoid club, avoid drinking, avoid smoking, avoid like gathering that are unnecessary. You know, you avoid distraction. It keeps you in line, like focus on the important things. So because those stuff will take your time. So it really depends on how you want to define consciousness. Like in religion, like I said, seeking self-reflection. You commit a sin, you know, oh, I'm not supposed to do this. Go seek forgiveness. So the direction the religion is taking consciousness is different from when you're looking at it from science. So it's very deep.
So you mean that conscious from religious point of view?
Can I come in, please?
Don't worry, I will call on you. Believe in me, I know you are there. You have been very, very disciplined, you know. So please be patient with me. See, what are you saying from point of view of religion? They never really address the idea that your awareness comes into being. I would have thought, like in the case of the Bible, where they talked about God breathing life into a human being, it's like waking the person up, isn't it? Like somebody that is just awoken from the mud state to life. But is there no because there's no other place they talked about consciousness?
No, there are a lot. That is what I'm telling you. I'm just speaking from the surface. The deeper thought, how you are born, the state you are born, the processes, like they are all consciousness. But on religion, the surface is more like self-reflection. Do self-reflection. You know, like you commit a sin, for example. You are reflecting, oh, what did I just do? Oh, let me go ask forgiveness. I need to stay away. It's still consciousness. So on religion, that is the surface. The deeper one, like human existence, try to understanding what is going on, like that is a different topic that is way deeper. You need to really explore.
But it's not part of religion that you are aware of.
It's part of religion.
Then why are you not telling us now? That's what I'm asking now. Why are you not telling us? Tell us.
You know me, I don't like discussing religion with you again.
No, because no, it's not about religion with me. It's about trying to elucidate that, bring to light what it talks about, you know, because it will be interesting. It might actually correlate with some of the scientific explanations.
When you start, to be honest, I think you have, this topic is very vast, so you have to restrict it to particular area. It's easier to discuss. So I will say let Oti go ahead. It's very deep.
Okay, since you are not going to go any deeper, then it's all right. Oti, please go ahead.
Look, I'm not pretending to be an expert on. Look, but I think the starting point is what how Russia's man started. Now, in other words, the question. I mean, as a human being, man, what? Okay, we have body, okay, something physical, and then soul and spirit. So consciousness, because really, even at that physical level, something material, when we talk about consciousness or being aware of being sensitive, I think even at that material level, we can already notice different degrees, levels of consciousness. In other words, awareness. There is I mean, what I don't know if some of you have heard about the book called The Importance of Now. One Eckhart Tolle. So, or even Buddhism, what I call meditation, the practice of meditation. So essentially, even a daily life, a modern life, being aware, being attentive to what is happening moment by moment, So that is already you're kind of being, you are training your consciousness to be awake, to be alert, to be more sensitive. And then the spiritual side of it is this. Look, I don't think it's quite, making a decision between religion and science. It's not. I don't think it's very helpful now, because science studies uses its method to study, a phenomenon. Right? But religion, on the other hand, of course, uses different, not the same method, kind of measuring things, not the scientific method. But consciousness in the spiritual aspect, that's where again the spirit man, okay, because I mean different our constitutions, so the way we're made up, body, spirit, soul, and spirit. So for the spiritual aspect, you kind of in cultivating your spirit man, that which is the real person really, because the body, I don't think our bodies are not who we are. That's not our real selves. It's really what is what is the soul, if you like. So, for example, when we go to sleep, we sleep. Are you saying, okay, you're not physically awake, you're not awake, you're not conscious, but you have not lost consciousness? After all, people wake up and remember what the dreams they've had. So, even in your sleep, you are conscious at a different level. So that's but and I think the way you ask the question, perhaps I don't know what you were looking at or thinking. Consciousness is something. Science is something science studies. The biological sciences or as psychologically. It can be investigated in different from different perspectives. But that is life. I mean, I think it's something that's saying what is life, because anything that has life, there's element of consciousness.
So yeah, okay, let's say consciousness is something that can be described in the, as you put it now, kind of moment.
Yes.
But what if your memory changes of what now represents? I guess not, because what is now is based on what you understand about what comes from your understanding of memory, what is stored in your memory. Because some other person a doctor can be in the theater and his now is different from a carpenter standing in that same theater. The way they perceive it.
Sorry, awareness is not memory. I wouldn't. It's not memory. It's consciousness is definitely something bigger than memory. Because, for example, if you think about being attentive, living in the now, being, in other words, when people that practice meditation, they kind of, allowing all the distractions, the noise, white noise, to really dissipate, to be aware of themselves. Is what I mean. So they are even more accurately, they're conscious, they're alive. It's not memory. They're not remembering.
But what makes you alive, though? What makes you aware? Is it not your senses? Let's put it this way. Let's say you don't have eyes, you don't have ears, you don't smell.
No, it's not your senses.
Let me try. Let me get to the point so that you can think about it and give me let's say you don't have eyes, nose, no smelling, no sense of touch, no sense of, all your senses are dead. So that's basically a situation of no reception.
You can still be alive and conscious. You see, the breath of life, that is life. I mean, it's not dependent on your physical senses.
Let me hold on now. Because to be conscious, I would have thought to be conscious is to be able to make sense of anything you're experiencing, to say something about. But if there is no reception, there's no.
Sorry, let me just make a correction for further. What you just said now is not entirely correct, and this one is factual. Because when you say
when you're asleep, when you're dreaming, are you smelling something?
Sorry, let him.
There's a difference between perception and being conscious. For instance, let's say, how will I give you an example? The difference between perception and conscious. Okay, fantastic. I'm inside this room. My fan is blowing. Okay. My body is recording that the temperature. There are a lot of things that the body does independently, whether we like it or not. You are not aware that you are breathing, are you? You have to now direct your attention to your breathing to now remember that I'm breathing.
You're actually breathing.
Your intestine.
Yeah, but that is my point. That if there is no sense of sense,
sorry, please. I'm just trying to make him understand that there is a difference between consciousness and perception. You can be conscious, but you're not perceiving the thing. And perception really is different from stimulus. Stimulus is you can see, you can touch. But when you touch, what do you perceive it to be? What do you interpret it to be?
Okay.
I perceive a noise. So what do I interpret that noise to be? So I'm just saying that consciousness is different from perception.
It's much bigger. It's much bigger, and I think if the sciences. I don't think they have been
So
able
you
to
may
kind
be
of
conscious
pin
of
down say
something and not
this is what
perceive it.
consciousness is made of, you know. But in
I have to bring it to a close because it's not going to close.
Please, you're gonna bring it to a close.
It's not going to close.
Leave it now.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Now,
KJ.
here is the difference in all of what we're saying. It is the human spirit, which is the spirit of God, that makes us totally aware of every other thing. Now, the existence of man is that spirit that's connecting with his creator. There are people who say they don't believe in the concept of God. However, they know that there's a spirit that drives them to be human. That spirit is different from the one that is in the animals and in trees, because that spirit is what directs you and forms you. Now, there's somebody who said earlier on that when Adam was created, Adam was already a being existing until the Spirit of God gave it understanding, gave it perception, as Marx tried to say, gave it to be aware of his environment, to be aware that it's a living being, and it has a time that it probably not be existing any longer. In the beginning, it was supposed to be so. Man was supposed to live forever, but man was not able to contain the task given to it not to step beyond the boundary of life, and so death came into the scene. Now, because it's a big issue, we'll probably not be able to treat here. I'm just trying to put the best way that I think we can all be able to accept that whether you are a Muslim, you are a Christian, you are a Hindu, you're whatever you are, at the end of your stay, you will definitely account to whoever you believe in. We as Christians, me in particular, believe there's just one way. There's no other way. And that way is the way of the followers of Christ. It does not necessarily mean, see, now this here is where the challenge is mostly. Some people think that for you to be a follower of Christ, you must be a Christian. You must not identify as a Christian for you to be a follower of Christ. You must not even identify as any religion for you to be a follower of Christ. Because Christ did not start the Christian religion. The Christian religion was started by those who he left behind. While he walked the earth, he didn't say he was a Christian, neither did he say he was a Muslim, neither did he say he was anything. It was just Christ. And that's why there's a group right now who said to themselves, they are just followers of Christ. They don't tell you that they are Christians, they don't tell you they are Muslims, they just tell you, I believe in Christ and I'm following that. That's my religion. So, in other words, the life that we live belongs to someone. That someone will definitely be the person who will give account to, whether now or in the hereafter. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to add something.
Thank you. No, I need to go back to that point that was being made earlier on, because, like I said, if you have no sense of any sense of this in the world around you, let's say you don't feel, you don't have any feeling on your skin, there is no sense of sight, there's no sense of smell, taste, or if all your senses are numb, what are you going to be using to interact with the world that will make you conscious? Let's say there's no memory. Let's say you don't even have any memory.
Okay.
Are you conscious?
No. Let me answer the question by asking your question.
Did AY say no?
I will say no.
No, sorry. No.
So now that's getting us closer to what consciousness actually represents.
He's saying no to what? That you're not conscious.
That if you don't have any sense of your senses, all your senses are dead. Can you be said to be conscious, especially if you don't have memory too?
You're dead, isn't it?
No, sorry. I'll answer the question this way.
But you might be alive, but not conscious.
See, the way I will answer the question, if you're talking about kind of being physically conscious, okay? I mean, that's something different, okay? Where you don't have any senses of, feeling or whatever. But as I think we've made the point that consciousness is much bigger than that, because again, the spirit man, if you understand that man is not just, a human being is not just the body, the material, that's the soul and there's the spirit. So the spirit can be alive even when you're not feeling anything, not sensing anything. And again, for example, when intuition, people, I don't know, intuition, you can just know something, feel something that there's no physical connection, but somehow you know it. So how did that happen? Is that not consciousness? Again, it depends on how how alive your spirit man is. So I think you really have to you have to think about consciousness as being something much bigger than a physical sensation or perception. So and again, of course, when you think, even you go deeper spiritually, that you can actually be aware, okay, things that you cannot explain. You can have some knowledge, or you can so that's the thing, spirit, Holy Spirit, for those who for Christians.
Oti, you talk as if you are finishing every single second, then you carry on anyway. It's confusing. It's confusing me because I wanted to call righteous man.
Father,
So please
Father, I need to say something. I need to say, Oti, you said earlier that there is no difference between religion and science when it comes to consciousness. Actually, I don't think it's correct. The other thing is what you just said. Now I want to refer to even what KJ said. KJ, you see, I get where you're coming from, right? So that's why I was telling you, religion, even the way Islam is going to see consciousness, Christianity is going to see it differently. Judaism is seeing it differently. Science is seeing it differently. I'll give you an example. In Christianity, they believe in that spirit, you call it, right? They don't believe in the body. They believe in the soul and the spirit. So they don't pay attention to the body. So they believe in that. In Judaism and Islam, they take consciousness of the body, the soul very seriously. For example, in Islam, they will explain to you how to clean yourself, clean your body. You do some certain, you want to pray, you have to clean your body. Judaism is the same thing. Even what we eat, right? We are forbidden from eating some kind of stuff, like some animals. Judaism also do. The animal you eat in Judaism, there is a process it has to undergo, like for cleanliness. The way you slaughter the animal. So Christianity, again, does not believe in this part of it, right? So that's why I was telling you, Fafa, that's why I didn't want to really go deep.
What has it got to do with consciousness?
Now that you have brought it in,
it's still consciousness. It's
not how. What is it got to do?
Those are just events that are called from consciousness.
I'm not one of those people who
are not explaining consciousness itself.
Practicing Christian. I think I know beyond just normal Christianity. You don't say the Christians don't believe in the body. No. The levels of Christianity is the body, the soul, the spirit. So each one has its own purpose or has its own stand in Christianity. No Christian can tell doesn't know how to prepare himself, because fasting is what? It's torturing the body to be able to get to a higher spiritual realm. So you discipline your body by fasting and praying. Yes. So now that's just one aspect. Secondly, the Christianity dwells more of being able, because when you believe that when you discipline the body, you can be able to now live in the spirit. And when you live in the spirit, you can be able to commit. Look, what is death? Death is simply the absence of the spirit of God in you. That's simple. Once God takes his breath away,
or even sin,
let's allow. Mazi Eddie wants to ask a question. Mazi, please go ahead. Righteous man, I can see you. Don't worry, I'll come to you. Mazi, please go ahead.
Thank you, for that. This thing is that this topic of consciousness, we will never get to a point where everybody will meet, because the Christian folks who bend the arrow towards their direction, the Islamic folks who bend the arrow towards their direction, the traditionalists who bend the arrow towards that direction. If you speak to a Hindu person, same thing. So I don't think, because we'll be going in a circle having this debate. Nobody from everybody will be saying the same thing, but everybody is trying to tune it towards what suits them. You guys, but after this debate, if you guys want to continue, but the question I wanted to ask is totally different from this. Is for the diaspora, because most of us are diasporans, and why is it that the West they've embraced the Indian culture, the Indian diet. They managed to embrace the Chinese culture, the Chinese diet, but they've never been able to embrace African culture. as recent, they've even embraced the Jewish tradition and the Jewish culture. But why is it that the African culture and tradition has not been embraced?
Can I answer? Can I quickly?
So that's been messing up in my head.
Sorry.
Okay,
Repeat the question again. Repeat the question. I didn't get the question. Sorry. Repeat that again.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Looking at forefather, I see you in the UK. In the UK, there is no part of the UK you go to that you won't find you won't find an Indian restaurant or a Chinese restaurant. This why I'm saying this because I travel a lot, and each place I go, I like to look for the closest Nigerian restaurant to buy. But just in general, in the West, in the West completely, both Eastern Europe, North America, they've managed to embrace the Indian tradition and culture. So some days they even have the Indian Day where they celebrate their gods, and they have that for the Chinese New Year and the rest. They've got Jewish days and Jewish holidays as well. But why is it that the African...
sorry, my friend, the world listen to black music or any kind of music, genre of music.
The world listen to black music, but what I'm saying
has a black origin, you know, whatever. So I mean,
let me take this one. Let me take this. Okay, are you in America?
No, I'm in the UK.
Okay, that's fine. Excellent. Now, as you know, even the UK, Christianity, it's mainly Africans that are Christians. Most English people do not believe. They don't even. The best you have for English people, the few, very, very small percentage is Church of England. You agree, Abi? Okay. Now, from where we are coming from, we have already rejected our traditional tradition. Our Amadio, our Ogun, and all that, whatever you call it. We have already we've been taught to that it's evil. That is not something that we should touch. That's how we are. Not even from my generation, even from my dad's generation. That's how it's been. Now, we now migrated to all parts of the world now. What do you can only project what you already have. These people are the Indians you're referring to, the Asians mainly you're referring to, even the Chinese, like you and I know. If you go to any Chinese shop in the UK, you see all these their thing. It's not the decoration, no, that is their god. That is the symbol of their god. See, they've been holding on, they've got the same tradition, they worship the same thing and all that for thousands and thousands of years. But whereas you go to an average African shop in the UK, which you and I know, and all that, you see Winners Chapel, Redeem, and all that kind of thing. It's a cultural thing. But whereas if you go to Brazil right now, the Yoruba way of worshiping Oshun, Oye, and all that kind of is getting traction. That's just the explanation.
Let's not expand on that because it will change the topic completely. Let me ask a question about the let me go back to the original one. The original one that I wanted to question was that's some of the this thing, so I can understand. I think KJ said something about the spirit existing, and that spirit, I take it that is the one that is often, going to be judged for heaven or hell. So, but we know of cases whereby, like, somebody will have an accident and they have a traumatic, stuff in their brain. When their brain chemistry changes or structure changes, then their attitude changes. So, if that person's attitude changes and it becomes quite, let's say, evil and violent and stuff like that, is that person going to be judged to go to hell based on an accident that they had because of their action? Are they going to be judged based on their actions, whether it's due to the brain injury or not? Or are they going to be judged?
You will get the answer.
Are they going to be judged based on their earlier state?
Forefathers. I think you are going too far. The question you will ask.
I'm just asking.
The question you should ask. Yes. So
I will answer the question. I will not answer the question.
So what you will ask AY now, from an Islamic perspective,
exactly.
will a madman who we know he is deranged, will
it's
he
not
go
normal.
to hell or will he go to heaven?
Can I answer the question?
Let me answer the question.
But the person is not a madman. The person is not a madman. The person is content has just changed.
It's the same thing, Forefather. Hold on.
Then by that standard, everybody that does evil is deranged.
Forefather, no. Forefather, see, let me answer from Islamic perspective. So in Islam, when you are in that state, like a madman, you don't have sin, actually. You don't have sin because you are not in a normal state. Do you get it?
No, I mean, this person is conscious. They now understand. They understand stuff. They can even go to school, and it's just that their attitude, their content has changed. They are more violent. They are more judgmental. They are ruder to people. They are more abusive.
You are describing a sinner, my brother. That's all you are
Yeah,
doing.
but the person was not a sinner before the accident. So the question now is,
we were all born clean, forefathers. We were all born clean. We were never sinners in our mother's womb.
yeah, but because of the accident, they became like that. Because there was a case like that. I'm not making it up. This is something that is actually on YouTube right now, where the person completely changed. Yeah, please go ahead, righteous man.
I want to ask you two questions. Are you writing a book on this subject?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
I love that question.
Because if you are not writing a book, you are making a research on this very topic. It is very, very broad. It's very wide. Anyway,
very broad.
AY, I think, was it AY Olumide? Somebody asked the question. They say, we have a lot of mosques and churches in Nigeria. Why is it that the presence of these churches and mosques, it has not affected our society positively, right?
Okay, don't worry. Go to bed. We talk.
No, making a sweeping assumption. Let me tell you my perspective of the mosque.
Hold on. I want to. I'm trying to get at something. Somebody asked that question, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So here is my thinking. The Western world used religion. They created religious conscience in us.
No, you're wrong.
Hold on.
You're wrong. There's nothing like creating religious conscience in you. You're wrong.
Hold on. You know, religion in plural. The African religion is different. That's what I'm saying. We are the two major religions we're discussing here is Islam and Christianity, isn't it? So the Western world,
all of them. It does. Anybody can come from any point of view. Sorry.
The Western world brought in Christianity, and our consciousness was redirected towards heaven, making heaven and avoiding hell. Okay? The consciousness of attaining to civilization, modern civilization, was lost. That is why in Nigeria, you have professors who rig election. You have professors. Hold on.
How do we always end up in elections?
Can I
our papa that do election? I don't know why we are always going back to election.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Father, see what I'm trying to say, eh? You see, consciousness, that's why I asked you, are you writing a book or you're making a research? Because from the African perspective, Africa is not even a third world. Africa is 10th world. Because there is the consciousness of Africa to attain to civilization is like it's dead.
But what is
and that's why many of you
what do you mean by civilization?
I mean in civilization referring to modern technology.
No, that's not civilization. Gone, is it civilization?
No.
Yeah, modern technology is a blend of
civilization is a very, very wishy-washy term.
Hold on, righteous man. You see why I said you are wrong. You started off, you cannot say that any Western world brought us consciousness of whatever. Look, in every society, no matter how primitive, there's a sense of good and bad. Are you with me? So morality, ethics. So it's everywhere, right? So you can't have a society without this, without ethics. Okay. Now I mean, if you're trying to answer the question why we have so many churches, and then of course, we have all.
No, you've not allowed me to explain myself. You just interjected. You've not allowed me to explain myself. Look, we are talking of consciousness. How has it affected the religious consciousness that have been developed in Africa? Have not allowed us to advance technologically. Because if you come to Africa now, everybody is saying heaven, heaven, God, God. The things we are supposed to do for ourselves, the solutions we're supposed to, the problems we're supposed to solve ourselves, we're waiting for the Almighty God to come down to Nigeria to solve it for us. Because our consciousness have been redirected to heaven and towards God. So what we are thinking now, what we are feeling now is only about God. That's why we have a lot of churches.
Who redirected it? No, sorry, it's a wrong premise. Sorry, you're wrong, sir.
No, let me tell you who redirected it. Hold on. This is
who redirected it.
Who redirected it?
No, excuse me. That's what is called miseducation, right? Now listen.
Hold on.
Please,
the advent of the Bible, the advent of the bringing of the Bible, and the education that tells you that your own tradition and religion is evil, redirects your thinking, your consciousness. You are no longer conscious of, like my father told me a story about his father. Hold on, you will disagree with me. My father told me a story about his father.
I didn't say anything. Am I not allowed to shake my head?
My father told me a story about his father. His father was a very great man. What he does, if he wants to go to meeting, he will go to his backyard and plug one leaf. He speaks to that leaf and step on it, and he disappears. Okay. And he will appear at the venue of that meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
And we should go back to that, right?
No, hold on, Oti. Let him speak.
I think we don't have to pay for fights.
The Christian religion. The Christian religion.
Let us ask a light mood question, Mr. Righteousness. Just a lighter mood question. Like, did your dad ever give you a lift when he was taking a ride on that lift?
No, listen, excuse me. Sorry, because I listened to your conversation earlier about religion and all that, and you see, sometimes I think we make.
So let me finish. So when the Christian missionaries came, they were told to do away with those things, and those who refused were sold into slavery. So that theory, that passing of that knowledge to the next generation was lost, because those who supposed to carry on from where my grandfather stopped, they were sold into slavery. You see, that generation lost the consciousness of what they had on ground that would have advanced them technologically. So religion was used as a tool to redirect the consciousness of a black man towards heaven only, not towards
wrong thesis.
Hold on. Not towards that. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Okay, go on.
If Nigeria is developed like America and Europe, some of you that are there today will not be there, because what you need in life,
that's
you will get it here.
That's correct. What's the question?
So that is it.
What is that a question?
For righteous man, I have a question for you. So,
okay, go ahead.
What you call consciousness is not. Maybe you're talking about knowledge, right? Knowledge.
Science. It's not knowledge.
Hold on.
Look, the black man is not conscious of. Like in Nigeria today, every Nigerian you ask, an average Nigerian on the street will tell you that I don't care.
Okay. Let me ask you. Sorry, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So now you're saying that the white man, okay, they came and they redirected our consciousness. Is that so? We're now heaven bound. Is that correct? So Nigerians, our attitude, our actions, everything we do is kind of, heaven oriented. Is that what you're saying? Heaven, since that's the redirection of our consciousness towards heavenly and no longer earthly. Is that what you're saying? That would be the logical, the logic of your thesis. Redirection of our consciousness. Is that, are we behaving as people who are heavy, who want heaven more than anything else?
I think he has a point to an extent where he says our focus shifted from certain.
No, it doesn't have any point. You see, it's other people that can confuse. People don't know what they're doing. And by the way, you see, we have to be able to make a decision between religion. Okay, when we talk about our tradition, right? Yes, our tradition and culture is quite different from worship of idols, right?
Yes.
Or even kind of.
No, I disagree with you. I disagree with idols. It is white man that told you that what you're worshiping is idol. It is white man that told you what you're worshiping is idol.
Even if you are worshiping idols, so what? What? People hold on. Some people worship idols as a conduit to the supreme, while others worship idols for other reasons. So just because other people use this in Mecca or the other people use cross, what is the difference? We are all doing similar stuff. We just like to act as if one is better than the other.
There's a difference between Igbo culture, tradition, and idol worship. Okay, you have that should be clear to you, right? So
I want to ask you a question. Okay, it is a white man that told you it's idol. Who calls it idol? What a white man worship to me is an idol. What a white man worship to me is an idol.
No, sorry.
It's an idol.
Exactly. I think you can argue that. You see, everybody has their own perception. So
exactly. You can't tell me what I'm worshiping is idol, and your own you're worshiping God. No.
Righteous man.
God is the concept.
One at a time. Let's allow Oti to finish.
Sorry. There's what is called idol worship, right? There are spirits. Okay, it's even the Bible, right? Different spirits all over the world, principalities, forces, all these things. Okay, and you can worship them. You can find out what make sacrifices to them. You can serve them, right? But it's different from Igbo culture and tradition. That's different. Are you with me? So again, Christianity is something different. So you have to really know what you're doing.
No, but not all of us also are Igbo. So let's not reduce this discussion
to an Igbo discussion. It's not about Igbo.
What he's trying to say is this. Masker is.
I understand. I'm just saying that it should be broad, African. If we're talking African,
that's where I'm going now. That's where I'm going. If you had allowed me, I would have gone there.
Spirits are all over the world. Even here, you can worship spirits here, right? Okay. So again, if you're a Christian, then you know what Christianity is about, right? And so.
Okay.
I don't know. Look, myself, I'm a Christian, okay? And I know why I'm a Christian, right? So it's again, you shouldn't really be having this confusion. Is maybe because maybe you haven't quite understood really what the whole thing is all about, okay? Even the Christianity. And again, the mistake we make, we think that this Christianity is something Western. It's not a Western civilization, right? The only thing that the West happened, Europeans happened to bring it to, come to Africa to preach, to evangelize, but it's not a Western.
Actually, it is Western. When they made the capital, they put the capital in Rome and
listen.
What are you talking
about? No. If you want to, why do we have King James version of the Bible?
Okay, let me.
When you say
the Bible is Western. Let's not do that. There's a reason why they call it King James or whatever.
Version. They call it King James version. That is the version.
Let me explain.
Okay, sir, can I come in a little bit, sir? Can I just come in a little bit? So, just give me like 2 minutes.
It looks like this topic is getting people, and there's somebody in the backstage now.
Put it straight, man. Put it straight, man.
Just like Oti have said, we have discussed this in many months ago, and I said something very critical. That you see, when you take the thing we are doing now and say it is a white man's religion, you are making a big mistake. You are making a big mistake. The first university in the world was in Africa. It was a university that was in Ethiopia. And it's still there, except that it's still existing. The first people who knew how to use the Pythagoras theory and all the building structures came from Africa.
So what happened now? The oldest printed Bible is situated right now in Ethiopia. The oldest.
Can any of us here send our children to that university in Ethiopia?
Righteous man, hold on now.
I have to push that in.
The technology you're talking about.
The first university in the world is not in Ethiopia.
In
I'm sorry.
I'm going. Tell me where it's at, bro. Tell me.
They are talking about somewhere in Morocco. Some people will argue that it's Timbuktu. Some people might
No, bro. I'm telling you the fact. I'm just telling you. You're disputing what I said, which is fair enough. But I'm not asking you now to win your dispute.
It was KJ that said it.
Okay, no.
KJ is the one that said the first university is in Ethiopia.
No, it's not
oldest.
Timbuktu, yes.
The oldest.
Yes.
The oldest.
It's in Mali. It's in Mali. It's in Mali.
It's not in Mali. It's in Ethiopia. Believe me.
That's what I said.
No, it's not in Ethiopia. It's not in Ethiopia.
Wherever it is.
Why do you say that? It is there. The two oldest Christian nations in the world are Armenia and Ethiopia. The oldest
but not
in the
university. Not university. You were
I didn't say university. I didn't say. I said the oldest Bible. The oldest printed Bible is in Ethiopia.
Oh yeah. That's different from university. I'm sorry to say.
No, this is a university.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not disputing that. It was KJ that talked about university.
Yeah. So
look at that. He's smiling now.
University is where?
I think Morocco. Some people disputed that is this in Timbuktu. Other people say it's Alexandria. So that's not. It's neither here or there.
Okay. Now, for purpose of just ending this discussion, it's somewhere in Africa. So we are not strained to technology. We're not strained to all of this. And even as we're talking now, I know of people in Nigeria who are developing electric cars, developing generators that are working without any source of energy. You just put a battery, crack them up, and they work 24/7. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that if not allow this thing that is the white man that brought it. No, the white man brought nothing. In my place, till tomorrow, I'm still practicing shifting cultivation. They didn't get it from the white man. Okay, and if you notice the culture of some of us, it still dates beyond what the white man brought to us.
I think
us. If you
misunderstood me. You misunderstood me. What I was saying is that we had this knowledge, but they brought religion to misdirect us, our consciousness.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I don't agree.
Here is it. Forefather, here is it. This is what I was trying to get to today, and I didn't like the way you got angry on me. What Mr. Oti said, I really agree with it. It was the same thing Igbo Bezi said this morning. I think in Africa, we miss the traditional religion and the African traditional custom. Forefather, you said they are one and the same. Righteous man said they are one and the same. I think that's where the confusion.
I don't remember saying they are one and the same. Never.
I never said so. I never said so.
Don't lump me to something I didn't say.
Because sincerely,
I never said so. I never said so. Withdraw. I never said so.
Let me finish.
They are interrelated.
Wait. Yes, you said it. I'm actually very confused about this when Africa are discussing their African religion and the tradition and culture. You know, like we need to separate this, except they don't understand what they're talking about. The way Oti said it, that's the way it should start. And that was exactly what Igbo basically said this morning.
Sorry, AY. I think people have been harassing me at the chat. Righteous man, people want to know what your ISP is, your internet service provider. They want to know. Maybe the people in Nigeria, they think that maybe your internet is superb. They want to know who your ISP is. You don't have to disclose it. You don't have to. No, you don't have. You are not any
spiritual internet. Spiritual internet.
You know why they're asking that question? They know that I'm burning money. They know the time I spent here. They know what it costs. I tell you, an average of almost 10,000 anytime I join the platform. I spend nothing less than 10,000 naira.
Wow.
So, and back here.
Thank you for making this sacrifice. You see, even on the ground with little that is present there, you are still coming here. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, so far, that's the reason why you should give him more time to speak, so that you have a.
That's the reason why you should give them more time. He's not the only
Masca
one.
is also there.
Yeah,
Masca is also there.
please give him more time. Give them more time. They are burning resources, you know. And
no,
then
Masca is a big boy. So
no, you are a big boy. Look how big you are.
I'm not in the category of Masca. I'm not in his category. He's a big guy. You can hear the people he relates to and where he travels to. My own. No. I try to hustle coconut to make a living. And
behind your back, I can see sliding windows. Sliding windows don't belong to poor people in Nigeria. I can see sliding windows, and I can see
thank you for the defense, KJ.
Yes.
Thank you, my brother.
So there are two lines of thought so far that we've talked about. The first one is that if you don't have any senses, it's tricky to say that you are actually conscious. And then what does that mean about what consciousness represents? Second one is about if somebody was fine and God-fearing and everything, had an accident, and their personality changes and they became more evil. So what does that say about how judgment is passed on human beings?
Okay,
is it
can
based
I answer
on
that question, forefather? Because religion is very easy.
Simple answer.
It's not a complicated thing.
Forefather, please help me thank Ovie. Ovie sent me money for data. Please. Let the panel, please. The platform should help me thank Ovie.
Why is he
did marvelously more than what I expected.
Oh, that's very nice of Ovie. That's very nice. Thank you,
Mr. Righteous Man, can you send some? Can I send my account number? That money doesn't belong to only you.
That's a good one. You know, you have to share it among the groups now. But okay, we really appreciate that.
The answer is easy.
Let me put this
The
information.
answer religiously, the answer is easy.
Those who want to help.
Give your answer. Give your answer.
You can actually load
the answer is easy. It's from a religious perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can. If you want to give me that, I can put my number on the chat there so that
can we allow him to talk? Then later on you can arrange how you guys are going to
this money matter around. Is more important for me or for father.
Seriously. Data, money for data. That's serious.
So we can do that later, Mr. Righteous Man, since we spend money to come and share ideas. So let's share the ideas first, then we can go back to money.
Okay.
So the perspective is not complicated from a religious angle, because if it is within the religious realm, then we can safely say that the same God is aware of whatever we do. And I can tell you from Islam, it's most of the things we do. There's this thing they say, "Innamal mu'minina binniyat." Whatever a mu'minin, a believer, does, it's actually your actions are judged according to your intention. If, for instance, like you're right, the man has lost his senses, he's not even aware of what he's doing. He's doing it without any intention. Then
no, but it's aware. No. You are mistaken. You are mistaken my point. Hold on. No, because he just stated where it is different. I'm trying to highlight to him so that he doesn't reach a different conclusion.
Can I answer the question? A simple answer.
Don't worry, we're not disappearing from here. He will answer. So the person, their personality just changed. It's not because they are not aware. They can still go and write the exam.
So Father, when you say somebody's personality has changed, so let's go back and disaggregate the word you are using, personality. What does personality mean?
That's
Hold on. So I want to frame the discussion around the personality. Okay, if you say when we talk personality, the words we use, most likely he's a good person. And when you say somebody is good, what do you mean? His intentions are good. He means well for people. Okay? When you say he's a bad person, it means, so these are the words you use in describing personality. So personality even can be used within the Islamic religious context, because whatever you do is based on the intention. What is the reason? What is the motive what is engineering you to do what you do. Even if you are given in Islam, even if you are giving people money all over the place, but the intention simply is because you want to compromise them, God is not going to grant you any blessings.
Yeah, but this one, when you ask about personality, is basically the way you interact in the world. It involves your temperament, your generosity, and the way you generally conduct yourself in the world. And if that changes because of an accident, it doesn't mean that your memory changes. You know the people, but your attitude now completely is altered, and you start doing evil things because of it. Does that mean that that same person that was good before the accident will be judged harshly after the accident,
No,
even if they are conscious of what they are doing?
The answer is no, Father. God will not judge you. God will not judge you harshly for biological
criminal law.
So okay, hold on now, OT. I know you are excited by the, you really want to come in, but I really would need to, because there are viewers now. There are viewers. We need to get somewhere. OT, come on, you can't do that. I will send you back seat if you have to respect yourself. Because
Father,
there are
let
viewers.
OT.
No, that's not how it is. No, that's not how it is. That's not how it is. We have to conduct ourselves, get to a point.
Okay, hold on. I'm not going to take your time
now. You are doing it again. Hold on. Let me talk, please. I'm trying to get to a point here so that we understand something. What is the use of coming here if we just stunt the discussion and go another direction and we keep stunting it everywhere? We have to get somewhere here. I don't want to waste my time here. I'm not here to just have vain conversations. So when you said something about if the person because if the person has been altered, then the way it will be judged will be different. That is understandable.
No, Father. So, and I can go further beyond even the religious realm. I can bring you an example that I don't know whether you're married or not, but I'm sure there are a couple of married people here. There are periods where women, specifically, if you've been married for a while, you will know that your wife, there are things she will do. If you are a mature person, you know that, okay, this is just a temporary thing. It's chemicals working. So you step back a bit. You are not going to judge her harshly. She will say something, you will gloss it over. So it's within the same context. So I am very clear that if you are honest that the chemical composition of the man's brain truly has been altered, then we expect him to be treated lightly. This is my answer.
Okay. So does that mean then
from a philosophical perspective and from a religious perspective?
No, I get you where you're coming from on that one. So because I'm just trying to flesh something out here. Does that mean anybody that comes into the world, is it their earlier state that is regarded as the original state? And if that state is evil, then you judge them based on that. But if that person is transformed based on an accident, the person's judgment, would it be better? Because you can say now that the accident that altered them to a better behavior. So would that person be treated as somebody that is good, but originally was bad, but because of the accident? You see what I mean? And if that is not the case, are we saying that if I go by your thesis that, okay, the earlier state is the one you go with? And that's what you do. I'm going with your submission now.
Don't go as
I'm going with your submission. I'm trying to go with your submission because because it's quite an interesting position.
Yeah, it's my understanding.
Yes. So that is implying
so
that
are you suggesting, however, points you made that you're trying to, I'm just trying to, the best way to put it so that you understand. Okay, are you trying to say there is reincarnation? Because my Christianity, and I'm struggling with that as well. Not struggling, I'm trying to find the truth. That Bible tells us that when you die, it's it. You're not coming back here. You're not coming back.
He didn't mention the word reincarnation.
But whereas
our
traditional belief tells us that that when you die, you're likely to be born into the same family or another family. And there has been some proofs and all that. I mean, I've seen, not heard, I've seen a child born and they believe that it's this person that came back. Maybe this person had a mark on their body and that child came and came. So how do you explain that? So it means that this world, this sphere that we call the physical sphere, is more than what we know and see. That something beyond that we do not understand exists. It's just like in the past and all that. Like say 30 years ago, what mobile phone is will be if you told somebody that mobile phone could do what it does now and the power of mobile phones, they will just tell you, I don't know what you drank or smoke.
I think
so
the point
there
was
could be
the question.
there could be more in existence than what our Bible is telling us. There could be more, and even more so. I've started reading those books that they said that's been removed from the Bible, and it starts a lot of things that
Apocryphas, the Apocrypha,
and some things are starting to make sense to me.
All right, guys, sorry, quickly. I don't mean to interrupt you. Good evening. Lovely conversations. It's not something I'm knowledgeable about, so I'm not about to contribute anything. I just came on board to ask Righteous Man the question forefathers ask, because he didn't get the answer for us. We're not particularly interested on how much it costs to buy data. We're asking because this internet is good. When we visit Nigeria, they buy you one internet, they give you one modem, it's BS, like it doesn't work. So we're just wondering that your internet seems really good every time you join. That's why we're asking the name. Is it MTN? Is it Nine Mobile? Is it just to know the name? That's what we want to know. That's what I came to ask, and I'll be out. Thank you, Righteous Man. Just the name.
Why will you say you don't care about how I get my data?
Oh, God. Okay. I'll leave you to
Man,
it. If that's the message you got from what I said, I'll leave you to it. No, I didn't. That's not what I meant. What I meant is,
calm down.
The answer you gave us is not what we were looking for. We care.
Sure. Just tell him you care and you still want the answer. Let's have peace.
Exactly. Of course we care now. Now today we don't ask for people accounts. We go run data for you. That will not be
you
issue.
say you don't care. You say
We'll
you don't
run
care.
data for you, Righteous Man. You tell us the name first now. We'll run data. Don't worry.
Okay, you want me to advertise the network?
Oh,
and
no, don't advertise it. Just tell me. Don't advertise it.
You asked a question. The steward answer to the question you
Okay,
asked.
I use this Airtel.
Okay, thank you. Drop your number. We go run data for you. Drop your number. We go run data for you. Airtel. Okay, I'll try it next time.
All right.
I'm Moscow too. I'm my brother Moscow.
Moscow. You want me to buy data for Moscow? You want me to carry me? I beg.
Folks. Even on that, there's somebody told me about TriMaster or TriStar or try something. I'm looking for that too. One that will be stable, because I need to do my work when I do come that way very shortly. I really came because of one subject that Righteous Man was discussing. Knowledge is power. Our great patriarch, Okoabai, as we call him, this is a man who I was very close to when I was young. He taught me a lot of stuff. But there was something he was talking to me about that was beyond my comprehension at that point in time. I'm sorry that I didn't hold him by the tail and ask him, let's go to the bush, even though he was so old and tall that he bent. But it was wisdom that was coming out of his mouth. Let me put it this way. He used a spoon. There was a spoon that he used to use. Got it from Burma or whatever in those days when they talk about Burma. That spoon became so small that it looked like a fork. Now, the remaining part of it was more like a small fork. Okay, that's how old the man was. Righteous Man, he told me something about when they want to go to Abriba, for instance, Oti, you may be from that area. When they want to go to Abriba, that there is a performance, there's a ritual that they do, whether an Ajasco, that they will do certain things, and they will walk through a particular Ojonia, through a particular path. And when they get there, that they will rub their body on a particular tree. And when they do that, that they are off to their journey. And when they go, when they are coming back, they come back through the same path. And they come back safe. Like I said, I did not, because if I knew what I knew now, I would have held him by the tail, as old as he was, and asked him even with your last breath, can you please take me to that tree? And I would have been able to mark what kind of tree that was. Some of those trees may still be in existence. We just don't know what they are. And I'm serious about everything I'm saying. Again, I talk in terms of practical things that I know about, what I have witnessed. We are doing Sunday school today. And when I tell my story, somebody said it was a movie, Nollywood, whatever. No, I'm saying what I know. When in the 70s, we were in secondary school, and I'll be very specific, you can go and verify if you wish, in Aba, the city of Aba, because of the way some of us grew up, what I used to do personally, I'm not telling you that somebody else did, was that I will put a marker of white chalk, cross it here, put yellow chalk, Odo, put red one, put everything. I will put Omo in my mouth, and I will carry a small jar. All that namas abracadabra, all that namas, whatever you may call it. We will go to the stadium, Aba Sports Stadium. I'm not asking you that what I didn't do. I will come to the stadium. I will start running down towards Sacred Heart, Aba, Sahako, Sacred Heart School, Aba. I will start running down through their own part of the field. They will start chasing me. Is gone. What am I doing? I'm causing distraction. Even though we had excellent players from Igonichi Mezri, Pele, we had Idukako, we had excellent players. Our guys will score a goal. What has happened in the field? Because I will be going and I will do some assault, which I can't even do today. You go break west if you try them today. As I'm doing some assault and carrying that my thing and throwing it and blowing smoke, smoke go to come out. What you are doing is that you are mesmerizing the people. If you make inquiries, anybody that went to Sacred Heart School in Aba in the 70s will tell you, yes, that guy, Nkwere, he used to do that. Having said that, let me take it back to the modern, religious, prayerful, fasting, the man which is in each and every one of us, depends on the chi or depends on the gift that you came with from nature. And you go and you fast, and you prepare to make yourself invisible in a path you are walking. It has happened to me in Lagos. I haven't tried that again in a long time. There are people you know who maybe they are looking for you. And you walk through the path of the same place where those people are. But because of the aura, John Abba, you may think about this. Because of the aura, because of what you have already prepared yourself with in the journey you're about to undertake, that person that is looking for you, you pass right through them. They won't see you. You're almost like invisible. It's happened to me, and I can attest to that. So since we are doing Sunday school, the bottom line of all this Sunday school is that do not underestimate the power of what your own hometown, village, tradition, do not underestimate what it has to offer. After all, you are seeing me, I'm seeing you. I don't know anything about that technology. They call it satellite. I don't know whether for your village or for my village where they go carry the stone, where they make a abracadabra, and then they threw it up there, and they hooked it up, and now we are seeing ourselves. I was talking to Zebi yesterday, and what he said was that, in my dialect, he said that when a native doctor prophesizes and the prophecy comes true, he got a pre-information about the person that he's talking about. And that is being practiced in modern times. When they come to you, they say, oh, your name is John Abba. Your sister died 3 years ago. Or because they have done their research. Now we have internet. make things much easier. So my submission to us today, and in terms of what our great brother righteous man has said, yes, there are things that are still existing today. If you like, go try them. I submitted in this same forum last time. There is what we call Afife and Joy here, that if you touch it, you get disoriented. Somebody was wondering, how can that happen? I still submit that. I know that one. If you follow me to the bush, I will say this one, if you like, and they try to justify it scientifically. It comes back to the white man telling us, una they do voodoo. Earlier on, I was talking about the part of Thunder, where they went and built a school. In 1961, the lightning passed through there, took off the roof of that school. Children were in the school. Obama, whom I know, a small child, he was brought home. He was all pale, white. What happened? They say, nah, thunder will strike them. I don't know if anybody has ever been struck by thunder. But you know what? In that place, it's called Opposite Primary School. The school is still there. Every now and then, the roof will be taken off. Why? Because it's directly in the path of lightning. So, my friends, let us consider what we have in Africa and what they are trying to tell us is all bad, but their own is good. And we are now sitting down and our own electricity is shining here. And that's why I will always invite you, join me. If you go to ibopesins.com.
Let me ask you, can I ask you something?
Yes.
Do you know one Professor Ume?
Which one? Umeka or what?
No, from the first professor of estate management in Nigeria. He wrote the book After God is Dibia and the March of Igbo Civilization. He's a Dibia. Do you know him?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that book I've heard about that.
Okay. I have two of you. I mean, March of Igbo Civilization, volume 1 and volume 2. So he's a Dibia. So of course he's I know what you're talking about. I don't know. I mean, so okay, good.
All right, so the people we have now, all I'm saying to you is that if you have the luxury or the privilege of being with any of them, hold them by the tail. Let them give you certain secrets of life, which you can then pass on to your children, and you say, this is what it is, though, because for now, for tomorrow, the same secret is still there. You just have to abide by the rules of engagement. And if you so do, you are good. And if I want to take it even further, while we were in secondary school, and I quote again, Eziama High School Aba, which was formerly Apostolic Christian Grammar School, as a result of our own personal belief, I used to get, when they used to tell us about Mame Water, I used to get up at midnight and go to Aba Water side and start swimming at midnight. I'm looking for what? I'm looking for Mame Water. I never saw the Mame Water. I never saw one. So what am I trying to say is that when you toughen yourself up and you walk through the shadows, that at midnight hour you are walking alone, you are going down somewhere, you're actually cooking yourself.
Can I interject there? Are you saying that Mami Water does not exist?
Do I think it doesn't exist?
Marmite. Are you saying it doesn't?
You mean water goddess? Water goddess for clarity?
Mami Water, yeah.
I didn't say it doesn't exist. I didn't say it, I just never encountered one. I used to look for them, but they never came my way.
See, these things are they are spiritual beings. They have the ability to make themselves manifest in the physical if they want. It's not something physical. Even if you read tales from of sailors back 100, 200 years ago, they encountered these beings and all that, things do exist. There are a lot of things that we do have that exist, but we have lost all those arts. I mean, like, I believe very strongly that you see these leaves, they've got a lot of power in them. But a lot of things that the sickness we have today, cancer, diabetes, and all that, I believe God, we're so blessed in Africa, but we've lost the art. That art is lost. When you want to talk about leaves and alternative healing, they'll tell you, no. I remember, okay, there's this shop here in the United Kingdom. It's called, what's it called? Forefathers, what's that shop that sells you can go in and buy your multivitamins. It just got off my mind.
Boots? Are you talking about boots?
No, not boots.
No, it's you buy vitamins. What's the name of this?
In Nigeria or here?
In the UK?
No, in the UK. In the UK here.
Vitamins.
Something I heard. Something I heard.
Hold on.
I can't remember the name.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there they are. It is called
Hollander Barnet. Is it
Hollander Barrett? Yeah, that's one of their
Hollander
bottles here. Yeah. So there was a time they wanted to shut everything up. People said, "No way, you guys are not doing it." There was a lot of signatures. I signed. Millions of people signed out to it. Now, most of their drugs are they've got very little chemicals in them. So why can't we package these things from Africa, and it will be like an export and all that? Because the white man has told that this thing, if you do traditional medicine, how are you? Even when it works, yeah, they will still question and say, listen, there's no measurement that this thing can be dangerous, so don't do that too. See, these are all.
But on that stuff regarding traditional medicine, I think it's a continuum. We don't have to remain with the old ways. Our ancestors, when they did these things, they were basically scientists of their times. They were discovering stuff, and when the Europeans came, they managed to separate science from religion, and separate quite a lot of things from religion and traditional practices. Now, what we should be doing is saying, okay, not to go back, move forward, and add our own aspect to it that is going to even be more powerful than what they have right now within the scientific community.
Forefathers, you see what you've just said.
We don't want to go backward.
No, we're not going backwards. Forefathers, what you've just said. People like me, or personally, the last several years, each time I go home, I go into the bush. If you follow some of my work, you see me in the bush. What am I doing in the bush? I'm taking pictures. I'm plucking the leaves. I am going back to the ones that I know about. And I'm bringing them, trying to at least document them for the sake of whoever may walk through the archives. As a matter of fact, I tried to put it up in igbobasics.com. If you go there, you will see Igbo research. But I kind of locked myself out. I don't know what I did. I haven't had the time to go and reopen it. So that the idea was that you go in there, you see all those things named in Igbo and in English the way I know they are. It's not mirage, it's practical. The idea here is this, for people who are yet to come. When they go there, they tap the knowledge, they go there, find that particular thing, and they say, oh, we are told this does this and this does that. And you will try to not just experiment with it. You will realize that you have just been handed down something. Again, like I said, some things are priceless. Anybody may agree or may disagree, but there are some things that we do have practically that the white man or the Oyibo man wishes they can have. And there is a forest in my home, which they have voted some time ago they were going to cut down, and I said, no, you can't do that. In that forest, you find certain kind of herbs that are thousands of years old that you can't find anywhere else. Why would you go overnight and just go and chop them down? No. Try to protect that place. Try to find out what secret things that it has with it, because you don't find those things elsewhere. We need to find a way to protect what we have and preserve it for posterity's sake, so that we don't lose out completely. If we don't take care of the gifts that we've been given, when they used to tell us that if they want to, they can prevent rain from falling at this time, and we used to wonder what is it going on. Maybe there is something that they are doing that holds off the rain for the meantime. That's still a part of our tradition. But each time that the Igbo man goes to the moon, heaven will break loose here. Rain will start falling. We'll have tornadoes. We'll have all kinds of things. All these things are interrelated. But we, as fast as we are walking, I think it's time that we should slow down for a moment, think about the things that has been endowed for us, and don't take it for granted, because there are certain things that I learned in these journeys. And when I approach those things now, I look at it and I scratch my head and I said, oh, if you think you know it all, you don't. Somebody just taught me something. You see that thing, like there's one we call oha tree, the one that they use in cooking soup, the leaves they use in cooking soup. It has a male and it has a female. The male one, ntropa, as they call it, not the female one, oha, has certain elements within the roots. When that person taught me that, as old as I am, I said, oh, that's what happened. So you have to know the do's and don'ts of every of these things that you think is common everyday thing that we see. Again, when you find any of the elders, please try to get from them whatever they have before they go, because go they will. That's all I have to submit for now. My friends, there is a lot of goodness out there, but we should tell whoever we are living in their place, as you are trying to extract our minerals, our whatever we have, like we talked earlier on in this forum, when our guest was here, he was talking about the artifacts that we are taking away from our place. And I even mentioned Astro Minerals in New York. Google it, or you can go to New York if you live near there. Astro Minerals. The day I walked in there, I saw things that we don't even have. They've taken it and it's there on exhibition, and it's right there in New York. I said, oh, these are the things we take for granted. I didn't know that this is what I have it here now. So sometimes it's right in your face. And people like Jagon, I always submit that, my friends, we're here, Google us, whatever you find. I said earlier on, the best things in life are priceless. Of what good will it do any of us to have knowledge and you die with it? Or you keep it on the shelf? Pass it on to somebody. That person may be able to use it and move on.
Interesting, if I may follow. I haven't been here so long, but I've been looking on the background. I'm not quite sure how we got onto this subject, but a beautiful subject nonetheless.
Sunday school.
To carry on from where Igbo Basics kind of left off, I have so many things to say, really. So I'll be in and out, as it were. But just carrying on in terms of things that are good in the ground and things that have been there for thousands upon thousands of years is what we call zobo in Nigeria. You touched on something, Tone, earlier about the herbs, about the minerals in our ground and what we use it for. This is mine. This is my little product here. I don't know if you can see. It's called a HIT. It's the HIT is HIT, an acronym for hibiscus iced tea. Now, the hibiscus in Africa is the pharaohs used to drink hibiscus. The Sudanese have the most in the world, and the range of the product that we have in Nigeria is quite vast and varied, of all different colors and all different levels that it would do for the body. Now, we have these things in abundance back home, as we know, and they are part of our tradition. They're part of our way of life. They're part of our medicine. It's part of our spirituality. But I don't necessarily believe that it takes away from our understanding of where we are today. And hopefully those who are Christians or Muslim among us, Abrahamic religions, will have an understanding that these things do still tie in. And where they tie in, it's down to your research and understanding to find out. As you say, we are basically looking for truths. And as much as we can come to a certain position of truth, we must always submit that we are not know-it-alls. We must be humble in our knowledge as best we can. So, yeah, it's been really interesting listening the whole day here and there to our guest earlier. I thought it was brilliant. I thought the show went pretty well earlier today as well. But in going forward, there's something that we have in Ifa, in the Yoruba dialect, whereby in the world, the only people that have it, this particular level of mathematics that Ifa offers, this particular level of science that the Ifa offers, is in China. They call it something in China, and I can't remember what it is, but I remember what it signifies. There's a lion over what looks like a ball or something, a kind of spherical thing, but it's quite cut, almost like a diamond cut all the way through, and this signifies exactly the same number sequences that the Ifa suggests. So in the world, it doesn't matter what truth we're dealing with, all are connected. And if we're dealing with the real truth, this is what we call enlightenment. And I think sometimes we give it all these names: Christianity, Islam, Voodoo, the Ifa, Sanskrit. We give it all these names, but they must be all tied to the same understanding of the reality that we're living in. Some can boil down to superstition, but some would actually boil down to the real nuggets of gold in terms of knowledge and understanding that we're all looking for. So yeah, I like.
So this one, Jagon.
Igbo Basic, I have a question for you.
Yeah, before you ask, you see this one I'm showing us?
Dandelion.
Remember what this is, right?
Igbo Basic, I have a question for you.
This is a bitter cola.
Yes, I know it.
Okay.
Igbo
Go ahead
Basic,
and ask
here is my question. I will throw this to you. In fact, all the elders, John Abba is here, OT, the Blackstone. So I just want to learn. I'm not trying to push out anything. So when it comes to the tradition, the way you explain it, I love it. I believe in them. Like, even if you have to use paper to cure sickness, leaf to cure sickness, like the stuff you're explaining, the nature, obey nature, obey the environment. I believe in those things. But now, because today I'll be able to differentiate. You successfully explained to me the difference between the tradition and culture and the traditional religion. My question is going to come from the traditional religion. So, what do you think happened? Do you think the people that were practicing traditional religion before Islam and Christianity, for example, why do you think they abandoned that religion? Most of them, majority of them, from history, they abandoned it, and they move it to the mainstream religion. What do you think, Capo? Do you think they were doing the right things? What do you think? Do you have?
I'd love to answer that question.
If anybody,
John Abba hasn't said anything. So okay, somebody can answer the question. Then John Abba can.
KJ is here, but I will take a stab at it. KJ will do a better job on it. When you ask whether they abandoned it, what happened is that somebody came and told us that eating with our hands, eating fufu with our hands is unhygienic because we are going to secondary school. And they gave us fork and knife and spoon and said we have to start eating our fufu that way. Some of us revolted. Up to tomorrow, I make sure I wash my hands, I grab my fufu, I squeeze it well, take my soup and swallow it. If you don't like them, that's my way. That's our way. By the same token, even in any religion, white man's religion, traditional religion, there is good part of religion and there is bad part of religion. It's often mostly maybe sometimes brainwashing or anything like that. I'll come and tell you, say, that thing what you are doing. You get up in the morning and you wash your face and you face this side or you face that side. It's not good. You are doing the wrong thing. And I start impressing upon you that what you should do is to come to certain church in the morning, and then that Jesus Christ is there, I keep referring back to my mother, them, whom I'm almost sure that never walked into any church house during their time. But those people were as pure as you can find them. They obeyed the rules of nature. They worshipped Abasidinelu, whoever it is up there. That's what they worshipped. And they follow the rules of the ground. And when they tell you the things that they have gone through, you find out that these women or men were such that they just knew their environment. And they knew the things that was happening. And when they sit down, they start talking to their Abasidinelu, email her today, you have done well for me, I thank you. Very simple. But the whole of it is that these people were just as pure as you can find them in their heart. Their hands are clean, not the people of today, and they keep moving. So in answer to your question, whatever the practice that is in your household that works for you today, maybe you wake up at 5 a.m. As I observed that a man who married 3 wives, he had 24 children eventually before he died. That was the first holiday I went to in Aba. Every morning, they will come to the living room, everybody in the family.
Yes, sir.
And then the man will pray.
Yes, sir.
And ask God Almighty. In Igbo language, he was praying to lead them through the day. That family unit, they will go all about. That man believed in education because he saw it was a good thing. And he made sure his only policy was that all his children must go to school. And they all went to school. So I learned something from there. Because in our own case, it used to be we wake up in the morning, we go to the village square, we sweep the village square, and then we take a bucket or pot, clay pot. We go down to the stream, we take a bath, we fetch water for our parents, we come back. That was our own routine. But now when I went on holiday in Aba, and I found out that their own routine was at early, they wake up. They will go to the family room. They will all say prayers for God to guide them through the course of the day and for them to come back safe at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, they come back to dinner. And again, thank Obasidinelu. Whereas in our own case, what used to wake us up, and I've said it time and again here, is what we call bushfowl, okwa. 4 a.m., it never ceases to. You hear it, you know it's time to get up. And that's even before the cock crows, the home crow will crow. So we were already in tune with nature. And we were doing things that these days, you see somebody come, you sit down and it's a whole chicken before you and you eat. No, we weren't doing that. We'll catch a grasshopper and kill that grasshopper. We'll be so satisfied. That grasshopper that we roasted, you may get one small leg of it, but you are satisfied. So the religion that they have taught us, I have nothing against them, but they are really bastardizing. They are really bastardizing things. Some of them should really be taken to the backyard and have a serious word with, because they are confusing our people the more. This is why our people will now say, okay, you go and pray from morning to night. You fast from morning to night. In America, in your workplace, like our guest was talking about earlier on, that so much man hour is wasted in Nigeria. People are going out there praying.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, but you wouldn't, religion is not to be blamed for that. It's just like you can't blame democracy for what is happening, in our politics. So it's our fault, right? It's our people that abuse and perversion and all that. And so it's not the fault of religion. Are you with me? So even those that brought religion, we can't be blaming them. So we have to have our own kind of self-awareness.
This morning,
and understanding. So it can.
Yeah. Okay. This morning, Oti.
Yes.
One of the things I opened when I got up was a young Igbo man. He was talking about when the war ended. How we all got up. Some went to the stream to fetch catch fish. Some went hunting.
I think I listened to that. Yes.
You listen to that.
Yes, I don't know. I can't remember where it came from.
I buy that any day, anytime, self-sufficient, and we all branched out.
You're correct. So, but I mean, this blaming anybody, any a third party, or the white man, or religion, or democracy. No, it's ourselves, right? So, and we have to kind of inward looking and really know who we are, where we're coming from, and where we want to go. So it's no use blaming anybody. So it's the religion.
But even educated people, you come to a village meeting, they start praying for 45 minutes.
No, passing through school, universities, it does not give you education, really. I mean, that somebody has passed, graduated. It's not. That's you may learn a skill, but that's not education. You see what I mean? So
I think I knew to KJ because before I pass Uzuakoli to go to my village, I must pass KJ's place.
Okay, yeah, I agree with what you said, and I just want to add a bit. You see, even during the time before religion came, you still
Sorry,
have
KJ, who are you agreeing with?
With what Igbo Basic said.
Okay, thank you.
Now, before the advent of the Christian missionaries, we had also. I just want to add a bit like we still had poor people in our midst, people who are lazy, who didn't go to farm with their other people. And in those places, your parents tell you, don't be like these other people. They don't like to go to farm. For you to be able to eat properly, you have to go to the farm and farm. Okay? And then you have people, uncles and nephews and all who were Okogbo them. People call Okogbo, which means that you have so much land harvest that your barn is always bigger than every other person. And so you have those kind of people that live. Now, so laziness, what I'm trying to drive to is laziness being in the church is not what has brought poverty or what has made people to be not able to feed or not able to do exactly what they should. It has always been there. Rather, this is what I would say. Because in every society where there is poverty, one of the things that strives a lot is religion. And religion can be taken out of context. Now, in the time before, like I said, before the advent of all these things, you still had the basic traditional religion, which had people who you are told, don't go to this man's house. Oh, Onyenshi, that is, he's an evildoer. But it's also a traditional religion. It's also a traditional practicer. Okay, but they will tell you, go if you want to relate with these people. But they also know that these people are also traditional worshippers, but their own is they follow the law of nature. Do what is good, do what you want others to do unto you. So that was always in the society, in our own, our own communities, small communities. People are told, this man is not a good person. Not because he's not a Christian, not because he's a Christian, because they're not all Christians, but because he perpetuated himself in doing evil. So they call them Ndianusi, that is people of bad spirits. Okay, and they look at another family.
They give poison.
Yes, you can go to this person. In fact, before my dad died, because we didn't grow up in the East, when we go to the East, it tells you where you can eat, where they can offer you food, and you eat where you cannot eat. And so those even though they are relatives, they'll tell you, oh, don't go to this man's house because he's evil. Okay, not because he's a Christian. All right, they are all traditional worshippers, but they tell you to go to another set of people because they are good people. Those people want to see other people's progress. So, in other words, in those days, you didn't hear somebody like, well, let's go and kill this man to make money. That didn't come from the worship of the advent of Christianity. Okay, that didn't come with it. It just showed that the decadence in the society is going to a level unexpected because of poverty, because of lack, because of even let me tell you the bad thing about this thing. Even if you are in Nigeria and you want to work, you don't even have the work to do. That's how bad it is. And so you're a young man, 25 years old, 26 years old, 30, 35, 40. You wake up every day, you put your hand in your head and be counting your ceiling. So how do I eat now? And then somebody comes up to you and say, let's do this. Okay?
This person have done it, has money. That person have done it, they have money. Okay, and then what follows this character? Everyone in the street that you know who is of government or who is a pastor or who is, they all driving big cars. So eventually you open your small backyard and begin to clap hand and pray every day and shout. Okay, and tomorrow you're a big pastor and they say you're a Christian. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. This will continuously bring down, okay, deteriorate the level of people who are worshiping God, because God is not going to come down and say, hey, don't go to this place because we don't trust this man. No. Okay. So in other words, what I'm saying in essence, that it's not because people are now Christians. No. God says, I know those who are mine. So it's not a question of because you're just calling Christian because it means that you're a Christian. No. He knows those who are his. The same way, there are people who I will not advocate that somebody becomes a traditional worshiper. But at the same time, you, like I said earlier on, you and yourself alone know what you want. And what you want, for me, I have taken the direction of what I want, which is what I believe. Okay.
Yeah.
Of all the religion, it's just one that everyone agrees that the founder died and rose. Just one. And I want to believe that one. Whether you like it, you agree with me or not, it's okay. I will not say we can't be friends because you are not a Christian. I will not say we can't be friends because no. It is taking it out of context because it's a personal thing. At the end of our stay, we all stand before the Almighty. I once shared a testimony here that when I left the university, I was going to my community to go and attend the wedding of a relative of mine. I can't forget that day, 27th of December. All right. And I won't call the date because if I call it, so you know when I left the university. In any case, I left the university not too long ago. So it doesn't matter. Now,
1980.
no, not 1980. I left in 19.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. I can give you the date. It's not a problem.
Go ahead,
Now,
don't worry.
we had accident in a place called Yangoji in Abuja. If you know Abuja, if you are driving out of Abuja, there's a village called Yangoji after you pass Gwagwalada. And, lost 2 people there. But why am I giving this story? When I came out of that accident, I heard the voice of God. I'm not saying somebody told me. I'm not saying it was a dream. No, he spoke to me clearly. Before that time, in fact, I was thinking, who am I? God cannot even remember me. I'm just too small in the whole universe. If you're looking at only me. And so when I came out of that accident, he said to me, now you know I know you by name. If you had died today, you'll be standing before me. Gentlemen, that's my testimony. I don't need anybody to tell me whether.
KJ, let me summarize. Sorry,
that voice that I heard rang in my head for 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay,
2 weeks.
KJ, see the summary of what, if you allow me to summarize what, because, okay, now if we're talking about our problem, and I guess this is what, the guest speaker, I was not here, as a trouble with Nigeria. To me, it boils down to political leadership. All this, when even this kind of where the cultural, the collapse, all the things. It's political leadership. Because I believe once you fix the politics, everything else, both the culture and that's the way I see it. Because it's about leadership. So that is, it's not Christianity is not a problem. It's not Christianity. So if you because people will always abuse things of when they say democracy and then we have election or these things. So when you have with the right kind of politics, you will have elections. Of the sort we had, or you start abusing democracy or condemning democracy. It's not the fault of democracy. It's not the fault of the system, but the individual, or maybe you said is the law, the lawyers. But it's just the corrupt system. And it can only be fixed through, again, political leadership, good leadership. If you don't get it right, forget everything else.
I think I can come if you don't mind, and I will be exiting soon. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think we talk about so many things, religions, and the tradition, and someone like a young man To me, what I will
The old man, no.
Yeah, no problem. I think everybody is here is still young anyway. We are just trying to keep ourselves going. um, it's what you make out of religion, whatever you say. The only thing I was a little confused when we are talking about culture and tradition and religion, we are not drawing the contrast. There are three different things that are all different. There is no reason to say, I think even before the coming of whatever, whether it's Christianity, Islam, we still have our own religion. And that is what people relate to then as an idol, because our forefathers were worshiping image. And that image is what they believe in. And to what I say to people is that your conscience is the most powerful gift God has given to mankind. People norm it by power struggle and all of that. Or people use substance to numb their feelings and to carry out a diabolic or carry out atrocity, a very deplorable thing in a society because they numb it. If you do not numb your conscience and you are normal with a normal IQ, you know what is right or wrong. You know that. When you are cheating your people when they give you the money to go and I'm talking about politicians now, or even a pastor. When you are collecting offering and the offering is meant to build the church, to make sure that the poor and the need and are being reached out to, and you use it for your own personal thing, you know you are doing the wrong thing. You may justify it, but then that is you follow your conscience. And the tendency that you're going to be a Muslim, if you are born in a Muslim family, the chances of you being a Muslim is higher than you being a Christian. Doesn't mean that Christian cannot become a Muslim, and does not mean that Muslim cannot turn to a Christian. But sometimes we are a product of our environment. I met a young man yesterday at the warehouse, and what he was saying is that he retired from here and went to Nigeria, and he said if you send even 5 to 10 years old child, they will lie to you. They will, so, and he was like, I said there's no excuse. So that is to say that training begins at home. So the thief in the office today is from one family that they do not correct, and then they become a product of your environment. There is no way, as someone say on this platform, that someone said that if you leave this legacy for these children, if you have fight for a better system that work for all of us, there is no, the least you can find in kids is not to lie. Kids tell the truth. So the environment is because the irresponsible in the society, the lack of truth in the society is what they're also a victim of. It's not intentional. There is no way a child really want to lie. There are people who have a lying spirit. But that is not the issue. And then come to the issue of tradition. People know who does the right thing. It's just like KJ said. There are pastors who pastor for their own greedy selfishness, and there are traditional, whether worshippers or traditionalists, who meant well for people. Some people even give you herb that they know, and we talk about dosage. Some of these people have practiced it for years, that if they tell you drink this little cup or little quantity, and if you go above it, maybe it's something for you to use for BM, for bowel movement, and you overuse it, you see that it's too much for your system. But then we are not supposed to stay there like that. We can modernize it and grow in our own space. Why those things will be useful to the society and grow it. For instance, bitter leaf is a big deal, even in a pharmaceutical company now. And our people, is natural. It's that what we find. There are many things in the north that I have seen that have cured diabetes, that have seen people that confirm, and when they take it for 2 months, it washes that thing. And I think it's the way we sell ourselves and we sell our own product. The way we sell things, even when it comes to who we are, we sell so cheap. And I think this is what we are using this platform now to educate people. We all come here to educate ourselves. We learn from each other. No one has a monopoly of anything. If you learn something, maybe you have a different view, and somebody explain it to certain your understanding, they may likely will embrace it. Not that those you don't have another version before, but you just see a better version or another understanding. So, and I think that is what you should use media for, to educate the people. And we stick to something that it really doesn't play a major role. And it doesn't mean we should discount those things that are not major, but there are significant things like we talk about the antique or whatever they remove from Africa and bring to, especially the one in New York, I know it. And I think one of the things they do it is to demoralize Africa, because what you believe work for you. You cannot tell me today, right now, whether you are a Muslim or Christian or whatever you believe. Once you believe in it and the thing work for you, let's say you pray now as I'm going at right now, God this, and then God see you through, or you get answer to it. It will be difficult for somebody else to convince you otherwise that religion or that your faith is not working. So I think they took those things from Africa, not because they have so much, they don't even know what it is, but they believe that Africans believe in it and it was working for them. And anything that a colonizer or somebody that want to strip you of your basic human rights, that is what they will take from you. If they think your child is very important for you, most African people will know how family is dear to us. They will strip you of that thing if they can. So that is I think, and of course they are making money out of it. People go there, it's not for free. Even us, when I go there, I pay to enter there. But then I think the psychology is about these people, this is what they believe, they are very strong. And you will know, Black people, we have a strong personality, especially in West Africa or Nigeria. Even sometimes when we talk among our other Africans, we don't mean to insult them, but sometimes they think we are too loud or we think they are too bold. There's something about us that even they're scared of. So, and I think white people still see it in us. Even in one-on-one, if they think they're going to fight. So what they're going to do, they know if you go to that physical fight, you're going to beat them. They'll use the law to take you to prison. So are you going to come from there and fight? So they know that we have what and they have what we don't have. And the most important thing is that I think we're all supposed to embrace each other and share. And when you come to war at large, it's about everybody need everybody in this world. It's all about negotiating for a good reason of your people. Even the leadership we are talking about, they know what is right and wrong. But only thing is that, are you going to use it to benefit the common society, or are you going to use it for your own selfish and greed purposes? Or even when they say, oh, this is a good person, this the appointment they give to this guy, he know what he's doing. It's not that the person doesn't know what he's doing. Can he use it for a common society? Or another thing is that, what are the forces or the challenges that person that will cause him not to carry out their own duty? So in many ways, we have all kind of thing that struggle and affect us as an Africa. And we are changing, and think this is the change now, that we have the media to speak through to the power. And that is one of the things that you can say here. The reason we are not saying that the people in Africa are paralyzed, or in Nigeria that they don't have power, but the issue is that the power there being normally do not respect basic human rights, and it cripple you right away. And that is why some of us here in diaspora can continue to speak through to the power and use everything we can to encourage them so that they can come out of their struggles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Abba. So can I say something, please? Is it my turn?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
No,
Yeah,
my turn to speak. It's my turn.
It can't be your turn, my friend.
Wait now.
You like making trouble, my man.
One more way to go now. Don't give my time to speak.
Local.
Okay. Back to your question, actually. One thing we have to understand, let's go back to the past, to the history, right? You know, let's understand that one of the greatest problems the African people had was that documentation, right? So Africans didn't start writing down their history, their what they are finding and things like that. So, like we all know, we have a lot of herbs in Africa that what I would call medicinal herbs. You understand me? You're all in Africa. And our forefathers were using these things, but they were not documenting them. And because they were not documenting them, so whoever came, they never believed in it, right? And even with the religion, actually, that was also the problem. Our traditional religion, that was also the problem because it is too scarce. It is too. Any tribe you go to have their own belief, have their own God, have their own religion, and these things were not organized. So when the white men came with their religion, things like that, they were already organized, and because they were already organized, they were able to penetrate into the society, right? They saw the shortcomings, they saw what was happening, you know, the killings. Let's, for example, the killing of the twins, right? Which Mary Celesta stopped. Those are some of the problems why the religion, the foreign religions, the Christian religion or whatever, were able to penetrate into the society to overcome, to overshadow our traditional religion. Because we're not practicing, we're not, like KJ said, that your father might tell you, don't go to that house. We also have the same problem. That time, when we go to Christmas, you know, on Christmas Day, we do to go and visit family. So that's why don't go to that family house, or don't go to that man's house, or if you go, don't even eat. You know, because that belief is already that these are wicked class of people. You understand me? So this were the opportunity that the white men saw, and they were able to use it, right, to bring in that religion into the heart of the people. The people were living in fear, you know, and when you are living in fear, you want somebody to come and liberate you from that fear. And they came with Christian religion and say, you are free. That fear is not there, right? That's one of the reasons that's why they were able to penetrate. And if our religion were organized, right, and was used to do more good than evil, I don't think that people would have embraced the foreign religion very fast, right? Because they saw a liberation. They said that they will be liberated from the shackles of this traditional religion. All these few native daughters, traditional rulers, and everything, they were able to give the people that confidence that they can be free from all these problems, can be free from these people. So that's one of the reasons why I see that they were able to overcome. The people were able to embrace this Christian, and they came with many other things, not only with talking and everything. They came with things that the people accepted. You know, they came with education, they came with different things, and people accepted it. That was one of the reasons they were able to penetrate. Now coming to our native daughters, you know, we are actually using herb to heal people, right? In the 80s, we used to have a native daughter that used to do surgery, right? We used to do surgery in his place. But when the man was discovered, the government went to arrest him. So at the end of the day, they did not kill, they did not destroy that influence. Say, why must we be doing surgery? Let's look at our daughters, our pharmacists and everything. Nobody is looking into doing research, coming out with findings about these herbs that are able to provide healing for people, right? We know that in Nigeria, in Africa, there are many leaves that today that have been sought after, that people will just take for any type of sickness. It will provide healing. They will
Hello, everyone. Yes, you are welcome.
So at the end of the day, so our people also, our daughters, our own scientists, our professors, also creating an avenue whereby the foreign medicines are coming in. Why don't we invest and researching on what you have to come out with a proof that these things work. These are the sickness they can cure, right? Today, people buy what they call agbo, you know, and people buy it, people drink it, and they get healed. Who or something, but at the end of the day, they're not documented. Even the doctors are saying they are bad. Don't buy it. They are destructive. They are harmful to you. But these are not supposed to be the way they are supposed to approach these things. Why can't you bring these people into a form of research? What is the idea? What do they find? Take all these things, take it to the laboratory, research on them, find out if they are truly doing what they said they are doing. So this is why the foreign countries, they do research every day. But in Africa, we don't do. We still believe on the research they are doing for us. We spend billions of dollars to import medicine into Nigeria, whereby we can also have our own medicine, right? From our own leaves, from our own herbs, from these people who say can work for you, right? So how can they not overcome us? Because we prefer what they have to what we have. So when that is there, there's no way we are going to move forward. So we have to prefer what we have. Like I drink green tea. There's another tea here they call a 7 leaves tea, 7 herbs tea. You understand me? That's 7 herbs mixed together. You know, these are all in Europe. These are herbs, whereby we also have in Africa. Hibiscus leaf and everything. There are different leaves we have, which are very healthy for us. But we, the Africans, we're not embracing these things. We prefer to have that Western culture, Western life, you know, because you want to belong, we want to feel that they will accept us. So we are craving for to be accepted, stability from the Western world. That's why we are embracing whatever they have, and we are neglecting that which the natural things that God has given to us, you know, which we can use in our own to develop our society, our country, and everything, right? So coming to religion, I believe one thing, that religion is something that everybody embraces. It doesn't have to be Christian religion, whatever. I believe that whatever you believe in, what I work for you. The first thing is belief. I always tell people that a pastor that perform miracles is only because it has a closer relationship with God. You understand me? And so it's just a relationship with what you believe in that work for you, that give you that power. There's power in religion. There's power in belief. You can believe anything, and when you believe it, and you truly believe it from the depth of your heart, you have that power. People go for 40 days fasting. Even the native doctors, they do fasting too. They do everything to believe in that they are God, you know, and they still get result, positive result. Not all native doctors are bad or are wicked. Some are very good. Some are positive. Some are real. Just like also the Christian, the pastors, also like the imams and everything. So when we believe, we can move mountains. We can be able to move mountains. It's the level of your belief. And I believe that, like what is being said inside that your thought creates things. So what you keep on thinking of, what you continue taking thought of, is what you create for yourself. It's what you create for yourself. So that's the principle of belief. So if you are a Christian, keep on believing, trust God, and just keep on believing, and let your belief be to that level that whatever you ask, you can get it from God. You know, if you are a Muslim,
Okay.
same thing. You know,
I think we've shifted the argument from consciousness to tradition to all kinds of different areas. We've lost, and I think that consciousness discussion was actually going really getting somewhere. But that said, I think your submission, the Blackstone, from what I've heard, you know, from my own personal point of view, I think this is one of your most coherent and strongest submission I've heard. I don't know, man. I don't know whether you are growing on us or something. I don't know, man.
No, I'm not growing.
30 seconds, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I like one area I want to touch on. Oti, I'm not sure.
I've been raised down before. You can
Please,
press me.
sorry. So one area I want to touch on is the area of the herbal, like the trees, the herbal medicine in Africa. I seriously feel like Africa actually failed in this area. Like what Mr. Blackto just said, we are supposed to do. In fact, by now, even our university, to me, they're supposed to have a department that deal with herbal medicine, doing research with our leaf that we are discussing here, because
no
this
funds,
stuff really works. Today, hold on. Today,
no money.
Do you know that some of the a tree like moringa, it was when I got here, I started using moringa. I'll go buy it and then my friend, I was talking to my friend back home, he was telling me, oh, we have moringa tree here. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, the effectiveness is so high, like, but we don't know all this stuff, right? The bitter leaf today, there is tablets for bitter leaf over in America. We don't make, I know we use bitter leaf to cook, but I think we don't do research in these areas enough to really understand the quantity, distinguish between the leaves, the trees, the hibiscus we're talking about today. Once they start using grammar to tell us hibiscus, this is there. Like our grandfathers.
Hibiscus flower. We planted it in our home. Hibiscus flowers.
So especially like it's getting worse with this new generation. Now they don't even care. Some don't even know. But we focus on buying medicine from the West, bringing them back, and something I tell my friend, I say, oh, if white were in Africa, they would have done way better with what they have.
But AY, sorry. It's even right now in Nigeria, it's even worse because you can just go over the counter and just buy anything. Now, malaria and all this typhoid and all that, the kind of medicine that they buy, I was speaking to someone some few days ago. The person bought something for malaria and then she was reacting. She can't even explain why she was reacting. But however, we've forgotten that we have stuff like Dogoyaro leaf that you can just squeeze out the water, and that thing, that stuff is so effective. It will clear everything.
Yep.
It will clear everything. Yeah, even the bitter leaf water that we even wash out. Do you know it's medicinal on its own?
Yeah.
So
one last thing. I think on the side of the people that we're taking, there are families who say they can give this thing to people, right? I think they start abusing it.
I see it. They're merciless. They're just totally merciless. You see him raising his hand and he just left it.
I think they start abusing it in form of
I clap for you.
So I think they start abusing it by way of collecting money from people. Even if they don't understand the beliefs, they will give it to people to drink just to make money. This kind of abuse. I think those settings, like honestly, I think it's something. If Africa can go back to it and do study and try to get it in order, I don't think it's too late. We can still do something, man. Local P, I bet talk me, kill me. I don't give up.
Yes, because I don't press your neck. Yes, it's me.
I don't give up.
AY, what I think. One second, please. What I think about Nigeria, Nigerians lack information. They are not interested in information. That is what is happening now. All they are interested in is entertainment, right? NAFDAC chairman came out.
We have information. We don't have to process information.
Yes, because it's like a lack of interest for the information.
That's the process, because we don't have interest. We have it, but we don't process information.
Hold on. NAFDAC chair lady came up and said that most of the drugs imported from India are about 45% effective. Because Nigerians go to abroad, tell the pharmaceutical companies to produce low quality drugs for them.
No, to sell. To
sell now. They import it to Nigeria. They import it to Nigeria.
Pharmaceutical merchants, right?
Yes, I'm saying.
Ask them to. But see, it's two things, bro. It's two things, right? That's why sometimes when they say subsidy is not good, I tell people, look, subsidy is good in life. Nobody in this life do not need help. No matter how rich you are, you need help. Even rich man, you get helper, you get house girl, you get house boy, you get man. You need help. Everybody needs help. So that help is what is termed as subsidy. You understand? When they say subsidy, I say no, leave it there. But because our own kind of everything for Nigeria, it gets your own definition. But so no, it gets your own behavior. But would they give them the same name? Like democracy. What we practice in Nigeria is not democracy. But they call it democracy. It's just another thing entirely. Subsidy that we have in Nigeria is not subsidy. It's the act of stealing money, but they call it subsidy. You understand? So what we practice in Nigeria is whatever. But what I was trying to say before there was like, see, you Black, so you said religion in the Western world is organized. No, it's not organized. What we had, what was introduced to us was a scam. So they have to prepare it in a way to look fine, right? So that we can accept it for them to scam us. So what you have is not organized. It's a scam. You understand? But they have to put it in a way.
Let's go back to
it's
those
actually
days.
organized.
No, hold on. See,
those days, that scam had not started those days.
Hold on. See, that's what you don't know. See, that's what you believe because the way you are wired right now. You think, see, this, look, let me tell you, there are people who work 50 years plan. But we Africans, we work 2 years, maximum 5 years plan, maximum. Because we want to benefit whatever we are planning. But these people, they have plan of 50 years. Even if they don't live to see it, right? They don't care. But they want to, and they recruit people that will make it work. That's why you see when they call names, the cabals. Why is it that every generation we have cabals? Don't they die? They die. But they recruit people who fall into the line of their 50-year plan and continue with it. You understand? So the thing you call organized right now, no, it's not that it's organized. Our own is not dirty. No, hold on. Our own is not dirty. But because what you seem organized.
Look, can I ask you a question?
Let me see. I have to finish first now. I beg. I want to ask a question.
Okay,
please.
Finish. I have a question for you.
Let me finish. I beg, please. You understand? What you call organized, it's just like scam, right? Why do people fall for scam? Because it looks real. It looks so true. And that makes them fall for it and they end up being scammed. You get my point? That's how it is. So what you think? See, religion is personal. That's why I say salvation is personal. But if it's brought to you publicly and in a larger scale, there's something fishy about it. It's simple, not logic. But we don't like to read between the lines. See, everything in this life is there for us to see and learn, but we don't want to. You understand? So, and what you said, I want to say, I wrote some stuff down. You said simple concept when was President Achebe. So what I'm trying to say is like, right? See, look, issues that comes to Africa, right, which got to do with our drugs, our pharmaceutical, whatever, leaves, whatever. Look, they tell you our orthodox way of doing things is wrong. They want us to condemn our own and take their own. Meanwhile, behind you, these people come to our place and take this thing that they said is not good and go and refine and make. I think you were saying somebody's making bitter leaf tablets, right? But this bitter leaf, it be like local soup, local leaf now, rubbish, dirty leaf. But somebody came, took the leaf, processed it, and turned it to a tablet.
No, it's not a process. They looked into it. They saw. They saw the benefits.
The word is you're looking into it. Harvesting is studying it is process because it's got stages.
Look, at this time of development, at this 21st century.
That's what I'm telling you.
No, people will still come and deceive our professors, our doctors, and say this is what we should do.
When you are damaged psychologically, right? When you are damaged psychologically, it takes time for you to purge yourself.
We damage ourselves more than they have damaged us.
Yes, now because
we have damaged ourselves.
No problem. You can say that it was domestic, right? But I'm telling you, the plan from ab initio was orchestrated to put us where we are, right? So it's like a system generator. You drag generator. Once it starts, it runs itself. You understand? You don't like this appetite for my neighbor. As you drag, You don't drown once, then it runs itself. You understand? So the plan was to make us become like this. Then now we can upload ourselves. Because look, my brother, it's easy. At this day and age, we've seen everything that we want to see. We come here, we tell ourselves that this and that and this and that, right? But tomorrow, because the brain is damaged, when I mean damaged, like for a long time we have been wired to believe this like this. Now that we are right now, we are trying to purge ourselves, to unwind or rewire ourselves to see things differently. You understand? And there are factors to it. It's not a one-day thing. It takes time. It might not be us, but it takes for us to like let the next people see that, look, this is what we have been through. We've seen that it's not correct. Now you follow this path for your own self. You understand?
Okay, look up here. I have two questions for you. I have two questions for you. Two questions for you.
If you let me finish first now, bro.
No, never finish. No,
I think because that was for you. To AY said we okay meant okay damage yeah. So AY, see, for the drugs issue that you're talking about, right? Look, my brother, the moringa you said you have, it is there since. You understand? But trust me, it's not our fault. But we grew through it because when we were young, this was what we were told. This was how we saw things, and we grew to it. Now that we are old, right now we've seen things differently. But how are we ready to purge ourselves? What we believe to be true? Are we ready to tell ourselves that those things are lies and convincingly walk towards it? We are not ready because maybe time not there our side again. To like, but now I want to use old age, the learn left hand, and something like that. So tell another bet. I think we all ourselves the duty to sound this to ourselves and to our children or to next generation to see that, look, this path that we are is wrong. But trust me, these people are not sleeping. They are still working hard to put us where we are because that is the only way they can survive.
Look up here. I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
We are not ready to put in that work the way they are putting it.
I disagree with you.
Away from here. We are not ready.
I disagree with you.
No,
you
trust me. Because soft life, we want to live soft life. We want to live soft life.
Did you do I disagree with you? No, I do not disagree with you. Are there not African daughters who are doing research even in America?
There is nothing that we stand if what let me stop you there. There's nothing that we stand if WHO not sign up. There's nothing that we stand in this life.
Has it come
true that we stand if WHO not sign up?
No, that is strong.
Look. Excuse me. Sorry.
Let me sound to speak.
It's not ready for argument.
Listen. Look, this is you're telling one story, narrative, and it's wrong. Okay. Look, you don't want to accept responsibility. That's what it is. Simple. That is all you're saying.
That's what I'm telling you that we should do that.
No. But look, still talking about this. They don't want you. They don't. Who are these people there? Look, we couldn't even organize a simple election. Listen, we couldn't organize a simple election.
They're using you through your government. Somebody told you the last time that even your CBN, listen to me. Emefiele, that you don't know now. It's like the time Emefiele went to the US, right, was discussing our financial policy with them over there, telling us how we should do our currency to make sure our currency, whether it has value or not, whether we should print more currency or not. On a very good day, let me ask you, who is printing America's and UK currency? Who is printing it?
Sorry.
Why should other people print our own?
Excuse me. Are we the only? How about other countries similar to us, Nigeria? Okay, all over the world.
Africa.
Oh no! What about in the Middle East?
Yes, Indonesia, for example.
So what?
Let me give you now. This is where religion plays a role.
No, excuse me. Okay, now let me come to religion.
Why is the West? Hold on.
Can I talk about religion?
Why is the West giving the Middle East and the Arab nation? Why are they giving them free hand in many things, policies? But they are hammering on Africa to change policies in many things because of their religious background.
No. I don't believe that.
Sorry. Look. Again, look. Again, is all this kind of example?
LGBT. They should go and tell the
no. Excuse me.
LGBT. They won't tell them.
No, Every country has
this is distractions. Distractions. Instead of you guys facing the real issue, you're just what's LGBT. Listen, and your problem is not religion, right? Okay. If we're looking for if we want to know what our problem is political leadership. Okay. I mean, there's no magic to it. All these other things we're talking. Sorry, are you asking me a question?
No, I said they are puppets. They are tools. They are puppets.
Okay, so okay, and therefore, you see, until you get your political leadership, right? Okay, any other thing you're talking about, and there's no point blaming anybody for it.
No, I'm not blaming anybody.
So it's not interesting. It's not helpful.
I'm blaming them.
Maybe they brought you religion.
No, I'm telling you what is happening.
Listen.
No, what is happening?
That is not. Excuse me. That is not what is happening. We have to look ourselves in the mirror. That's our problem. Okay. You see, these are our leaders. They are from our society. Okay. We praise. These are the people we hold up. We look up to them. We give them titles.
Where you look up to? Yes.
What is that?
Do you know how the leaders are elected? Do you know how they're elected first? Do you know the process of election?
Which letter? Come.
The leaders talking about. That's how they're elected.
Okay, can I see? Hold on. Somebody came here yesterday and we're asking him questions, right? And then this is an intelligent man, right?
No, he's not as intelligent as you think.
Okay. Well, I don't know, but I mean, so and then answering questions and then telling us this kind of story. You see, who are you going to blame for that? These are our people, right?
Okay, now
so
let me tell you. Let me tell you how election has been run, right?
Okay, let me first.
Direct primaries. Hold on. There's what we call direct primaries and indirect primaries, right? Hold on. You see your party, the party that you are, APC or PDP or whatever.
We know all those things.
Let me finish. I know so you know, but let me just finish first. What they do is this, right? You that is a good person that will change the nation to become great. You will never have the chance to come out to win the primaries. It's not possible. That is where the rigging starts.
Why are you blaming the white man? Why are you blaming?
I'm not blaming the white man now.
That's my problem. That's my problem.
Oti, listen, I'm telling you to your face, so don't repeat it again. I'm not blaming the white man. I'm just telling you what they are doing.
It is corruption.
That doesn't mean we should not do our own.
It is corruption.
No, that's what I'm telling you now. I'm not saying
it is corruption.
I'm not blaming them. You understand? It is a game.
Then we should stop talking about them and then face our problems.
These are politicians. They have children in
Why
the
would
West.
you stop talking about them? Let me just explain one simple principle.
They have children in the West. They have investment in the West. You get my point? So that's why they are puppets. So you say you vote them in. Look, that's why I say it goes down to your primaries. When you have primaries, you have Alibaba. You have Amroba. And you have ritualists, right? Those are the two people who your party or who the parties brought to you to choose one from, because they were the one who won the primaries. You get my point? They were the one who won the primaries, Amroba and ritualists. You understand? So you that want to do the election, you have to vote one of them. So either one you vote, it's the same status quo, the same game you will see, and the same pit you end yourself in. You understand? So people will vote.
Loco, let other people speak. Let others speak.
Loco,
let's go. Hold on first. Loco, why must most of the Nigerian lawyers, why must they go to US and go and also register to be practicing in the US?
Why what? Say that again.
Most Nigerian lawyers, you understand me? Why must they go and be registered in one of the states in America to be a practicing lawyer in America?
Why you jack back from Nigeria?
I say why most lawyers.
But it's not most. It's not most. There must be very few lawyers. I don't know what you mean by most.
Okay, no, because excuse me. No, let me finish. This is the relevance of that question, right? Let me finish now. Does any American lawyer come to register in Nigeria to be practicing?
Now, hold on.
That
is the wired I'm talking about, right? When you are wired to see yourself as inferior, you go elsewhere to become superior.
Yes, let me finish my statement. That is how we sell ourselves to them. Who you yield yourself to as a slave will become your master.
So we are damage psychology already. It's a damage psychology.
I agree with you. Because we are using ourselves as a slave to them, so they will always use us. So do not blame them for that.
Sorry. You and I are in Europe, right? You and I are here, okay? And excuse me, sir. We're here, isn't it? Are they in our countries doing this? So what is? I mean, talking about lawyers or doctors, I don't really see the point, because we know the problem we're facing, okay? And look, instead of we just kind of have to be more focused, all right, identify the real problem instead of all this kind of kind of scattergun approach. It's not going to lead us anywhere. We have to be able to identify the fundamental problem.
I'm not blaming them, right? But that
doesn't mean our problem. We have to solve our problem for ourselves without depending on a third party.
Okay. Let me give you this more instance, right?
On a third party.
Oti, let me give you more instance, right? You are in an environment where they sell drug dealers are there, this and that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have children there, and those children grew up and they later became drug users. You understand? Will you blame the children for becoming drug users, or you blame the environment that
you want me to answer?
No, you don't. I'm just saying that. Yeah.
Okay, can I answer then?
Because if you train, you go into an area and so that the place is not convenient, right? You as an adult will like, no, this tree is not good for my kids.
So you're saying we are children, right? I mean, as a nation, so we're not mature.
No. You are taking my word literally. You understand? Because you are supposed to know that what I'm asking is hypothetical.
Well, it's a metaphor.
What I'm trying to tell you is this, right? Hold on now. What I'm trying to tell you is this, right? The situation we find ourselves, you understand, is that situation that is manifesting what we are living right now. Trust me, if it has not been like this from the onset, we wouldn't have become where we are. So don't say as if we are doing it because we don't have sense. We have sense. The situation sometimes, right, bend your hand, you understand, to be on survival mode, to become who you are. Situation sometimes.
Look, Mr. Loco, if Nigerians want to change Nigeria, they will change it.
It's not as easy as you think.
Oh, wait. Let me ask one question. Let me ask one question. You understand me? Okay, if, for example, the white man knows that Africa is so rich naturally, do you think that they will have left Africa?
Left?
Yes. Or leave Africa to Africans to manage?
Okay. Okay, now
at that time when they were dividing Africa, let me finish my question. When they were dividing Africa, they knew that Africa was naturally rich with all the minerals they have. You think they would have left Africa just easily like that?
Do you think that when everybody knows that human being was so powerful, human being can create anything creatable, human being can work, service or whatever, if we are so powerful, why did they leave human being and start embracing AI, artificial intelligence, to be doing job to be replacing human being to do jobs in places? Why did they abandon human being that is so powerful that can do anything? Why did they abandon human being and go for AI? Because it's convenient. They discovered that if they can get to our head, there's no point using force anymore. They can sit in their country, get to our head, and we'll use our hand and bring our stuff and come and give them. Now, person, they put off our head, who will take carry gas flaring pipeline through Niger to Europe. Did they put gun in our head?
Do you realize that
technologically, we can do anything for them?
Look, do you realize that it's only Africa, most African countries do not fight for their independence. Most African countries do not fight.
Why would they fight now when they know I can give you and control you later?
Let me finish.
Why would I give it to you?
They got it in a platter of gold. But
yes, now
look at India. No, do that what India went to just because of spies, pepper and everything they knew was in India. So do that what they went through before they got their independence.
What do they have before they left there? What do they have? They have nothing.
Spies now. They have spies now. That's what we are fighting for. Because of that spies, they refuse to give India independence until they start fighting for it. But that was in the negotiation. Let me tell you something. copy. If the British know, if the British
Blackstone.
knew, wait,
Blackstone.
Kenji, wait first. Kenji, wait first.
They know.
Wait,
We're not going anywhere with this now. Let's move to something else. We're not going anywhere with it.
Okay, no problem.
We're not going anywhere
All
with
right,
it.
then we're going to return back to our original topic of consciousness that we're talking about until we're waylaid by I've forgotten who waylaid us to traditional religions.
I even want to throw, in a question. I want to throw in a question. What has been raging in the social media and in the Nigerian space for the past 2 weeks because of a particular young lady who was on that their evil program called Big Brother Niger, and made a very, very silly statement that T people, when you go to visit the T people, the T man will offer you his wife as an appreciation for your visiting him. And I wondered where such a evil statement can be coming, which is one of the things we've been discussing on this platform. Some people run with whatever they hear and keep repeating it, even though they have no proof of whatsoever that would have brought about that. So that was raging, and the two people that I know will not, and I don't know any T people. I know a lot of I know a lot of things about the T people, but I don't know them to. I don't know anyone who will. And I don't know if it's not even not that I don't know. It is not even their practice to offer their wives to a visitor or whatsoever. It doesn't matter if you are the one who has saved their life and you come to visit them and they will offer you their wife. It's not there. And maybe you guys, if you read it, I mean, or if you heard about it, I don't know what you think about that. So these are some of the things that are said about tribes, and when it's not checked, people begin to say it down the years that this is what is done in this particular ethnic group, and most of them are lies.
That lady, where is it from? There's no any religion or there's no any tribe in Nigeria that does such things. I know in some other African countries they do it, but no single tribe in Nigeria does such things. So
this goes back to that statement you made earlier on. It's a good time. It's a good thing you said this. And just like the twins issue, you said earlier on about our ancestors not being involved in writing. At that same time, even when in Europe, most of Europe was not involved in writing. As a matter of fact, even the countries that were involved in writing, there were very, very few people amongst those groups that were involved in writing. It was more recently that they started doing, they started with the Bible. They started printing the Bible and making it available to a lot of people. Most people didn't know how to write. Even during those days, we thought there was writing. There was writing on the continent, all right. It's just that it wasn't available to many people. There's the Meroitic text that is in the Kush Kingdom that has lasted more than 3,000 years. That is there that has not been deciphered. There is also the Egyptian hieroglyphs. This is part of the this thing. There is also the Insipidi scripts that goes back quite a long time too. So every continent has patches of writing. It's just that because our continent now, we've a kind of, I think when we say we don't have writing, we are saying our people right here, like the Igbos or Yorubas and Hausas didn't have writing. It doesn't mean there was no writing on the continent. Just the same way, you can still say the same thing about Europe. They were like that too. It's not everywhere. It was in specific areas in Europe. You see what I mean? So yeah, just to address that point. Regarding this thing, I would, people sleeping with this thing. It's the same thing. You can't say just because one person does it here doesn't mean that's the culture of this in the entire West Africa. Killing twins too is the same thing. It's not the culture of the entire, even the South, not to mention the entire this in the region of Nigeria. So some of all these things we associate it, like when the British came and removed stop the twin killing, we make it look like they changed the entire country. No, they just change one small region in the south this in the area, and not even the entire south, just one small patch of the south. Or may it look like they changed the entire south because of that twin this in the killing policy. So the point is that we have to be fair and use a kind of proper perspective when we are criticizing certain things within our culture, because you could run the risk of painting our own culture as being less than, or theirs was somehow inherently better. It's not. It's just that they were the ones that are engaged in the first world conflicts between themselves, and the British got a hold, and the Portuguese got a hold of the gunpowder, and they were able to weaponize it. Something that the people that invented it didn't even do. The Chinese invented it, and then the Europeans weaponized it, and they used it to conquer the whole world. Stuff happens in this life. When you are lucky, you get a lucky break, you get weapons that nobody can challenge you on. You go on to spread and conquer nations. That's what happened. How do you think all the nations in the world were created? When like the first this ruler emperor of China, he came along, and suddenly he had a way of fighting that nobody else can defeat. Then he just went on rampaging and killing everybody, and he united the whole place and said, "This is China, like it or not, it's going to be China." That's how most nations are founded.
So, can I ask, sorry, Kejo, this thing about this, why did you bring that up? I don't understand. You know, can you enlighten me, KJ?
Yes.
Yes, I can't understand why you brought that up. You know, what is really
I brought that up because there are a lot of myths about people, tribes, and in Nigeria that are not true. You know, and those things are let to go over time, and it become a saying that neither here nor there. You know, I did my community theater in the Gwari community.
Right.
Before we got there, we were told that the Gwari people, that set of Gwari people, they used to, you know, defecate on the open field and come back after the thing had become maggot and pick from it and go eat. So we went to stay in that community for 2 weeks to see how this is done. And we never got to see anything like that. You know, so we only realized that they didn't have a system of building their toilets and latrines. So had to get an NGO that eventually built toilets for them and put pipe-borne water that they could drink. So that myth then was circulating in Abuja that this was how this tribe lived. I mean, we couldn't imagine it, but we never, like I said, we spent 2 weeks in that community, and we never saw any of them do such a thing. And when we're now,
Okay,
I'm coming. So down the years, and now we are sitting here now, and the girl comes to national TV and says that the T people, when you go to visit them, they offer you their wives, you know, which is totally unacceptable.
Yes, and you found that noteworthy. Something of something kind of contest.
Yeah,
so, you know,
I don't know whether we want to worry about what Big Brother has made.
No, but yeah. Anyway, so far as and kind of you went off, and I think you have this kind of so.
Forefathers, please don't talk about people that I think of begging a bit.
Forefathers, and
yeah, I don't know why you say you don't have to bother, but this is something that have generated a lot of discussion in Nigeria, and I'm saying that, you know, people of those who are listening to this program,
you think it's something we can discuss profitably? You think it's something we can discuss with you know, with some, you know, with profit? I mean,
I think when if it
just
is
like
true, let's say if it's true. So what is the significance if it was true? If it was true, what is the big deal?
I'm simply bringing it up here because there's no truth to it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And for us, you see, so now, because I mean, it kind of, I can understand, you know, we have to be, if like, you know, proud of who we are, you know, our achievements, but it's sometimes I think you know, maybe kind of overplaying it, you know, when you try to I don't know, as if okay, yes, we cultures, civilizations, maybe if like in competition with you know, another, but as Africans, really, if you ask me, my attitude would rather be now what we might call the West, whatever achievements, you know. I mean, for example, the rule of law, and just for one, for example, I mean, the medicine and other things, other achievements. we can just take what will benefit us, what we find helpful, okay, and add on to build ourselves, and not necessarily trying to kind of push back or rejecting it, and then again, there's no civilization that is like self-sufficient. There must be always things that you can you leave behind, and take good things, and you make progress. It's not always about we are better than they, or they're not better than better than us. I don't know, because for example, what you can
I get what you mean. Like maybe I was trying to say that they are not better than us. The reason why I'm saying that is because they are not inherently better. They are just opportuned, doing what they are doing because of the advantage they have over us.
And don't forget, they learned from others as well. It's not as if they
that's true too.
After all, there were other civilizations before the West came along.
Before them.
So we shouldn't really feel kind of any sense of inferiority, have a complex about that.
No, I feel like when we describe it, that's what we do sometimes. We say we never had any form of writing, which is not accurate too. Because we may not have it here where we are right now. It doesn't mean it wasn't present on the continent. And it's true for them too. I think sometimes the way we describe something, it may not reflect what it actually is, because we just say, oh, because the British guy brought it here 1,000 years ago, 400 years ago, they all had writing. No, they didn't all have writing, because Europe is bigger than just the British. The British is just an island in Europe.
They had a peasant society, and
exactly.
That's
why we want to contextualize it when we say these things. Because let's say if it was me now, I'll say, okay, yeah, they brought writing to this region in Africa. You see, that is specific now. You are specifying that you are bringing it to this region in Africa, and not because it's not present. Because sometimes when we say blanketly that we are like, we never had writing, and our people were the British people brought this civilization in, and all the rest of it. The first writing in this world, the oldest one that was found on the continent, even all the way down to South Africa, going back 50,000 years. That is how far back it goes. And but that is most people don't know about it because it's on an ostrich shell, egg shell. That's where it's located. So that said, anyway, my point is that we have to choose our terms, because we are saying this is our children are listening to it, our younger ones are listening to it, our impressionable people are listening to it. They are thinking, oh, this is how our forefathers were. Oh, sometimes when we use the word idol is a terrible thing, because we have been conditioned to think idol is a terrible thing. So anything our forefathers used to do, since it's associated with idol, let's divorce ourselves from it. You see what I mean? So we have to watch the type of terms we used to describe this in. Because when I was growing up, that's all I got, and most of the impression I got was negative. Even if, which is weird enough, even if when you are in Nigeria, you should see a lot of traditional things being done, and like masquerades and all those things. Those are not Christian things that we enjoy all the time, but at the same time we use terms to distance ourselves from it.
Okay,
it
seems can I just for this, because again, we're back to the subject of religion. You see, because now when I say idol worship, I think I'm quite let me perhaps I can clarify myself. You see, because again, I'm talking from the point of view of a Christian, okay? Because again, tradition and our culture, it's quite different from religion. And when we talk about again, as a Christian, and if you understand, I don't know if you're a Christian, from the point of view of the Christ, okay, coming to the world. As I said,
sorry. Let me just add one thing you just said. Tradition and culture,
sorry,
religion, they are not often. They are often intertwined, especially before now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. But you see,
sorry, OT. Sorry. Speak to you later, guys.
Hey, thank you for coming in. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your contribution and all.
All right, John.
Right. Tomorrow,
okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So now look, you see
I think Tone should be made a honorable member of the night team, really, because he's always there and making sure he's supporting the group.
So because you guys spoke a lot today about religion and Christianity and all that. So look, Yes, you're right. It's because I mean, even in
Okay,
religion.
Oti first. Okay, short. Oti, let me ask you a question first. Let me ask you, you continue. What was the African religion?
What was the African religion? I think it's called generally they use the term ancestor worship to an extent. They use the term
We can call it pantheism, you know, pantheism.
they are different types. They have, well, you see, that's also a tricky term to use. African religion. No, you have to have specific areas.
Maybe
like the Yoruba one is the monotheism and pantheon. This in the base this religion.
That is the name. They say when you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name first. Let me tell you, it's easy, right?
Yeah.
Our way of worship is our way of worship.
You saw how AY got excited a moment ago. He always gets excited when he want to knock out our traditions. Oh, I want to get one of them.
Right?
Actually,
what happens is this, right?
No, we are not.
We believe, we Africans, we believe.
No, we are not at all. You are the one that should be confused, actually.
We Africans, we believe that there's a channel which you can communicate to the spiritual, the Almighty, the divine.
So he has the name. So look, it's
no. Hold on. Let me finish. We have a medium of communicating with. You understand? Everybody. Maybe I don't know. Okay, let me.
He's not asking the mode of worship. He asked you the name.
I'm building a premise.
How many do we have? Okay, look up. You are from Edo State now. How many do we have?
I'm building a premise. You understand? So it's like where I'm from. You understand? It's like there's what we call like even in the Bible they say I look up to the hills.
You want to confuse yourself now. Why you they carry Bible? Carry
hold on. No. See, I'm not saying Bible. Look, see, because they call it Bible, not me say not be book.
Okay.
It's a book. It's what somebody wrote and waiting in the practice. Still, that's why they'll tell you Proverbs and Psalm, right? Now things of nature, but somebody put them for this book called them Bible. So don't be saying Bible, now you own them. Bible don't own it. You understand? So when I say like I look up to the hills from where's my echo, a book of Psalm. That means like why are you looking? You are looking up the hills, up. You are looking up. The especially yes, somebody spiritual being, divine being, they up there. Nobody look down, they pray. Everybody looks up. You start to like expecting things to come from up. Whether manna from heaven.
Look, have you answered the question?
No, hold on. I'm going to.
Are you sure they don't look down? Are you sure?
No, they don't. No worry. It's nature of man.
Forefather, nobody looks up, looks down. Even when it's traditional religion, if you pick the color,
exactly, you understand. Now
you don't look down.
It's up. So why I tell you about like even what we call like king of the skies, like king of the skies, which was termed Ogiso in my tribe. You understand? King of the skies, they are up there. You understand? So our traditional ruler, we see them as a small god
we
represent the king of the skies. You understand?
Augusto was not the king of the skies. Augusto we were the rulers before they changed it to Urban.
Well, he was regarded as a god king. The Blackstone has started now. He started this road. He knows though.
Hold on.
So Oti, I beg. I'm giving you the name, right? So it's like that. So it's medium. Right now, you're like you pass. It's like a portal. You pass through a portal to get to your divinity, divine creation.
Okay,
you understand? So if you say it doesn't have a name, which this white would term pagan, demonic, they destroy it because they don't understand it, or because they want to destroy us, they give it a bad name to embrace theirs. You understand? Our own was not pagan. Our own was just a way of worship. It may not have a name, or it may have a name at that time. You understand? But it's how to commune with spiritual, your aura, your creator, your God.
Okay, right. Okay, look, can I help? Okay,
so
you've done very well.
Hold on. Why you do that? It's either sometimes you look for a medium and you give sacrifice to. you give sacrifice to. Like your Abraham that you believe in the Bible, right? He did the same thing. He slaughtered sacrifice. You understand? To give to the gods. He passed through a medium to connect to the Almighty. You understand? Which tribes are doing, African tribes were doing. You understand? And these people, if they don't understand it, they have to demonize it. You understand? So asking that, what was it called at that time? You understand? Maybe our forefathers may not have the opportunity to tell us the name because they were also brainwashed or trying to be westernized at that time.
Okay,
So
local.
at that time, it was just how it was.
Local.
Okay.
One
was not
excuse me. Blackstone. So
yeah.
Let me. Okay, first of all, this question you asked, is it what is it? Are you asking it to question whether we Africans had a religion or not? I want to get to you.
No. What I'm trying to what I'm trying to ask is this, right? You know, okay, let me as Africa, every tribe have its own god or its own way of worship of a traditional god or things like that. You know, so that is why I said, okay, what was the
African
let me say
religion.
now, African religion, or maybe that. Let me say that.
read this?
Let me put it. Wait, let me put it in a very simple way. Like in the Benin Kingdom, Yoruba Kingdom, right? They have different gods they worship, right? So
yes, all those are African religions. Okay, that's fine.
Religion. It's not religion. It's not religion.
Okay, it's not African worship.
A religion is a worship of the divine or the known. It's a religion. I mean, there's no point of argument about it. What is it? It is a religion. Listen now, but the thing is this, okay, and I can only speak as a Christian, okay. Now our forefathers, including mine, okay.
I don't blame you. Then it's not your fault.
No. Yes, no. I'll tell you. So our forefathers, including mine, worshipped these gods, okay. But then the thing about Christianity is this, okay, and well, of course, you may not accept it. It's not, you may not believe it. But I'm saying, as a Christian, if you are convinced Christian, if you understand what it's all about, now. And everywhere Christ is preached, Christianity, this man came to the world, okay? The light of the world. So said he's the, and if you understand Christianity, he's the truth, he's the way, and he's the light, the word of God. So, and again, people
know how many times that story has been told.
No. Is that all you have to say about Christianity? I thought you were going to say something really poignant.
That story has been told before.
Insightful.
There was a record of that story.
Let me read this. What it says about African. Hold on. Now the Blackstone. Let me just read this one so that it gives us a little bit of texture on the African tradition. It says the traditional religions were not. Hold on, local. It says the traditional religions were not uniform, but were characterized by common themes, such as animism. They believe that natural elements and objects have spirits, and ancestor veneration, belief in a supreme deity or creative force, and the worship of various spirits and deities associated with different aspects of life and nature. Many of those traits are present in almost all the religions in the world.
Forefathers. Okay.
That's almost all regions in the world.
Okay, nothing. I mean, strange about what you've read. We know that is African religion. Okay, but I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they were asking what it was, and it's good that
no.
hear it.
I said that earlier on. What you just said out. I said that earlier on, forefather, that the African, the worship, the religion that we worship in our place has all those identity which you just mentioned, and the Christian religion also recognize those things. The Christian religion recognizes that things have life and they can hear, they have ears, just like the what you read out. The difference
where did Christianity say that there's
the difference here is that there is a certain way that makes it easier for you to access those points. And that way is called Jesus. St. Paul went to the Ephesians and he said to them,
look, see, AY is not, hold on, sorry, KJ,
no,
let me just tell AY this. AY, no, let me, KJ, hold on. I need, somebody needs to discipline AY. The way he behaves, you are going to get Islam in trouble. Stop doing that. Other religions are talking about their religion and they are chuckling at them. And you are a Muslim, you're not going to like it when they come at you.
I will put you on the background.
I usually do not
you're not going to like it.
I usually do not engage in
this kind of argument because it leads to nothing. Nothing is achieved at the end of the day. But I'm only engaging this one because sometimes people may hear and want to go and do further research. Look, people have written all kinds of stories. Even what Loco was trying to, say earlier on is that this story of Jesus have been told by other people, other atheists, and all that. They've even, there's a guy who they had projected in back in the history that looks like Jesus, who they said the Catholic copied the picture of Jesus from, and made all that story. Even we, the Christians, know where those things were brought into the worship of God. We know. We're not saying we don't know. And not every Christian believe that what you see, the blue-eyed guy, is Christ. No, we don't believe that. There are few people who may take it, yes, but that they even tell you, those who even take it, tell that they know that this is not the person. Okay? Yeah. And some other group will tell that they don't even want to accept even what you are saying as the picture. They don't even accept that the Mary and the one you show is the mother and Christ himself. They refuse to accept that. But let's leave out all that. Let's agree. Let's agree without quarreling over it that these are there. All we are saying is that I said this earlier on, which is the fundamental of Christianity, that every other religion said their leaders came, great leaders. They pacified. They got their disciples. Followers. They were able to build kingdoms. But when they died, some of them even said they don't know where they were going. Some said, well, death is the end of what? Of life. It's only Christ. And all of them accept that there's one Christ who came, died, and rose. This is the fundamental division. That's why we all differ from each other. Is it that the traditional worshippers do not use to sacrifice? Yes. But that's what the Christianity says. Our own sacrifice now is no longer goats and chicken and all that. It is Christ who has paid the ultimate price, and that cannot be repeated again. So whether we agree,
that's its own difference now, because Christ rose up, and our ancestors say we live on anyway. And people have different ways of believing this in the afterlife. You see what I mean? So we all believe that our own is the best.
The question is, you should ask yourself: is there an afterlife? If you agree at an afterlife, is there a way that you can get to that point in this life where you are now and be able to ascertain that what you're going to meet, where you're going, is correct? There's only one person who have gone and come back. Every other person went and didn't come back.
Who? Yeah, but that is in your own religion.
Well, yes,
Christ,
that's what the belief.
That's his own belief.
KJ, hold on. I want you to withdraw one statement. Hold on. KJ, it's not all religion that believe Jesus died and resurrected. This is not correct.
But that's not what he said, though.
No, he said it. He said it.
He said it for his religion.
Yeah, no. He said all other religions believe. It's only Christianity that believe Jesus resurrected.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
You cannot possibly say that. Now, KJ is smarter than that. Now,
yeah,
you cannot say other religions believe. No. KJ, are you saying that Hindus believe that Jesus died and resurrected?
Okay, Hindus.
Take it out. You are very fast in the computer.
Are you saying that the Babalawo believes that Jesus Christ died and resurrected?
No. Even when you go to the
this kind of statement, you see, that's an incredible statement to make.
Anyway, wait first. This is not any argument. The death of Jesus Christ and resurrection and ascended to heaven. Nobody has disproved it. Nobody has disproved it, right?
Who are they calling now?
So if nobody has disproved it, that means it is right. Correct, it is true. So it is authentic. Because no scientists are going to disprove it, no religion is going to disprove it, no other religion is going to
disprove it that Jesus Christ rose up.
Yes, and ascended to
heaven. How about prove it that he rose up? Why should they come and disprove it? How can they possibly disprove something that they don't believe happened?
Excuse me. It's written. Witnesses, okay. So I mean, what you want to prove?
Witnesses. Let's bring them to the presidential listed tribunal so that we can table our this thing and they can make their case. What witnesses are you talking about?
If you go to Israel today, they go and show the grave of Jesus Christ. It is still there.
Boy. You sure that's the real grave?
Okay.
Are you sure?
Mr. Loco,
you can't be so
I have to
sure.
prove you wrong. The Ogisos were traditional rulers in
yes, now, but yes, now,
of course. So they were not praying to the gods of Ogiso, or maybe I don't know.
No, you're hold on. Okay, now, if you understand, right? Ogiso is they were like how would I put, they were rulers. Like
gentlemen, I gotta go now. Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Rulers, right? Ogiso is not one person. They were rulers, right? Good. So
I'm saying they were the first rulers of
yes,
before Oramian came with
now, hold on now. In case you don't know, every traditional Benin man sees the Oba as a god. You understand? Every traditional Benin man sees Oba as a god, but not the god Oba, not the Osanobua, but he sees as a god because he is the representative of God on earth. That's why when the Oba speaks, it's final. A king is always even look at your Bible. A king is seen as a god. When he's spoken, because being told that is a king and not born, king and made.
As a human god, you see as a human god.
No, hold on now. Hold on. That is your business, whether you call him human or whatever. But they go to him for the ultimate final say. Once he speaks, nobody say anything anymore. You understand? That's why they will tell you after God is king.
Because he's the ruler now, so whatever he says.
What did you expect?
So wait now. How about the people, the native doctors and everything? Do they speak for the Oba, or do they consume the Oba? Don't they do that?
Okay, now when you say native doctor, explain what you mean native doctor. Or do you mean not herbalist? Do you mean herbalist?
Both, not herbalist.
Okay.
The native doctor, those that maybe the Oromila worshippers or the priest of Oromila.
Okay, now they are not. Okay, now let me correct you. They are not native doctors.
What are they?
Good, you understand? You are idol. What they call idol worshipping. It's not native doctor.
What are
you
they
understand?
Now?
No, hold on. No. Take the word for itself. Native, local, tradition. You understand? Doctor, medical. You understand? So it's not always native doctor. You are the one. See, that's why I say we are.
But sometimes local they are mixed too. That's the confusion. Sometimes these things are intertwined.
No, wait. Most of them are the priests that native doctors. They are the priests of this God. Wait. They are the priests of this God, and they also do those native doctor issues.
No, see, let me tell you. See, let me tell you. Look, see, it's like how would I call it now, right? There's spirituality in most things that are being done in life. People conjure things. Some conjure for good, some conjure for evil. You understand? I can go to the bush, right, and start conjuring, say things. I can see things that you cannot see. And I can get a particular medication from the bush, leaves, because leaves are medicinal. Get from there, get divination of how to mix it, give to you, and you become healed. You understand? But just because, that's like herbalist, because I
those are herbalists. Those are
herbalists. I work with herbs. So, then the spirituality in being an herbalist is when you conjure. It's just like your pastor now or your doctor. They pray first before carrying out surgery on you. You understand? Maybe they pray, fast and pray, and they pray the kabash or whatever before they carry out surgery on you. You get my point? That's why it is. So those people we call native doctors, they can start saying things, be speaking things, speaking, conjuring, whatever, not for evil, for personal, for good thing, for positive thing. They get those leaves, they conjure whatever, and they give to you, become well. You understand? What you are talking of? Hold on now. What you're talking of idol worshipping, right? Which anybody can do, which is not native.
I'm not talking about about the priest, those or maybe the Oromina priest or Ogun priest who still conjure and go to the bush and go and bring leaves and give to people to use.
Okay, now there's nothing. You are mixing the two together. They don't exist.
Okay,
say
thank
you see, he's a spiritualist. He conjure. He also then he do juju romila. No. What he conjure has nothing to do with juju ogun or romila or shango. No. It's how would I call it now? Like you are incantate. You are incantating things. You are conjuring. You are speaking things. You incantate. You like you do jazz. Like, hey, you talk to kind things. I don't knock you. You're for something like that. Or I don't knock you. You talk to your. So you are conjuring. It's not as though do like maybe you are Ogun worshiper or I don't know. Those are different. Mistake we are making is like, because when we are growing, I see we are psychologically damaged. When we are growing up, native doctor, hey, nabati.
Oh,
Ask yourself.
Mr. Loco, if I'm talking, I'm talking to my experience. My neighbor is Ogun priest. I know how he does this whole thing. Me and the chair, we are all friends. So I go to the house and everything. I know when I'm talking from experience, not that what I
think
know.
this thing that we are doing, I don't know. We can't carry on in this direction about Ogun and not Ogun. I don't even know what the point is. Whether they conjure or they didn't conjure. This is not. This one is a cyclical. This thing conjure first. See, okay. Now I think we have to try to rein it back. Circle back to square one where we started from, because that topic is very important. I think there is something in that question I was asking that leads me that is confusing me a little bit. It's making me think the judgment based on most religions that believe that some people will go to hell, some people will go to heaven. Maybe it's a little bit. It will add a little bit of context in how these judgments are actually made. The reason why, because Masker, I think he's back now, because he was here when I asked the question before. If somebody that was born in their earlier stage and they grow up and they were nice, good people, something happened to them, their mind was changed and they became a kind of evil. Masker contends that that it may be that the judgment will be lenient because the person wasn't originally born that way. But then you can argue the opposite, that somebody can be born bad and something happens to them, say an accident transforms them and they become good. Will they go to heaven, or their earlier stage will be punished? It will hold them back from being punished. And that means, are we deciding that the earlier stage is the one that takes precedence than what comes after that? Because this is something that there are programs that have been made there because of this condition people tend to have, where just because of an operation they had made that's administered to an individual, their character completely changed from a totally terrible, let's say terrible dad that completely does all kinds of terrible things, but after the procedure, the behavior changed because that this procedure affected the mind of the individual. Sometimes it could be through an accident, sometimes just simple operation.
Sorry. Who has been there? Who has been there?
Who has been there? Oh, there are subjects that have been that have had accidents, like people that have had accidents, their brain has been altered.
No, not there. What I mean, like, who was born bad and he got accidents and he later became a good person and he died and.
He's just making a hypothetical case.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like, because my question, like, nobody has been there. So, like, either you were born good or bad, and your old age you reversed, you went the other way around, and after you died, nobody knows where you're going to.
He's talking about death. It's not.
That's what I'm saying. Now, all what we believe is just how we were wired growing up.
No, I think what I'm trying to get to is that if the way we go on to pass on, like say if the person dies, how would they be judged? Would they be judged as good or bad? Or because if that is not the case, let's say argue now that the person will be judged bad if they turn bad after.
Because see, forefathers.
That's why I said nobody has been there.
You are not a religious person. If you understand the concept of religion, there are very fundamental items. Forgiveness is a very fundamental concept in religion. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
So the idea that somebody was bad and now he is good. That is all that religion is all about. What else are you going to look for? God is a forgiving God.
Okay, good. How about when the person was good, then turned bad?
Okay, so I mean, what are you expecting? You were good, you turn bad. Are you not supposed to receive punishment?
Okay, good. So what that basically means now is that because the person had had that accident, their mind has changed, has altered, and now they turn bad. Now they are now bad.
Sorry,
And
please.
their soul will be that same person, and we are assuming that that person has the same spirit and the same soul. That person now will be judged bad because of that accident. They probably didn't even they may not have be responsible for causing. You see what I mean?
Let me respond into the wheel, right? See, what about reincarnation?
You are not throwing a spanner, you are throwing a whole wheelbarrow and everything.
No,
that is not even the topic at all.
No, hold on. No, because like now you are this before, you did that became this, and you now went there. Okay, so who is not coming back again? Because trust me, we have experienced things in this life, not maybe from ourselves.
I think we need to be focused here. We need to be focused here.
Came back.
See, local. We don't want to go into
Local,
reincarnation.
nobody is talking. Once we are not talking about people who have died.
You're talking about, you say judgment now, like when you are
No.
It's a thought exercise on how do you judge characters. Do you judge them based on what has happened to them? Technically, you can say medically even, or you can judge them based on their original state that they came in first. So this is a question that goes into the very nature of how religions perceive good and bad. Because if they say you are good and bad, but what if an accident transforms you and your mind is altered and you become bad? Would you be judged as bad?
Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of near-death experience?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yes.
Have you followed the documentary or the videos of people?
Yeah, NDEs.
No,
they call it NDEs.
Have you experienced it?
No.
Whoever
has experienced it, they can tell us now what they experienced.
No, there are many people who has experienced it. Even people who are maybe under coma. Do you know what happened? People under coma. What happens? And why they came back?
Exactly. That's where they went to.
But see, a lot of people, some scientists believe that is an effect of your mind trying to shut down. Hence why you see those type of things. That it may not be real. Because if you have actually died, you will not see anything at all. And but that said,
a person that coma is like it doesn't say it. Only the brain is working. All that part of the body is like it's not working.
Yes,
so the brain is alive.
Yes.
Can anybody commune with the dead?
Nobody can commune with the dead. But we are talking about, like, how Christianity believes that some people are good and bad. If you are bad, you get sent to hell. If you are good, you get sent to heaven. That's the question. The question I'm asking here, that if somebody,
what is this word?
You are not even following. Look, you are not even engaging. You are just throwing a totally spanner.
I asked question. I asked Baba question.
You are not asking questions. You are trying to destroy the whole discussion.
Papa, I would say good night. It's early morning.
If you say some people commune with the dead,
it's 9 o'clock already. 9 hours already. Anyway,
I also use
it's almost it's past. It's almost 3.
I use the commune with the dead.
Yeah, I do like some of your submission, especially that first one you gave about how our religion and everything, why the Western religion became more pervasive.
You people always argue with me. You doesn't give me time to express my view. You always argue with me.
That one you express it fully. That everybody was listening like it was a lecture.
But people doesn't listen to me now. So maybe they come and argue with me and go and check internet and bring out, say this is what it is. Everything in the internet are not true.
But we need to flesh out this point, because people that it's not like I didn't grow up within religion. You can't grow up in Nigeria and not have religious.
No, Papa, let me tell you one thing, Papa. It is not goodness that takes you to heaven. It's not badness. It is believe in Jesus Christ. He said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man come to the Father but through me.
So all you have to do
that's
is believe in him and you make it to heaven. Even if
you believe in him,
if Hitler turned
no,
in the
Father,
last minute.
this is what happened. Once you believe in him, you will be transformed. What you used to love, you begin to hate it. These things you used to do, you do them no more. You know, these are they've got the effect of transformation. You understand me?
That doesn't seem fair, does it? Like you have done so many evil, and then the last minute you just change and doesn't end up in heaven. That seems like that doesn't seem right for somebody that has done good all their life, and in the last minute they just turn and they end up in hell for eternity. For that matter, that doesn't seem right, does it? No, Pascal.
No,
Pascal,
you know
what do you think about that,
let me explain to you why your scenario is totally it's okay.
False,
But
okay.
at the last minute, from a religious perspective, you know why it's okay?
Yeah.
Because nobody knows when he's going to die. So the idea that you are, because what you are insinuating is that somebody wants to scam God. You want to wait until the last minute, then you become good. But you don't know when is your last minute. So
right. So that's it.
Yeah, but that
so it's not a scenario that will play out.
But it doesn't have anything to do with the argument, though. The argument is that if you are good
on top of the fact that you don't know when you are going to die, the most important fact, which I've said it to you before, maybe you didn't listen, but the key thing is that, at least in my religion, there is that fundamental understanding that God can see your intention. He can see inside your heart. If you are scamming him, he knows you are scamming him. If you truly have
believed,
repented, and now you say, I want to be good, God knows what is your own intention. In fact, the question of consciousness that you raised is very important in this case, because some of the things you are doing, you are not even conscious, and God knows whether you are conscious. For instance, you splash, you are driving, you splash somebody water. Okay. I mean, you are not going to be conscious of that fact in some cases.
Yes.
If you do it innocently, religiously, God is not going to hold it against you, because he is the all-knowing, not any other person but him.
So now by that standard, somebody can do great evil in this world, thinking that
and
they are
still
doing the
enter
right
paradise.
thing.
Yes.
You see, that's a fair, consistent position, isn't it? That's I said it earlier on, that when you said that it means somebody can be bad and go to heaven. As long as in their mind they meant well. Not that what Hitler could go to heaven because he meant well for his people.
Forefathers, you raise the issue of personality, which you should go back to also.
Not bad per se.
No, so he carved out the concept of personality. So for you to say somebody is bad and he enters heaven, then you are discounting his personality.
Exactly.
I'm looking at the action, the deeds.
No, you cannot look at an action outside personality. I mean, on
but you hold on. That is a very, very dangerous statement to me, because if you look at that from that point of view, you could say Hitler meant well, but he did so many terrible things, so he could go to heaven by that standard.
Sincerely, if you look at all the religion has not fought war. Which religion has not carried people into battle? Tell me that religion. In fact, some of these people are thinking that on the basis of this going into battle, they will go to heaven.
Buddhist.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure Hindus bother to go to war for conquest. Really, those ones don't bother. And Buddhists too is another one. They can't be asked.
Exactly.
They can't be asked. Like,
just because you're just so cursed with Islam and Christianity, we just believe that only paganism. That no, there are others too. That's no. This is the truth is right. When I say like your goodness, or sorry, your believing in Jesus Christ cannot take you there only, because I think there was a part in the Bible where he said, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity," and then the reason was because he said when he was hungry, you didn't give them food to eat. when he was naked, when he was that and all that stuff. And they now say, Lord, where were you that I saw you? I did not do all this to you. What did he now say? At those times, those Christians, they believed in him. They believed wholeheartedly in him. But what did he tell them? Depart from me. Why? Because what you did not do to your neighbor that is there, you didn't do it to me. You understand? So you depart from me. But those people believed in him. And yes, what did he tell them? Yeah, I failed. Because you don't do. So the religion of a thing, what is, I think it's all about principle of life. If we live life itself has a principle. If you just follow that principle of life, I think you are good. That principle of living life, if you can follow it,
forefathers,
I think you are good.
Can I add my piece before I leave?
Alaba, don't worry. Yeah, don't. They think we are going to fall for that one. We are not falling for that.
I'm not saying no.
We are not falling for that. We're not falling for that today. We are not falling for that Alaba today. Masca, you wanted to say something? Oh, Masca has frozen.
He wanted to say that Alaba should talk. That's what he wanted to say, right, Masca?
It's all good. It's all good. He's going to come back.
No. I wanted to tell forefathers that even Jesus Christ, the people who killed him, he said, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing.
Yes, he said so. But still, then what is the point of worrying about doing good or bad? As long as you still make it one way or the other.
The question is whether you know what you are doing is evil or not. This is the question. This is the same question.
Okay, but that is it. That it means a lot of people will go to heaven at that rate. Then most people believe what they are doing is for the good.
We want everybody. God would rather everybody goes to heaven. Why are you not? Why are you?
But that is not the narrative now. That's not the narrative. Why do we say the world is evil when there are so many good people believing that they are all doing good things?
No religious person, no sensible religious person will tell you the world is evil. Because the world is created by God.
They said the world is full of sin.
No. I think when they say the world is ruled by Satan, so you can as well as
that's one.
But that doesn't mean because the world is evil, everybody in it is evil. No. I mean,
but is that not part of the statement in is that not part of Islam to where they talked about like the world being full of iniquity and sins?
Of course, there are sins or whatever. That makes it evil. They tell you the heart of man is wicked. So it's evil. It's not good. Whatever. So
Islam does not say that the heart of man is wicked.
Okay, so non-Muslims can go to heaven too, eh? So does Islam believe that non-Muslims can go to heaven? Like all the people now around the world that didn't know about Islam.
Non-Muslim? There is nothing like a non-Muslim. It's either you believe or you don't believe. It's not
what I mean that the ones that don't believe now, they want. But if you have not even encountered Islam, you are not going to believe now. Why would you believe? Like Indians now that believe in Hinduism, they are not Muslims, are they? They are non-Muslims.
Okay, so I think you are dragging the discussion all over the place now.
No, I'm not dragging it. Just engage the point. If Indians don't hold on, local, please, because I'm quite interested. We've run all over casting this thing on your throne of this thing. So let me just get this few minutes in. If Indians don't believe in Islam or they don't know about it even, and they are focusing on their own thing, so they all do go to heaven because they are good, isn't it?
Only God will answer that question.
You said if they are good now, they go to heaven.
No, but I'm not God. Let me tell you,
if God sees that they are good, now they are going to go to heaven.
Fathers, let me tell you also from my religion.
Only God knows who is serving him. No man, only God knows.
No matter how
that is not the question I'm asking. I'm asking that if they are not Muslims, would they all go to heaven anyway as long as they are good?
And I'm saying that only God will
their own religion.
Alaba, please now let Mascas. So
only God can truly tell you this is the person that will go to heaven. This is the person that will go to hell. Because even if you are a Muslim and you think you are doing the correct things, there will still be judgment day. So who are you to decide today?
So it doesn't depend on whether you are a Muslim or not.
Well, okay, so let me tell you. You see, you need to understand.
Hold on now. Try to be straightforward with me.
Hey,
here.
Master,
No,
Master,
You're trying to be technical. Religion is not
Yeah,
technical.
no, because I don't all these
No,
shifty answers. We need straight answers here.
religion is very forefather. Religion is very technical. So there are a lot of concepts that work together. If you take one concept and you leave the other concept, you miss the whole point. Now, so your argument is you want to make going to heaven a linear discussion. If you do good, you go to heaven. Okay? But the reality,
But that's what you said now.
of,
That God decides who is good. That's how you go to heaven.
no, that's not what I'm
You
saying.
said it.
What I'm saying, okay, no, see,
Alaba,
it goes back to this issue of consciousness.
You say your
God has
intention. That's what you
Yes.
said. And that God
But
looks
you
at
know-
your intention and whether you are good. If you are good, you go to heaven. Then I said that is not dependent on your religion. Then that's where we are still dancing around. If it doesn't depend on your religion, it means you don't have to be directly Muslim to go to heaven.
Forefather, I think if you are asking questions to learn, you will learn. I think you get confused sometimes.
Yeah, if you allow the person,
you are
You see this guy, you see AY, you have been all sore all day. Eh? Why are you so sore? Eh?
You are
Answer
deliberately
the question. Eh? You just
Let me explain it. Let me explain.
That's why I said it's the principle of life. You understand? Because you can't tell me all Muslims or all Christians or all Hindu or all Buddhist or whatever, right? Hold on, come in. Like, it's among all these religions, it's only one that will go to heaven. The rest will not go. I think that is wrong. You understand? Like I said, there's principle of life. If you follow the principle of nature of life, you understand? Even before Christ, just principle of life. If you follow it to the latter, you understand? You will definitely go there. You get my point? Hold on. See.
You keep taking us out of the where we are.
I swear, it's just
Okay, let him finish answering the point. Then
let me break it down. Let me break it down so you understand, right?
Look, Omolulu has to say something. See, AY, please answer quickly. Then Omolulu goes. Then Alaba is still waiting.
So the
Alaba,
question
I see you there. AY, please go ahead.
The question you are asking, right? So you need to first of all, what is Islam? You need to define it. So you need to define what makes you a Muslim.
So people that are believers of Islam, isn't it? That makes you a Muslim.
That's where the problem is.
Oh,
No,
they're not
that's-
believers.
Oh, you missing it up. So
Are you saying I'm a Muslim now?
Hold on. So first of all, you need to define who is a Muslim. What is Islam? So Islam is actually believing in the oneness of God. You can define it that way. Like you have belief in the oneness of God. So I say Muslim, I believe if you associate partner with that God, calling other stuff God, you are not a believer.
So non-believers don't go to heaven.
I don't know. You got to meet God.
Your Bible have to. You mean that Islam doesn't tell you whether non-believers go to heaven or not?
So if you cannot generally say, because who is a non-believer?
Okay, it doesn't. Okay,
hold on.
so,
You will be a non-believer.
idol worshippers.
You will be a non-believer. Hold on.
If you are confused,
at the point of death. Now, because a non-believer today can be a believer tomorrow.
Oh my God, this guy, man! Stop waffling around it. If you are a non-believer, can you go to heaven? Because Master is arguing that if you are good, you can still go to heaven.
Hold on. If you are
only God knows who's going to heaven. It doesn't matter what they call
if you are
themselves.
good, he knows. Yeah, that's true. But if you are good,
is a principle
go to
of
heaven.
life.
So does that mean that you don't have to be Muslim to go to heaven? That is the point I'm making, so that some people can stop trying to convert people.
You
just
enough with your point, forefathers. Let me talk.
We have to make a point. We have to get somewhere.
Forefather, in Islam, we don't say, if you don't pass through Prophet Muhammad, you're not going to go heaven. Have you ever heard? We don't say stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, not Muhammad. If you are, I'm on the question. You see, you just answered a totally different. You just stated a totally different thing. Are you? The point is, if you are not Muslim, are you going to go to heaven?
The
Islam say that.
Who is a Muslim? That is what you need to define.
Hey God, you just said it just now. Adherence of the one true God and this thing, believer in the faith, isn't it? And people that believe in Islamic, this thing, follow the Quran and all the rest, good behavior
You
and all
make
that
me
stuff.
forget
That's
all my
what.
points.
But if you don't worry, you forget everything. So you see, AY has his task
I will
talk. He's
make I
begging for
talk. I will
Prof to
forget
come
all
and
my
rescue him.
points.
AY
I
is
get
begging for Prof to
very
come and
few
rescue him.
principal
So
points.
let
Where I want
Omolulu
Let
has to
Alaba
speak.
speak.
It's Omolulu. It's
Omolu is still busy going up and down. He's not ready yet.
Omololo, please go ahead before Alaba takes the mic because you're not going to sit again. By the time he's done. Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm ready.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. You've been very patient with us. Yeah.
Okay,
Please
good
go ahead.
afternoon and good afternoon from
Yeah,
here
welcome,
and morning,
welcome.
wherever you are.
Yeah, welcome.
And I'm Omulu by name. Honestly, like this topic is so interesting, especially for
Your audio, since you've been here, no problem now. Your audio is not working.
Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah. I will say
No, it's not in
that yes, I can hear you. Yes.
No,
Yes,
it's
I can
in
hear you.
Australia.
You are in Nigeria?
I've been listening
No.
to what a lot of.
I'm in Nigeria.
Yes, I'm in Nigeria. I'm Igbo self.
Oh my God! If you are in Nigeria, are you in Nigeria?
It's Australia now. Australia, those areas.
No, I'm not in Nigeria. No, I'm not in Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Nothing to be sorry about.
In
But your
Nigeria.
network is delayed.
Maybe you should log in back. The
Yeah, maybe you
network-
should go out and come back in again. Your this is delayed. Can you sign out and sign back in again so that the delay goes away?
Alaba get the opinion.
Is your TV? Turn off your TV too if it's on.
Alaba get the opinion.
Sorry about that, Omololu. So
let
that Alaba seems to be destined to speak
Okay,
first.
let me start my own thought before I forget. Number one, only God knows who is going to heaven. Only God knows who is serving him. That's a basic Yoruba proverb. Number two, I think when we are growing up, we are born into each of our religions. So we think it's only our religion that exists. As soon as you get older, you start seeing the world in its bigger sphere.
Alaba, sorry, hold on. Let me just let Omolu know. Omolu, you need to sign out and sign back in again so that the delay will go away.
Okay.
Leave the studio and come back in again.
Yeah, come back in.
Okay. So meaning that I need to
Alaba.
leave the studio, right?
Yeah, leave the studio and come back in again. Just leave and come back in again. If you're on a computer, just refresh it and you should be back in.
So the only God, as we grow, you see there are many religions. You might say 5, some might even tell you 5,000. But this is my own humanity view of religion. Religion is like a big elephant that everybody is holding different parts. One person is holding the tail and he describes it the way he sees it. One person is holding the leg, he describes it the way he sees it. It's like a tree. One person is holding the trunk, it's like a snake. One person is holding the hunks, it's like so everybody has a different version of their religion. But I know judgment day will come in the spiritual sense, but not in the physical sense. Every person will be judged. Only God will know who comes in, who goes out. All the religions are good. None is superior than the other. I'm sounding like a philosopher. But the only reason I called in actually was because I've always thought religion and politics cannot be separated. In fact, it's what has
don't come and change the topic now. We are in consciousness.
No, I'm not changing topic. I'm going somewhere with my point. Look, all this colonialism, the rise of the Roman Empire, all these things are religiously related. The crusade, you got to talk about. You can't talk religion and not talk the crusade.
But we are talking about consciousness, not religion, not necessarily religion.
Yeah, consciousness. Consciousness is a key word. So let me land, Father. Let me land. And my
AY, you've had your chance, man. You didn't answer the questions. You're like, let them speak. Let them speak. Whenever AY is talking, let them speak. Let them speak. Go ahead, Alaba.
As it concerned me, it's exactly the way Fela described religion. Religion is one of the main reasons that has messed Nigeria up. I'm a Christian, so I'll stick with the Christian religion. And those are the ones I will criticize. I won't touch Muslim because I don't know much about Islam and how that has affected the political consciousness of Nigeria. Now, I've told you religion is an opium of the masses if not properly used. What has happened to us is that we Black people, anytime we take something from the white people or from other cultures and we want to practice it, oh boy, our man with the we go fuck them up. The way we go practice them, that's what we're doing with democracy. That's what we're doing with Christianity. We go fuck them up. Christianity is never about gospel of prosperity, but when it turns to the hands of Black people, we change it. Although it wasn't us that changed that, it was the Americans with their capitalist mentality that started the gospel of prosperity, and we picked that up, and that has spread in all our Pentecostal churches and even the
has
Orthodox
Christianity
churches.
not been corrupted from the slave trade and all the rest?
That's where I'm going. No, not from there. Well, it has its flaws, but we took it to another level. No, the level we took it to, and I'll tell you why, how it's related. When you change the basic concept, the concept of Christianity is eternity. Your reward will be eternity. Then we twisted that around, say, wait a minute, forget eternity for now. You can get that reward now. All you got to do is just accept Christ or accept my God. You can get it right here on earth. So while the Christianity was all against worldly gain, we twist it around. No. It's about worldly gain. And that messes us up. I like to use the line of a poet that said there are preachers and prophets in the pulpit profiting of prophecy that profit me nothing. No correction, no rebuke, no call to repentance, just a new house, a new car, more blessings, and even more reasons not to submit. That is what we, the Black people, have turned Christianity into, particularly the Pentecostal movement and some Orthodox churches also. We have turned it into, and that connects with our politics. You understand? While we would be in the social form, not social, in the environment where we work and live, you understand? We are not burdened by issues of doing the right thing, morality, following the law. We are burdened with inheriting what our religion promises us, which is materialism. And Christianity is never about materialism. Never. The Kumuyis, the Adeboyes, and all these big houses of church, the private share. Christianity is not about that. Christianity doesn't care whether you're rich or poor. In fact, it tells you to keep away from being rich, because it's harder for a rich man to go into heaven. It's like going through the eye of a needle, but leave that. I'm not here to preach. So that little change, it's like mixing truth with a little falsehood. Back in those days, they call it heresy. And back in the days, in the ancient days, they will skin you alive. They will flay you. Once you come up with heresy, the way they will kill you, you will die such a horror death. You won't even. They will flay your skin. They will peel your skin off while you're still alive, if they don't burn you alive. That's how serious they take those issues. But we are now in the new century where everything goes. So I started noticing this around the 80s and 90s in Nigeria with the spread of all these churches. As our churches grow, our morality falls, because the key concept has been changed. They have changed. Instead of gospel of eternity, it's now gospel of prosperity.
Let me ask you a question. Let me quickly ask you a question.
Yeah.
What you are saying, right? I used to say I'm not sure how true. Maybe just I might be wrong. So in Christianity, like for me, growing up, I grew up with a lot of Catholic, Anglican, like the way they treated the Christianity, I feel it was different.
It was different.
When the Pentecost started now coming up, I think they pushed toward materialism so much.
They pushed toward,
yeah. So those
instead of
Catholic
service to humanity. That was why people like us were able to attend Catholic schools free, able to attend free schools. But now look at their own schools. Instead of service to humanity, it's now service to self. And these are everything that Christ speaks against. So that little change, you all didn't see, but it has a geometric rise in our misbehavior and indiscipline. And you understand? And it affects our politics deeply. So whether you're a chairman or CEO, your brain has been reprogrammed to collect bribe rather than do the right thing. You understand? If you're a chairman, even though you go to church every day, in fact, you now go to church on Sunday to thank God for blessing you for the bribe you receive. No, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I had a cousin who once went to Ikeja, tried to get married. The woman had all the posters of Christ, reborn, real life. And after the regular price, she had to collect the extra price because that's what we do here. She will go to church on that Sunday and thank God for blessing him. And this build up.
Even Yahoo, they go do Thanksgiving, talk less of.
Thanksgiving. They have to. They have to, because it's what is coming out from the pulpit. The pulpit is not about be good, be moral, be a decent human being, love your neighbor as yourself. They changed it. And that change, you all don't notice it. It's what has given that Nigeria that decadence. The judges corrupt, every part of the society corrupt, the police. It was only police before in the days of Fela. Now it's now professors, academics. First, they want to sleep with the girls to give them grade. Then they want to sell handout for money.
Sorry. I think you said something just in the right. Love your neighbor as yourself, right?
As yourself,
good.
Yes.
Now, I said something about principle of life, right? Yeah. And I think Ewa and Prof were laughing at me like I'm taking to that level. Look, see, life has principle. You understand? Life has laws. That's why you cannot tell anybody that your religion is better than the other person's religion. That's why you cannot say your religion only will go to heaven. Every other religion will go to hell. You understand?
Yeah,
but what is synonymous with everybody is the principles of life. What are the major the ingredients of living life? Which one of it is what Alaba just said? Love your neighbor as yourself. You understand? That's self. That because everybody you are people are talking about religion. Like I agree with what Alaba said. Religion is politics. You understand?
And the question becomes, who is your neighbor? You see, mankind likes to be technical. He's Arab, he's this, he's Muslim, it's not my neighbor. Who is your neighbor? That's why he gave them the parable of the, I can't remember, the parable of the, somebody help me, of the guy, the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan is not the neighbor of a Jew, but guess who helped him? The Good Samaritan. You understand? They hate each other. The Jews and the Samaritans hate each other. So the Christ was making that point. But who is your neighbor? It doesn't have to be your tribe man. It doesn't have to be your person, your family. It could be somebody totally foreign and alien to you. That's your neighbor. Every human being is your neighbor. But we got to keep preaching. Go on. Sorry, local.
What was it like? Like say, I'm religious. Yeah, you want to be religious. What about being godly? Why are we focusing on religious like that? What about being godly? You said that you are being created in God's image and likeness. Then be godly. You understand? Since you are created in His image and likeness, just be godly. Why do you want to be religious? Why do you want to be?
Do you know why we want to be religious? Do you know why? Because it's profitable.
Exactly.
Agree. It's profitable. Once you see, you know the impact of twisting the gospel instead of preaching. The people preaching eternity are boring. Preach materialism. Preach materialism. Your church will be full because every human being has material problem, and they want to fulfill that need.
If you believe in God, why not treat your neighbor who is also made in God's image and likeness like you? Treat him the same way you treat the God now. That's
not profitable.
Love your neighbor.
So that's why it says. Listen, everything is gone. That's why it says, what does it profit a man? So you have to redefine profit. What does it profit a man? If you gain the whole world and lose your soul.
And so just go.
So the man talking knows what he's talking about.
Just
you keep looking at profit from the wrong angle. Profit is why they're doing it, why they're twisting it. So that's why, what does it profit a man? Yeah, you gain the whole world. But the most valuable thing you possess as a human being, your soul, you're going to lose it. But it started in Nigeria because the black man, we take madness with religion. No, it's true. I've been to Oyibo churches here. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, service is over. No screaming, yelling, noise making, praying for 6 hours as if God is deaf. They don't do all that. In fact, when I was in Europe, all their churches were empty. They do not even believe in all those things. But yet, they would not cross the street if the light is red.
Abi?
Do you see Africans?
Religion is
we mess it up.
Big scam.
It became a scam because it's profitable, and then we keep weaponizing. So they and the politician work hand in hand. While politician is making the people poorer, now they have more reason to go to church. The pastor is also making them poorer by making them dumber mentally.
Damage their brain.
Them dumb mentally. Fuck their brain. Mess it up big time. They can't think straight. They can't resist. They just say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anything that feels good. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Another thing.
Yes, Lord. Accept, Lord.
No, Alaba, they put fear. They put fear in you because you see now. Let me put it in this context, right? The fear is, like I said, sometimes what you see talks to you. Like you see in church when they will tell you, pastor will tell you, pastor that you believe in, right? You trust the pastor will tell you, God just spoke to him that he needs 20 people to come and drop 1 million each for a project, this and that, right? Then you see that, I know that person a fake person anyway, but you see like 5 persons will stand up from the church to go front, to go and volunteer, to go and pledge, whatever. Then meanwhile, those are just baits. You are the victim they are looking for. You understand? You seeing those 5 people will not be talking to yourself. God, Abi ma go, Abi ma not go, Abi, should I or should I not? You not be judging yourself because you are afraid of going to hell if you don't do it. You're like, if I should do this or not, if I should question God now, I'll go to hellfire. If I should ask, if I should not stand up now. So now your conscience is not talking to you now. That is where they are using to blackmail your conscience. You understand? To now because you are afraid of going to hell. You understand? But if you are godly and follow the simple principle of life, life is easy. It's human being that's making it to be complicated.
Exactly.
You just want to be making it complicated for yourself for just no reason. That's why I tell you, why you want to get the whole world and lose your soul? What does it worth? Nothing. But you want to just make you want to kill yourself there, also bring your brother down because you want to go up and you want to carry everything to yourself. All complicated life, vanity. At the end, you lose your soul. Meanwhile, you can just live free without doing nothing.
Let Omolo speak. Omolo, go ahead. Let's see if your internet is good now.
Oh, sorry. You guys can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, like the topic and what all of you are saying makes sense. Like what Loco is saying is 100% right. EY, Alaba, like blacksmith and the KJ and the, in fact, what the white people sold to us, they are still living with it. You see, like what these people did to us. What I believe is this: the Christianity that we practice here, we practice in Africa, it seems like it's different from what the white people are practicing. And not just that, every religion has their good side and bad side. Because what I'm saying is like religion is being transformed. Like I watched a documentary of a residential school in Canada. It's an indigenous school. Atrocities that they committed in that place were committed by Catholics. I'm a Catholic, born and brought up. And it's just because of like, sometimes like as you are growing up, you will start gaining that consciousness. What they told you, you'll be like, no, that's this thing that they told me or what I'm being indoctrinated to. You'll be like, no, there some of this, or if not most of them are false. As you are growing, you start seeing that what you were told, like I was told about religion, African religion, and this, the way they portray it, make it look evil. That is not true. Because why I'm saying this is this: there are some Christianity is not the only religion. There are some other religions that you see them they intermarry, like Hindu, they intermarry with. I got friends that are from India. Like I asked the guy, "What religion are you?" He says is Christian. Your wife is what? He said your wife is Hindu, and they live like. In fact, they put religion far aside. They never brought religion in what they are doing. So I'm still like, imagine like this life without or this world without religion. World without religion, we will still live like happily without anything. If there is no religion in this life, believe me, we will live. Religion, religion made us to like it's put us in a cage. In a cage. If there's no religion, honestly, we will live our normal life. Nothing will change. Believe me. Whether you think that maybe it's religion that brought okay, sorry. Whether you think it's religion that made you to be where you are today, or that made you to embrace or see civilization, is not true. Religion or no religion will still live our life. But the thing is, like, they used religion to enslave us, like to put us in a cage. Anything that you want to do, you find out that maybe your brother will be like, no, now you are going astray, or what you are doing is against the Christianity or whatever. Like, as in you bring yourself down again. Like, okay, I've lived in South Africa. South Africans, like I would say that 80% of them are not Christians. Most all of them practice what? Like I'm talking of South Africans, not like immigrants or migrants. Most of 80% of them practice the ancestral religion. Most ancestral religion, okay, while I'm out of South Africa, I come to embrace that ancestral religion. That is not wrong. That thing is not is like in fact that is religion is a way of life.
No.
And you can the way what these people did to us, they made us to see that what we are doing is not good. Now you must live or accept their own way of life or their own culture. You have to throw yours away and accept theirs. But it's not true. The country that I'm in, they have like I think it was 2 months ago. There is what they call Matariki. That Matariki is like the god of the weather, like sun and moon. Like in fact, it has religious thing, but it's not Christian. And the country they made that day to be a public holiday. So now my question is, these are the people that brought civilization to us, but they still keep theirs. We that they brought that religion to, we threw our own away, and we believe to them that is evil. Like if like from what Loco said, he said that it will take years for our mind to be totally free from what they sold to us. That's religion that said they sold to us, what they used to cage us. It will take years. For me, I'm seeing it that it will take like maybe like five, let's say for like 3 or 5 centuries. It's not like a 1 year thing for us to free our mind. It will take years because like our kids, and it also depends on how we nurture our kids. Make them to believe that this is what we are told. But when you grow up, you believe in what you feel like or what you feel like to believe. Not like I have to condition you to believe in what I was told. No. I have a daughter. When I gave birth to her, I named her Lolo Mmasinachuku Mona Lisa. The time I left South Africa, I said, no, why must I give this girl Mona Lisa? What is the meaning of Mona Lisa? I called my wife. I said, please, before you go for the birth certificate, I want you to change that name. I want to put South African name, which is Xhosa name. I want to remove that English name. She was like, why? I said, no. What I'm seeing now, I never saw it then. And my eyes opened a bit the time I left Nigeria. But like now, no, in fact, give her that name, remove that English name. She is up to her when she grew up if she wants to answer an English name or maybe give herself an English name, fine. But like I will do my own possible best to for her to see that the way I was raised or like what I was told, now my conscience is fighting. Is this thing true? Is this thing false? And you with your common sense, you see that no, that thing that we are told is not true. Like what for the fact the thing that we are told that like our religion is so bad is there are a few things in our African religion or yes, that are bad, but that doesn't mean that we throw away everything or we say that no, everything in our religion is bad. It's not true because even the Christianity itself, it has got their own bad things that they did in the past. But now they modernize or like they change some of the things that we are not good and brought some things that we are good in. So that is how like I was like I'm seeing that if like our own religion they transform it, things that were not good like killing of the twins and other things, just like as we all know, fine. Then brought the ones that were good, we keep it. It will help us. In fact, it will change how it will make us to be free, easy from these people. But for the fact that they use that religion to cage us, bring us down, it will be very difficult. Because even if you are telling your own brother that no, you know what, that this thing that these people said about Christianity or our religion is bad, that is not true. The person will never believe you. The person will be like, no, you are devilish, you are this, that. So the best thing you just would be like, just like leave the person, stay with your knowledge, but please don't force me to believe in what you believe.
Thank you.
Believe in your own thing, leave me to believe mine. Know that
Thank you.
in Nigeria, in Yoruba, that they intermarry. Marry with a Muslim. Yorubas, most of them, like, it's common to see a Christian marry with a Muslim. But it's not common in the East to see a Christian to marry with a traditionalist or African religion. Because of what? In fact, anything that is not Christianity is evil. Even if when maybe let's put it this way, even if like when you're maybe like a priest or a pastor or whoever that is doing wrong, you see the members, they will be following the person foolishly. You are saying that this person is what this person is doing is totally wrong, or he's been accused of doing this. Use your common sense. You think the person is right or you think the person is guilty or not? Just want to hear his father is pastor or where, in fact, let him be free, and of which is not applicable here. Whether you are a father or pastor or bishop, whatever, once you committed any crime, the law will go for you. They don't care. You understand? So that is just it. Honestly speaking, like I pray or I wish in time to come, like most people will have that religious consciousness and know that so many things that we are told about our religion, culture, and way of life are false. These people, they won't know our life more than we do. It's us that know how we live because our lifestyle is different from European lifestyle. We cannot be them. It's better for us to embrace our own, polish it. If they want to learn our own, they will learn. If they don't want to learn our own, they should stay. We won't force them.
Exactly
That's
what
it.
Father has been saying.
Thank you. I think I would like to use that to round that topic down because clearly nobody is answering my questions. Clearly, AY is running the other direction and asking people to answer for him. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? But there is news. There is news. There is news coming in that the French troops are leaving Niger.
Very good.
Yeah, they're going to be leaving by December. They should be out, except they're waiting to overthrow the government before December. But they say they're going to leave, but they're going to be pulling out by December. So that's good news. They finally decided that, okay, we are not going to be an invading force. They probably calculated that if they attacked the Nigerian regime, it's going to be bad news for them. All the other walls are going to fall. They knew that. So
No,
now
I
they're
think,
pulling out.
Or they are delaying, maybe before that December they find some loopholes to overthrow the
That's my fear. That's my fear. We don't know whether they are going back home. That's a different thing. They might just move from Niger to Chad. This is the nonsense African or to Benin Republic, because they already have troops in Benin Republic. So that is something we don't know, because they kicked them out of Mali and Burkina Faso. They went to Niger. So kicking them out of Niger, they might go to another one again. That is the sad tale, and our fellow Africans are the ones giving them space to occupy. But at least it's good news that they are leaving Niger. They are going to leave them to their own fate with the Americans, by the way. So the Americans are still there. So I would like to round up this thing, though. Yeah, go ahead. So I will just
the SDP presidential candidate that came on yesterday, he made mention about like Tinubu be in the influenced by the Western group, right? I asked him a question. I said, do you think the three presidential candidates, the front runners, do you think there is any one of them that that is not gonna be influenced by that Western influence? Although he did not give me a direct answer, but here is it, right? Yesterday I was thinking about it, like, what are we gonna? Because one thing I think we must get right, we need to have a Nigeria president that is free from Western influence. Apart from that, is somebody, not that we are not saying we are not fighting the Westerners, we are not fighting anybody. I just want us to have our own freedom to dictate who we want to be our friends. So it's gonna be more like like not business as usual. But now, if I want to deal with Russia, I should have that freedom. On this issue, I stand with Russia. Play the international politics. I don't know why African leaders, I've never seen any of them that really have that international, understand international politics. If you follow president of Turkey, Erdogan, that's what I really like Erdogan. Erdogan, no, he
doesn't play around, man.
He doesn't play around. He doesn't care who you are. It's about interest. He will stand and tell you, no, we thought Sweden and Norway there and said, no, you're not going to join NATO except you agree to this. He doesn't. Now, Erdogan is dealing with Russia, he's dealing with US, he's dealing with Saudi. He doesn't care who you are. What's interest? Even Israel all over the world. So I don't know when we are going to have that leader that will have that freedom to. It's about interest. Okay,
it's on
my people.
Look at Israel. I was surprised yesterday. I knew Israel had to do the hard thing to get to where they got to today. That they did. The West didn't even like. People used to think. People think that Israel and America, they have been hook, line, and sinker together. No, Israel was under sanction. Israel was sanctioned, and they were not. They were working with South Africa to break the sanction. This thing, just like BRICS countries are trying to do now. They were under sanction. They had to cooperate with. I think some people argue that Israel transferred the nuclear technology to South Africa. Actually, so they were working very, very closely together with the apartheid regime in South Africa. So now, when you look at it, you think, oh, Israel has always been close to the West. No, they had to depart from the West, because if they were doing everything the West said, they would not be where they are today.
Yeah, because even this idea of us or African leaders, they are beggars, most of them, because what you get, you can't talk, you can't. let hungry beat us, no wahala, but let's stand on our ground like, oh, we are not going with this. We are, you know, I don't know why Africa, what is the problem? Right now, Saudi, they've
Our leaders,
nuclear weapon,
Nigeria
right?
is a bigger problem. Nigeria, our leaders are
If you
so.
see the politics they are playing, look at even India. India today, imagine they'll be giving trouble to Canada. I mean, that's why like they are able to speak. Do you know like that, like the Five Eyes? What is going on? I don't know if you're following up the Canada event with
Yeah,
India.
with India. You see, hold on. That point, just hold on before you say something. You see, this is the other thing that people don't understand. Like when I was saying before when they were asking, having discussions about Nnamdi Kanu, I said other countries they will not even bring him back. They will take him out.
Yes, now.
See, look at what the Saudis did to Khashoggi, and then now the Indians took out another one again. Russians, they don't their own citizens, they'll take him out. They don't send them.
Russia, they taking somebody out in UK, in London.
Everywhere. If you mess about, they will go after you anywhere. They will take you out. And now those who they don't care about arresting, but the Nigerian government, like Omar Odiko, they wanted to arrest him, or this thing, Kanu, they brought him back home. Nigerian government are not compared to other the way other people are a lot stricter. Yeah, a lot of people are a lot stricter. They don't take nonsense.
If you go against the law of the land, like you are doing, come on, like what Nnamdi Kanu did, that guy they buy in Canada, he did not even do half of it. Half. Yeah, like but what I wanted to tell you, the information on ground, right? The Five Eyes, they share intelligence. America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK.
Yeah.
This is the biggest intelligence collaboration in the world. But despite they have the report, even America are involved. Now, you see the way they are supporting Canada. Canada, they are their biggest highlight, but because of the interest in India, they still like they are not trying to open the door completely. They're like, yeah, we support, we know what is going on, you know.
Yeah.
So the thing is, what I'm saying in essence is you need to stand as a country so people will know you have something to offer. They know if they lose you, they have a lot at stake. So if we don't develop our country to that extent, where countries that want to deal with us, we feel like, oh, don't touch Nigeria, man, be careful. You gotta lose. If you don't develop our country to that extent, they will just be taking us to Kalo, like
Kalo.
Yeah, that's what.
Because if that is true now, because if you look at even all the countries that fought against them in the Second World War, they went on to develop them.
Yeah.
They even went on to develop them. That to let you know that they even respected them more than they respect us. We that didn't even fight them. We fought for them. We fought for them in the Second World War. We went and joined them their wars against to help them win the war. What did they do for us? They are developing China, this in Japan. Japan are they nuked twice. They had to nuke Japan. They helped Japan develop. They've helped South Korea develop. They've helped Taiwan develop. Germany, the Marshall Plan in Europe. They did all that. But what have we got? Because we didn't do anything for ourselves. And our leaders, not our leaders alone, our elite class, our political class, they are so hook, line, and sinker in their pocket that they can't even see beyond. They don't even see their people anymore because they actually think they are part of the Europeans because they have access to those countries.
Yeah,
they have access while the masses don't. That's the problem.
It's very sad though. Like, man, I don't know how a whole country, like, even a man, even if you want to be a man that have family, you have a wife, you don't let another person control your house, talk less of a country. No. You will not let somebody else to come and dictate for you what you're going to do in your family, in your house. You know? It's sad though. Our leaders, they are way too weak.
A lot of people are so happy with the speech. I didn't know that actually was that good. The Guinean president, his speech. A lot of people were happy with it because of the way he called out some of the things that were going on, and the way he did it was not like being bitter. It's almost like the way we discuss it. Like, it's not because we hate the West. It's just we also want options. We want to have all our options, and we want to build ourselves. It says we are not against the West, we are not against China, we are not against Russia. We're just pro-African. Stop, stop making it look like we are pro-African. We want to help, and he didn't just say pro-Guinea, pro-African. That's all we are. These are people that really are setting the pace. And I said it yesterday that if you look at the entire world, they all have alliances. You have NATO, you have all kinds of different organizations, even ANZU, the things that you've never heard of before, all kinds of military alliances that they have to defend each other. But if you look at that list of countries that did it, do those things, most of them are prospering, and the ones that are not present are people like us. We are not there.
We got to form alliance with the way our military. What is wrong if Nigeria is part of NATO? By today, that's why I feel Nigeria is supposed to. If Nigeria, if we are not sleeping like today, we are supposed to be gateway to Africa. Anything you want to do in Africa, you need to come through Nigeria.
Exactly.
Oh, but we did not. We just there sleeping. Look, nothing is going on. Like it's
we
really
didn't fight
sad.
for anything now. We didn't fight for it. We just left it for them to decide. Let me see whether I can find that military alliance page. I wish I can find it again, because that was something to behold. That you look at the page, it's like until you get to the bottom before you find this thing, what they call it, what is it now? I think it was here. Yeah, list of military alliances. The countries that are present from Africa are Guinea. No, not Guinea. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Look at all the other countries. No Nigeria there. Look at that. There's no Nigeria. All the other countries are ganging up together, forming alliances all over the place.
You don't have.
We are not there.
You don't have alliance.
Nothing. And how do you think you're going to survive in this world? Everybody's ganging up against themselves, against each other. This is why I argue against all these people that keep saying, let's break up. People are ganging up, forming bigger groups. You are busy talking about breaking up. You want to be forming bigger groups. These are not just trade alliances. These are military alliances I'm talking about. That's what you are seeing here. All these people ganging up against each other. How are you supposed to defeat these other forces when you are busy trying to break up into fragments? You're not going to survive it in this world.
If you break the country, it will make it worse now. So we need, like, I don't know, man. Our leaders, I don't know. It's scary.
This was where I found Nigeria had a military alliance once. There was one we had with the British, and that was a condition for us to get independence. We didn't know that, but now it turned out that from here, I found that information. Let me see whether I can find the Nigerian one. You will see a Nigerian flag in one of them, but you see,
I think it's just go up.
It's on the top there. Yeah.
See, it's there.
Yeah. You pass it.
I went past it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Anglo-Nigerian. This is 1958 to 1962.
62.
It was a condition. It turns out, for them to give us independence. So if you search this word now, I think I will show you where the person said it was a condition that they stipulated that without they didn't say without it, but they also said this was a condition. Let me see. I think where is that academia? Let's see. Yeah. So I was like, whoa. I didn't know Nigeria had managed to get any pact, but it turned out that was a long time ago. And but I think there is something there now. And even the pact we had then, that wasn't like, because the alliance, it depends on the type of alliance you have. That's mutual defense is the best one you want, where if they attack you, the other guys will come and back you up, and if they attack them, you go and back them up. That's the best ones. So look at that. You see, the British government only agreed. That's the kind of NATO. Now that's what most people have. The mutual defense, that like the Burkina Faso one now, and the Mali and the others, is for mutual defense. That's how it's supposed to be. So the British, they say the British government only this one surprised me that time. Only agreed to Nigerian independence once the colonial secretary and the minister of defense had secured a Nigerian commitment to defense agreement in 1958. That is the only time. That was the only reason why they agreed to it. Otherwise, they would not agree to it because they felt like they were going to be losing too much. In my mind, I still think that they still have something over our leaders. They still have something because it's too uniform. Like all the way from Nigeria to South Africa, our leaders are just not speaking their own voice. They are not speaking their own voice, and something is off with them, and we don't know exactly what it is. We probably need to dig deeper because this one is just me just finding it from checking list of military alliances. Maybe if we dig deeper, we're going to see documents that reveal the reason why our leaders are the way they are.
You know what? Like forefathers, you know, there are like one thing that I am thinking is this: like most politicians, most of our leaders, if you're not in politics, you may not really know what is going on there. But you get to know when you are in that system. Like there is what something Coco said the other Loco said the other time. He said that the the political system in Nigeria is like they will make you or to work in line with that long-term goal of cabal. I think it's either local that said it or AY. Like they will make you to be abide by the long-term goal of if it is 50 years goal, they will channel it, make you to believe, like to work towards the goal. Otherwise, they will kick you out. So most of these are leaders like it's difficult for them to be free from these colonial masters because the way they condition them, they are conditioned that you must be puppet to
They are
us.
colonizers, not colonial masters. We don't want our children to be hearing that.
Okay.
They are colonizers. I will be correcting this constant every time anybody says it because
No,
we
like
want to change. We want to move away from that word.
those colonizers, the way they condition our leaders that they must be subject to them. If they are not subject to them, they will remove them. You understand? And our leaders, being greedy as they are, once they assume that power, they work on for the interests of the colonizers. So, like, if African leaders, eh, if African leaders, maybe like 5 or 10 of them, we speak like we have the mind of like this Burkina Faso guy or Mali, and like such mindset is going to liberate Africa in a long term, like maybe in 20 or 30 years to come. Because you see, most of our leaders they are dancing to the tune of the West and the Americans, and they made it that they are there for the interests of for their own personal pockets, not for the masses or the people that they claim that they are representing. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, it's going to be a long term thing if only African leaders want to really change things. Because our problem is leadership, no two ways about it. There is nothing for me. They are doing the only problem Africa
The
got
people,
is
the, the,
leadership.
the people too are also part of the issue. Now it's not only the leaders because if you look at it, like in your own case now, you are still using the term colonial masters, and the people, their mindset
It's
have
a
been
slip of
conditioned by
tongue.
their leaders.
It's a slip
No, no,
of
it's
tongue.
not. I'm not using it to judge you. I'm just saying that even me, I would have used that term maybe some few decades ago. Who knows? I would have used it. So it's not only you. There are many people like that in Nigeria because we have been conditioned for decades. Our parents have been conditioned for decades to believe this way of looking at the world. So I'm not surprised, even when you are like not your eyes are clear to these things, we still use terms that we don't even realize that still indicates that we have not, in other words, we've not fully exercised everything. I haven't. I know for sure I haven't. And I think that realization allows you to make allowances so that you can make allowances for it. You see what I mean? So you have to be aware that I said it before, that we are wittingly or unwittingly compromised without even knowing it. And I'm not here pretending as if I'm out of it. Because how can you possibly be out of it when you grew up thinking like I grew up watching European programs 24/7. That's all I knew. And how many Nigerian programs did we watch? Most of it was foreign news. And when we were drawing. When I used to draw, I'll be drawing Europeans. I didn't even know how to draw black faces because that's all we saw as the thing to see. It's almost as if it's weird, really. The media, the way the media completely takes over the way you perceive the world. That's how deep it is. So I know I am also compromised, and it's just for us when you're aware of it, just to make allowances for it. I'm not using it to judge you in any way. It's just that to let us know it's not only the leaders, because is it that even somebody that is normal like us today, tomorrow becomes a leader, and he becomes like all the other leaders we always call as the problem. It tells you that something is going on, that we need leaders that are aware of it, that have made allowances for this, and say, you know what, no matter what, we are going to stick by what we believe in, and it's going to be for our own people, no matter what. So that I just thought I should highlight that anyway. Don't think that I'm trying to judge you in any way.
No, I get
believe in
you.
me.
I get you. But you know what, God forefathers. Another thing that made it to be so is the system. Like the system is another thing that made it to be so. You know why I'm saying? Like I've lived in South Africa for years, and I happen to see that South African Reserve Bank is not owned by the government. It's owned like by the private people, not by the government. So imagine a situation whereby a bank is owned by the private people, which are the Afrikaners or the whites, not the government. You see that it's very easy to collapse the economy of the country. Very easy. If they said, let's say, if South Africans said that, yes, now you want to be totally free, it's much easier like to collapse the economy. So the same thing is also applicable to Nigeria. There are some things that our leaders know that we don't even know, like the subjects they don't know. It's those that are in the authority that knows that, okay, this is what they signed, or this is how things, or what the West, what the West or the Americans, what they want from us.
As in,
But
no,
us,
as in
like,
what your other processors, what they be doing before you came. These
you
all
said
the
what?
people, as in all the people before you. This is what they've been doing before you came. So as you came in now, join the line.
Loco, do you see this?
Thank
Do
you
you
very
see what they
much.
wrote there? They say West Africa, the largely Anglophile Nigerian leaders. When they say Anglophile, that's largely
Anglophile.
we love Europe. Yes,
Yeah.
the English. Our
Most
leaders. This is a European writing this. So
yes,
say
now
we are Anglophile Nigerian leaders. That's why we agreed to this thing.
We just see them, we just feel, yeah, like Holy Ghost just catch us. Their
It's
investment,
crazy.
they have investment there. Their children are there. They do vacation there. They go holiday there. They have treatment, everything there. I mean, come on, what is left to control? They say if it looks like a dog, or walks like a dog, quack like a dog, is obviously a dog. So everything about them is there. The only thing you have is just their presence, to their political presence in that country. That's the only thing there. So
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
what control are you looking for? And what other control are you looking for? The control is there already. If told you is there. So, and the bad thing about it is like you don't have a choice. They bring two options for you: arm robber and kidnapper. Choose one. You understand? Because that is
Yeah.
how that's our leader. When people blame us, why did we elect them? Look, don't blame us. The electoral system is fucked in the sense that they will tell you direct primaries or indirect primaries. You understand? Every party should just go for straight election. No need for say let's do a Congress meeting to nominate our flag bearer, because those Congress people, they are few in numbers. They can easily be bribed. You understand? And they will bring one arm robber out. This is the way they will not tell you that it's not a Congress person because you like the party, or you are a party member. You will now vote that person that the Congress asked you to vote. That might not be your choice, but it was what the Congress, who are representing the party, who they chose, then that would not be there. Because on a very good day, I not see how somebody who is sane will see somebody like Osibanjo and Tinubu and chose Tinubu over Osinbajo and not see how sane that person could be. You understand? But they did it. This was the Congress, the few that got bribed in Abuja that brought Tinubu out. Same thing for Atiku. You understand? So, and Obi might be slightly different because of the political or party prostitute that he was, like thinking of where will I go? Where will I see more customer? Where will I get more votes? So like that. So his own case may be different because they did not do primaries. They just saw him. This is a potential guy. Let's give to this guy. But
No,
regardless,
it's not so. Your description of Peter Obi doesn't seem a bit fair, but I guess it's all right.
no, yeah, no, because why I say so because we did not see the chance to see the real him. Like if he was a long-standing member of the party, maybe we would have known how they did their nomination. If it was the same way APC and PDP did their nomination, you understand? So that's why I will just maybe you are looking for where to find relevance, and you will. So we did not test you in that party to see if the same process they use in nominating PDP and APC, if it was the same style Labour used. If not, we would have like, at the same style of winner. That's why I can cut him some slack a little bit. But we know say they'll be the same.
Yeah, you were saying something. I think I wanted to highlight something that I was reading just now about the French. Listen, the person that wrote this stuff was making it sound as if the French were some kind of they knew that the French it was a new colonial stuff, but when they talked about the defense agreement that the French put in place, it was like, oh, the French were going to come and rescue the Nigerian Africans, Francophone countries when they are attacked, and vice versa. But the only reason why they are coming to rescue the African Francophone countries is because they are assets of the French. But in the case of African countries helping to defend France, like now, if you attack France, those Francophone countries are obliged to defend France. So they are going to defend France, not because France is an asset to them, because France has put the rules to favor them. And the problem with what the French put in place was that they make it sound as if it's mutual gain, but it's basically one side saying, give me everything you have, give me your defense, give me everything, and don't develop your own defense capabilities, and let's leave it like that. That is what makes it very, very bad. And that's what makes it, because when you hear where the guy was saying something about the relationship between the French Francophone countries and their defense military relationship, it sounded as if it was like benign, the defense pact. It's not the proper defense pact because it's one-sided. That is not a good defense pact to have. So, but I think if you look at the world now, what it indicates is that if you want to succeed, you have to have defense alliances. You can't just do it by yourself. And this is why I keep watching Nigerians. You know, when I said if Tinubu says he's going to, if he does his defense policy, I'll forgive him all his sins. And one other area people need to watch, if your country wants to get out of a mess, watch the alliances they form. If they don't form alliances like this, you're not going to get out of it, because how are you going to defy the West? You have to form an alliance either with all West African countries, because I was talking about it yesterday with that. Why is it that Nigeria is not forming an alliance with all the Western African countries? And I think the Prince Adewale was saying that is because the Francophone countries have issues, the French have issues with it. Then we're like, but why did Nigeria not break that control of the French to have alliances with? Because now they are doing it themselves. They have to do it themselves. That's why you have Mali, Burkina Faso, and the others ganging up among themselves now, because Nigeria didn't do it. But weirdly enough, as we speak, the Tinubu, if I'm not mistaken, he is in France right now, or he was just in France yesterday. And today they made the decision to leave Niger. And the ambassador of France is going to be returning to Niger tomorrow. So that is interesting, the timing that this occurred. But we don't know whether it has anything to do with the kind of agreement they've had with Tinubu or not. The reason why I'm highlighting that is because I did say that one of the things Tinubu could do is use this as a leverage to tell the French, take your knees off the neck of the African countries. Then we might still consider supporting you on the continent. Maybe that could be one of the ways Tinubu could get the French to do what they want them to do. But I don't know. That's just a conspiracy at this stage. Until we hear Tinubu say, yeah, I did this, and we made sure that the French left the country, and now it's for you guys to transition to democracy and all the rest of it. If he says that, I'm quite likely to believe him, because even I suggested that is a potential thing that he could do. Because why invade Niger? You should be asking the French to leave the country. Leave the country, stop exploiting their resources, allow them to develop as they are meant to develop. But we don't know. And one other thing that I thought I should highlight too is that they said Biden didn't meet Tinubu. Yeah, he was supposed to meet him So maybe there are some things Tinubu is saying that he doesn't like. Like, Tinubu said something that he was going to do, he may do things that are unpopular. People are assuming that he was referring to Nigeria. But he was at the UN when he was saying it. So, and he was saying in the context that some people seem to have been, they seem to form themselves in such a way that it's going to keep our countries underdeveloped and poor. He said that at the UN. And if he's saying that and he's saying he's willing to do things that are unpopular, he said that to the Secretary General of the UN. So that tells you that maybe Americans are not liking the way he's sounding. That's why they didn't meet him again. Now he's gone to France and the French troops are leaving. We don't know what is going on. And I wish Tinubu made that type of speech to Nigerians, talking to Nigerians, telling them that, it looks like some of the things that is going on, some people are ganged up against us. We need to find our way in this world. If he said that to Nigerians, Nigerians will sign up to it. As a matter of fact, he will unite Nigerians. Because everybody will be like, yeah, no wonder we are poor. Let's figure out how to get out of this mess. But we don't have any alliances.
Yeah, I agree.
And I wish he was saying that to Nigerians, because he goes to the UN. I've never really had any Nigerian leader make that kind of speech for. Some people say Murtala said something similar, but that was, I don't even know where I was when Murtala was in office, because I wasn't conscious of anything at all. I was tiny. So that was a long time ago. No Nigerian leader has said anything like what Tinubu said last week at the UN. And I wish he was saying that kind of stuff to Nigerians, because he
Murtala said it. What year was that?
They said Murtala said worse even. When he was in office now, 1970.
That's 1970 something now.
Yeah, long time ago.
More.
That's a long time ago. Since Nigerian leaders have said something like that, yeah, it's crazy. And they said what he said was even more, more strident than what Tinubu said it gently, but he was there. And I said, I wish he was saying this to Nigerians. Maybe Nigerians will start giving me a little bit of benefit of it, that if you are saying this thing, that there are people that are causing problems for us, and you are willing to do the hard thing to make sure those things are redressed, then people will start asking you, what is it you're going to do? Because one of the places you have to start from is your defense. You have to start from your defense. You have to start from this thing, your alliances. But it looks like Tinubu's alliance is with the US. That's my. But he put this guy. Biden didn't meet him now. But everything that he seems to be doing is indicating that his alliances with the US, not necessarily with the French. The whole thing is confusing. I don't even know what that guy is doing. I don't have a clue. None of them are telling us, and because now the French troops are leaving. So what does that mean? I don't know. I guess we just have to watch his pace and cover whatever he says and whatever is going on, and obviously keep pressing them on their policies. Tinubu promised us his defense policy is going to be different. Security policy, not even defense. And people in his government are saying he's going to do something about it. Not his security policy. He's going to do something serious about the security of the country. I'm sure a lot of people have told him. Even when he left the country, when he was talking about people coming to invest in the country, many people probably have told him, fix your insecurity before you can start worrying about us coming over. You don't even have to invite us, we will come. And I'm sure most people have told him, let's hope he does that. But I don't know. Because look at this list. This list is a very, very disturbing list that we don't belong in any of this. Why are we not forming one relationship with anybody? Why don't we form a relationship with Israel? Why don't we form a relationship with Iran? That if anybody comes at us, you come after them. Or if anybody comes at you, we come after them too. That's how you build alliances. Or China.
Honestly,
or Russia.
It's very surprising, man, the way these guys operate.
They are really, it's just, when you look at it, some people are really nice. They manage to put this list together. Maybe not all of them are there, but the fact that they put Burkina Faso, that is so recent. These people, they are really alert to all this, all the alliances. They are really. This is 2023, man. It's not even that long ago. It's about a week ago or two. They signed this alliance, and they've already put it there. They are alert. They are watching what is going on.
And do you know that such alliance will modern African countries to be having that consciousness of that they are like these things are needful. Maybe in time to come, you see that maybe one or two Francophone countries will join this alliance. They will bring in one or two Francophone countries, and it's not that I like this. I don't see why Nigeria shouldn't be part of an alliance like this. I'm telling you the truth.
It's the French that is killing us. The French is the one that is killing us. Nigeria should own West Africa by now. Because if you look at it, every region in Africa has standby force. I was like, what is the point of having standby force when you don't have a defense pact? Because defense pact means, as a matter of fact, if you have standby force, it's going to even prevent coups. Because any constitutional order that is attacked, the standby force goes and stops it. If any of that nation is attacked, let's say America goes and attacks Liberia, all West Africa will respond. That's how defense pacts work. In other words, it makes your country automatically bigger and stronger. That's why they form NATO. That's why they form NATO. That's why all these crazy alliances are all over the place. Look at them. They're just busy smooching with each other, having alliances after alliances. Some of them, they have double alliances. As if they don't already have alliances. They sign another one on top of it, they sign another one on top of it again. Double alliances. That's because they understand that if they don't gang up, then some of that bigger entity like NATO is going to come and knock them down. Or look at it, you have NATO, you have the Five Eyes. What is the point of the Five Eyes if you already have NATO? And then they have what they call the ANZU, where that one also includes Australia, New Zealand, Canada. It's like, what is this? Defense alliances on top of defense alliances. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Those one you don't play, man. Like
those
alliances are
leaders,
strong.
those leaders or those countries, they are not playing. Their leadership have seen the importance of this alliance. But as for us, our leadership, what they are running for or what they put their mind on is not for the interest of the country. But these ones, they have seen that no, without alliance we are going nowhere. We need alliance to develop or to get certain things that we want. But our leaders, no, they are still like dictating to the tone of the West and the Americans. If like they want to maybe like they want to forge ahead or to grow, and something like this I would say something like this alliance like this should be a stepping stone. Understand? They need to start from a place like this. So because if you once you have alliance, you have that mindset of you are free, like that freedom mindset. But when you don't have alliance, that means you are subordinate to someone. And the person you are subordinate to will condition you that no, don't go and join these people or don't go and form something like this. You understand?
Look at another one. Look at another 5-power defense agreement. As if they need any more. Australia, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore. Like all of them are already on. Singapore literally is with Israel and America, and yet they still slap it in there again. They just keep having one on top of the other. Taiwan, United States. Let me see this one: Bahrain, Kuwait. This is Saudi Arabia. Even Middle Eastern countries are doing it. It's only African countries that are not doing it. When I keep telling people that there's something wrong with us, something is not right. Even Middle Eastern countries are doing it. It's only us that are out of it. How many African countries do you see there? If you are lucky, you will catch Egypt among all these lists. And I think Egypt should have something. If I'm not mistaken, they should have something because they are quite close to America and sometimes maybe a little bit of the Arab world. But I think if you look at Egypt, Jordan, well, this is amongst Egypt and Jordan signing it together. Or even that has ended. That's not a very, very strong one. I'm trying to see whether I can see Egypt anywhere else because that's another African country, isn't it? That we should, if you want to call Egypt African country, which is barely these days. Let's see, there's barely Egypt there even. Look at that. Just imagine that kind of situation we are in. Even Egypt, with all this power, barely shows up on the list. It's almost as if they just decide that, you know what, we are going to decide the people that are going to be allowed to form military alliances. And Turkey, look at Turkey. Even Turkey is forming. Well, where are African countries? This is some crazy stuff.
What do you mean Turkey is forming? Turkey is a member of NATO, man. What do you mean?
I know now. That's the whole thing is tiring now. Where are we? Like almost Africa is completely cut out from the world. Okay, now you begin to see why when I come, I start shouting to our people. They don't understand. This is the reason why every time I see data, it's alarming. We are nowhere to be seen. You go to research, we are nowhere to be seen. You go to defense, we are nowhere to be seen. Defense alliances, you are nowhere to be seen. Economy, we are nowhere to be seen. It's like, what is this? This is slavery we are looking at here. And these are our leader, our political elites. They are not waking up to what is happening here. This is terrible. I really wish I saw something that is a little bit encouraging here. But another sad news again that I had to come out with. I guess you can say our friends at the Burkina Faso, and they are the only bright spark. Even South Africa is barely here. I don't even think South Africa is even here, apart from the one they had with Israel. Can you imagine when South Africa was in the hands of white people? They had it with Israel. And guess when they canceled that agreement? Just guess. They canceled it in 1994 when Mandela became president.
Yeah, because they feel like Israel were supporting the apartheid regime.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that was the politics.
I guess you can. I think that's quite a valid point. But could that be the only reason? Because that's one of the only reason. That's one of the only African countries that were involved in the military pact, and Pope, he was kicked out immediately. That's sad, isn't it? It's a bit sad because for whatever reason, it didn't happen. When the country was white, they had it. Something that made them strong, they had it. The moment the country went in the hands of the black man, they decommissioned their nuclear weapons. So South Africa, Mandela was against nuclear weapons, swear. Was Mandela against nuclear weapons? Something tells me he wasn't. But somehow they took the nuclear weapons from him, and this defense pact fell apart, and nothing else. They were gone. The moment the black guy shows up, nothing else. You are cut out from the wall of alliances. There is nothing. No Kenya, no nothing.
No. Then,
Nothing.
like for the fact that we are not in any alliance with any of the
Oh my
countries,
God, man.
is reason for you to say that these people, they will never take us serious. Like the West and the Americans, they will never take us serious. Because the moment we start forming an alliance, it's going to be an eye opener for them to see that yes, these people the continent is beginning to wake up from their sleep. So,
Hi.
but with this Burkina Faso and the Mali one, it's a very good move. I'm telling you, it's a very good move.
It's a very good
It's true
move.
that
It's the
very
first
good
sign
one.
of
I'm
freedom
telling you the truth.
in Africa.
That's
What
what
you
I'm
are seeing
saying.
here is quite significant. It's the very first sign
I'm
of true
telling
freedom
you.
in Africa.
I'm
That is
telling
not
you.
is unheard of. It's
Um,
all
it,
you
like
see what I mean by something that shifts the gear, that shifts the pendulum a little bit. That is the first time I've looked at data and I saw a shift of something I've not seen for a very, very long time. Like if you look at some data online, you will see that we are not present in anything. until like this one. And when I looked at this one, you see that okay, this is a little bit of a nudge in the right direction. Let's hope that they don't destroy it, because after all, Nigeria was once present on this list in the 1958 to 1962. So, but we fell off again. So, and that wasn't even a proper one, because that was with a colonizer. What is the use of having that?
Forefather, you see, like the difference between this one and the other one that Nigeria and the UK own is that this one there is no colonial or Western power interference in this alliance. This one is solely for these three countries, and the aim, the objective that they form this alliance, like they form it, like not just to protect themselves or the country to say, but I so much believe that they will be working very closely, at least to protect that Sahel, that's their country, that's that region, that Sahel region. You understand? So this is a very good move. Honestly speaking, I'm so happy seeing this. Very
Yeah,
happy.
I have to say they are the first people that have showed up on this list. That this is the only independent African nations that have done this. That's
Honestly
no
speaking,
African. That's for a short period. And these people have held a record here to show
I'm
up on
telling
this
you, they
list.
break record.
It's unbelievable. It's
That's
unbelievable.
That's true.
That
And
is
you see, like
interesting.
you see, like this, the media or the media, they will never like to show us things like this, so that because like if more people get to know that there is anything like alliance formed by some countries, you find out that some citizens will be asking their country like, why are you not part of this alliance? Tell us. You understand what I'm saying? They will start pushing their government to form their own alliance with any of the countries, even if you don't want to be part of the Sahel, but they will push them to form alliance with another country. You understand? So
Uh,
like,
No, no.
this
Look at the
one,
proposed. Look at the only proposed alliances. That's potential alliances that could come online. I see these people don't have enough. They want to propose more. You see how crazy these people are. Like this they've not had enough. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, United Kingdom. They want to talk about more again. Israel, United States. Oh, seriously? As if you've not had enough alliances yet. You want to have more. France and Japan. Okay, that's a bit unusual, but at least that's something they're talking about. But Japan is already in the pocket of United States. I don't know what the point of that is. Oh, United Kingdom and European Union. That is ridiculous. They're already in the same but they are still talking about having more. Japanese, but where is the Nigeria, African there? This is supposed to be
Africa
the only
is not
African
even there.
country. This is supposed to be the
Mauritius,
only one. Mauritius. And Mauritius is not even on the it's not even on the this in the African continent. I think it's on the island. And they are barely black, if I'm not mistaken. They are a bit mixed like Indians and all the rest. So that is the one that is even showing up on the list. Where is the other 45 black African countries? Where is the other 45?
All they are doing is how to steal money, corruption. That's all they do. Nothing more. Like they sleepy. Like so, I was asking Papa James this question one day, right? So for me, as a child, the trade Nigeria, especially Nigeria military, the way they were growing, you would think by now they are even member of NATO. We're supposed to even have like real special forces. But today, even the military is corrupted. Everything is just like what is it called? Ethnicity has destroyed it, corruption has destroyed it. So it's really shameful, it's very shameful, to be honest, because if anything happened today, meaning they are not even thinking, if anything happened today, where are you gonna stand? Who are you gonna call?
Wow,
So
look at that now. This
yeah,
is madness. Just like, I see they've not had enough. You see more here. Like this is how they help themselves. And I tell black Americans all the time. I said, you live in a country that is pan-European. You need to make it pan-African. You can't keep allowing this. Look at they know where their bread is buttered.
Yeah.
They are all working together. Look at Australia. This is Anglo-Saxon group again. I'm telling you about Australia, United Kingdom, and United States. They are all ganging together again. They won't stop having agreements as if they don't have enough. They just keep putting more on top of more on top of more,
Yeah.
tying themselves together. While
Yeah.
we are just here arguing for division and all the rest of it. This is just this chart. When I checked it up, I didn't think I was going to reach some of the conclusions that I found out. I thought I was just going to find a mixture, mismatch. Just to come here and not find any African country that is currently doing it, apart from the Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. For me, that is astounding. I couldn't believe it. This one, look at this African one. Is gone to Mauritius. Mauritius is barely African. It's on an island in outside Africa anyway. And even that, this agreement is gone. And Egypt one too expired, gone. And that one is with Jordan. I don't even know what kind of agreement you have with Jordan. Jordan is a tiny country, barely the size of Lagos even. Which other one? Malta, not African. Is Malta African? No, it's not. Nothing. Jonaba, thank you for coming in. I hope you are seeing the implication of why sometimes I'm shouting from the rooftop that our country, something is not right about our countries. These are military defense packs around the world, and barely one African country is showing up there. Barely one.
Yeah, it's very shameful, to be honest. It's very shameful. I mean, a country that cannot even have even common light. I don't even know if something is wrong with us, man.
Something is not right. Since 1900 to 1999, nothing. We are nowhere to be seen on the list. Even when we showed up, we got independence in 1916. We are nowhere. Look at the Nigerian one. Only 4 years, and that was exploitative one. That's why we kicked it out, because we knew they were going to treat us like the way they treat Francophone countries, and we rejected it. But that from there, we didn't go from there and say, let's form an alliance that would strengthen us. Nothing.
See, let me tell you one thing, forefather. Even with our population, right? Let's assume we even have like 1 million active military men. We can still have another like 5 million in reserve. They can be doing their thing. Like the NYC, when people come into NYC, if the country is functioning, hey, you want to join the military? Yeah, you can go into reserve and just be living your life. If we need, if there is any,
if we need it, we should be ready.
Yeah,
and Nigeria should be in that kind of footing, because Nigeria is like the linchpin of the entire black race, and we should be in that kind of footing.
Bro, they don't care. They are not, because we have population. Do you know the number of youths that are wasted through cultism? Get these guys.
So many.
Yeah, that is a problem, because they want to handle gun. Give their gun, okay, come and join the military. But today, nothing.
Nigerians, they have some very skilled people. I had this experience recently where a Nigerian was called to Ghana to just come and compete with the Ghanaians there, and he went there. He just beat everybody. He won the competition. He just beat everybody.
Bro,
he won the competition. I won the award. Like, no,
we have the resources. That is one thing that get me pissed off. Even when I see,
and that was in tech. That was in tech. We are not. This is not anything.
We have everything now. Nigeria, if you talk of the resources, we have it. Trust me. Not only one region in Nigeria, not only one state, all across, we have capable people.
How does Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger appear on this map, on this document before Nigeria? They are now more advanced than us. That's how sad it is. That they know how to protect themselves more than Nigeria does know how to protect itself. It's some crazy stuff. If people don't understand military alliances, all the nations that emerged had them.
One question though, but why is ECOMOG not here though? ECOMOG is a military alliance though.
No, it's not. It's not the defense pact. You see, that's the weird thing.
Okay, yeah, it's true.
It's not the defense pact. It's a military organization that is designed to execute missions.
Yeah.
Not for us, not necessarily for our own purposes. That's what makes it dangerous. Because if it was our own purposes, then why not just make it a defense pact?
Yeah, Why don't you make it a defense pact? That would have been a good one. Ecomogu, that would have been a good one.
This is a problem, man. It's a real problem. And the way our nations operate, and our leaders don't tell us all these things. We come here and check them. And
But then, forefathers,
yeah,
you are talking about them telling you some of these people are not detail oriented. They are just like a zombie. They don't see what you see. And they are blinded with corruption, manipulations. What they think is how to win the next election. They don't think about how to benefit, how to empower the nation, how to make the nation, how to take advantage of the population, of the youth. Youth is a power, a human power.
But many of these nations have that same problem. Now, many of these nations are democracies, but they still think about their people.
You see, another thing is the fear of the military might, the leader, like the head of state, especially civilian head of state. The kind in Africa, they try to crack them down. Even if you see the way they do when they come to the office, the first thing they do, because of the corruption in the system and their fear of any kind of military thing, they'll retire all the generals, the one that have experience, the one that doesn't have experience, the one that drink burukututi, daybreak. Some of them carry the uniform, go. There is nothing. It's a shame if you see some of them that they are not in a good position, not of rank now. They can even be a high rank officer, but the fact that they are not in a good position where they can take a bribe. A sergeant can be in a good position, maybe where they pay pension or their salary, and have a better life than a colonel in Nigeria.
Yeah, you see, what I'm concerned about is that if you look at the pace of agreements that are going on, quite a lot of them involving the US, the UK, and this is all in 2022 alone and 23. Just imagine the amount. And this is what I was saying, that we have to be concerned here, because this is how Berlin Conference happened.
Because
They start coming together. They are coming together.
But
That's what you are
talking
seeing there.
about being competitive, like on national or international stage, or in the 21st century might of the military. Nigerian military is against their citizens. They don't prepare them against any eventuality. So they prepare them. The enough they have is for what they will use to crack down if there is any internal problem. They never prepare for, even for Niger, to take that if Niger, Ghana, or Cote d'Ivoire, any neighboring country, even Cameroon, they don't prepare against anything like that. They don't, even internally, they do not have the enough security strategy to, even if there is outburst of riots today in Nigeria, and Nigerian people really want to go after anything, they themselves overwhelm the military, because the main thing, the only thing they have in their hand, I know it's so radical, they said in Nigeria law, if you propose such thing, all Nigerians need to have gun if they want to.
Just look at these ones here now, and you see, just looking at, sorry, Janaba, just looking at this page, you could almost tell what is going on in the world. You don't need, me reading the news alone is disturbing me enough, but looking at this page, you can see the pace. Look at them before now. Look at how many of them showed up with the UK. One, a few of them here, United Kingdom. Yeah, it's still showing up, but it needed to be far in between. But look at it now.
But you
They
are
are all
talking
coming together
about
now.
advanced, well-advanced country that think about their citizen more than anything else, and the citizens also are well informed about their own value and how they can.
Security. They don't play.
Yes. So, but you see, one of the reasons in America why gun law is still a problem is that their own mindset, especially the great state is that their belief is that you should be able to defend yourself as a person. And if anything, there is outburst war against any nation, even if the soldiers in the war front are overwhelmed by the military might, the citizen can defend themselves. That is why you see it's a very complicated thing that even the politician cannot solve it. But if you propose that to Nigeria, Nigeria even need more of that, because this is to be honest with you, the Nigerian police are not well equipped, because the money go to the top officers and they send these people out. Some of the things they hold in their hand, that mantle or whatever they are carrying, sometimes they don't even have enough, except the special force. They don't have any bullet in it.
Unbelievable.
Father, somebody is in the backstage. I think he want to come in.
So
yeah, somebody's in backstage. Yeah, I saw him now.
So
Kifaru, you have to put your camera on, no, Kifaru.
Why do I need to put my camera on?
Sorry, it's not, because this is not streaming only on my channel.
That is the rule, man.
It's streaming to another channel that you know, the Dr. Damage's channel now. That's where it is. That's why you normally you put your camera on before now, so I'm not sure you are.
There's one person that is not on, but
no, that's Loco. Loco normally puts it on. He just went to do something. That's why.
Very good.
Welcome, Kefaru. Yeah, you are in Italy now, isn't it? You are based in Italy.
No, I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK.
Yeah, right. Don't mind him. He's in Italy.
Just go up on that. But you see, this is a really very important conversation. You know, I'm just looking at that military alliance now. I had no idea that
he's comparing himself with me there. Who is
Niger. The guy, I'll be past my own, so I don't compare
yourself with me.
No, past my own, so okay.
Why do you sound so aggressive that they don't compare themselves with you? Why?
Yeah, so that military alliance, that is something. You see, I think we Africans, we need to be pushed to the wall before we realize that there is a threat. You understand? I don't think if there was no threat in this Sahel region, these people will not find it. They would not even think that we need an alliance. But just because they face this imminent threat from foreign military, that's now when they say, okay, we need to create this alliance. Most African countries, we don't see that we have threat. Okay, as the border was just saying, Nigeria does not see that, we don't have any threat from anybody. So why do we need to even invest this much money in the military? We don't. There's no threat, but that's just the truth. Who's going to attack Nigeria, the neighbor? No one. No one is going to attack Nigeria. Niger is not going to attack Nigeria. There's really little threat.
I think
Nigeria should be like internal security. I think that's what like most people will agree. The internal security is most important for Nigeria. But the military alliance, I think we need to be pushed to the wall. Maybe if England said, okay, we're coming to attack Nigeria to take all your oil. Maybe if they say that, that's when Nigeria will say, okay, maybe we need
but why do you have to wait till the last minute, like a beer of this in ABA of what they call it, Ethiopia, that started saying the citizens should come and join the military when the war started with the Tigray. That's when he started calling them to come and join it. He should have gotten a strong military at first. That's the fact that he didn't have a strong military could have led to that problem in the first place. Why do our leaders always wait until something goes wrong? You have to see the world for what it truly is and learn from it. In a way, God is giving you a chance to do it at peace. When you're at peace, why are you waiting until somebody wants to kill you first before you decide that, okay, this is the time for me to start hurrying to go and secure myself? Because military have to have training. They need time. You have to prepare them. Maybe even send them on exercises so that they can be strong. Not when the war has started, then you go and say militia, the citizens should come and conscript and join the army. How are you supposed to fight then? Especially in this modern conflict that is happening these days, you're not going to have a lot of chance to survive it. And that is my problem with our approach, isn't it? we should be looking to
For
military alliance doesn't cost
forefathers,
us anything, does it? It doesn't cost us anything. It's just saying that we're
just
going to
like
protect
what
each other. Yeah, go ahead.
forefathers, just like what you pointed out the other time, you say that you are still asking, like you still want to know what is the problem with our leaders. You see, like this Sahel Alliance for
Yeah.
Burkina Faso and co. Do you know that, like, if it was when they were still eating with the French, they would not form this alliance because of what some of the things that our leaders want to do. They take permission from the West and Americans. These people, they form this because of what they have seen, that not like our leaders, they don't know of alliance, or like the military, like the leaders, but the thing is, like, we are not free, like totally free to do things for ourselves. Because if, like, the Sahel, they are still with France, France will not permit them to form this alliance.
Yeah.
I believe that there are some countries that maybe that are thinking towards that that direction, but because of the West and the Americans and their former colonial masters and so on, they made sure that they never achieved that alliance. You understand?
We have to
These
break
people,
that,
they
and I
were
hope
able
that
to
these
succeed. Yeah, they have to.
Well,
They
I think
break that because of what? They are no longer with France. They want to be out of France.
yeah, I think I understand that can be excuse, or that can sound that way, which it may be true. But then a nation, a sovereign nation, we are not even prepared for a common flood in Nigeria. The military cannot, the Nigeria, even if there is, where you see here, where the National Guard will come out, we are talking about external threat. Internal threat, they are not even prepared for it. So what you are saying is a different level. So let's start from the primary level about how do we even secure. I went to I went to Paris, somewhere in the city yesterday. Because of the number of the people that they book for the hall, the number of the police there is 10, based on the number of the people that they are registered to be at that event, right? So that is a small portion between the society, how to be in orderly, just for orderliness sake, and for protection in case there's any outbreak of any confusion. This is just a gathering of people, but that is how society functions. You are talking about eternal force, Cameroon, waiting consign us, Cameroon, even so all the neighboring countries is not a threat to us, and we are not even ready for anything. We are not ready to exist as a home. There is no, even the one that we have so far, did the police, Nigerian police force, have respect for you on the street? Did they even know they are left to their right? So many of them.
Because they are still hangover, leftover from the colonized.
Until it's what we have, it's all once again, all go to the leader that have a clear vision. These people don't see what they see in Abuja.
Someone is worried that I'm wearing a winter coat. Why do you think I'm in the house?
They've started picking on you already. Oh, don't worry.
Okay,
You're
I'll take
welcome.
off my winter coat so that
These chat people, they don't let people rest. Don't mind them.
So when we have internal crisis, when we have anything, we are not ready, and we are not even. You guys, what you guys are talking is so unique that we are not even there at all. We are in a country whereby police will say you, because of your look in your own country, they tell you you are a Yahoo boy, just because of your look. This is not that you steal anything. Just because you decided to dress. So we are
but
not
there are Yahoo boys now.
We
It's
are
not like
even ready for, you guys are talking about internal aggression or external aggression.
But Tinubu did say that he was going to do this thing. He was going to
Let
fix
them fix our department. Let them fix it. Let them fix the little thing they can fix to make sure police is working. Police department is working well. Let them fix make sure that army stop taking bribes. let go back to a base of securing the country. Not now that time you want to take a ride because they do not even pay them well. So for them to travel from Calabar to Lagos, they have to put their uniform to stand on the road to get a free ride. This is the way they are. That is the level of the way. Did you think if they are well taken care of, you want to come and stand on the road begging to enter Ogaka so you don't pay?
To be fair, though, that could be a one-off or kind of occasional event, not something that happens regularly. That said,
No,
I get where
it
you're coming
happens
from.
regularly.
What are you talking about? That
It's
you are
very
traveling on the road,
common.
you will
What are
not
you
see
saying,
police.
Father?
You will not see police and soldiers standing trying to take a ride.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen police, but soldiers, I'm
They
not so
are
sure.
there.
No,
They
even
are
soldiers. Even
They are there.
soldiers.
They are
The one,
everywhere.
but if they live in barracks, why would they be taking this thing?
I took off one day. I took off from Lagos, from Abuja, and we are all healthy people, about 5 of us. I'm the smallest in size, right? And I already told my friend to come and take me to the airport. But the previous journey, I stayed too much in the airport in Lagos before I got to Abuja. So I say if I go now, they'll say they talk all those nonsense every 1 hour sometimes, depends on the airline. So I said, okay, let's go on the road. We left Abuja 3 a.m. All the police on the road, my guys, very dangerous thing to do. All the drink they have in the car, maybe some drink that they were drinking. When we call even police checking point, soldier checking point, they do not even ask us anything. They wanted the drink. So if we were armed robber, that is all. We can go free because we give them a gogoro or give them some drink or give them some pure water. So there is no security anywhere. There was a time I look at the time, I said, this is dangerous. How can we be on the road by this time in Nigeria? And then we got to one checking point, military checking point, say, what do you got for us? They do not even ask us, where are you going? Who are you? What is your identity? They don't care.
Just imagine.
I think they are probably
that
bigger
case is
criminals
not-
than.
That case is not only particular in Nigeria, even in my country, it's the same. You understand?
Which country is that?
Cameroon.
Cameroon, you cannot even say, no, with all due respect to Cameroonian, when Paul, we are sitting in Sweden or wherever to come to your country, then you are thinking you have a country? You don't have a country. You just have, with all due respect, this is 45, Paul Biya is 45 years in power. So you guys have a broken system completely. And that's why they were saying Nigerian thing is not working. I say other people can complain, but my Cameroonian brothers and sisters should go deliver themselves from the hand of old men.
I think most Cameroonians have accepted that Paul Biya is a king. You know, we have taken out that presidency, that president title, because if we put the president title, it's so complicated to explain to people. They just tell them.
But you run an election, right? You run an election.
He never campaigns. Never.
How true?
Yes.
My friend from Cameroon, he was telling me you cannot succeed in coup in Cameroon. He said the reason is that Paul Biya has up to like 3 military forces that are guiding. He said they are different from, they are independent of each other.
Yes, exactly. And you know,
well, it's not even in the nation. It's a different thing when it's in the nation. Let us not glorify that. It's not even in the nation. This guy call on wheelchair after every 4 years or even there's a special occasion. It's not even so. You can always be afraid of that guy. When it's in Cameroon, it's not even in Cameroon.
Yeah, we cannot understand. We cannot accept. It's only the military that can stage a coup in African countries. Civilians, you don't dare. If you try, you go on the street, they will shoot you up. Okay.
How is that supposed to work? Civilians can't do it.
Who've got that power, who've got the guns. But all the militaries in Cameroon, like the people that you think they can go against Paul Biya, are his best friends. Like this guy,
not his best friend, that his stooge. There's no best friend.
His stooge.
There's no best friend. You cannot have a best friend as a military person, and then you say you have a country, your president, why your alliances, your religion, and
it's
what
true. Let me give you a little. You know, in Cameroon, there have been 2 coups staged and they failed. And that was the biggest mistake that happened. There was one coup in 1984, long time ago, and some other one close to that time. When those two coups fails, that man became a tyrant because he knew the only way for me to remain in this power is to lock myself completely. And that's what he has been doing. If you know the number of people that are in jail, that are in exile,
yeah, they said.
You understand? That too cool, that failed cool, make that guy to be really, really strict.
Kifaru,
yes.
do you think if he's leaving power, he's not going to hand over to his family, to his son or something like that?
Okay, you know, it was like that, but the recent incident that happened in Gabon, now everyone is saying, okay, this might not go the way he's thinking. But as of now, as we speak, if you ask any Cameroonian, who do you think will be a president? No one knows. You understand? Because if just take, for example, all Cameroonians, like more than half of that country has known that man as a president. Because taking the consideration that like the average population of Africa is within their 30 years. So all of them when they were born, that's the only person, including myself, who saw as a president. So those people in their mind, they don't even have the concept of someone else being the president. Is
even in Uganda, Museveni.
So yeah, but they were saying the son, but that guy, he's not that kind of person that loves politics. You understand? You don't even see him. We don't know about his lifestyle. He has his timber business. He's not even involving himself in all those political things. If it was someone that was really, really involved, people will be saying like, okay, maybe, but it's going to be really, really it's going to be problematic when this guy leaves power because there's a lot of hate. Like the people in the north, they don't like him. The Bamileke people, they don't like him. You understand? So,
but what you like, you got to do when he's dead, he's dead. So
they have these Amazonian people that don't like him. You understand?
Amazonia.
Yeah, so when this guy dies, if they don't take care, that's where that country will completely collapse. You understand? Because that power that people have been so scared to fight is no more there. So
I think they have lived in fear. The Cameroonians have lived in fear about their torrent that have crippled the nation, and that fear is determining whatever they do, and that is what we're going to live for now. Or they'll have to live with it for now. But I encourage my Cameroonian brothers and sisters that they have to change the narrative in Cameroon. And we are complaining about Nigeria. At least we have election every 4 years. This is the first time I said they shouldn't have election in 2027 because there's no need of wasting all those millions. And then the same guy is going to be there. So what is the reason? Why can't they just give us those money that they are saying that they're going to use for election? But apart from that, at least every 4 years, we have the courage to have election, no matter what. There's a clear message. We are not where we're supposed to be, but and also this is the reason why I encourage all Nigerians, the younger ones participating in election. You have to keep pushing and pushing because those that hold you hostage, they have more resources than you, and they will use it to cripple you. But it is your basic human right to resist it and to be wise about your business so that they don't kill you in the process. The reason why so many of us are speaking from abroad, it is because it's much better if we can do more from here than be in Nigeria, except you belong to 1% of Nigeria. Doesn't mean that the Nigerian citizens does not have the power. The power belongs to the people, but they also have to keep pushing to make sure that the power is in use. Because what you have and you don't use it is equal to not have. So the African dynamic, I think in 21st century, in one way or the other, we are still a slave to the elite, not only to the foreign power.
I think we need to bring the military involved in most countries that we want to fight. The military needs to be on our side because that's the
we have to bring the military has to be on side of the people.
Some people
the military is so corrupt. They cannot be.
That's the problem.
The military is more corrupt. If you are talking about the old military, it's just like old pastor, where they call them church rat. You see, you already said there is the military right now.
Yeah, but Jonaba, though, yes, I agree with you, but there has to be still good people in there. It's not uniformly corrupt, isn't it?
Yeah.
And even if you are corrupt, when we say corruption, is the fact that maybe you take money from this thing. That doesn't mean it don't mean well for the country. There are many of us that
some of them mean well, most of them mean well. But do you think that the politicians don't mean well? It is about greed. It's not about not mean well. They mean well.
What I mean by that is that if they are given the opportunity to make decisions based on that intention to mean well for the country, they are going to take it.
No, that is because of the corruption. Which opportunity do we give to a military man than to empower them, give them the tools to use to protect the civilian? What do you need? You want them to become the head of state? Is that what you are talking about?
No. The idea is that if they understand that their role would be more professionalized, if they understand that what they are going to be doing, they are actually going to be doing the duty of protecting their own people. This is not even about greed anymore. This is about your own people, your children, your children's future. There's a way you convey it to them, because if you look at these other countries,
their children's future is not there. They're all in abroad anyway.
I get what you mean about the top ones, but like these 4 countries that have removed the French influence from their countries, they were once elites too.
Yes.
They decided that they are going to turn. So there are people amongst them. You have to form your own column. Every military has their 5 columns. So you can even say a military is full of columns. So you have to create your own. And the one that you have, because you believe you are doing the right thing for the people, the force should be on your side. Because
you are talking about the old military people. This compromise one, before they are giving appointment, they already blackmail.
Yeah, but we just demonstrated that 3 countries in a row or more turned. It's not because they don't have bad military.
It's the military that did it.
They turn against the abuses of power in their country and trying to free themselves from the being taken advantage by other foreign.
Isn't that what you need for our country? That's a bigger problem. That's a bigger problem to deal with.
I think
that is where our countries are bleeding from.
Of resources it's a lack of management of resources. So what we need is not a military. We need a visionary.
Oh no, I'm not arguing for a military regime. I'm saying that if the military is on your side, when you want things to happen, they will help enforce the rules. Just like you have corrupt military officers and police officers that are helping the government right now, and some of these politicians to cheat the system, they could also help stop them from cheating the system. You see what I mean? You can check them. Because you can't just leave them to carry on doing what they are doing, the wrong things. You don't have to overthrow the government.
They are not that trained, and if they are not that trained to know their awareness as a military, whether it's under any other force, they are not that trained to understand even their basic human right.
I've spoken to some of them though. Many of them sound like us here.
No, don't. They are just talking now. Let them.
Maybe they are just talking, but they sound like.
Okay, what is stopping?
If somebody is just talking, you can tell when they are the ones starting
what
it.
Is stopping them now? That is nothing. What is stopping them?
What is stopping them is that they don't have the support.
Trouble. No, it's not that Nigeria or anybody in Nigeria or any part of African country, because we have African brother now on the platform. Not that we don't know what is the cause or we don't have the knowledge of it. Is that the power that is being that you're going to go against you? There's nothing wrong to. It's a check and balance, and that's why all those institutions exist. So that it not become absolute power, there should be check and balance. The military, the judiciary, and the rest of them. So they cannot function independently in Africa for now. We see what Niger is doing. Niger is doing great to me.
I think African countries, either we believe or not, we still have so much influence from the West. Okay, and they give us. They give us some kind of, they give us tax for our presidents to execute. That's still the problem we face. I don't think we are completely free. So when you're talking about the people, we should free ourselves from the West first, because the West can't be making decisions in most of our countries. I just saw something, I don't know how true it is, that there is a Trans-Niger pipeline that has to lead from Warri, going through Niger, going to Algeria to supply fuel to Europe.
Yeah.
And that's the main reason that there's a problem, because Niger is now standing in between that fuel problem, and they can't have that pipeline continue. That's why Nigeria, who's the main, that's the main source of the oil, has a problem. That's why Tinubu needs to fight to make sure that that pipeline passes through Niger without any problem. That's what some people say. I don't know. But if we can still be in that position where the West was still fighting to satisfy the West, then we are not really free yet, no matter what we do. You know, they just give us, okay, do that, then we decide. So if we free ourselves completely from these Western people, then it doesn't matter.
We have to. We have to.
And I think that is one thing, but let's also talk about Nigerian resources within Nigeria. How do we manage that? We will understand the foreign affairs in our country, but the what we have so far, how are we managing it? There is no reason.
But everything we are working for is ending up in their accounts. That's the problem. We are working. Our people are working very hard, but it's ending up in their accounts.
Whatever we have right now, how did we use it to empower?
But that is what you are seeing, though. What you are seeing right now in Nigeria is what you should expect, given what we are spending on our economy, what we are spending on our defense, what we are spending on. Check how much other countries spend on their economy.
So you are not saying that corruption have not eaten that fabric that on if we have everything secure, stop giving our crude oil and all of those things without us manufacturing or be able to feed ourselves. That is a major problem.
I think the reason why you are, let me add something. I think the reason why you are pointing at corruption is a symptom. It's like a man or somebody that doesn't secure their house. They leave their window open, their doors open. Then when the criminal comes and steals from the house through the window, then they say, oh, the window is the problem. But the door is also open. So, but the reason why you are talking about the window, because that's the one the criminal is using. Well, the reason why you're talking about corruption is because that's the key area that they are using to undermine our country, where in terms of taking the resources away from the country. But it doesn't mean that corruption inherently is the problem, because if you close the window, corruption is not going to matter itself. You see what I mean? Because if you look at the UK and America, all of them, they are all corrupt too. But it doesn't do them any harm. Why? Because the money still circulates within their system. You understand that?
Do you know how much is in Nigeria today? You see, I understand what you are saying. I got it. But this is the little we have. Let us say we don't even have oil today, right? Let's stop up oil. We still have enough resources in Nigeria that if we focus to empower ourselves, there are more resources in Nigeria. Whether you talk about farm product. We have all it takes to be independent regardless. It's still do you know how many things get wasted in the middle belt alone? The food that get wasted. We are even talking, you are talking about military, all of those things. We are talking to you that the corruption is in every side of the room that make us that even what we have. Look at rubber. Look at what you're going to even if you don't tell me that, even if say let's say that everything, we make sure our oil, everything is going. We stop the West from interfering or from taking our resources. Then internally, since even the little one we have not been managing it well, we will still have the same problem. So let me
you know what is going to happen. You know what is going to happen.
If we're not going to get our act together, how do we stop these people when we ourselves could not even manage our own, the one that they are not even tapping into? They don't come and take our guava. They don't come and take our orange. They don't come and take our yam.
Actually, you can argue that they are doing that. You can argue that they are doing that. It's because you are not. This is what I mean. You are not. Those things are symptoms. Because if you your country cannot innovate, you can't necessarily invent your own ways of storing those things. If your country doesn't have enough resources, you don't have the capital to necessarily buy
there
these
are a
things
lot of private
overseas.
companies that are ready, and I have seen people from United States of America that gone back to Nigeria trying to take advantage of those natural products to have orange juice company. They get frustrated in Nigeria just by this corruption of going to even obtain obtain license. They will drag you. You stay in the hotel till maybe you move up and down, whether by and not that whatever the company that is supposed to get. So there are a lot of internal corruption that if we don't solve that problem, even if we block all the military thing, all of this thing,
the way to stop. See, let me explain the way to solve that problem.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
When it comes to corruption in Africa, I think most of the time we Africans, we think corruption is a system that can be stopped by an administration. Corruption in Africa is a cultural problem. That is the root of corruption. It is cultural thing. Even without no government, people in your village with no concept of government corrupt. So fight corruption at the level of the government. Corruption can be fought easily with simple technology. That corruption of accountability, that one can be fought. But the corruption of the mind, that is a cultural thing that needs a complete different revolution to train people that doing this thing is wrong. I think that's the bigger fight to have, because children from like 2 years old, they want to cheat you. They want, it's a culture that we need to fight, and no government or no political degree will stop it if the people within themselves don't see that it's wrong. So that is the fight that that's the biggest fight. That's the root cause of corruption. That's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, it's become a way of life that is become normalized. And it's become like so. What we are saying is that, of course, there is no. We should do everything to make sure our stuff belongs to us. We manage it well and all of that. But then the mindset also, we have to change that mindset that it's okay. A police that is taillight is not working will pull you over. That doesn't, not even taillight is not working. They don't have a taillight in their own pickup. We pull you over for not having a taillight for not having a taillight signal in your own car. This is the high level that we do not. Before you do that, then you should have your own working, and then you can
to fight that corruption. We need like really drastic measure in Africa.
Yeah.
Like measures that people
there is corruption everywhere, but there is consequences for
exactly.
But where there is no consequences, it becomes a way, it's a norm in the society.
Sorry to cut you short. Like in China, there was an incident. Some chemists, those chemists were producing baby milk. They had to enhance it with some protein powder so that it can pass the test with fake stuff, and it was discovered, and these people were shot. They were killed like that so that people could see that you can't do these things. But in Africa, you can do something like that and you can bribe your way out and you go free. So we need like really drastic measures to start fighting at really, really top officials, so that when you see corruption like this, they will kill you. That the consequences should be massive and really, really heavy. So people should get scared.
Nowhere in the world that there is no corruption, anywhere in the world. But at least you have some certain fear that if you are caught, there is consequence. Yes. But when we normalize it, it becomes a way of life. That's a different mindset. You have to change the mind of the people, because it's one of us that lead the country. It's not the outsider. It's not the people. We are talking two different things altogether. In the country, where what it can benefit the country, let's say 3 children can play soccer very well, and because they are from the same mother, and they can bring championship to the nation, they can say, no, we only need one from this area. The other, your talent, keep it to yourself. And it's so, and not only that, you are even lucky if you get there, if you have a good push and have a good manager. Otherwise, the best brain in Africa is on the street. They don't even have that opportunity to serve. What hinder Nigeria from hiring the youth to be in the military, the best. What is hindering them? Why can't they do that? Why we have unemployment? Why can't we hire them even to build our road? If you think there's nothing to do, why can't we hire them to build our bridges? Why can't we engage our youth in many other stuff that we know for sure they can do better?
Africans don't value our own. For some reason, we say anything foreign as better.
Yeah. We demonize our own thing. Whatever we have is not good enough.
I think at the core of this is, if you stop the bleeding, you can't treat a patient that is bleeding. If you stop the bleeding, then the healing commences. This is why I said we are talking about the symptoms most of the time, and they laugh at us. Actually, they even say it all the time, like, oh, you are corrupt, that's why you are not doing very well. So that you keep chasing your tails, not knowing that it's the bleeding that is causing the problem. Because if your natural resources, all the hard work your people worked, is ending up in their accounts, and then they are instituting policies to keep you underdeveloped, so that most of the stuff you buy it from them.
So is them that determine how you have to have a good road in your country?
Oh yes, so you don't know how it works. I will do it to you if you give me the chance. Like one of them is if you don't have enough resources, if I want to prevent you from, because to get enough money to do all the roads in your country, you need to do value-added manufacturing, isn't it? You see,
let's do one major road that we know we can afford.
We have major roads. Come on, you know that we have roads.
Why the major road that there's no pothole that people are dying?
Seriously, are you telling me Nigeria doesn't have roads?
to Lagos, that's what you are talking about.
Yes, we have roads. We have roads that are actually functional. You know that Lagos is not a city for nothing.
I'm talking about Ibadan Lagos road. Is that the road you are saying that we have?
Yes, most of it. 90% of it. Hold on, you're not being fair. You're not being fair. 90% of it is
I'm being fair. I travel on the road all the time.
Are you telling me 90% of those roads are not tarred?
There are potholes everywhere. It's a dead trap.
There's no maintenance
from Benue or from Lagos to Lagos to Enugu. Go travel Lagos.
I've done it before. I've done it.
Okay, and I think you didn't do it recently.
It's quite recent.
No.
Sometimes in Africa, there's no
did it in 2020. It's quite recent, and it's not as bad as I've seen. Yeah, it was bad somewhere from I think somewhere in Lagos Ondo area. It was bad. But it wasn't. It was bad. When we say it was bad, they were fixing one other side of the car, this in the motorway, and then the vehicles are traveling on the other way.
For how long?
I don't know how long, but when we say, hold on, you are saying back
right now the road is still going to be the same. Patch one, there's another one, and purposely some of those roads are done like that so that the police can stop you there. Custom can stop you.
You are doing that thing now where you see bad things everywhere. What you see right now in Nigeria is what you should expect, given what is spent on the economy. This is what you don't understand.
So the economics, you say police should be stopping you every mile.
See, of course, their money. Why do you think the police is doing it? Because they don't have money. Why do you think they are doing it? The system is being starved.
So the poor people that don't even have a job.
Forefathers, you said you don't have money. When you are going to become a police officer, do you know your salary? Do you accept that they're going to pay you this amount of money before you become a police officer?
They don't have a choice. They even have to bribe to join the police.
If you don't like the pay, why do you go join the police just to?
Because life is hard.
So why do you put it
on?
So
then you make it harder for the ordinary person. Life is hard. Then you go to the road and make it harder for your neighbor that you left. Before you join police force, you know life is hard. There are even some of your mates that could not access there. You even bribe to get there. So that your brother on the road now cannot pass again. You have to block him. You want him to go steal? What did you think?
Jonaba, what you are saying is not a lie. You are telling the truth as to what you have seen. But you are looking at it on a micro level. If you look at it on a macro level, you are going to see what created the problem. You see what I mean? What you are saying is correct, and what I'm saying is correct. It's just that
why you guys are not in bed.
Yeah. The family want to take over now. They want to take over. They are trying to unseat him. he's trying to fight for his seat.
Anyway, there was a good conversation, but I just think we Africans, we should be more involved in politics, just because we are not there, these old people are not competent, just feel just go and fill those seats. I think everyone in Africa must have a political party that understands and try to change it. If we don't do that, then we just allow incompetent people to be in power.
Let's get involved in one way or the other.
Let me finish the point I was making. I think Jonah Balas was saying you were correct with what you are describing, but you have to look at it on a macro level when I talked about the bleeding of the country. Because if more money is going to the economy, guess what happens? The new recruits, or maybe even the old recruits, that get slightly more money, and money is entering. The trader has more money. Everybody has more money. If you have more money, you are less likely to want to bribe anybody, and you're less likely to want to take bribes. All that low-level corruption that they call horizontal corruption goes away. Now it becomes only top-level corruption. And top-level corruption is very, very hard to get rid of. But as long as the resources is being spent within the economy, guess what is going to happen? The economy is still going to grow. If somebody steals money in Nigeria and the money doesn't end up in your Ibo's account, where do you think the money is going to go? They're going to spend it in Nigeria. They're going to build houses. They're going to buy cars. It's going to end up in the hands of everybody again. The economy is going to circulate. So that's why I say corruption on its own is not the real damage. It's just a symptom of what you are seeing, this horizontal corruption. People are stressed. They don't have money in their pocket. Nigeria's economy, we spend about $40 billion on our budget. That is chicken change for a country that is about 5 million population like Singapore. Singapore has got 5 million population.
Okay. I want you to draw the contrast between the time that we get independent. How are we doing compared to where we are now? Are we supposed, if we follow it well, just compare it. Where are we now compared to that time? And what is our income or the source or the resources that we are using to maintain? Are we better than now? Our road, our employment. I understand we already increased in number and all of that, but how compared to?
I think Nigeria GDP per capita, you can look at it through Nigeria GDP per capita, and even then you have to be careful because the currency fluctuation, GDP per capita, you have to look at it based on currency fluctuation, otherwise one can miss the point. Let me pull that up so you can see. Oh no, that I don't know. I shouldn't put 2020, 13, 23. So yeah, it goes up. Yeah, that's GDP per capita. It goes up and it comes down. And let me see if I can share it with you so you can see what I mean. It goes up and it comes down over different governments and stuff. So that's it there. So as you can see, this goes all the way back to 1960. So sometimes it's even lower in the 60s. Then it went up again. And we got richer in the 1980s or so. That was during the oil boom in the 70s. And it culminated there. And then after that, we started coming down again. Military. Then it picked up again. And if you look at this period, especially this period, was when they canceled our national debt. Maybe that helped too. And then we grew and we grew. And most of this is depreciation of the Naira. So let's be careful. Depreciation of the Naira. So the GDP per capita will increase because of it. And that's what we are seeing there. Although it's in dollars, so it shouldn't count, isn't it? It's in dollars, so it should be uniform. So this thing, GDP per capita increased here. But as you can see, even when it's increasing, our country is still not doing well. Because where it should be, it's not there. That's the problem. If you look at our GDP value,
that is you see, I understand you completely about the building the infrastructure, trying to get stop the bleeding, the income that is going out the country. Our money gets even when the top people steal the money, they still go and bank it in abroad. They are not even investing.
They are relentless. They are relentless in banking it abroad.
Yeah. So it's also then we should. This is the uses of the media trying to tell the people sometimes, because some of these people are drunk with power and get caught up with the moment, and power is very intoxicating. It distracts you, and sometimes you don't see. So when we speak here, sometimes hope that we drop in their ear like ear drop. And they can say, oh, That is the purpose of this. That this thing you are doing is not the right thing. Even if
Yeah.
you steal and you spend it within your own country. Let's say you even build a house, build a company. Even all those small company, whether it's
Yeah.
pure water company, whether it's juice, whatever, you can put it back into the society. Then at least, even when we are talking about Rwanda, not that Rwanda is sent to Congo, what they are doing to Congo is okay, but at least they are investing it in their country. We are not. I'm not the source of their money of divide and control taken from Congo. I'm totally against it, but at least it's a black brother robbing black brother is still in the black continent.
You see Nigeria GDP per capita 2000, and let me show you that of Rwanda. I think so that people see that sometimes Rwanda may be a little bit of a, how do I put it, the hype that people are hyping Rwanda for. This is why you have to look at data. Data tells you what is going on. Look at Rwanda's GDP per capita, and now look at that of Singapore. It reveals a lot of things if you look at data. Singapore GDP per capita 72,000 US dollars. That of Rwanda 800 US dollars. Nigeria 2,000. At least we got up to 2,000. But Singapore 72,000. It's even higher than that of the UK. That is a country of about 5 million people that is able to pull that off. So that tells you that what makes nations function is because the elites control a lot of wealth. They control about 80% of the wealth of a country, the elites. And if they are pushing all that most of that wealth to foreign capitals, you're in trouble. You're in your country will suffer. And this is what they've been doing.
Mind you, most of the private jet owners in Africa, in Nigeria, they don't finance it. They don't list. It's raw cash.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was showing. I thought I was sharing the screen. If you are not seeing the screen,
it's okay.
That is crazy. I thought you need to see it for yourself, and the viewers need to see it too. It's not fair that I'm just. Oh my God! I forgot I wanted. That was funny, man. When I go, I want to share this screen. That was weird.
You already call it out as well.
Yeah.
If somebody cannot see now, but they can hear it, that you give a number to it. So it's understandable.
Seeing I like people to actually see it because when they don't put my face in it, so it's not look like it's only me that said it. I like data. That's why I like using data and things that have happened, examples from history and events that have occurred. So if you look at it, 72,000. To actually see it is painful. One person gets $72,000 dollars in Singapore, their value in terms of the GDP, and Nigeria, Rwanda 800. That I don't know how many times. That's almost 80 times less than that of Singapore, and Nigeria is 2,000. Not too bad, but it's still about 40 times or 30 something times less than that of Singapore.
In 2021, right?
2021, yes, 2021. I think if we probably go to 2023, it might actually be worse. If it might actually be worse if we get to 2023. You know what has happened with this government now? Our GDP will reduce now. Nigeria will become second or third in Africa now. Our GDP next year, because of what Tinubu has gone and done. Because it's depreciated in the Nigerian currency. It means that when you convert the Nigerian currency to dollars, our GDP will come down. That's what he has done. Within how many months of coming into office? He's made Naira more devalued. He's made our GDP more devalued. He's made petrol price increase and still paying our subsidies anyway. What kind of geniuses are these? I don't know. I really don't know what kind of geniuses are running our country.
They think, you see, running a country, so far, I think I see It's in knowledge and being intelligent, whatever you acquired, is the way you use it. It's the same thing with money and power. I think having a government on your shoulder, it has to be your mindset, your vision for your people. You can be the most brilliant person, and if you use it selfishly, it's not going to impact so much. So we are seeing the new the nomination of the ministers, and let's see how they can use it to benefit the nation. You can be as smart as you can. You can have all the money. There are more. By the way, when people are when the country is in a recession, meaning the people hold the money back. That's what it means. When people hold money back, that they're not spending it into the money is not in circulation. Ordinary people suffer. So let's see whatever the policy, what do they understand? Because it does not take so much if you have the vision for the people and you feel them. But one thing I understand is that the elite do not feel the struggle of a common man. And
they can't.
They can't. Yeah. And that is the problem we are facing. Even unfortunately, or some of them come from Bako struggle family, but once they have, by any chance, they get to that top, I don't know what's wrong. They never think back, oh, this is where I was before. There are millions of Nigerians that are struggling like me. Let me put a policy together that at least will benefit everybody. But somehow the demon in them, and they are trying to be relevant, whether it's huge to somebody, whether it's internal or external, that they forgot where they are coming from. And that is the most shameful thing in Africa. You know your brother is suffering.
I think what is happening at the top is that by the time they start getting to the top, they are fighting for who will sell out the most. Because whoever sells out the most is the one the foreign powers favor, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that dynamics takes over. They forget themselves. That dynamics takes over. I think was it not Adewale, the Prince Adewale that came in yesterday, former presidential candidate, that said, whenever you want to appoint CBN chairman, head of CBN, you have to send him to Washington for them to tell him what he's going to do and what he's not going to do. Like, these are things that he was talking about. I was like, if this is how intertwined our elites is with them, we are in serious trouble. How do we
that is a
extricate ourselves?
mind-boggling. That is the whole. That is disturbing. That is something worrisome.
Some of this he said yesterday.
So we are not operating.
I was disturbed. Even
Yeah.
my sleep was disturbed. I can tell you that right now, because I was like, wow. That kind of mindset is hard to disentangle.
You see. And so I think until we get people that has vision for the people and ready to face their challenges. So if I do one term, I do one term, but I want to change this dynamic. Even when I leave, I want history to judge me for what I have done for the nation, and not to subject my people to any manipulation. If this allow themselves to be compromised or blackmailed so they can use something to drag them back when they want to make any step, I think when we overcome that, then we are talking about a sovereign nation. But for now, with all that we are all saying, and we can get involved, but how many people do you going to convince? When you win a political office or get to the top, the people around you, they think you are there to serve them. Your community will think you become a governor from this area, and we have the biggest thief in the community that will bring the money. That is the mindset. And that is not a vision. That is a narrow vision. And the many people that have created what we are enjoying today, they do not even have 3 cars or 2 cars. They live, But this hunger and thirsty in us that cannot be satisfied by vision and for the future, that all we see, we don't see beyond our nose. All we see is ourselves and our stomach. And that is the big problem we are having. And that's why we are quickly, they compromise us quickly. And before you know, you are a stooge somewhere, you receive a call, you just stay like you froze because you don't even know who is monitoring you. And when they know that, okay, this person is up to good. And I hope that the youth will come out to back anybody that they think has their future in there. It can channel their destiny by putting some policy together that can help us to build the nation, but not those people that they don't even know when they wear pants or where the pant they wear is backward, or see somebody tell them that your baba, the pant you are wearing is upside down. And it's going to be a long walk to freedom if we do not get anybody that's okay. I don't care about myself. If I want to be one-term president, let me be. But let me solve this problem, lay this foundation. But one of the things I want you to understand and how sensitive it is. Anybody that have opportunity to change in Nigeria was good luck. Yeah, good luck having
I think that the diaspora will have a strong role to play.
Yeah, in the future
because,
now.
Yes, because
but
they have
I'm telling you that
protection,
what
they
he
have
have in his
access.
possession, he could have used it to change the dynamic. But he was looking up for winning the next election. If not the first time, he could have changed all of this, the constitution, because he have the both houses. And yes, he have the both houses in his hand. Everybody was over. So it's the second time that he struggled because they believe that he also, you know. So, but the first time, he's the best person, and the one of the person he did not change the constitution. One of the best presidents we ever have so far is Yar'Adua, even though it's a gift, but it's a gift.
Yeah, it didn't last long. What a shame.
Yeah,
and he didn't last long. One good
and
one.
he know how
I think he was a PhD holder or doctor or something.
It's
a
and he
shame.
know how to negotiate. You know, it's about you having a good team that have the mind of the business. Okay, like right now, if I'm working under you or you are working under me, one of the things you will consider is, a forefather will not take this. That even when you guys are having a separate talk or behind closed door, if you are talking to a leader, talking about a leader that, okay, we're going to, you say, you know, he have made up his mind to do this road construction. Whether the House want to vote for it or not, we have to champion it. Instead of having that meeting to come and manipulate you. When you already have a clear, you're going to say, no, it's not going to agree to it. Let us not waste our time. That is a true leader. A leader that is a true leader. And he doesn't care about what you think. He just wants to prove to you that I love you more than my own greed spirit. Everybody can be greedy. It's the human nature. But you just have to know how to, the limit. Just know the limit. So, okay, let me do this thing for the nation.
You can do stuff and still be greedy. There's no reason why. Most countries in the world, they are greedy. You can do stuff and still be greedy. It's just that our leaders, they've allowed themselves to be paralyzed. They are paralyzed. This is not normal. This is not normal corruption. This is some weird situation we are in.
It's a disease. It's a cancer in the spine right now.
And it's not only Nigeria.
No.
Uniform. The 40-something black countries are almost the same.
Everywhere.
It's remarkable.
The other society, advanced country, because of the environment. Like I always say, people are product of environment. The children that they are telling that, 10 years cheat, it's what they grow up to see. They don't mean to cheat.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. I think we have to round up.
All right.
Today is Monday in the UK, and people have to get busy. And we've done almost 12 hours already. And I really appreciate you coming in, Jonaba, and Omulu. Thank you for coming in. And Loco, I see you. Thank you for coming in too. Let me say some good distinct greetings to some of the people on the chat before I round up. Olga, Tima Jack, Oladipo, I see you there. Nwachuku, I see you there. And Chioma, I see you there. Christine, I see you. Who else? Eddie A, I see you there too. Kando, you have always been supportive. And let me go, and let me get new names. Rachel Hunter, I see you there too. And what you said something about, she does make some strident comments actually. Let's see. Who else is there? Just something, I missed that one. Adel Bomo, I see you there. Ify King, I see you there too. And Just Jamaica, I see you there. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to read all of them out. Let me just read some of the super chat ones. Alexander Gomez, thank you for the donations. Alexander Gomez again. Chioma, Alexander Gomez. Clapzal, thank you for the donation. Henry Johnson, thank you for the donation. Igbo Basics, thank you for the donation. Alexander Gomez. One Man Went to Mo. Victoria. Alexander Gomez. Black Experience. Alexander Gomez is really, really supportive. He supports all the platforms. I've never seen a Nigerian that just goes. He's so supportive. He doesn't necessarily take sides. He just supports the Nigerian platforms. One has to, people have to, remember him from that. I really appreciate the work he's doing, and all the people that donated. I appreciate you all. And when you see your leaders behaving like this, you need to start giving them a side eye and start wondering why are they doing this type of things. And maybe you should be questioning them too. I think it was you yesterday, Jonaba. I don't want to stress this point. You were asking the prince about why they were wearing those headgear. I was expecting you to say, why don't people get rid of it? Because
I want to know. Yeah, he said. Yeah, he answered it. Even though I didn't answer it, I asked him that way. He answered it that he cannot even bend it. That and he said that the issue is that they feel that it's like even though
it's not of respect.
Yeah, it's a sign of respect that even when the UK have already thrown it away, it's like it's not even for respect. It's for press. That is not for respect. It's for oppress. It's just
exactly.
It's not for respect. It's for oppress. So because that wig it look well in 24th century.
You can't believe how many people that were complaining about it on that day when they were reading the judgment. And it turns out that when I was asking one of the OB lawyers, Ozakome, he was on the platform. People were asking him about the election. That was the question I asked him. I said, do you support the banning of this headgear or phasing it out? He made 1,001 argument why we shouldn't phase it out. It's like, are you serious?
What is that?
Ozakome, I don't know whether you know him. Ozakome is a lawyer for the OB campaign. So he was on a channel and he came on just like Prince yesterday. And I asked him that question about the headgear, that what are you supposed to removing it? People were furious with me. They said, there's an election issue and you are busy asking this question. I said, yeah, because that question
tells you the mind of the people.
Exactly.
Tell you the mind
about their mindset.
He tell you the mind of the people. He tell you how locked up we are, how our judiciary system, even the people that that introduce it, they are not using it anymore. It's like I don't understand, and he tell you how the judgment will come from them. Something is not add up. So I don't understand.
That's why I asked that question now, because if his mindset is like he made a lot of effort to defend it, that's even worse.
Yeah,
he's not to just say he could have just said, it's a message of the power. We are still working on it. No, he made a lot of effort to defend it.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
It's oppressive. It's oppressive. They want to be different. When you see them on the road, they want you to respect them because it is everybody can wear suit around. Yeah.
Why not put one black afro
because
that you want to have respect? But you have to have a Oyinbo head on your head before you have respect.
Is the value we attach to things, as I summarize because of our running out of time, is the value we add to things. We think that good can make you